Nebula used to be a guy who lived for the grind, staying up all night in the modern world. But the moment he opened his eyes, the scene before him was absolutely surreal. The first thing he saw was an ancient ruin, and the outfit he was wearing looked just like something out of a video game. What the? Have I been playing games so much that I've lost my mind and started hallucinating? Or am I dreaming? You are not dreaming, a strange voice rang out. The person seemed to read Nebula's thoughts. You are one of the chosen. Nebula, allow me to welcome you. My name is Andon. Nebula stared at the figure. He was wearing a large cloak. His face was completely hidden. Around Nebula, there were many other people, all with their faces veiled, their figures hazy, almost like mere shadows. 100,000 questions raced through his mind, and Andon seemed to understand every single doubt in Nebula's heart. Since everyone must be curious, I'll get straight to the point. Andon stepped forward twice, raising his hand to the sky. A blue planet appeared amidst the cosmos before them. What's this? Earth? It didn't look quite right. Nebula's confusion grew deeper. This was a scene he had seen many times before. Without waiting for Nebula to speak, Andon immediately continued. That's right, this is the lost world. And now, in this vast, chaotic world, you have become true gods. The lost world isn't just a virtual realm. It is a land abandoned by the gods after a great catastrophe in the past. On this planet, a brilliant civilization once flourished. Many races lived together in peace, but for mysterious reasons, the gods abandoned it. A mystical force has always been trying to find those qualified to become new gods. That is why the Lost World was created as a game. It was built to find candidates for the positions of gods. That is why you and the others are standing here. If you can win the trust and reliance of many, you will gradually ascend to a position of absolute power and become the one true god of the Lost World. And I can do whatever I want? What if I quit now? Someone asked. If you quit, you will immediately return to reality, but you will lose all memories of this world. And you cannot quit halfway once you have started. Then what happens if I am defeated by other gods? This time it was Nebula's turn to ask. That is a holy end that we all look forward to. Andon's answer obviously couldn't satisfy Nebula, but he guessed it meant death. It was clear they were risking their lives. If that was the case, for a hardcore gamer like Nebula, he had even less reason to give up. After the briefing was finished, Andon confirmed one last time if anyone wanted to quit. After that, he spread out a deck of cards on the table. Nebula knew what this meant. One of those cards meant choosing a sub-region. On the planet as a starting point, a few people had already quit. From the initial 32, only 27 remained. Nebula was the first one chosen. It seemed the order of selection was based on their game rankings. He stepped forward and drew a card. After seeing the location inside, Nebula instantly vanished before everyone's eyes. Nebula fell into the far east of the continent, in the insect subregion. This place had the lowest win rate, but also the fewest conflicts in the early stages. As soon as Nebula arrived, the first species he encountered was the frogfolk. In this region, it was hard to use offensive strategies, so targeting a species that ate insects would be quite favorable. Although the frogfolk fit that description, they made Nebula worried about their population. There were about 500 of them. In such a large swarm, it was hard to spot which one was the leader. Furthermore, in the Lost World, faith can influence living beings with power proportional to its intensity, but the faith of the frogfolk was only 10. That was a number far too small to make it difficult for Nebula to control them all. So, he started looking for another target. This time, Nebula looked at the lizard folk. They also ate insects and could survive in places without water. Their population was declining, which actually turned out to be a good thing. Nebula carefully observed a group of lizard folk through a window. There were countless sick and elderly ones in the pack, and among them, one was severely injured. Nebula felt it at a glance. This guy had surely been isolated from the pack after a failed power struggle. He must have felt abandoned by the whole world. If a miracle appeared right now, he could win his absolute trust. Nebula thought for a long time. Fine, let's pick this guy as the first target. The whole group of lizard folk was walking through the scorching desert. Suddenly, they discovered an injured antelope. It had been a long time since they had eaten meat. Immediately, the strongest ones sprinted toward it. The injured antelope obviously couldn't escape. The lizard folk pack was numerous, but the antelope meat was limited. The old and sick ones in the pack sighed. Old and full of wounds like us, we won't get a share. Verand. Very quickly, the antelope meat was devoured clean. Only the bare white bones remained. But it didn't end there. A few lizards even wanted to extract the bone marrow. However, the alpha stopped them. That's enough. Leave some for those who can no longer hunt. The antelope skeleton was thrown to the elderly and the wounded. They shared each piece of bone, sucking on them. The heavily injured lizard Nebula had his eye on also got a small piece. This made the strong lizards very unhappy. They questioned the alpha. Why share food with someone who is about to die? Besides, his wounds are already starting to fester. Because he blocked that saber-toothed tiger, many of us survived. I value that, the alpha sighed. But the remaining lizards still didn't agree, because they all believed it wasn't necessary to share the meager food with someone about to die. Night fell. The pack of lizards huddled together to sleep. Only that heavily injured lizard was curled up in a corner. A blue butterfly appeared in the middle of the dark night, startling him awake. The butterfly fluttered for a long time above his head, making him uncontrollably stand up and follow. A few other lizards in the pack noticed this. Look, it seems Racrac is finally splitting off from the pack. Forget him. Just quietly watch him. Racrac held his severely injured arm, limping as he followed the butterfly. He even thought he was hallucinating. It seemed only he could see this butterfly, while the rest of the lizard pack remained oblivious. Yet, Racrac refused to give up. He felt deep down that this butterfly was leading him toward something. As Racrac reached the top of the ridge, a sight hit him that made his pulse race a pile. To be precise, a massive pile of beetles. Lizards are insectivores by nature. This was literally food falling from the heavens, and there was enough here to keep the entire pack feasting for days. From high above, Nebula observed every move. Racrac was following the plan perfectly. The lizard truly believed finding this stash of beetles was nothing short of a miracle. It was the spark that would ignite a fierce devotion later on. Through the status window, Nebula could see everything. Racrac didn't keep the bounty to himself. Instead, he alerted the whole pack. They were delirious with joy. It had been ages since they'd had a proper meal. Racrac held a beetle in his hand, observing it for a long time, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude. At that moment, the system sent a notification to Nebula, the pack of. Racrac was deeply grateful to the power of the nameless insect god. Nebula stared at the message, stunned. Didn't he send the butterfly to guide Racrac? Wait, why has it turned into gratitude toward the nameless insect god now? The name sounded a bit forced, but hey, none of the gods start out with a cool name, right, Racrac? Nebula looked down from above with a satisfied smirk. I think from now on, you will become very important to me. And naturally, I to you. A few days later, Nebula sent the butterfly to Racrac again. Just like last time, only he could see the butterfly. After a hearty meal the day before, Racrac's strength had recovered quite a bit. He decided firmly to follow the butterfly, even though he had no clue where it would lead him this time. Racrac, are you chasing illusions again? Another lizard in the pack asked eagerly. Since the great beetle feast a few days ago, they no longer shunned or despised Racrac. Winter is coming, but the beetles appeared from the cold zone. If we follow this path, we'll freeze to death. Maybe we should just ignore the illusion and go another way? I don't think we should, Racrac replied. Even though he felt uncertain, Racrac had no other choice. The area where the pack was standing was a barren desert with neither food nor water. That butterfly had led him to a treasure once before, so even if it meant gambling with danger, he wanted to follow it again. Nebula understood his hesitation. The seeds of faith were only just sprouting. They weren't strong yet. After all, he had only provided them with one meal. Since it was just the beginning, there wasn't much else Nebula could do. Now, he just had to hope that Racrac would stay firm in his choice. And he didn't disappoint. Nebula watched as Racrac carried a young one from the pack on his back, trudging step by step after the butterfly for a very, very long time. The place the butterfly led them to this time was even more shocking than the last. Racrac's eyes lit up. Everyone, listen. The nameless insect god has guided us to a sanctuary. Before them lay a lush oasis, filled with greenery and plenty of water. The lizard pack, having wandered the desert for so long, was overwhelmed, unable to contain their emotions. They cheered, danced, and even shed tears at the sight of the oasis. I'm saved. Racrac, we were right to put our faith in you. The pack's faith in the nameless insect god leveled up, and simultaneously, Nebula's insect territory level increased as well. Now, he could unlock the insect blessing skill. Racrac, do you want to know what I truly desire? Then become my priest and carry my message to your people. Nebula clicked to activate the insect blessing skill. A ray of divine light descended from the sky, shining directly onto Racrac. That night, while the pack slept soundly, a firefly appeared. It circled around Racrac, then called out to him. When Racrac opened his eyes, he saw nothing but pure white, with butterflies fluttering all around. Where am I? Is this a dream? The voice called out again from within the shimmering light. Nebula stepped forward. Who are you? He didn't answer Racrac's question, only held out a hand. Do you wish to take my hand? Racrac was utterly bewildered. He had no idea who this was or what they wanted from him. Nebula didn't bother explaining. He simply placed the buffalo horn skull that he usually wore on his face into Racrac's hand. In that instant, it was as if Racrac had been enlightened. Are you the nameless insect god? There was no answer. Racrac woke up and told his dream to the entire pack. Everyone agreed it was a divine omen, and the message of the dream was crystal clear. The nameless insect god was demanding a sacrifice from the pack, and that offering had to be a buffalo skull. However, to hunt a buffalo, they would have to venture deep into the forest, which was far too dangerous. Joan vehemently opposed it. If we want to hunt a buffalo, all the strongest members would have to attack at once. But then, who would protect the weak, the old, and the sick in the pack? That's true. Racrac didn't deny what Joan said. He gripped a spear in his hand and said firmly, I can't put the whole pack at risk. I will go alone. This statement stunned everyone. Joan was still the first to object strongly. The idea of Racrac hunting a water buffalo alone was impossible. He couldn't just watch his own kind throw their lives away. I'm not being reckless. That God, he granted me his blessing. A blessing? It was true. Since waking up from the dream last night, Racrac's necrotic wounds had healed like a miracle. On his shoulder, only a few scars remained, looking just like the black stripes on the beetles. Even though he felt it was strange, Racrac knew it was a blessing bestowed upon him by the divine. Even so, that's no reason for you to hunt alone. Joan still wasn't convinced. Actually, here is the real reason. Racrac gripped the stone spear tightly. He took a few steps back to gain momentum, then hurled the spear. It flew like a bullet, embedding itself deep into a coconut tree far away. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, the entire coconut tree was leveled, leaving only the stump behind. This power was truly terrifying. The lizard folk turned to look at Racrac, with eyes filled with both worship and a touch of disbelief. You've been hiding this kind of strength all this time? That massive tree just vanished? All from a single javelin throw by Racrac. It was hard to fathom, considering he had been on the brink of death just a few days ago. The whole group of lizard folk couldn't stop whispering in awe at Racrac's superhuman display. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from the distance. Racrac squinted into the horizon, his face lighting up. Everyone, look over there, that rumbling. It's a herd of buffalo. Joan couldn't believe it. It wasn't just one or two. It was a massive herd that had somehow wandered into this hot, barren desert. This was clearly a gift from the gods. Without a second thought, Racrac grabbed his spear and leaped down from the heights. Everyone, get down there, kill the buffalo, get the meat. Let's fill our empty bellies. The spear in his hand shot through the air, piercing the skull of the led buffalo. This scene quickly sent the entire herd into a panic. By now, Joan and the other strong warriors had jumped down to follow Racrac. They were brimming with adrenaline at the sight of food. Charge. He hasn't just blessed us with beetles, but with meat as well. Very quickly, under Racrac's leadership, the entire herd of water buffalo was completely wiped out. That night, the lizard folk chose an open patch of land in the oasis to build an altar. The lead buffalo was hung at the highest point, still dripping fresh blood. Below it, countless skulls from the other buffalo were piled up. Racrac knelt in the front row, raising his hands high. He spoke in a voice full of joy and sincerity. O nameless god of the armored insects, though it is not much, please accept this offering, which we offer with all our hearts. Joan and the rest of the pack behind him bowed their heads and sincerely repeated Racrac's words. Please accept this offering, which we offer with all our hearts. Nebula naturally didn't miss this spectacular scene. Even if the ritual was crude and clumsy, it's the thought that counts. The sincere devotion of the lizard folk had touched him. The proof was, when he checked the faith stats in the system, it had skyrocketed. This made Nebula very satisfied, especially with Racrac's performance. Even though he had just been chosen as a priest, he had gone to the trouble of preparing such a large-scale altar. It truly didn't waste Nebula's time and effort in arranging things, though not everything was going smoothly. Nebula soon realized a problem when he saw the lizard folk were so starving they were even eating the young buffalo calves. Well, at this stage, he couldn't expect them to have knowledge of farming or livestock management. It would have to do for now. Nebula let out a long sigh. This oasis wasn't large, surrounded by an endless desert. Resources here were scarce, so, if this lizard folk tribe only knew how to scavenge, they wouldn't last more than a few years. Sooner or later, they would wither away and go extinct. However, The knowledge and skills related to farming and animal husbandry were really hard to grasp on their own. If Nebula were to guide them himself, it would violate the laws of causality, which gave him a massive headache. Oh well, it wasn't impossible, just a bit time-consuming. For now, he would just keep bestowing blessings. Racrac continued to receive them from Nebula. The next morning, when Joan woke up, he saw that Racrac had a very different appearance. He looked far more majestic than the day before. "Racrac, you're up early? I wanted to keep an eye on the altar." That night, Racrac had a strange dream. It left him confused and terrified. In the dream, he saw the ponds once full of fish and shrimp dried up, and the soil in the oasis turned barren, to the point where nothing could grow. The lizard folk fell into starvation once again. This morning, when he woke up, the altar kept shaking, making Racrac even more anxious. "It's still a long way off," Joan comforted him. But Racrac couldn't help but worry. He wasn't sure if last night's dream was a message or not. He believed in the god, but it was very hard to understand the god's messages. Racrac started climbing up to the highest point of the altar to observe the surroundings. But if we don't understand the god's will, we are betraying the god. That's what I fear most. As he was speaking, Racrac suddenly stopped. His eyes became extremely alert. Racrac signaled for Joan to climb up and get a better look. From afar, something was rumbling toward them. "Man, now I understand why the altar kept shaking. Those are the bastards that kicked us out in the last battle." The new arrivals were also of the lizard folk species, but they belonged to a different clan. Their signature blue skin made Racrac and Joan recognize their enemies from a distance. The leader of the group was incredibly flamboyant, riding atop a monster. A giant one at that. No ordinary lizard folk would have the strength to tame that thing. Furthermore, looking at those numbers, it seemed like they had brought their entire clan here. These blueskins had once kicked Racrac's clan out of their old land. That place used to be a lush, green swamp with plenty of food. Today, seeing them move their whole lot like this, Joan was certain. Their old homeland had been completely stripped clean by them. "Do you think they know about this oasis?" Joan felt the safety of his pack was being threatened. "Let's see. With this terrain, they have no way of spotting us unless they climb to a high point, so it's very likely they'll pass by without realizing we're here." Racrac had just finished speaking when a piercing scream rang out. "Hey, you lot! This is the holy land of the avatar of the nameless armored insect god. You're from the Blue Clan, aren't you? Don't you dare take another step." The blue-skinned lizards hadn't even noticed them, but now they certainly had. Racrac and Joan helplessly buried their faces in their hands. They had forgotten that the guard today was Ye, a naive, young kid. He had nothing to offer but thoughtlessness and a loud mouth. Well, great. Here goes nothing. It looked like another war was about to break out between the two clans. "I guess it's unavoidable. But don't worry, this must be the will of our god." Racrac patted Joan on the shoulder a few times. He then grabbed his spear, believing this was just a small test bestowed upon them by the bug god. If they couldn't pass this, then his entire tribe didn't deserve to remain here. It wasn't just a test, though. Racrac felt it was a true mission. The leader of the Greenskin tribe was a man of power but zero compassion. He had abandoned all his warriors who were injured after the last battle. That's why Racrac wanted to stand up and fight not just for his own people, but for the weak and abandoned as well. This reaction was exactly what Nebula wanted. Racrac always understood him. The appearance of the Greenskins wasn't just about a fight to the death. These two tribes had to merge to reach a sufficient population size. Racrac had a very firm will and a mind that knew how to think for the future. Nebula felt more and more that he truly was the perfect priest he had chosen. "Hey, you noisy brat. Are you staying here?" The greenskin leader shouted, provoking them. "Brat? Who are you calling a brat? This is our land," Zil shouted back, straining his neck. "Oh, really? And what makes this land yours? Every bush, every rock, every piece of prey is ours, and so is the incarnation of the bug god." This time, it wasn't Zil who answered, but Racrac. The guy didn't understand what incarnation of the bug god meant, but it didn't matter. He only cared that there was wood, water, and prey here. He immediately threatened them, ordering Racrac's entire tribe to get lost before they got beaten up. The monster he was riding knew how to cooperate, letting out a menacing roar. The leader of the Greenskin tribe was extremely confident in his strength. It wasn't just him. He was certain his tribe's numbers were enough to overwhelm Racrac's people. Since ancient times, if you're a leader, you should know how to weigh the odds. Right? I know, but I don't want to attack you. The greenskin lizard man thought he'd misheard. He burst out laughing, thinking Racrac was just a fool who didn't know his place. But Racrac didn't waver. His spear pointed straight at his opponent. Any poor souls who have lost their homes can enter the embrace of the god. Then, the god will care for you, just as his message foretold. The greenskin leader couldn't hold it back anymore. He broke into a fit of laughter, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. What kind of god? To me, no gods exist. Only power decides everything. Since Racrac was determined not to surrender, the leader wouldn't mind a bloody battle between the two sides. But Racrac, with his intense faith in the god, wasn't afraid at all. Just because you don't know the god, doesn't mean the god doesn't exist. Keep talking your nonsense. Fine, then I'll send you to your grave. Ignoring the strength of the leader himself, even the monster he was riding was terrifying. Saying he wasn't scared at all would be a lie. As the guy charged forward, Racrac felt incredibly tense. He silently prayed for the god to grant him the courage and strength to fight off the enemy. But the gap in power between the two sides was still too great. The spear in Racrac's hand quickly shattered into pieces. This was his only weapon, which had helped him take down an entire herd of water buffalo. Yet now it was broken like this. Seeing that, the green-skin leader became even more smug. He cackled, as if victory was already in his pocket. "You idiot!" His mount raised its massive front leg, aiming to trample Racrac into the dirt. At that size, being stepped on would mean getting crushed into a pulp. High above, Nebula was watching the battle, not missing a single second. The two sides' forces were quite evenly matched. Just then, the system sent a new notification. You have shown great interest in a tribe. This tribe will now become a part of your territory. Lizardman Area, Level 1. At the same time, a new skill was unlocked. Nebula didn't think twice and immediately clicked to use it. At the very moment the monster's claws were about to land, a beam of light from the heavens descended directly onto Racrac's body. Just like the previous blessing, his body changed noticeably. The greenskin leader thought his mount had crushed Racrac. Just one strike was enough to send all his opponents to meet their maker. Take that, you punk. But when the dust settled, he was shocked to see his opponent was safe and sound. Even Racrac seemed different. The aura of intimidation radiating from him had grown much stronger. Through the status board, Nebula could assess the strength of both sides. That greenskin leader had a strength stat of 24, along with an intelligence of 16. However, his signature skill was taming. That was why he possessed such a terrifying mount. That beast, named Manun, was only level 1, but its strength stat was already at 87. Nebula wanted to help Racrac tame this thing, so he used the new skill called Powerful Incarnation. This temporarily granted the user an additional stat called Divine Power, D. 1 point of D was equivalent to 200 times the maximum value of the base strength. In other words, Racrac's strength, which was originally 30, had now skyrocketed to 630. With just one burst of speed and a punch that tore through the wind, Manun was knocked flat. Everyone around them stood there with their jaws on the floor. This overwhelming difference in power was something they had never seen before. Even Joan, who was always known as the strongest in the pack, couldn't believe his eyes. But the greenskin leader wouldn't give up. He thought Racrac had used some kind of dirty trick to turn the tables so quickly. While Racrac wasn't looking, he grabbed a dagger and lunged, trying to sneak attack. But a strength stat of 24 versus 630, that was heaven and earth. Racrac didn't even need to exert effort to knock that greenskin guy sprawling to the ground. Who's next? He looked toward the greenskin tribe, his voice chillingly cold. Seeing their leader defeated and so humiliatingly, at that the entire tribe dropped their weapons and knelt down. "We surrender. Please, have mercy. We swear our loyalty to you." The conflict was finally over. Racrac stared at his own two hands for a long, silent moment. He could still feel the divine power that had surged through him just moments ago, a rush of raw strength gifted directly by the god. It was truly the most incredible experience of his entire life. That night, Racrac's tribe and the new members gathered together around the bonfire in the oasis. The two sides had merged easily. After all, they were both part of the same species. The green-skinned lizard folk were absolutely stunned to learn that Racrac's kin had once belonged to the exact same tribe as them, especially given the drastic difference in their current physical appearance. "Why is your skin color so different from ours?" "That is because we follow a nameless insectoid god. Since then, we have evolved and become much stronger. If we hadn't, we would have perished in the wild long ago." At first, the newcomers were skeptical, but after glancing at the altar built from buffalo skulls, and then looking at Racrac sitting in the distance, they realized what they had just heard wasn't so far-fetched. The existence of a lizard man with such overwhelming power like Racrac, if not guided by a god, it would truly defy the laws of nature. Nearby, Joan was deep in conversation with Racrac. He was incredibly anxious because merging the two tribes had increased the population sixfold. At this rate, the oasis would soon be stripped of all its value, and they would fall back into the nightmare of starvation. Racrac had already considered this, and his solution was to lead his people out into the wild. Back into the wild again? We can't just wander out there without a clear destination. Joan wasn't convinced, but Racrac remained firm. No, the answer is right there. The answer sent by our God, through our brother. A few days later, Racrac's subordinates ran into a major headache. They were tasked with guarding Manun the Jack, and this monster was incredibly disobedient. Even though its old master was dead, it refused to submit. It even plotted to make a meal out of the people keeping it in check. Just then, Racrac appeared, carrying a bundle of radishes. As soon as Manun saw him, it immediately settled down. After all, it was a beast, with some degree of intelligence, and it hadn't forgotten the one who had knocked it unconscious a few days prior. Racrac was very gentle. He had no intention of beating or torturing Manun. He felt that if the god had allowed it to live, there must be a reason. Eat, Manun. At first, it was hesitant, but it was truly famished. The radishes looked so tempting that it couldn't resist, opening its mouth to take a bite. With some food in its belly, Manun became much more docile. Racrac patted its head a few times and tossed it another pile of radishes. Manun was now as obedient as a house pet, lying flat on the ground. Its face and eyes had completely lost their fierce, aggressive edge. Good job, Racrac praised. The taming of Manun was practically complete. He still had other important tasks to handle. First, the weapons. A tribesman in Racrac's group held the secret to forging weapons that were sharp, far beyond the crude stone spears Racrac used. However, to forge such things, they would need a massive amount of high-quality wood to fuel the fire. This damage to Mother Nature made Racrac feel somewhat hesitant. All right, I'll think more about it and give you an answer tomorrow. After the man left, another person was summoned. This time, it was an old lizard man. Before joining Racrac's tribe, he had been a lone wanderer. But because of that, he had learned how to navigate. I can lead everyone to lands where we won't starve to death. I know a few such places, though I'm not sure if they're still exactly the same. This was a pressing issue, as the oasis was gradually running dry, but Joan worried that other tribes might already exist in those new lands. Racrac argued that it didn't matter. If people were already settled in those places and they opposed him, then he would simply defeat them and take over, just like he did when merging with the green-skinned tribe. However, that old guide was ultimately a newcomer. Racrac didn't fully trust him, because his entire tribe was so large that if they went out there and headed in the wrong direction, they would definitely die of hunger. Answering Racrac's suspicion, the guide pointed toward the sky. When night fell, the stars were the most transparent map. He had contemplated the movement of the stars based on their fixed nature, and thanks to that, he had never lost his way. Now, I will show you the movement of the stars. If you check for a few more days, you'll see I'm not lying. By then, I should be able to earn your trust, right? The two heads leaned in together for a long talk. Racrac listened with extreme focus. All right, I'll come back to check again in a few days. Understood, Racrac nodded. After the guide left, Zil came over to say, not to exaggerate, but I feel like Racrac is as busy as a K-pop idol. Zil was there to report on Manun's status. Although it still seemed a bit dissatisfied, it had become much more obedient because it was being fed on schedule. Racrac's success in taming Manun sparked a few ideas in Joan's mind. Could they tame other things just like Manun? What about other animals? Joan cast his gaze toward the water buffalo in the distance. At this moment, it seemed that Nebula's plan had taken another step forward. It appeared that Racrac's tribe was gradually realizing that they couldn't just keep moving from place to place to exhaust existing resources. This brought up the first division of labor in human history, farming and animal husbandry. Farming would be more stable, because great civilizations all originated around major rivers. But the tribe Nebula chose were the lizard folk, with their powerful bodies, suited for combat and high adaptability. They were fit for animal husbandry, not farming. Nebula was very satisfied to see everything unfolding exactly as intended. The lizard folk tribe had begun to learn a new technique, metallurgy. Rock agreed with the blacksmith yesterday, and they quickly got to work. They were crafting weapons, and they were crafting them fast. The basic iron tools were already taking shape. While they weren't as hard as bronze yet, compared to the stone tools that Racrac and his tribe used before, this was a monumental leap forward. Furthermore, there was an unexpected outcome that even Nebula hadn't foreseen. That guide had planted the seeds for astronomy in this world. Of course, it was still far too primitive to be called astronomy, but Nebula was still brimming with confidence that they would be able to make good use of it later. By this time, Racrac and the guide had met once again to discuss the movement of the stars, and sure enough, everything the man said was true. Racrac had placed his full trust in him and felt even more motivated to carry out the plans he had been brewing in his mind. That evening, he gathered all his tribesmen around the altar. It had been a long time since Racrac was this serious, so most people felt quite tense. The gods led us to this land long ago. We have even been reunited with our kin. I could have just chased them off like they once did to us, or lived in isolation just so I could stay here longer. Of course, those who were chased off would have died in the woods, but doing that is wrong. The gods want to save us, not eliminate anyone at all. Hearing that, more people felt like they could survive. Everyone listened intently to every word Racrac said. Finally, he made up his mind. When the sun rises tomorrow, Racrac will lead his tribe away from this place. The crowd stirred, as they had never once considered such a thing. To put everyone at ease, Racrac invited the guide up. By now, he held such absolute respect for him that he called him an astrologer. For the past few days, the astrologer has explained the patterns of the changing constellations to me, and I can confirm that everything he says is absolutely correct. The astrologer will be our guide. After that, Racrac had the astrologer explain their new home. When dawn breaks, they would follow the right side of the sun. They would trek for 10 days like that, then continue following the right side of Rotten Lake for another 15 days. Finally, they would spend 3 days traveling along mountain paths and desolate valleys. Their destination would be an endless forest. It's filled with wild beasts, but it's also a place where many other tribes and races live. In front of the entire tribe, he stepped up to the high altar, then asked a question that seemed completely unrelated to the current situation. Zil, why haven't you butchered the water buffalo you hunted yesterday? Every eye turned towards Zil, leaving him incredibly flustered. It was true that Zil had caught a water buffalo yesterday. Although he was very hungry, food supplies in the oasis had become scarce, so he decided to save it. It's not that I'm not hungry, I just thought that. Who knows if we'll need food in the future? Zil stammered in fear, thinking he would be scolded, but Racrac didn't scold him, he praised Zil instead. The lizard people had always eaten like they were starving, never having a concept of saving or rationing. Zil was the first person to show such foresight. It was worth setting him as an example for the other tribesmen. To boost morale, Racrac gave him a reward. It was a brand new, gleaming spear. Metal weapons were still a huge luxury, so everyone admired Zil. Even he couldn't believe that just because he held back from eating one water buffalo, he was being so generously rewarded by Racrac. Moreover, anyone who followed Zil's lead, anyone who resisted the urge to overeat, would also be worthy of receiving this spear. Owning a metal spear instantly elevated their status within the tribe quite significantly. The remaining lizard people were full of admiration and longing. It didn't stop there. Racrac had prepared another ritual. He had used the water buffalo skulls to make masks, just like the one Nebula wore. Racrac himself wore one, and those he bestowed these masks upon were called Bone Warriors. From now on, you will be protected by the gods and will become true warriors. The road to the future only leads to success through the perseverance and patience you have shown me. This is the will of the heavens. Racrac chose the strongest individuals with the most iron will. They would be responsible for the vanguard and protecting the tribe. He looked at the altar one last time, still determined to lead his people away from this holy ground. The gods will always be by our side, so we will no longer be dependent on one fixed location. Everyone, keep in mind the nameless insect god in your hearts. The journey ahead won't be easy, but advance with courage. As long as we keep moving forward, we will surely reap the rewards. It couldn't be denied that Racrac was a great leader. Through just these few words, the morale of the entire tribe was sent through the roof. Although the journey ahead would be long and exhausting, no one was afraid or hesitant anymore. Nebula observed the whole process and felt incredibly satisfied. Racrac hadn't let him down one bit. Within the tribe, there were many new promising figures, like Zil. Now, instead of developing a new organization, this group of lizard people had a very promising future. Racrac, you've performed very well and haven't failed my trust. From now on, you are the most complete beginning. The next morning, when the sun had just risen, the tribe began to move. They traveled for a long time without stopping, until the dry heat of the desert pushed Manan to its absolute limit. It roared once and then collapsed to the ground. Racrac figured that if this little beast was that exhausted, then surely many people were feeling worn out as well. So, he let the whole tribe stop to rest for a moment. Whispers began to ripple through the group. Resting a bit won't help much. Who knows if we'll even make it? I haven't had anything to eat yet. This was a very sensitive time. They had been walking for 3 days straight without a break, and food was running low. The tribe was exhausted and demoralized. That was to be expected, but he had no other choice except. As they kept holding on, hoping for a miracle from the gods, a tribal member came sprinting toward the chief, completely out of breath. "A horde has appeared right in front of us. It's those scaleless bastards," he shouted. By scaleless bastards, he meant they were goblins. It seemed they had just run into a terrifying monster and were desperately trying to escape. But they hadn't gotten far before they bumped into the Racrac tribe. Just looking at the numbers, the strength gap between the two sides was obvious, not to mention their actual power. Seeing these creatures, Racrac just let out a scoff and said in an indifferent tone, "Huh, so they really are some scaleless wretches." The goblins knew they were no match for this tribe. They froze in fear, but after a moment, they realized their situation. The leader knelt down, and the others quickly followed suit. The lead goblin offered Racrac a small pouch containing only a few tiny radishes. "Forgive us," he stammered, trembling with fear. "There's been a misunderstanding. We just wanted to get out of that canyon quickly." In truth, these goblins were acting out of desperation. They had to abandon their homes to flee. Because foraging in the forest was so difficult, they were just trying to find some food when they accidentally crossed paths with the Racrac tribe. "So why are you running?" The lead goblin pointed toward a distant hill and began to pour out his sob story about where they used to live. Even though they weren't exactly wealthy, they had enough to eat until that terrifying monster appeared and turned their entire world upside down. "A monster, huh?" Watching from above, Nebula fell into deep thought upon hearing those words. He decided to look into it. It was an ancient crustacean, level 9, with a strength stat of 120 and 12 points in intelligence, according to the game, Lost War. It was described as a creature birthed by the ancient gods. Even after those gods vanished, it stubbornly remained in this world of Wazan. The goblins stood no chance against it. It made perfect sense why they had fled their old forest. Racrac was led by the goblin chief to the place where the ancient crustacean reigned. There was no denying its size. It was massive, almost spanning the entire width of a cliffside. Its body mottled with black and orange, looking just like a centipede. Surrounding it were countless dry bones, surely from the unfortunate victims who couldn't escape the monster's venom. The ancient crustacean's venom was its special ability, which made it one of the most difficult foes to deal with, as this ability could make a god's blessing be forgotten. Nebula nodded. With an enemy that strong, it was no wonder the goblin tribe was scattered. Racrac observed the creature for a while. It was in a deep slumber, unconsciously muttering in its sleep like a human. But even that alone was enough to make the ground shake. The earth was trembling violently. Racrac was considering taking a detour because the power gap between them was too vast. He didn't think he could take down the ancient crustacean, but according to that astronomer, taking a detour would cost them an additional 8 days. 8 days later, Nebula could sense Racrac's hesitation. This was understandable. He was caught in a dilemma, not knowing the right move to make in a situation where all his tribesmen were terrified. Taking the detour wasn't impossible, but the problem was that their strength was completely drained, and the food supply situation was quite dire as well. Nebula was extremely curious to see what Racrac would do in this situation. Seeing Racrac silent for a long time, Joan was the first to speak up. "Chief, we have to fight. We actually have an advantage right now." Nebula scanned Joan's status board. This guy wasn't bad at all. Although his physical strength wasn't overwhelming, he made up for it with a very sharp mind. When Joan mentioned an advantage, the goblins looked completely confused, but this was something Joan had deduced after carefully observing the terrain of this area. "Chief, do you remember the fastest way a blacksmith increases the temperature of metal?" Racrac only knew the blacksmith used some special tool. Joan explained. "It's called a bellows. It helps draw in air and saves energy." Racrac knew for sure that Joan didn't mention this out of nowhere. "You mean, if I use that, I can get more power without wasting much energy?" "But Joan, a blacksmith has to think for a long time to design that. I don't need to use something that complicated." Joan looked at the giant boulders hanging precariously on the cliffside. "Simple tools are more than enough. Those rocks will definitely be what helps your tribe defeat the monster. But how to push them down the cliff when their bodies were so tiny?" That was when Joan's scholarly brain was put to use. He built some crude levers. One end propped under the rock, the other end pulled by the core troop. 1, 2, 3, the rhythm echoed. Nebula silently praised them. Joan intended to crush the ancient crustacean with rocks. It was a clever and simple plan, but for it to succeed, all the rocks had to fall at the exact same time. Would they succeed? Following Joan's count, the rocks were simultaneously flipped over the edge by the levers. The massive commotion woke the ancient crustacean. It looked up in confusion, only to see a rain of giant stones falling from the sky. The rocks landed one after another on the monster, causing it to shriek in agony. Hearing that roar, Racrac and his tribesmen peeked over the cliff. Did we succeed? Not yet, Nebula muttered. As soon as he said that, the ancient crustacean, buried under the pile of rocks, emerged in a fury. It was severely wounded, but that pain only multiplied its will to fight and its bloodlust. After identifying the culprits, the ancient crustacean frantically latched onto the cliff and charged up. Joan hurriedly commanded his tribesmen to push the remaining rocks down. Too late, Nebula sighed, watching the scene. He had to do something. Racrac, who a second ago was lost and confused, suddenly felt his body overflowing with vitality. With the last bit of consciousness left in his body, he realized that the nameless god armor was once again merging with him. That normal lever, which 3 or 4 men had to use all their strength to move, was now something Racrac could handle with ease on his own. To save time, Weizan even used his bare hands to push rocks into the abyss. "Keep pushing. Just follow my lead," Racrac shouted, frantically shoving boulders. He barked orders at his subordinates, though he knew deep down that the monster wouldn't go down that easily. But they had no choice. If they didn't act now, they were all dead. With that, Racrac, fueled by Nebula's soul, grabbed a steel spear and dove straight into the abyss. Joan felt her heart skip a beat. She had no idea the nameless god armor parasite had just possessed their chieftain. She was certain Racrac had lost his mind. The ancient crustacean lunged up from below, while Racrac dove down like 2 vectors colliding head-on. When he was about 10 meters away, he put every ounce of his strength into thrusting the spear downward. At the exact same moment, a massive avalanche of rocks came crashing down. The sheer force of gravity disoriented the ancient crustacean, and Joan seized the opportunity from the cliffside. She commanded the skeleton squad to push another gigantic boulder down. That was it. The ancient crustacean had nowhere left to run. It was severely wounded. It couldn't hold on any longer and was crushed against the floor of the abyss by the rocks. Nebula, exhausted, drifted out of Racrac's body and slumped into a chair. "I think I overdid it," he muttered. The system immediately sent a notification. Racrac's tribe had officially defeated the ancient crustacean. Joan and the others cheered wildly on the cliff. Because of this event, the Lizardmen tribe's devotion to Nebula continued to soar. His faith points increased, and Nebula received a hunting reward, which was exactly why he had been willing to risk everything, just to help Racrac take down that ancient crustacean abomination. This reward was the essence of the abomination. Every god has resources, tailored to their domain. While these things could be created from faith to manifest something that didn't exist, one still needed rare raw materials. With the essence of the abomination, Nebula could create a spirit beast. A spirit beast is a machine that generates faith resources and spreads the god's message through its very existence. Moreover, it has the potential for growth. If trained to a higher level, it could even attain the status of an apostle or an avatar of the god. Nebula pondered for a moment. Perhaps the method for creating spirit beasts in this world isn't much different from the game Lost World. If so, what exactly would he create? The essence in Nebula's hand flashed with a brilliant, vibrant red light. After taking down the ancient crustacean, the first thing Racrac cared about was whether its meat was edible. He ripped off one of the monster's legs and took a bite. The meat was edible and the taste wasn't half bad, but it smelled terrible. It would be hard to eat raw. Joan suddenly came up with a way to cook the meat over a fire, adding some herbs like rosemary to mask the fishy odor. She put her plan into action and roasted a leg for Racrac to try again. This time, it felt completely different, a bit bland, but actually quite tasty. Racrac honestly shared his thoughts after chewing. Joan had made another huge contribution. The ancient crustacean's meat was so pungent that Racrac had considered tossing it out, but Joan's solution meant they wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. While Racrac was busy eating, Joan suddenly brought up another issue. The goblin tribe had found a successor. Racrac had heard about it, but he didn't really. The thing Joan actually wanted to address was urging Racrac to find himself a fiancé. Food stopped halfway to his mouth. Racrac was petrified by the suggestion, but Joan kept pushing with every argument she had. "My lord, you aren't young anymore. Isn't this an important matter for our tribe, finding a fiancé?" Racrac was extremely hesitant. "If you haven't thought about it, then what do you think of me?" Damn! Even Racrac froze. And so did I. All this time, I thought Joan was just a strong, capable young man. Who knew she was actually a girl? The author really pulled a fast one. My jaw is on the floor. Racrac was also flustered by Joan's proposal. He suddenly saw something glowing behind her and quickly changed the subject. "Hey, Joan, what's that behind you?" It was a golden tablet engraved with ancient writing. Zil, the mindless youth, saw it and immediately tried to bite it. "You can't eat that, guys. This metal is gold," the wise, old astrologer hurriedly explained. Joan had seen gold before because a blacksmith had once shown her various types of metal. This metal gave off a beautiful golden sheen, and that color would last for all time. With her quick wit, Joan affirmed that this had much more value than any other metal. "So what if it doesn't corrode? It's hard and heavy, and I can't even eat it." Zil still hadn't given up on his passion for snacking, on the entire world, and was sulking about that golden tablet. To get rid of this pest, the astrologer mentioned that there were deer tracks nearby, and that their meat was tender and delicious. At the mention of food, Zil's eyes lit up. He handed the gold tablet to Racrac and ran off. Holding the gold tablet, Racrac thought for a long time. With their primitive understanding, all things are born, die, decompose, and vanish. Nothing in this world is permanent. But this gold tablet hadn't rusted in the slightest. If that were the case, the creator must have wanted to preserve some message. However, Racrac couldn't understand the carvings on it. What could it possibly mean? As he was lost in thought, Joan came looking for Racrac again. He was so engrossed in the tablet he hadn't noticed it was time to rest. "I hid in a corner, and you still found me? Well, because you're the only lizard man wearing a fur coat. But you're the one who told me to wear it." "That's right, because you're the chieftain. I want you to look different. The chieftain is like a symbol of the tribe." "A symbol, huh?" That night, Racrac didn't go back to rest. Before him lay the carcass of the deer, already beginning to decay. Flies and mosquitoes were buzzing around it, but, for some reason, Racrac felt that their flight paths were forming characters. Is this a hallucination? Racrac rubbed his eyes several times, certain he wasn't seeing things. He picked up a dry branch. He began to clumsily scratch a few lines into the dirt. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Racrac dragged Joan out of their tent. The two of them huddled together over a wide patch of ground. Racrac started tracing symbols with the branch. "This is me. I am Racrac." "Huh? Oh, I see. And this means lizard man." Racrac continued, drawing another symbol. Next to the one he just drew, he added, "And this is you. You mean, I am a female lizardman?" "Exactly." Then, Racrac drew two horizontal lines, like an equals sign, between the two characters, and this means, "We are together." Racrac looked into Joan's eyes. At that moment, he looked just like one of those deeply devoted CEOs from a Chinese romance novel. "And this is my answer to you, Joan. Do you even understand what you're saying?" Joan, still thinking she'd misheard, decided to ask again just to be sure. But Racrac had spent the whole night thinking this through. Not only had he invented writing, but he had also sorted out his own feelings. And so, as the sun began to peek over the horizon in the distance, Racrac took Joan's hand. They began a beautiful new relationship together. Just like that, Racrac's tribe had invented their very first writing system. This progress made Nebula very pleased. Even though fully developing this language would take time, achieving this much so early in the game was already a massive accomplishment. After that, came a rather chill period for the lizard men. They enjoyed being able to hunt deer to their heart's content. On the surface, it just looked like a normal hunt, but catching large prey allowed the males to show off their skills in front of the females. This was the lizard men's way of celebrating a wedding. In other words, it was the perfect time for Racrac to show off his superior qualities to his bride-to-be, Joan. A few days later, the lizardmen returned the territory to the goblin tribe. After all, this used to be their land before the ancient crustaceans took it over. Racrac gave back the old land so they could return to living as they once had. This moved the goblin chieftain to tears. The goblin tribe leader was so overwhelmed he was crying his eyes out. He bowed deeply to Racrac, thanking him from the bottom of his heart. Afterward, he introduced his son to Racrac, the newly chosen successor to the chieftain's position. Since the goblins knew the terrain better, they wanted to repay Racrac for saving their lives by volunteering to act as scouts and guides. Before this, we lived in constant fear of the monsters and larger tribes, but thanks to you, we were able to overcome that. We will never forget this kindness, Racrac. And so, the Lizardman tribe continued their migration. After traveling for a while, they made a new discovery: huge footprints pressed deep into the ground. The wise astrologer, with his vast knowledge, recognized them immediately. These were the footprints of bipedal frogs. They were the frog folk. Seeing Racrac looking confused, the astrologer continued to explain. There are two types of frog folk, the good and the bad. They can speak and think, just like the lizard men. Based on these tracks, it looks like they were out scouting. That means this tribe already has quite a bit of combat experience. Judging by the number of prints, this scout team has more than 5 members. Racrac predicted that this would be a powerful tribe. If they just kept moving without any preparation, the entire tribe could be in danger. So, he ordered everyone to return to their temporary shelter. That night, Racrac and Joan supervised the camp setup. The more temporary shelters they had, and the wider the camp, the better. Countless bright torches were lit. This was all Joan's idea, because she felt the surrounding tribes seemed larger. Expanding the scout team and setting up night watches was absolutely necessary. Let's share the workload fairly. Other tribes are definitely watching us, so don't let your guard down just because someone is too tired. Just as Racrac predicted, the frog folk had noticed the presence of the lizard men. They were also silently watching them from afar. In the days after relocating, luckily, the tribe didn't run into any frog folk during that time. They had prepared many things to ensure the tribe's safety. Racrac's tribe had also mastered livestock farming and house building to adapt to the changing environment. The writing system was also developing rapidly, a pace that far exceeded Nebula's expectations. Those characters were shared among tribe members through a primitive map, combining traditional hunting marks and symbols. Racrac also established a chart to track the daily harvest of each person. Thanks to the competition, he had inadvertently pushed each individual in the tribe to work harder. This progress made Nebula extremely satisfied. This was truly a wonderful development process. In the days that followed, the locust swamp in the center of the territory was growing, and many types of insects were developing. Their nests in the south of the territory had quickly increased to level 4. This was a method Nebula had never dreamed of implementing, but because he was in the remote eastern region, Nebula decided to seize this opportunity, especially since Racrac's abilities and the entire tribe's stats had all risen to above-average levels. But Nebula didn't dare to let his guard down. The Lost World had become reality. It was no longer like sitting in front of a computer playing a game. What he was experiencing could be far more dangerous and unpredictable. Therefore, every step forward had to be extremely cautious. Finally, what had to come, came. One fine day, while Racrac was directing his people to build houses, a scout rushed over, shouting, "Chieftain, it's bad. The frog folk are on their way here." Racrac, Joan, Zill, and some of the elite guard quickly moved out to meet them. They didn't know if they were friends or foes, but indeed, this group of frog folk gave off a rather oppressive feeling. But what caught Racrac's attention most of all was standing in the middle of those frog folk was actually another lizard man. What was he doing there? And were they here to negotiate peace? Leading the frog folk was a guy wearing feathers around his neck. Before Racrac could even speak, he introduced himself. He said his name was Sunan, the son of Olroy, the great chief of the frog tribe. "We have no intention of fighting you," the lizardman said, noting the other party's polite demeanor. Racrac gestured for his bone soldier squad to lower their weapons. He introduced himself in turn and made it clear that the lizardman tribe had no such intentions. While pointing his sword toward the others, Racrac didn't forget to ask why Sunan's group had come here. This guy seemed rather immature. The proof was that he had to wait for confirmation before saying anything. The frogmen following behind him signaled with their eyes. "We came to inform you that you are encroaching on our territory." This sounded quite absurd, because when the lizardman tribe arrived, there were no signs that this place was already claimed by another tribe. In reality, the frog tribe alone could not possibly occupy such a vast area, but Racrac didn't call them out on it. Instead, he was very courteous. "I apologize. We are truly sorry for not checking whether this land was already occupied, but we come from a place very far from here. Since we still don't have anywhere to go, would it be possible for us to settle here?" Sunan looked a bit flustered when he was asked such a direct question. Before he could even answer, Racrac spoke up again. "Sunan, you are the son of the great chief, so you must be the only one here who has the authority to decide on our request, right?" This sentence sounded ordinary, but if you listened carefully, you would notice that Racrac was subtly flattering Sunan by cleverly affirming his high status. Sure enough, hearing that made Sunan puff up with pride. After all, he was the heir to the tribe. In theory, he could completely agree to Racrac's request. The frogmen behind him saw Sunan grinning from ear to ear and didn't think it was a good idea at all. But given the current situation, it wasn't easy for them to say anything more. Racrac still had many questions. Above all, why was that lizard man there among the frogmen? However, gathering information had to be done carefully. He couldn't be too obvious. So, Racrac invited Sunan into the lizardman village to talk, while also showing them hospitality. My tribe believes in choosing no to hatred. If I could invite you to visit our village, that would be wonderful. We should celebrate this. I think it's not a bad idea. Sunan didn't refuse, but after one of the frogmen behind him whispered something into his ear, Sunan changed his mind. I mean, thank you for the invitation, but we don't have enough trust between us yet. Oh, is that so? But I can't chase away a benefactor who helped my lizard man tribe, can I? Why don't we share a meal together? Racrac didn't give up. He still needed to gather more information from Sunan. This time, with permission from the frogmen following him, Sunan agreed. He and Racrac sat down next to a roasted deer. They ate and drank happily. Sunan seemed like someone who couldn't keep his mouth shut, but the frogmen following him weren't so simple. Racrac had quite a few questions, but what intrigued him most was that lizard man and what their true purpose was for coming here. However, he couldn't show that he was curious, because if he let his thoughts slip, they could use it as an excuse to attack. So, Racrac decided to start with a question. That was harmless. What are those large feathers on your neck? Sunan replied. Oh, these? These are feathers from a kokachis. A kokachis? Just as I thought. You don't know, do you? They are large, dangerous, two-legged birds that live in this forest. Sunan started rambling on about that species of bird. They were not only huge, but also very venomous, making them extremely difficult to hunt. Beyond their speed, the movements of a kokachis were also very unpredictable. That is why the frog tribe always has to guard this area. Racrac made an O sound and asked Sunan how they hunted the kokachis. Do you use spears? What is a spear? Before Racrac could reply, Sunan shouted for his subordinates to bring a bow and arrows. This was the first time Racrac had heard of this type of weapon. That lizard man named Owen brought over a set of bows and arrows. Sunan ordered him to set up a target board for archery practice. Sunan shot an arrow that hit the center of the board. Racrac exclaimed, "That is truly accurate." This attitude made Sunan extremely satisfied. I have been trained in archery since I was a child. Not to brag, but I am the #1 sharpshooter in the tribe. May I try using this bow and arrow? Sunan was in a good mood, so he naturally wouldn't refuse Racrac's request. Racrac picked up the bow to feel the weapon. The first thing he noticed was the tension of the bowstring. Although the arrow's force when shot from the bow wasn't as strong as a spear, it was much easier to hit the target. This weapon was also compact and easy to carry on one's person. He shot several arrows, but none of them hit the target. Sunan saw this and burst out laughing. I told you, this thing isn't easy to use at all. After saying that, he ordered Owen to go pick up the arrows. Racrac wanted to study the arrows himself, so he walked over to help Owen. While picking up the arrows, he took the opportunity to ask him a few questions. Your name is Owen, right? Owen jumped in surprise. He stuttered, Yes, that's right. This panicked attitude made Racrac extremely confused. Why are you a lizard man, yet you are in the frog tribe? Because. Owen hesitated for a long time before he could continue. We live in many tribes in the same village, including both frogmen and lizard men. Why? Well, it's about relying on each other to survive. We live in peace. Racrac felt that the peaceful coexistence that Owen just mentioned was completely illogical. After pressing for more information, he finally learned what that concept of peaceful coexistence actually meant. In exchange for the protection of the frogmen, the lizard men could help them in unfavorable situations. For example, the frogmen couldn't stay away from the water for long periods of time, but climbing and foraging were the strengths of the lizard men, so they engaged in a transaction, exchanging food to receive protection from the frog tribe. But we lizard men know how to protect ourselves, so why do we have to depend on others? Racrac still felt that this trade was completely unreasonable, but Owen kept repeating that this forest was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for the protection of Sunan's frog tribe, he wouldn't have survived. It seems this guy surrendered to the frog tribe voluntarily, not because the AI forced him. Seeing that he couldn't change his mind, Racrac stopped bringing it up. Forget that, I had one more question. How does one become a skilled archer? Sunan was still happily enjoying his venison feast with Racrac. This dish had been roasted by Joan with various herbs, so Sunan was thoroughly enjoying it. Seeing the other side so happy because of the good food, Racrac asked Vouver if he had ever eaten water buffalo meat. Sunan's eyes lit up instantly, and he replied that he had indeed eaten it before. It's delicious, but it's been a long time since the frog people caught any more. We just hunted a live water buffalo. Do you want it? How could Sunan refuse such an offer? But the price Racrac wanted in exchange was a quiver of arrows. He immediately wanted to agree, but he was glared at by the frog people behind him. What I mean is, I can't agree to that. Racrac had anticipated this, so he just shrugged. acting disappointed, and didn't push any further. Seeing Racrac look let down, Sunan hurriedly promised that after the two tribes became closer, the two of them could discuss those matters again. Luckily, my tribe doesn't have anyone hostile either. Look, they aren't just close with Owen, they can even talk to your lizard warriors. In my village, the two species are very close. Afterward, Sunan called Owen over to explain the relationship between the two species in the village to Racrac. Owen happily agreed, but Racrac had already seen through the issue in this relationship. Those people were acting as if they were deliberately showing him that the two tribes lived in peace. It was clearly prepared in advance. If Racrac hadn't spoken with Owen earlier and seen through that unnatural attitude, he might have been fooled by Sunan's group. Once the drinking party ended, Sunan and his subordinates left. Before they departed, Racrac cordially expressed his intention to visit Sunan's home himself next time. Sunan was about to agree, but was stopped by the frog person following him. "Oh, it's all right. This place is wide enough to see the whole area." When Sunan left, Racrac could even clearly see how he draped his arm over Owen, and the awkward attitude of that lizard man. Joan saw this too. Both agreed that the relationship between Sunan and Owen was not equal at all. Therefore, the so-called peaceful coexistence certainly did not exist. Sure enough, upon returning to the frog tribe, Owen was brutally beaten by Sunan's gang. The reason was that they had seen him talking privately with Racrac while picking up arrows. "Do you think we don't know what you said to the lizard tribe's chief?" "I didn't tell him anything. He asked me how to become a skilled archer, and I just answered him." "What kind of excuse is that? You can't even shoot a single decent arrow." "That's the truth. But if I told him, it would make him less suspicious. So I pretended that I couldn't tell him, and if he wanted to learn, he would have to pay a corresponding price." "So what did that guy say?" "He said it was a pity that there wasn't anything he could give me, and then he didn't ask anything else." Sunan and the brown-skinned frog person looked at each other with satisfaction. Owen's answer was exactly what they wanted. It turned out Owen hadn't voluntarily submitted to the frog people, but Sunan's family had taken the lizard children in the village hostage to threaten him. He couldn't let them turn into sacrificial offerings, so he had to treat Sunan as his master and follow his orders blindly. That night, Owen sat by the river for a long time, feeling immense regret. He should have seen the true face of the frog people sooner, ever since they opened their arms to welcome the lizard tribe. Despite the racial differences, there were only 200 lizard people left in the village now. They couldn't stand against 1,500 frog people. Furthermore, the frog tribe was protected by a ferocious two-headed monster. Owen thought about Racrac again. Although this chief seemed like a strong warrior, they only had 600 people in their tribe. They didn't even know what a bow and arrow were. So Owen didn't expect any salvation from Racrac's group. Forget it. As long as they are sacrificed first, we might live a little longer. Thinking this, Owen became indifferent toward his own kind. "Wait for me, my son. Father will definitely make those lizard people come here and offer themselves up." A few days later, Racrac really brought a live water buffalo to Sunan's village gate as a gift. Seeing the delicious food, Sunan's eyes lit up. But when he heard that Racrac still wanted to keep the exchange price as a set of bows and arrows, Sunan hesitated. At this moment, Owen spoke up first. He suggested that the two sides should learn more about each other before exchanging weapons, while also inviting Racrac and the elite soldiers to visit the village. "That way, we can present you with a set of bows and arrows. This is a good opportunity to get to know each other. Don't you think so, Chief?" During the time between these two meetings, both Racrac and the frog tribe had their own agendas. Racrac relied on his memory of the bow and arrow to self-manufacture a similar weapon, but after all, it was a replica. Through many trials, he still couldn't achieve the range or accuracy of the Zil merchandise that Sunan possessed. Faced with a situation where the frog tribe wanted to learn more about the lizard tribe, Racrac felt slightly tense. He always felt that the frog tribe wasn't as gentle as they appeared. On the contrary, they seemed to be deliberately plotting something. The problem was that Racrac didn't know much about that tribe, so he was always in a state of tension and high alert. This time, he had to achieve some success. "Have you gathered the herbs yet?" "Yes, there is an apothecary who knows where they grow in abundance." "Good. That guy Owen, I wish he were the key to the problem." Racrac was always plagued by that guy Owen, because he felt Owen knew everything but was constrained by something he couldn't say. If he had Owen's help, everything would certainly be much smoother. Then why don't you give him a chance? On this side, Sunan's group was also becoming impatient. He constantly pressured Owen to lure Racrac's group at all costs, because the live sacrifice ritual needed to speed up. Hearing this, Owen was very stressed, because if he couldn't lure them out, when Owen arrived at the Frogfolk village with the core troops, The one set to be sacrificed was none other than his own son. The reason the ritual was being fast-tracked was because of the chief's illness. The frog chief and the elders were waiting in pain. They were sick? Could it be? That dreaded itching disease? Is it really that dangerous? Sunan didn't intend to reveal this to other tribes, but in his eyes, it wasn't a huge deal. His father was suffering from a severe itching disease. Once infected, not only would the body itch all over, but a white, slimy substance would cover the entire body. No matter how much you tried to scrub it off, it wouldn't disappear. It would only continue to spread. If the slime stayed on the skin for too long, it would cause breathing difficulties and eventually death. Yesterday, a priest died from this very sickness. The more Owen heard, the more tense he became. It was his first time hearing of this disease. Even though Sunan downplayed it, Owen felt it was clearly very serious. The fact that Sunan was telling him this definitely had a purpose. Owen sensed Sunan was testing him. If he showed even a flicker of joy or surprise, Owen knew he wouldn't have a good end. So, he took a deep breath and put on a look of worry and distress. "We can't let the lizard folk find out about this," he said, "because surely some of them will despise the frog folk. It's only natural. But we can't hide it forever. Even if the news gets out, we can find a way to suppress the lizard folk. We could tell them that they are also at risk of catching this disease," Owen suggested to Sunan. He mentioned that certain herbs could mimic the symptoms. One kind creates white foam when crushed, and another causes itching. If you combine both, you can create an effect that looks exactly like the symptoms of that disease. He also promised to act as if he had leaked the information to the Racrac tribe by accident, because after all, Owen was the one who interacted with the frog folk the most. Sunan was very pleased. Owen had always been the most reliable con artist for him. He promised that if Owen could lure the Racrac tribe in, then Owen's children would certainly not be sacrificed. "I'm worried we'll need a lot of sacrifices this time, so you'd better make sure to convince them." "But, Sir Sunan," Owen hesitated for a long moment before daring to continue. "To make this deception go smoothly, I really think you should give them at least a few bows." Although not particularly happy about it, Sunan still prepared some bows for the trade. Owen directed everyone to gather all the anti-itch herbs in the area to exchange for weapons. The amount of herbs was more than enough for the frog folk, so Sunan happily agreed to hand over the bows. The next day, when the two sides met, Racrac made another request: to speak privately with Owen. Sunan, of course, had no reason to refuse. He was currently counting on Owen to lure the Racrac tribe, so letting him talk to Racrac was an opportunity he had been praying for. When only Owen and Racrac were left, this cunning man quickly played his cards. He asked Racrac to talk about himself and his tribe first, and then he would reveal information about the frog folk in exchange. "I hope this helps you put your suspicions to rest, sir." After Owen finished speaking, a butterfly appeared and landed on his head. Owen waved his hand to shoo it away, but Racrac seemed to be deep in thought. "There is a lot of suspicion between us. Let's end that. I will tell you everything about us," Racrac said. After the private conversation, Owen returned with quite a bit of intel, which made Sunan ecstatic. Not only that, Racrac promised to personally lead a few core soldiers to visit the frog village to show their friendship. "Haha, idiots." Sunan laughed wildly. "When they said they'd show me their village, I wondered if it was a trap. But it turns out they're just stupid." The lizard man named Oboy also chimed in. The frog folk had now grasped the exact location and the size of the tribe's village. The Racrac tribe also knew the history and medical background. Previously, spies had reported to Sunan that the Racrac tribe had 600 people, but in reality, after looking into it, there were only about 300 people and 30 warriors. Sunan was very happy with these findings. He asked Owen if he wanted any reward, but all Owen wanted was for Sunan to keep his word and stop using his son as a sacrifice. Even though the sacrifices were ordered by the frog chief, Sunan wasn't exactly a rigid person. He believed his father would be understanding and wouldn't be too harsh on Owen's people anymore. That way, he and his 200 followers could see what benefits they could gain by subjugating the frog folk. "Don't worry, Owen. I will definitely keep my word." "Thank you, Sir Sunan." That evening, Owen went to the riverbank again. Sitting and looking toward the small island in the middle of the river, the place where the children were being held captive, he was filled with faith in a better future, believing the children would be saved. But at that moment, Racrac's face appeared in his mind. Owen's conscience was torn. During their private talk, Racrac had even taught Owen the tribe's own writing, along with countless secrets of their people. "I don't believe what you say about the frog folk," he had said. "The story behind this probably goes much deeper. My tribe and I have been through so much pain. We understand what it's like to be isolated and abandoned. We are just like you. I know what a person in pain looks like." Owen instinctively covered his face with his hand. Racrac had hit the nail on the head. But even so, what of it? Owen didn't believe Racrac, along with his 30 core soldiers and civilians, could defeat the frog folk. For the sake of his son's safety, he still decided to lean toward the side he deemed stronger, even though Racrac's words had shaken him. But in the end, Owen was just a professional con artist. He sat by the river from dusk until midnight before finally standing up. On the sand, there were all sorts of pictographs that Racrac had just taught him. Perhaps, deep down, Owen had been struggling with his own thoughts. You shouldn't trust someone like me. You really shouldn't. Why would you want to trust a con artist like me? The next morning, Racrac arrived as promised. Sunan went out to greet him early, with a face full of smiles and extreme fakeness. Welcome, my good friend. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. I hope this trade will make the relationship between our two tribes even closer. Racrac immediately apologized to Sunan for them carrying weapons, explaining that he was worried about running into Kokachis on the way. Sunan acted like it was fine, but deep down, he was mocking Racrac as a fool, because, in his eyes, the spear Racrac was holding couldn't possibly stand a chance against a Kokachi. He planned to give Racrac the time of his life. Once he got Racrac drunk, Sunan would finish him off with poisoned arrows. Right, where's Owen? Sunan pointed toward the distance. Owen was busy writing something on the ground. Racrac took a few steps closer to greet him, but was incredibly surprised to see Owen writing the exact same characters he had seen just a few days ago. You've arrived, Racrac? Where I'm writing is exactly where you're sitting. The issue was that the characters Owen was writing meant fake, or lie. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it took Racrac only 2 seconds to make his move. He put on his water-worn skull mask, his gaze suddenly turning razor-sharp. Zil started moving. It was clear that Zil was one of the strongest, broadest-shouldered warriors in the tribe. Racrac saw that after that signal, the spear in his hand. With a whistling sound, he launched it, striking the throat of a frogman right opposite them. The group of frogmen standing nearby were visibly panicked. The Bone Guard unit received orders to wipe out the frogmen. From the village chief down to the bloodthirsty gangs, in just a blink of an eye, the banquet turned into a bloody battlefield. After only a short while, almost all the frogman soldiers had been slaughtered. Those unable to fight had already fled, and Sunan was among them. But Racrac's side wasn't worried about that because they already had a backup plan. So, Owen? Yes, there is something you need to do. Meanwhile, Sunan, along with those who managed to escape, was hiding in a corner. Upon learning that Owen had betrayed him, he was absolutely furious. He immediately ordered the mobilization of every warrior in the village to attack Racrac's tribe. They also captured all the lizard men living in the village, waiting for the warriors to arrive. While waiting for reinforcements, Sunan ordered his soldiers to fire arrows at Racrac. All these arrows were coated in frog poison. Just a single scratch meant certain death. Even in agony, Racrac had anticipated this. Therefore, the entire Bone Guard unit was equipped with sturdy armor, and those arrows couldn't pierce them at all. That armor left Sunan wide-mouthed with shock. He hadn't thought of any new strategy yet, and could only order his soldiers to keep firing. That way, Racrac's Bone Guard unit wouldn't be able to advance any further. But just then, a cloud of black smoke appeared, temporarily obscuring their vision. Sunan couldn't see the situation on the other side. In this state, the accuracy of the arrows would drop significantly. Sunan was really worried now. He didn't know what to do in this situation, nor did he know where this damn smoke came from. Owen was the architect of this smoke. While the two sides were fighting, he had followed Racrac's orders to burn down the Frogman village. Other lizard men didn't quite understand what Owen's purpose was. The lizard men and I asked him to do this. Trust me, they will defeat the frogmen. The other lizard men weren't so sure because, after all, Owen was a known scammer. But looking at his determined eyes, they slowly started to waver. Given the current situation, even if the frogmen won, they wouldn't spare them anyway. So, they had to take the risk. With that, Owen gained a few more helpers. The pace of the arson accelerated, and the smoke screen grew thicker and thicker. By the time Sunan saw his own village burning with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe Owen had betrayed him. But for now, survival was the priority. Sunan ordered his soldiers to retreat. If he, the successor to the chief position, were in danger, the future of this entire tribe would be over. Elsewhere, Sunan's close warrior, Oboy, was also planning a counterattack. He calculated that there were 45 elite soldiers left. That number still gave them an advantage compared to the lizard men. Oboy ordered his soldiers to coat all their arrows with frog poison. Then they stood ready for combat. Not long after, a rustling sound echoed from the nearby bushes. Oboy was as tense as a guitar string. He had a bad feeling. It was just like the time he had to fight that damn Kokachi bird. As the bushes were parted, they weren't sure who the opponent was, but Oh Boy ordered them to fire immediately. A screen of arrows rained down, but when they clearly saw what was in front of them, the entire group of frogman soldiers froze solid. It was Manun, the monster that had been tamed by Racrac. After coming here, it seemed that due to adapting to the climate, Manun had grown much faster. Those poisoned arrows couldn't even touch its body. It even caught them in its mouth. This little monster was always this gluttonous. Seeing the frogmen, it let out an excited roar. Clearly, this was a feast fit for a king. Oh Boy was extremely terrified now that the poisoned arrows were ineffective. His head was spinning. He couldn't think of anything. He wanted to shoot Manun in the eye, but saw that it wasn't very feasible. Manun's speed was too fast. Hitting it was impossible, and its strength far surpassed even the Kokachis. Just then, Oh Boy suddenly thought of a scheme. He rummaged through his pouch and threw a poison frog at Manun. Manun immediately snapped it up. The soldiers immediately got the hint and pulled out all the poison frogs they had, throwing them wildly. They thought Manun would be poisoned. But unfortunately for them, this action caught Joan's eye, making her find it incredibly ridiculous. Naturally, Manun wasn't an ordinary monster. Its greatest ability was its poison resistance. In another development, Racrac's Bone Guard unit was still fighting passionately. Sunan had fled deep into the village, so their sweep of the frogmen was even faster. Not long after, Zil had finished off the last one. Racrac looked toward the distance where the village was burning fiercely. He felt something was extremely strange. The situation had become this tense, yet Olroy, the great chief of the frogmen, still hadn't appeared. Huh, Nebula? At this moment, high above, Nebula let out a satisfied laugh. It's because of me, isn't it? The root cause of the itching disease in the frogman tribe was given to you by me. It was a virus called Aseo 02371. It's specific to the mucous membranes of amphibians. It has a slow onset, is highly contagious, and is fatal over time. Racrac decided to leave the old sanctuary. Nebula had painstakingly tracked down this virus and unleashed it upon the frogfolk. Because the disease had a long incubation period, they didn't realize it at first. A while later, the great chief Olroy fell ill. Just a short time before Racrac arrived, he decided to offer their tribal protector, a two-headed monster, many lizard folk as human sacrifices. But what good would that even do? Nebula scoffed to himself. The illness wouldn't just vanish because of that. Olroy hadn't appeared yet because he was busy on a small island in the middle of the river, initiating the sacrificial ritual. After setting the fire, Owen frantically rushed to find Racrac. He couldn't just sit still anymore. The lives of the children, including his own son, were at stake. You should have told me sooner. They've already boarded the boats. I can't get to the island anymore. Owen felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He suggested that Racrac could swim out there, but that would be far too dangerous in the water. The lizard folk's strength couldn't compare to the frogs. Plus, while swimming, they'd be defenseless against the frog tribe's poison arrows. But Owen fell into a deep pit of despair. Tears streamed down his face like a waterfall. My son is out there. The boy has been chosen as a sacrifice. Racrac was absolutely furious. He couldn't control his emotions and immediately slapped Owen across the face. You idiot! You should have told me sooner. Why didn't you trust me earlier? Why wait until the very end to reveal the sacrifice plan? I don't believe in the gods those frogs worship. I only believe that we can defeat them with our own strength. If that god shows up and attacks, I'll show you how to defeat a god. Owen covered his face, sobbing uncontrollably. He probably regretted his hesitation. Owen really should have told him everything from the start, but it was too late. Under the sacrificial ritual, that two-headed monster had already appeared. Olroy was offering the lizard children up, hoping that their god would cure his illness and punish Racrac's lizard tribe. Owen sat by the riverbank, staring toward the island. His mood had hit rock bottom. Despair instantly consumed his entire mind. Racrac and Joan also looked in that direction, his heart beginning to waver. Racrac wanted to try one more time, even though they lacked the advantage of terrain this time. Tricks were useless now, and there would likely be sacrifices. But just then, Nebula's butterfly appeared. Owen, came Racrac's voice. Owen just managed a faint response, still drowning in sorrow. Look, when he lifted his eyes, he suddenly saw a miracle. Under the silvery moonlight, a giant creature, shaped like a mantis, appeared. Racrac's tone was now filled with vigor, a far cry from the anxiety he showed moments ago. Owen, do you believe in miracles? That Olroy fellow was getting excited to the point of madness, seeing the two-headed monster they called a god descend. The children held as sacrifices were trembling violently, knowing they were about to become fresh meat in the monster's mouth. But today, the monster had a very strange expression. It kept glancing around, making Sunan incredibly confused, because usually, this thing was always starving and would devour offerings the moment they appeared. He looked in the direction the two-headed monster was staring, and his face turned pale. Over there, a mantis of overwhelming size was staring right at them. Sunan's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? What kind of situation is this? His father, the great leader Olroy, was also scared out of his wits. The frog folk quickly fell into a panic. Oh my god, it's another god from above. Nebula seemed very pleased with the god he had just created. Once finished, it looked exactly like a praying mantis. This was the spirit beast he had created at this point in the game. Perhaps very few people had created a spirit beast faster than him. This made Nebula feel a bit arrogant. Back to the frog tribe. The two-headed monster saw the mantis god, and knew right away it couldn't win. It wanted to run, but was caught before it could even move. The monster's screech startled the frog folk back to reality. They fled in total chaos. Sunan hurriedly supported his father, preventing him from being crushed to death by the mantis's sharp legs. Olroy couldn't believe his eyes. The god he had worshipped for so long was now getting absolutely bodied. At this rate, it wouldn't last much longer. The mantis god squeezed the monster's head in its claws, then turned to look at the father and son of Olroy with a look of utter contempt. In the air, a faint voice suddenly echoed. A water snake? And you're worshipped as a god? You need to realize how insignificant you really are. I shall offer you to my creator. I will help you atone for your sins. The mantis's leg pierced deep into the snake's body, then tore it into two pieces. The scene was truly too gruesome to look at. Your ignorance is a sin. You need to pay for your crimes with blood and flesh. The two-headed monster, the god the frog tribe had always been proud of, was officially gone. The mantis god, under the moonlight, looked even more proud. From the attribute panels of both sides, one could see the clear disparity in strength. So, the fact that the serpent couldn't even withstand a single blow was understandable. Racrac's tribe witnessed the whole scene and began to cheer wildly with joy. Owen covered his face, tears streaming down from being moved. So, his son had been saved. Nebula, from high above, silently assessed the situation. After that, level 4 serpent perished. He received its demon spirit essence. Objectively speaking, that monster looked strong, but if he were to add it to his collection of spirit beasts, Nebula wasn't really impressed. Besides that, he also obtained an unidentified fragment. After opening it, Nebula received a small fragment of seawater. He let out an "oh." So, this was the reason why the two-headed snake's performance was inferior to its actual power. The lake water had purified some of its demonic energy. It was a water-based creature with a decent water source, but Nebula didn't need it right now. He temporarily cast it aside, waiting for a day to use it when needed. Sunan had by now moved Olroy onto a small boat. His father was still in shock from the death of the two-headed god. Only now did Sunan realize a sad truth. His father hadn't grown weak because of that illness, but rather because of that two-headed monster. It had brainwashed Olroy and made him do everything it wanted. Oh, Creator, your will has been carried out. Once its mission was complete, the mantis god became as obedient as a lamb. It turned to report to Nebula. Well done. You may rest until next time. Nebula nodded, and the mantis god slowly vanished. He let out a sigh of relief. Everything was quiet now. Next, he had to consider Racrac's attitude. Would he just let things be? Of course not. Racrac saw the remnants of the frogmen, heading toward the village above by boat. That monster was finished, and the lizard men were no longer under threat, so he led his army to swim across. Today, we must achieve a total victory. Is there anyone willing to lead the way to the frogmen's upper village? Owen volunteered to do it. After all, he had to get to that island to see his son again. Furthermore, the lizard men who had been oppressed by the frogmen for so long now wanted to help Racrac. However, he didn't rate these people highly because they weren't warriors. You can't fight with those frail bodies. I used to be a warrior too, and you don't have to be a warrior to kill a frogman. Those lizard men were incredibly determined. They still wanted to help wipe out that frogmen tribe. Racrac's fighting spirit had ignited a fire of passion in their hearts, and they all wanted to end their slavery with their own hands. Are you angry? Racrac asked. The lizard man leading the group immediately burst into tears. Exactly. I am furious. This rage comes from losing our companions, our children, and our grandchildren. We need to take revenge. Fine. Racrac took a deep breath. You have the right to be angry. Everyone eager for revenge, follow me. While swimming to that island, Racrac suddenly remembered his conversation with Sunan not long ago. Back then, that frogman was teaching Racrac how to shoot a bow. He also promised that if the two tribes successfully built a friendly relationship, He would teach Racrac how to craft bows and arrows. The materials were simple, and the lizard men could easily gather them. He didn't know why, but thinking about this made Racrac feel slightly uncomfortable. Now, the only way to find out was to hear it from Sunan himself. They swam to the other shore. Owen rushed forward to hug his son. Seeing this, Racrac's heart softened. He immediately ordered Zil to let those who were exhausted get on the boats to rest. Zil was also tasked with going with them to bring those brown-scaled lizard men back to the village as a distraction. Racrac was very confident in this victory. The frogmen's numbers had been severely depleted, and he believed he had been blessed by the gods again. His tribe of black-scaled lizard men would put an end to those evil frogmen. Racrac's army quickly attacked the frogmen's upper village. The sheer number and ferocity of the lizard men warriors caught the enemy off guard. Olroy, once a great leader, was now powerless. He watched Racrac's elite troops sweeping through his people and had no choice but to pray, forgetting that his own god had already been taken out. "Oh, two-headed god, please accept this sacrifice and save me." Racrac stabbed him with a spear. "Shut your mouth! Your god doesn't exist anymore!" Blood flowed everywhere. Racrac had ended the life of the one honored as the great leader of the frogmen. The purge continued, and all of Racrac's elite troops were hunting for Sunan. "Sunan has vanished. Find him." Sunan was currently huddled in a corner, holding a bow and shaking like a leaf. He felt completely hopeless. Clearly, the Frogmen Legion was larger and had powerful venomous weapons, yet now they were like fish on a cutting board. Olroy was no longer able to command the troops, and since the black-scaled lizard men were resistant to poison, his weapons were useless. Sunan peeked outside to observe, and accidentally discovered that Racrac had disappeared from sight. Where did he go? Sunan didn't know that. Racrac, like a phantom, had silently approached him from behind. "So, there you are." Sunan was startled and fell backward. Racrac's face showed clear contempt, because a true warrior would never be cowardly enough to hide like Sunan was doing right now. Racrac demanded that Sunan pick up a weapon so he could die honorably as a warrior, but Sunan didn't want to die. He pleaded, begging Racrac to let him live. "Racrac, what about our friendship? I didn't make things difficult for you, did I?" Racrac felt like he had just heard the most ridiculous story in the world. Sunan realized that trying to negotiate with emotions wasn't working. He then offered to trade his life for a secret, the method to craft bows and arrows. The reason Racrac's attempts to replicate them never reached peak effectiveness was because they were missing a special material. Sunan revealed it was the spinal tendon of a human. Racrac's eyes turned dark. "Tell me, whose spinal tendon is it?" "A lizard man's," Sunan blurted out. Afterward, he was horrified by his own words. "I'm done for." Saying that is basically asking for death. Sunan hung his head. He knew his life was over. "Yeah, I understand." Racrac's gaze grew even colder. "There is no grudge between us. I have already won a total victory. I will accept your offer. Go, Sunan." Sunan was stunned and bewildered for a few seconds. Then he ran off for his life. But, of course, Racrac didn't actually intend to spare him. It was just that Racrac needed a moving target to test his archery skills. Sunan's fate was to become a target for Racrac's practice. He was tied to a large tree and shot until he breathed his last. Racrac's marksmanship grew more perfect with every shot, but he had replaced the bowstring with a new material. It was true that without human tendons, the power of the bow was significantly reduced. Even so, Racrac could not bring himself to use inhumane methods like the frogmen did. However, Owen had found for him the best substitute material in the forest. And it was because of that Racrac realized it was time to move his tribe somewhere else. Winter was coming. This was the time for the water buffalo to forage. They would move to warmer places. "By the way, Owen, are you going hunting today too?" "Yes. We've finished off those wandering frogmen. The materials for bow making should last us for another ways on or so." Owen recalled that time when he and his kin followed Racrac to take down Sunan. Just like that, a tribe that was once incredibly powerful had withered away. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he and his kind had managed to escape the frogmen's oppression. Just then, Owen remembered something. Earlier, Racrac had dealt Olroy a fatal blow, but his body had vanished afterward. Owen had assumed Racrac stayed in this forest to search for him. "Olroy? I've got no interest in him." Racrac shrugged. If Roy were still alive, his body would be just as rotted as Sunan's was. And he'd just be sitting on someone's head, just like that skeleton sitting on yours right now. "Probably," Owen chuckled. While Racrac and Owen were busy chatting, Joan approached from behind. She spotted a young child timidly hiding behind a tree. As Joan moved closer, The kid got so startled they dropped what they were holding, a wooden carving of the mantis god. Racrac was drawn to the intricate toy. "This thing is really beautiful." The child beamed with pride when complimented. This was something they had spent all night carving to give to Racrac, just as Owen had suggested. Recently, the village kids had been making handicrafts and trading them, feeling a deep sense of gratitude toward the guardian god who had saved their lives. To encourage the kids, Racrac generously offered to buy those handicrafts, saying he'd pay whatever price they wanted. He and Owen continued their conversation from earlier. As it turns out, Owen had discovered something strange inside the cave where the frogmen had been hiding. He led Racrac, Joan, and a few bone soldiers there to see it with his own eyes. When they stepped inside, Racrac was truly taken aback. Within the raw, stony cave, there existed a massive slab of stone, carved with incredibly sophisticated patterns. He thought the engravings on it looked quite similar to the patterns on the backs of insects. Nebula, seeing it for the first time too, figured it was an ancient ruin in this world. Quite a few ancient ruins existed, some containing versatile items, or in some cases, one could even obtain demon equipment. But given the current progress, the civilization Nebula had created was still very primitive. Even if they knew what was in there, it wouldn't be of much use. Wonder ruins could create or alter special resources or bestow mysterious blessings. Everything was locked in a fixed location. Nebula didn't think they were of much value to a nomad like Racrac, as the chance of a unique holy artifact appearing was very low. He really hoped this wasn't the ruins of a demon castle, but in this world, the things you fear most are the easiest to happen. Right now, Racrac was using his strength to rotate the stone slab. It slowly opened, bringing with it light and a strange aura. They seemed to hear a vague sound. Visitors have arrived. Oh, strange guests. Welcome to the demon realm. Beneath that massive stone slab was a stone staircase, leading deep underground. Racrac and the others headed down, but they walked forever without seeing the end. Racrac grew so impatient, he just wanted to jump straight down to save time. Suddenly, he spotted countless flickering eyes in the darkness. Getting closer, they realized it was a swarm of rats. "Why are those sewer rats making so much noise?" "Those are beaver rats, sir. I'm sure you've tried eating them a few times." Joan seriously corrected Racrac's knowledge. He looked closer, and sure enough, they were beaver rats, but these ones looked much larger than the average size, which was why Racrac thought they were sewer rats. Moreover, this species didn't usually travel in packs like this. Their aggressive attitude made Racrac feel very strange. This was also Owen's first time seeing such a bizarre occurrence. Racrac suspected the rats were the ones guarding this place. He immediately ordered the bone soldiers to take up their weapons and prepare for battle. The moment he finished speaking, the rats shrieked and charged at them. The bone soldiers didn't have much trouble suppressing the swarm, but Racrac still had to emphasize again that this pack was unusually aggressive. "Can we eat them, sir?" Zil was always hungry, and seeing fresh meat right in front of him, he didn't want to waste it. Seeing that, Racrac ordered the men to gut the rats before bringing them along. Joan, seeing that, had an idea. She wanted to farm rats just like they farmed water buffalo. But Owen offered a different opinion. Instead of raising rats, they could farm fish. Don't fish just appear and then swim away? How can you farm them? Owen didn't think the black-scaled lizard tribe's knowledge was still that primitive. He explained that fish also reproduce and lay eggs. The frogmen used to know that too. So they forbade fishing during the breeding season. Owen added that if they wanted to farm fish, Racrac could order them to build a dam and trap the fish while they were still small. Racrac was still considering this when someone let out a yelp. "This rat. It's still alive. It bit me," he cried out, clutching his hand in great pain. Racrac thought the guy had been bitten by a rat, but that wasn't it. The lizard man had been intending to pick up the rat and gut it, but the moment he touched it, his entire arm went numb and painful. Racrac was puzzled. He also tried touching the rat. Sure enough, a sensation of pain and numbness immediately shot up his arm. Joan panicked and rushed over. Racrac could only grit his teeth and say he was fine. Nebula, through the stats board, clearly saw the attributes of this rat species. They were demon beaver rats, capable of discharging electricity at opponents upon contact. So it was true. This place was indeed the ruins of a demon castle. The electrical attribute of these rats was quite good, but the question was whether Racrac could harness it. If Racrac could make it through this ancient ruin to the very end, there was a high probability he would obtain magical power. Gaining the ability to use magic wouldn't make him a sorcerer immediately, but magical attributes would strengthen through each generation, and they could help Racrac cultivate genuine sorcerers in the future. However, there was also an issue posed here in the Seven Tribes world. Holy power and demonic power have always been at odds. According to the game's lore, demonic power originated from an ancient devil, not a god. High-ranking priests and mages can manifest immense power for themselves without relying on any deities. The more they believe, the more significantly that power grows. However, having such strong magic at the start of the game introduces too many variables. Consequently, there are still many limitations to this immense power. As the true nature of these demonic ruins gradually reveals itself, many will inevitably be tempted by them, just like Racrac's situation right now. He hears a strange voice. That uninvited guest asks, "Do you desire that power? If you want it, I shall grant it to you." Aside from Racrac, no one else heard that sound. Joan, meanwhile, is extremely worried about his arm. She suggests they return to the village, and once Racrac is truly stable, they can come back here. Even if one is a human or a lizard man, fearing one's wife remains a beautiful cultural trait, so Racrac cannot refuse the suggestion. He orders the skeleton soldiers to check those oversized rats once more, to make sure they are dead before touching them. Racrac stares at the source of the voice, certain that only he can hear it. "What are you?" he thinks to himself, never expecting that the thing could sense his thoughts. "I am the guardian spirit of this place. Only those who possess great power can see me." "What do you mean by power?" Because he can communicate with the spirit through his thoughts, Racrac feels that it is a very dangerous existence. Nebula confirms that it is a demonic spirit. He is hesitant about whether he should warn Rac or not, but when he opens Racrac's attribute panel, Nebula is quite surprised. For some reason, among Rac's stats, there is a new parameter called scheming. Could this be an ability unlocked when Racrac dealt with Sunan's tricks? This is quite interesting. Nebula decides not to interfere yet, and continues to observe. At this moment, the spirit continues. "The power I am talking about is Thunderbolt. It burns living creatures with searing red flames and has the ability to glow like the sun. I can grant you that power, but naturally, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." The spirit puts forward several accompanying conditions. What it wants is Racrac's power. Racrac feels this deal isn't very tasty. The spirit seems too cunning and is hiding something. His attitude becomes more determined than ever. "Listen, if you want to make a deal with me, speak clearly from the start. If you want something from me, behave accordingly. If you deliberately hide anything, don't expect to get anything out of this conversation." Racrac's seriousness creates an invisible pressure, making the spirit feel a bit afraid. Over here, Joan and the skeleton soldiers are ready to return to the village, but Racrac tries to linger a bit longer. The spirit, seeing this, speaks up in a hurry. It has been sealed in these ruins for a long time and cannot leave. What it needs is to use Racrac's power to defeat the guardian deity that protects the seal and set it free. "When that happens, I will grant you that special ability." "You mean that numbing and glowing ability those monster rats had?" "Exactly, that is my special ability, Thunderbolt. Just as you said, it can emit light, but the more you use it, the stronger the electric charge becomes. It can even create a storm." The spirit arrogantly boasts that this ability can even compete with a god. It also enthusiastically pitches the product, adding that its special ability is very universal. Not only can Racrac carry the electric charge, but anyone in the tribe can use it too. Now, suppose Racrac wanted to monopolize that ability, he could perform a ritual. This leaves Racrac very surprised. After all, why would someone possessing such a wonderful ability be trapped here? "Because I am too strong." The spirit screams in rage. "Don't all dangerous things get wrapped up and locked away? I couldn't deal with it or dodge it, so I got stuck in this godforsaken place." Racrac immediately notices the anomaly in that statement. The spirit claims to be dangerous, and if it is dangerous enough to be sealed away, that special ability must not be easy to handle either. Perhaps when using it, the side effects are stronger than the benefits. "Stop lying and trying to deceive me. I just need to turn back and destroy the cave entrance, then no one will find these ruins again, and you will be done for." The spirit begins to panic. Seeing Racrac preparing to leave, it starts scrambling to hold him back. It is forced to tell Racrac the whole story of the past. Long ago, this spirit was one of the rulers of the world. It was born as a descendant of an ancient, long-forgotten devil. Forgotten so long that even it and the gods no longer remembered their origins. As for the special abilities of the mysterious mutant people, because the origin was unknown, the spirit back then thought those abilities belonged to it. But in reality, those abilities were granted randomly. Unlike the power of gods, which only those chosen by the gods can use, eventually, Racrac understands. Because those who randomly possess these abilities become increasingly powerful over time, they eventually choose to turn their backs on the gods. Racrac does not want to walk down that path, But that ability is truly extremely attractive. Moreover, it is useful on the battlefield. He honestly does not want to pass up this opportunity. And so, Racrac thinks of a very naive condition. He wants that evil spirit to submit to his god. The spirit, upon hearing this, finds it ridiculous. It is an evil spirit. Its age is perhaps even greater than the god Racrac is worshipping. Furthermore, the gods always despise evil spirits. Making it become a loyal believer of a god is truly unthinkable. Don't impose your standards on my god. My god, even though nameless, seems very generous, and you are quite kind, so maybe he will accept you. The spirit falls silent, perhaps struggling with its thoughts. A moment later, it reveals the truth. That is, in reality, it is not trapped in these ruins at all. It is the one governing this place. Those beaver rats were merely a test to see if Racrac had enough qualifications and power to make a deal with it. The spirit agrees to Racrac's condition. If his god accepts it, then that thunderbolt ability will belong to him. On Nebula's screen, a new notification immediately appears. A demonic soul wants to submit to you. If you accept, you will gain the lightning demon ability. Do you accept, Nebula? Obviously, he clicks yes. By absorbing the evil spirit and merging its special power with holy energy, he manages to overcome the penalty while gaining demonic abilities. This time, Racrac did a great job. His thinking was naive, but his actions were decisive. This time, he exceeded, even Nebula's expectations. In the blink of an eye, 9 more years have passed in the game world. The story of how the nameless god armor insect bestowed special powers upon Racrac became a legend. Now, people know that god by a new name. The blue god insect, a combination of the god armor insect and the blue color of lightning. And the story of the black-scaled lizard tribe, chosen by the god, has also gone down in history. Today, before the altar of the god armor insect, there is a chance meeting between a traveler named Ui and a mysterious cloaked figure. The two exchanged thoughts on their faiths, but the conversation was cut short when the cloaked person noticed the visit of some uninvited guests. They are gnolls. Ui squints, staring intensely at those uninvited guests. I want to ask you this, the traveler, Ui says. Do they look like hunters to you? Ui assesses the opponents for a moment. This group of beastmen has no defensive posture, not alert to their surroundings, and the weapons in their hands are primitive. I still think they look more like stray gnolls. Makes sense? I think so too. A quick update for you all. Gnolls are a mythical race, a hybrid between humans and hyenas. They are carnivores, known for their savage culture and aggressive nature. A strong gust of wind blows off the mysterious person's hood. He is actually a lizard man, and his face looks very familiar too. In his hand is an incredibly exquisite bow, and most importantly, the arrow knocked on the bow carries deadly lightning. Well then, we should just shatter their souls, right? The lead gnoll has keen intuition. Just sensing the danger, it immediately backs up 2 steps. Sure enough, right after that, an arrow flies down from above, thwacking into the ground. Careful, enemies attacking. The pack leader hurriedly signals to its kind, but it is already too late. From that arrow, a high-voltage current discharges, electrocuting the group of gnolls into a state of numbness. Several gnolls still realize that the attackers are the lizard men, and they quickly take to their heels. At this moment, the lizard man leisurely turns to finish introducing himself to Ui. He thought it was an acquaintance, and it turns out to be a real one. He is Owen, but Owen of 9. Years later has become such an important figure that as soon as he heard the name, Ui recognized him immediately. It's been a long time since I've shown my power. Let's take a break and talk. Owen sits down nearby and takes out a pipe to light it. Ui recognizes this item. It is a ceremonial tool that the black-scaled lizard tribe uses after using their power. Although he has countless questions for the high-ranking figure sitting before him, because compared to 9 years ago, the story of the lizardmen tribe has had many ups and downs. Owen has become a wanderer without a tribe. He chose to leave the tribe, Racrac, because he felt filled with guilt. The time he betrayed his kin when he was still with the frog tribe always weighed heavily on Owen's shoulders, so he chose to leave. And his use of storytelling to spread the name of the blue god insect, along with Chieftain Racrac, became Owen's way of atoning. Even if you didn't do that, any AI out in the wild wouldn't know about the black-scaled lizard tribe anyway. Ui thinks to himself, because now the tribe has a great reputation, and Racrac is even more famous for being both a priest and an excellent leader. Through their talk, Owen learns that Ui is also a wanderer like him. He comes from Automaton, a small city located quite far from here. And Ui is on a missionary journey for his lord in Automaton. He is also on his way to visit Racrac's tribe. I didn't know you were a guest. If you're a guest, we must welcome you properly. Owen raises his hand to his mouth and whistles a long note. From afar, a large creature tears through the earth toward them. Uwe is amazed, thinking he is seeing a legendary Kokachis. But Owen says, "No. To be precise, the creature in front of us is a Koka. It's a hybrid between a Kokachis and a chicken. Now, the lizard men use them as mounts. Owen climbs on first and signals for Uwe to sit behind him. Anyway, it's been a long time. I was planning to go back to visit Rac and everyone anyway. I'll take you there, but you'll have to listen to the story I tell along the way." "Sure. Are you planning to tell the story of the blue god insect? Or Chieftain Racrac?" "Ha ha ha. Both." That night, Racrac was leading a large legion on a campaign. Zil suddenly brought bad news. It was that the star-reading elder just said he was approaching his end, and if not now, he probably wouldn't have the chance to talk to the chieftain again. Racrac, hearing this, immediately turns back without a second thought, while ordering the campaign to stop. "What's going on, Racrac?" Joan anxiously steps forward. Racrac recounts what Zil just told him. The star-reading elder is a very good diviner, so he also orders Joan to prepare for the funeral soon. "Understood." Joan sighs. It's going to be a sad night. Racrac enters the tent where the star-reading elder is lying motionless. He doesn't have much time left. Seeing Racrac, he gently opens his eyes and begins to remember the days gone by. Throughout his life, this elder did countless things. He traveled through many lands and learned many things. Even though he lost an arm, was ostracized, and became a wanderer, he met Racrac. Because of that fate, he gained a position in the tribe, and what made him happiest was being able to teach everyone how to observe the sky. Even so, if you are a lizard man, there will come a day when you feel extremely tired and exhausted. There is only one way to cure this illness, and that is to enter eternal sleep. Racrac bows his head by the sickbed. The star-reading elder, using his last bit of strength, wants to ask him one question, and that question, he believes only Racrac is worthy of answering, because he is the priest closest to the god, the first and only one, so far to have been, by the god. "Racrac, if we die, what happens to us?" The elder didn't know where the soul goes after death. How long does that so-called eternal sleep last? And if you don't sleep, do you still have nightmares? Of course, Racrac couldn't answer that, because he hadn't died yet. The god of the blue swarm saved us when we were lost, so I believe that when we die, he will guide us too. Do you think this faith goes against the god's will? No, you're right. The god of the armored swarm always shows the way when we are lost. So after we pass, he will surely guide us as well. Racrac began to imagine the place where the astrologer would end up. After that final breath, there would be a vast field, enough to run and play to one's heart's content. Each step would feel as light as air, and his tail would brush against the lush green grass. The weather would be pleasant, with occasional clouds and showers. Plus, there would be a great river, too. The astrologer elder was very weak now. He only hoped for a home to return to. He had traveled so much in this life. He only hoped that after passing, he would forever stay in a sturdy house, sheltered through the 4 seasons, bringing peace to his heart. Racrac looked up through the smoke vent. The sky was filled with twinkling stars. He believed that after moving on to the world beyond, the elder would still be able to gaze at the stars. The god of the armored swarm would leave stars in the sky to guide everyone. Just then, a familiar blue butterfly appeared and landed on Racrac's hand. Moved, he brought the butterfly before the astrologer elder. But clearly, the elder couldn't see it. There was only pitch-black darkness before him. "I brought you a gift." The butterfly left Racrac's hand. It fluttered before the astrologer. His soul escaped and inhabited the butterfly's body. The astrologer elder had passed away, but the butterfly, carrying his soul, returned to Nebula. This time, the system sent a new notification. The game's progress has met the conditions to create an afterlife. The level of faith resources Nebula currently possesses is enough to create a complete death. Although this concept is still vague, people have begun to imagine what they will experience after death, and an afterlife is one of those things. This is also an important factor in the game, 7 Lost Worlds. Just by incorporating a well-crafted afterlife worldview, the chances of winning will increase significantly. The wicked will face punishment, while the good will go to heaven. This is a message promoting morality and ethics. In general, this so-called afterlife will be very useful by the end of the game. Nebula wasn't in a rush. So many things had only just begun. He opened his inventory. Inside were countless other butterflies. Nebula took them all out. Along with the butterfly carrying the elder's soul, Nebula released them into a lush green field. The butterflies gently touched the ground and took the form of the astrologer elder in his youth. The wind blew, making him feel a tickle. When he opened his eyes, the astrologer elder was both surprised and joyful. He realized he had returned to the exact place Racrac had described, though sadly, there were no stars and no houses. There was only a vast, endless field under the blue sky. So this was the place. After taking one's final breath, people return here. Meanwhile, in reality, Racrac and his tribe were drowning in a sense of grief. They cremated the astrologer elder's body, never knowing that he had now reached a wonderful place. After satisfyingly gazing at the sky and breathing in the air of this new life, the elder looked around. He discovered that besides himself, there were many other lizard people, but none of them were waking up. These were all the departed, and it would be rude to wake them. Then, the elder saw a very familiar child. It was the kid who had learned math from him, and he was also a warrior. He had passed away during a goblin army attack. The goblin tribe had united to raid a place where only children and the elderly lived. They were terrified because reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. That time, the astrologer elder thought everything was over, but at the most critical moment, that kid had grabbed a spear and bravely charged forward. The last thing he said was, "Sacrifice one to save two." The astrologer couldn't stop the boy. He only saw him rush like a bolt toward the bloodthirsty goblins. The tribal chief remembered Racrac was very angry back then. He wasn't angry that the child had disobeyed him. He was just angry because he had sacrificed himself. The saying, "Sacrifice one to save two," suddenly became a phrase every lizard person knew. From then on, the story of the kid standing up to protect the elderly and the young before reinforcements arrived inspired countless people. Afterward, even the laziest kids in the tribe started learning to count. This very child had helped many others begin their path of learning. The astrologer elder sat down next to the child. Tears welled up unconsciously. "Now, we've met again. I'm truly very happy." He looked around the meadow again. Besides him and those who were sleeping, it seemed there was no one else. Did the god not appear here? The astrologer thought to himself. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a tail wagging behind a nearby tree. "Who's there?" The elder scrambled to follow the mysterious figure, eventually stopping in front of a beautiful structure. It was a house. The astrologer's eyes welled up with tears. It was truly a house made of stone, incredibly sturdy. The astrologer stepped onto the porch. If the god was here, he wanted to ask him many things, like why he chose them. Was it because the lizard people were a superior race compared to others? Or was it because the god was kind? Or just because the lizard people were more useful? Perhaps those questions would never be answered. Racrac had once said that being chosen by the god was just a coincidence, but the elder thought that must have been his best choice at the time. Meanwhile, the astrologer walked through the long, hollow hallway. The sight before him left him stunned, a room with a transparent dome. Looking up, he could see a sky full of stars. In the middle of the room stood a tall stone pedestal. On it lay a strange object the elder had never seen before. He slowly stepped onto the platform, then carefully examined that strange machine. It was a telescope, but in that era, naturally, the elder didn't have enough knowledge to understand it. After taking a peek through the lens, he realized the star was magnified 100 million times. Good heavens! Is this the true form of the stars? The astrologer was utterly astonished. He began fumbling with the telescope, and the true forms of countless stars came into view. The elder was both fascinated and deeply moved. So, his entire life, everything he had known was just the surface. If only he could pass this knowledge on to everyone, that would be wonderful, he whispered to himself. The astrologer would never know that. The true deity was watching him from behind. Nebula was incredibly grateful for his presence, as it had helped Racrac immensely, and the game's progress was accelerating thanks to this elder. Nebula knew that the afterlife would also influence the worth of those who believed in divinity. If a warrior reached the afterlife, his tribe could dream of Valhalla. For those who don't know, Valhalla means the Hall of Heroes fallen in battle in ancient Norse culture, and if an immortal creature could reach the afterlife, then their tribe would dream of a peaceful, happy place. So, what would happen if a scholar like this elder reached the afterlife? Surely, they would dedicate themselves entirely to the advancement of science. Nebula left, satisfied, leaving the elder to lose himself in his own world of astronomy. But he knew danger was approaching. With ironworking technology developing ahead of the lizard men, the hyena tribe had started moving. They had tamed saber-toothed tigers as mounts. Their tactics and mobility were highly unusual. So Nebula bet that there had to be a player behind them, pulling the strings. It seemed his face-off with other players was drawing near, and he would certainly need to prepare thoroughly before war broke out with them. Now, within Nebula's civilization, even the afterlife had been established, so he was ready to face the coming wars. The players were gradually expanding their territories. To keep up with that pace, Nebula had to pour in a lot of effort. Currently, there were 3 major insect species under his control. Among them was a group of locusts called swan. They were small but incredibly useful, thanks to their presence everywhere. Nebula could control the pace of other players and win over the hearts of the people. Even the incident with the frogmen earlier was only successful because the beetles spread the virus. As for the lizardmen tribe, things had been going very smoothly lately. The reptilian tribes around this area were now all under Racrac's command. Everything was gradually merging, and Nebula's control over the entire southern peninsula was just a matter of time. The only problem now was how to deal with the players who were behaving badly. Returning to the game world, at this moment, Owen had brought Uwe back. As soon as he arrived, there were people out, and to welcome them. Through their words, Owen learned that the astrologer had passed away. Uwe felt terrible that he had arrived during such a confusing time of mourning, but Owen said it was no problem at all. The Lizardmen tribe didn't consider having strangers attend a funeral as a bad thing. Instead, they even thought it was a good omen, because having one more person to share the sorrow was definitely better. Owen led Uwe to the cremation site. This was the first time he had seen the great chieftain Racrac from the legends. There was one thing that made Uwe find it very strange. Behind that mask, Racrac was crying. A chieftain crying? Is that okay? Don't humans cry when they're sad? Owen asked back, surprised. Humans also cry when they're sad, but their leaders wouldn't cry in front of many people, because they have to maintain their reputation. Uwe believed that if a leader showed weakness in front of many people, the soldiers under their command would think their leader wasn't tough enough to lead. Owen wasn't surprised or angry, just advised Uwe not to say this to other lizardmen, because in their tribe, there was something far more valuable than that thing called reputation. At this moment, Racrac stepped forward to greet Owen. He was also curious about the person standing next to Owen. "Hello, I am Uwe, from the automobile territory." Uwe politely bowed. Owen stood on tiptoe and whispered something into Racrac's ear. Racrac looked at Uwe and gave a deep, meaningful smile, which made him feel a bit uneasy. He took Uwe to his private tent, and they had a small conversation. "You must be tired from the long journey, but unfortunately, we must stay up all night tonight. I hope you understand this is our custom." Uwe naturally didn't mind this. He took a gift out of his bag and said it was specifically for Racrac. "This is a gift from Lord Automobile himself." Racrac opened it to see a salt crystal. This was something the people of the automobile territory were very proud of. "This is the first salt crystal he dedicates to you unconditionally. First means there will be a second and a third, maybe even more. Please, accept it." Racrac gave a profound smile, then used his strength to crush the salt crystal directly in his hand. The stone fragments scattered in front of them, leaving Uwe stunned. Racrac casually dusted his hands and told Uwe to pass the message to his master that he had received the gift. Uwe was still terrified. He couldn't understand what this action of Racrac meant. "No god here, so I guess you wouldn't know, huh? That's just one of our rituals. If you scatter the salt stone fragments on the ground, the gods will be very pleased." Uwe felt like he had just heard the most ridiculous lie in this world, and he also felt that Racrac was not respecting the Lord and the gift he brought. On the other side, Racrac didn't show any restraint either. "I heard the Lord is very rich, but sending someone just to give this salt crystal is a bit wasteful. Next time, I hope you bring more items for trade." Uwe was speechless. It seemed Racrac not only had power, but was also more profound and unpredictable than he had imagined. The communication between the two suddenly stalled. Uwe felt the other party was too aggressive, but not entirely rude. Racrac knew clearly what that salt crystal meant. The automobile territory wanted to use salt as a trade item. With some diplomatic back and forth, the Lizardman tribe and Weasel had finally made their refusal clear. Weasel was speechless for a long moment. It wasn't until Racrac gave him the cold shoulder that he finally spoke up plainly. "I assume you understand my proposal by now, don't you? Then why turn it down? For starters, I don't like accepting offers that have already been rejected by others. I have no interest in picking up someone else's leftovers. If someone else already turned you down once, doesn't that just mean your offer is worthless?" Seeing this, Weasel hurriedly tried to explain that this trade was a proposal specifically tailored for the Lizardman tribe. But Racrac didn't buy that Weasel just happened to run into him by chance, based on the location Weasel had reported earlier. It was easy to guess that Weasel came from the north, while the automaton territory was in the west. And coincidentally, the Sanket tribe, the ear-clipping tribe, was in the north. Racrac had immediately figured out that Weasel had tried to trade the salt rocks in the north first, only to be turned down by the Sanket tribe, and only then did he come here. So, why don't you just be honest with me, huh? Weasel came from Automaton. Automaton is known as an ancient ruin, and the Saturn Castle is the centerpiece of that territory. It's a ruin the likes of which you won't find anywhere else. The Saturn Castle is like a fortress, surrounded by walls, standing 5 meters high. On top of that, there are mud soldiers there, working day and night to restore the ancient city. It really is one of the wonders of the Seven Tribes city. No one knows who built this castle, but these days, many humans and other tribes live together in this territory. Nebula had been quietly scouting this place for quite a while. Aside from the fortified Saturn Castle, the entire Automaton territory was also strategically advantageous. In terms of terrain, the valley where this territory sits is perfectly located right on the path to the 6 territories. It's in an ideal spot, where anyone wanting to reach the 6 territories has to pass through. Plus, there's a salt mine here, which helps with livestock and food sources. Back to Racrac and Weasel. Weasel was speechless now, especially since Racrac had just called him Weasel instead of Uy. I don't believe in free gifts, especially not from someone who deliberately hid his true identity, Lord Weasel. So, I can't accept it. Weasel remained silent, not denying it when Racrac exposed him. The Lizardman leader was even smarter than he had imagined. As for how he reached that conclusion, Racrac had thought about it quite a bit. Weasel introduced himself as Uy. There wasn't much difference between the names when spoken. It was clear he was intentionally revealing information to test how much the Lizardmen knew about the Automaton territory. Even within the city of Automaton, only a few people knew his name or his face. They said only a handful of people from the 4 great families loyal to the Lord knew that. And those who shared the same bloodline as the Lord all had the character we in their names. Racrac also knew the Lord had 2 sons and 3 daughters, but they were all still young, and looking at the wrinkles on Weasel's hands, he was definitely not the Lord's children. That was why I was able to discover your real name, Master of Automaton, Lord Weasel. At this point, Weasel could no longer hide his identity. He took off his hood and sat back down. Regardless, Racrac's deductive skills left him truly astonished. But no matter who he was, his goal in coming here remained unchanged. I really am giving you that salt, but the price to pay is too high. Racrac had even guessed what was being traded for this salt source. Even the greedy tribal chief of the Sanket tribe had refused, so it definitely wasn't any ordinary item. Racrac assumed Weasel wanted the Lizardmen to protect Automaton once they accepted the salt. If his territory were attacked, then Racrac would have to panic over the safety of the salt mine. Even if the war was started by Weasel himself, the Lizardmen would still have to be there to protect that territory. It's called a trade, Racrac. Why turn it down when you'd be the one benefiting? I'm sure you've heard that answer from someone else already. Racrac added wood to the furnace, then broke into a very confident smile. Why shouldn't I just take Automaton for myself? If I kick the humans out, wouldn't the salt mine and the entire Automaton territory become ours? Weasel was stunned. Indeed, the hyena tribal chief had said the same thing. After the shock, he began to worry. Weasel feared that Racrac would send troops to attack his territory, but he hadn't planned that far ahead yet. Currently, Racrac was just weighing which option would be best for both sides. But if diplomacy failed, then invading the Automaton territory would be the best plan for the Lizardmen. Lord Weasel didn't look too happy hearing that. Don't underestimate Automaton. Racrac wasn't being arrogant. He had calculated it carefully. If they invaded Automaton, there would certainly be many casualties, but even so, the Lizardmen could definitely capture it. Above all, they believed in the Blue God unconditionally. If helped by the gods, even the high walls or the mud soldiers of Weah, Cell would turn to dust. Besides, aren't you afraid to come here alone, my lord? You doing this will make my sides victory much easier if we want to attack that city. Weasel was silent for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter. He was confident that Racrac wouldn't kill him because if he died now, it would be very hard to know who the next successor to the Automaton territory would be. Racrac was confused. What does the successor of Automaton have to do with me? Weasel then used his finger to draw a few horizontal and vertical lines on the ground. Do you know how to play Go? You take turns placing white and black stones on the intersections of these lines. You win if you completely surround your opponent's stones. But now, the rules of the game no longer matter. What matters is that I am a piece on this board. Racrac was a bit bewildered, but Weasel said, the game has already begun. This is a game where two gods use their tribes as pieces and pit them against each other. Humans or the lizard men are just one of those pieces. I don't know since when, but my children have been constantly talking about a skull, filled with anger, and others talk about a blue butterfly. My children have started believing in the gods. Racrac spoke up, cutting off Weasel's rambling. Even though he didn't grasp everything the man was saying, it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. In this situation, Automaton had already become a target that every faction wanted to claim, bringing risks upon anyone who started this game. Flashing back 3 weeks earlier, Nebula had a meeting with an uninvited guest, another player, and an old acquaintance of his, none other than Hesmonia, the person who fought him in the final match before they were truly pulled into this world. As always, Hesmonia reached out to Nebula, obsessed with the idea of defeating him just once, but unfortunately, this time, it would be the real final showdown. If they lost, they would pay the price. Nebula knew Hesmonia's playstyle. It looked simple on the surface, but the guy fought with a ferocious, animalistic instinct, and he was incredibly skilled at handling multiple issues at once. Actually, Nebula had already anticipated that Hesmonia might try to win by launching an aggressive offensive right from the early game, but he didn't feel the need to adapt. Why change his approach to match someone else's strengths when Nebula had his own strategy? So, you want to settle this by trying something different, right? Hesmonia asked. Yeah, it looks like we're both on the same wavelength. At that moment, these two bitter rivals were both aiming for the same goal, threatening Automaton and humanity. Fine, let's start with a contradictory prophecy. A prophecy is a skill that can be used once your holy power reaches level 6 or higher. It can be considered a quest players set for themselves. Completing a prophecy grants extra experience points. However, if you fail, the penalties are severe. First, you lose experience points for wasting the religious resources invested in the prophecy. And if your luck is bad, you suffer further penalties, or a negative event is triggered. When two players make conflicting prophecies about the same event, it becomes a contradictory prophecy. In that case, one side ultimately receives a reward, and the other pays the price. Nebula and his arch-nemesis. We're now looking to settle the score with this contradictory prophecy. You know that Lord Weasel is deciding on his successor, right? Hesmonia nodded. Of course he knew. He also knew that Automaton frequently changed rulers, and only the lord of this land knew how long he would to remain in power. Because of that, Nebula decided the subject of the prophecy would be, who will become the next successor of Automaton among Weasel's children? Nebula and Hesmonia would provide two different answers to this question. So their prophecies are bound to conflict then. I have a list of all his kids. Want me to walk you through all of them? Hesmonia offered enthusiastically. Sure, sounds good. Hesmonia was a man of honor. He wanted to beat Nebula through pure skill, not cheap tricks. So, he actually shared the details about the children with Nebula. First was the eldest son, Vaison, a man around 30 years old. He had a strong build and was highly regarded by Weasel. Currently, Vaison was the strongest candidate, backed by 2 of the 4 great clans under the Lord's castle. The second son, Whitezun, was only a few years younger than Vaison. He was a half-brother to the eldest and was considered a weakling. He didn't really show his true colors to others, which led to rumors that Whitezun had no interest in becoming the next lord. Currently, he was supported by his mother's family. The third child, Wujin, was a woman in her late 20s. She often hid her identity when leaving the castle, and it seemed Wujin got along quite well with outcasts like hunters. She was backed by the remaining clan. The fourth child was Weizung, a young girl who seemed to have lost her mother long ago. And Hesmonia felt there was something strange about her appearance, as if she were cursed. For that reason, not just the Lord, but all the other family members shunned her. The last child was Women, a young girl still in her teenage years. The people in the city said Women was incredibly intelligent and gifted in many areas. It seemed Lord Weasel also loved this youngest daughter very much. What do you think? Hesmonia's tone was filled with excitement. Shall we decide now? Do you two need time to review the info? Never mind. Let's just decide. The two began establishing the contradictory prophecy. Beforehand, they would write down their guesses to check if their choices differed. Only then would the prophecy be officially established. Ultimately, Hesmonia chose Weizun, the depressed, wandering second son. Meanwhile, Nebula chose the second daughter, Weizung. Upon seeing Nebula's choice, Hesmonia went silent for a long time. The notification for the contradictory prophecy appeared before Nebula. He immediately clicked it. Hesmonia's surprised look was completely within his expectations. But the guy was stunned for so long that Nebula grew impatient. Hey, we picked differently. I just clicked confirm. Oh, all right. Hesmonia snapped out of it. He enthusiastically confirmed the establishment of the contradictory prophecy. Now, the battle between the two strongest players in the game, 7 Worlds, had been triggered once again. Back to the present. Weasel was preparing to leave after failing to reach an agreement with Racrac, but before departing, he still had one question for him. In the end, you're just a chess piece on the board. Don't you feel fear or resentment at that truth? Why don't you answer that after everything is over? Weasel didn't ask further. He left that very night. After exiting the lizard folk territory, his subordinates were waiting for him. He shaved his beard, mounted his horse, and urged it forward. But for some reason, the subordinate riding right behind him felt droplets hitting his face. What was this? Lord Weasel, the master of automation. Was he crying? Flashing back 3 weeks again, but not to Nebula's meeting. This time, we get a direct look at Wei Zeng. It's just a shame that her debut seems to be such a struggle. She fell into a ravine and injured her leg, but even so, Wei Zeng was pushing herself with all her might to escape this hellhole. How am I even supposed to climb up there? Wei Zeng gritted her teeth, clinging tightly to the cliffside. But at the end of the day, she was still just a girl. Her strength was limited, making this incredibly difficult. Ever since she was little, people said Wei Zeng was cursed because her mother passed away the moment she was born. Even Wei Zeng herself believed she was cursed, because ever since birth, countless things happened around her. At age 5, she fell at the marketplace. When she turned 14, she was framed for theft and locked up for 4 whole days and nights. At 15, the outhouse collapsed. It sounds kind of funny, I know, but that was a life-threatening situation. She'd even be walking down the street and have a water pitcher fall on her head, or get chased by wild dogs all night long. Not to mention, she was born with 2 deer horns growing out of her head. So, finding herself in this current predicament, Wei Zeng didn't even think it was a big deal anymore. She was best at enduring things. You really are a complete idiot, she cursed herself. You actually thought you could take a cart full of silk down this path? Now you've lost all your silk. Wei Zeng muttered helplessly. There was nowhere left for her to step. Just as she was thinking about jumping with both feet, a pitch-black hand reached out in front of her. Take my hand. Wei Zeng looked up. It was a lizard man. Wei Zeng hesitated, not wanting to accept the help because she was dirt poor and had nothing to offer in return. Seeing she was about to slip, the lizard man grabbed her arm directly. There was such a difference in strength, and Wei Zeng was so thin that he pulled her up with ease. The lizard man scanned the terrain. This path was barely wide enough for one person, and it was prone to rock slides. He couldn't imagine what this girl was thinking, pulling a cart full of silk through such a pass. Wei Zeng stubbornly argued that the wheel had broken, otherwise she wouldn't have been miserable enough to tumble down there. By the way, what's your name? My name is Siren. I can only thank you for saving me. Thank you, Siren. As Wei Zeng was about to leave, Siren's large arm blocked her path. We aren't done yet, Wei Zeng. Wei Zeng's expression immediately tensed up. She didn't know how he knew her name, but she already had 5 daggers in her hands. Siren raised both hands in the air, appearing harmless. Racrac had told him about this girl, and it was Racrac who had sent him to the automason territory to find her. Hearing that name, Wei Zeng shifted from being guarded to shocked. She only knew one person named Racrac, the leader of the Black Scale tribe, the first and only thunder lizard chosen by the gods. Afterwards, Wei Zeng felt confused. Why would someone like Racrac look for her? Perhaps it's because of the 2 rumors going around lately, Siren explained. But he didn't expect that Wei Zeng didn't even know what rumors he was talking about, since she always went down the mountain and traveled very far to buy silk. Siren was speechless. She didn't even know the rumors about herself. The 2 rumors were that either the 2nd child or the 4th child of the Lord would become the heir to automason. Wei Zeng chuckled when she heard that. She had been isolated by her own family for so long. She didn't even have a real family, so how could she ever expect her father to pass the throne to her? Wei Zeng assumed the rumors were just dirty PR spread by her other siblings. So, you can't get anything out of me. It would be better to go find someone else, right? Siren fell into deep thought, while Wei Zeng still gripped the dagger inside her coat. The children of the castle lord were forced to hide their identities. That was the unchangeable law of automason. And yet, this lizard man knew exactly who she was. Therefore, Wei Zeng felt she had to kill him to keep her secret. Just then, Siren spoke up again. I think there's been a misunderstanding here. Lord Racrac gave me an order. That order was to protect you. Wei Zeng was stunned once more. Siren explained that even if Wei Zeng thought she couldn't take the throne, because those rumors were spreading, she would definitely be targeted by her family, and his mission was to keep her safe. Wei Zeng flatly refused, claiming she could protect herself. But unfortunately, Siren was a stubborn guy. He had received an order from Racrac, so he had to carry it out until the end. Damn it! Weizung pulled at her hair in frustration, then directly lifted her bangs to reveal 2 horns that had been sawed off. Do you see this? These are horns. Actually, to be precise, they were the places where a pair of horns used to be. This was the curse Weizung had carried since she was little. People rumored that she tore her mother's womb to get out with those 2 horns, and her twin sibling couldn't be born because of it. On top of that, she had suffered countless misfortunes since childhood. That was the reason Weizung was isolated. Now, get lost, Weizung said, through gritted teeth. I apologize if I have hurt you, but whether you are cursed or not, doesn't matter. I am here to represent the will of the tribe under the command of the leader. For the first time in her life, Weizung met someone who wouldn't leave her alone. Siren was so rigid that no matter how many times she refused, he wouldn't budge. Weizung was at her wit's end. She didn't know what to do with this lizard man who was both huge and strong. Suddenly, having a bodyguard left her unsure of how to adapt. But getting back to the immediate problem, Weizung wanted to rush back down the cliff again because she felt so bad about the silk. Siren immediately saw through her intentions and bluntly exposed her. You want to retrieve that silk with those legs, even though you know you can't? It would be easier if you asked someone. You know, if you want, you just have to ask me for help. Being called out made Weizung very embarrassed, but because she couldn't bear to lose her property, she finally asked Siren for help. He didn't mind at all. It only took him a minute to carry the pile of silk back up. On the way back, Weizung wondered how Siren found her. To her surprise, he just used a bag of salt to dig out all her information. Even the fake name she often used, Wei Kyung, had been revealed. The 2 walked for a long, long time. Finally, the castle appeared before their eyes. This is a shortcut that only automason merchants know about, Weizung said, patting her chest proudly. After we get back, I'll tell my family about selling the silk. Before Weizung could finish her sentence, a cold arrow whistled toward them from behind. Siren quickly grabbed her, and with his other hand, he reached out to block the arrow that was aimed right at the young lady's life. The Lord's domain is under threat. If he doesn't arrive today, Weizung might never make it back to the castle. The battle for succession has truly begun. The ones who attacked them were 3 goblins, but they were no match for Siren. Just a few minutes later, all 3 of them were beaten black and blue by him and tied up tightly with a piece of silk. You're quite the fighter, Weizung praised him. Among the warriors, the lizard man named Zil is the most famous around here. You know Zil? He's the greatest warrior of our tribe. He's the one who taught me how to fight. Siren meticulously bandaged the wounds of the 3 goblins and even kindly gifted them a piece of silk. When Weizung questioned this, he simply replied that one needs to be a bit compromising in this situation, even with one's enemies. Weizung was very interested in this bandaging skill of Siren's. He recounted that he learned it while serving as a valet for Joan. Weizung was even more surprised. Joan handled all the internal affairs of the lizard tribe, and she was also the chieftain's lady. She was like a female version of Racrac. Siren got to serve her and learn many skills, and he was even taught martial arts personally by Zil, so he must be an important figure in the lizard tribe. Having someone like this as a bodyguard is a huge stroke of luck. After dealing with the goblins, the 2 returned, but upon getting close, they discovered the city gates of automation had been closed. Weizung tried asking a passerby, "Are you a merchant? You won't be able to get in either." They said automation would be temporarily closed, and even if you could get in, you wouldn't be able to get out. Weizung was extremely puzzled. What on earth happened in the city to cause this? Of course, as the Lord's daughter, Weizung was still allowed into the city. After returning, she went straight to the Geo family to settle scores with the head of that house. "Hey, the ox cart you lent me broke, and I almost died." The head of the Geo family was speechless. This was hardly the time to be arguing about an ox cart. He asked Weizung if anything special happened on her way back. She honestly replied that she had been assassinated and took the opportunity to introduce the savior from the black-scaled lizard tribe she had just recruited. Siren politely introduced himself, and the head of the Geo family also replied with the grace expected of the head of one of the 4 great families. It was truly flawless. I interrogated the goblins who tried to assassinate the young lady, and I'm fairly certain this has nothing to do with the Geo family. Of course not, the head of the Geo family added, pouring a cup of tea. He swore he wouldn't do such dirty work like the other families. At this point, Weizung began to wonder what on earth had happened in the city. Surely, they wouldn't close the city gates just because the 4th daughter was hit by a curse. The head of the Geo family replied, "Of course not. Something much bigger happened here. While the Lord was away, the castle was attacked by assassins, and the most promising successor to automation, Wei-san, Weizong's eldest brother has gone missing. Because of this, she and Siren went to great lengths to reach Weizong's private room. It had probably been 15 years since Weizong had set foot here. Even though she was close to her eldest brother when they were young, she had avoided meeting him as she grew up. Siren carefully examined the room. He smelled the lingering scent of blood, and also discovered a blood stain at the base of a table that had been wiped away. Weizong lowered her head to observe. There were still traces of a large pool of blood left on the floor. A pool of blood this big? Weizong, it's possible he's already. We discovered that too. The problem is, we can't find the body. The head of the Gyo family was also very helpless. After the trail was discovered, all the city gates were tightly sealed to prevent the culprit from removing the body from the city. Given the current weather, the body would decompose quickly and start to smell awful. He believed that catching the culprit was just a matter of time. Weizong was gone, so Weizong didn't need to get involved. However, she found it very hard to understand. The culprit knew this was very dangerous. Why would they dare to take action and kill someone? Suddenly, a faint voice echoed, taking hold of Weizong's mind. Do you want me to tell you, or do you just intend to sit and wait? Shut your mouth. Weizong gritted her teeth in response. Siren saw that her expression wasn't looking good and quickly supported her. Weizong finally snapped out of her trance. She thought she couldn't stay out of this case. Weizong reasoned that the culprit must have found a container large enough to fit her brother's body, and who could possess such a large container without raising suspicion? A container, you say? The head of the Gyo family had truly never thought of this possibility. That's right, Weizong affirmed firmly. I have seen people store meat in jars to prevent it from spoiling. Hunters would be the people who carry the most salt to preserve meat after the hunt, and the culprit would be someone who could freely enter and leave the palace, and could also bring a hunter into the city. When the head of the Gyo family heard this, his face turned pale, because he had already thought of a name in his head. That's right. The person who fits the conditions Weizong just described is none other than Wu Jin. She is a hunter, a close friend of many other hunters, and at the same time, she is a legal successor to the automation territory. This explanation of Weizong's was truly very convincing. Therefore, even though only a small number of people in the city were informed about it, when Weizong's death was announced to the public, everyone unanimously assumed that Weizong was the #1 suspect, and Weizong's deduction was indeed extremely accurate. That night, Wu Jin and her accomplice carried 2 large sacks out of the city. That was the body of the eldest brother, and she wanted to dispose of it as quickly as possible. I thought it was a perfect plan, but I didn't expect her to be the one to expose my plan. Damn it, she muttered, stumbling along and cursing her younger sister. You forgot to be on guard against one more person, sister. Wu Jin raised her head. Even though it was very dark, because of that voice, she was certain that the person standing on the cliff was her youngest sister. Wu Jin, this girl with the innocent face, had actually brought an archer along. How did you get here? Wu Jin didn't answer her sister's question. Instead, the archer by her side gave Wu Jin's accomplice a fatal arrow. Wu Jin gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to act rashly because she knew she was in a trap. Women wore an extremely innocent smile. Why are you angry? Weren't you the one who struck first against Weizong? So even if I were to do something to you now, you have no right to be outraged. Women believed that the smartest among the 5 siblings should inherit the throne, and no one else was better suited for that position. The archers on both sides were already aiming, waiting for the order. Without a change in her expression, she bid her sister a final farewell. Let's put an end to this cursed sibling rivalry. Sister. Wu Jin shouted women's name, but it was pointless. She caught an arrow straight to the throat and collapsed. Women had intended to take a moment to mourn her fallen sister, Weizong, but the second she closed her eyes, she was struck with shock. Realizing her chest had just been pierced by a sword, women coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. That's right, women. It's time to end this cursed kinship. She might have been the smartest, but she certainly wasn't the most cunning. She never, in her wildest dreams, imagined that while she was playing the mantis, stalking the cicada, Weizong was the oriole waiting behind her. She received her box lunch in the blink of an eye. Once the job was done, Weizong wore a satisfied smirk. Now, out of the 5 siblings, only one rival remained. I won't keep you waiting long, Weizong. The next morning, the head of the Gyo clan brought the news of Wu Jin and women to Weizong. They were discovered, lying stone cold next to their eldest brother, Guizhan's body. This proved the culprit had no intention of hiding his identity. Weizong nodded slowly. Even a fool could figure out the culprit was Weizong. Her deduction was correct. Wu Jin started the war. Women just waited for it to happen, and in the end, Weizong waited for them both to meet before eliminating them together. She couldn't help but recall the goblin attack from before. If Racrac hadn't sent the siren to protect her, she would have been long dead by now, and everyone would have assumed it was just a typical robbery. After that, Wei Zun would naturally become the sole heir. Faced with this situation, the head of the Geo clan couldn't help but offer a warning. The real threat has begun, my lady. Wei Zun knew that. She never had any ambitions for the throne to begin with. But now, if she didn't fight, her life would be at stake. The head of the Geo clan revealed, with some hesitation, that they had just held an internal meeting. And although Wei Zun held the upper hand, the Geo clan still decided to bet on this cursed daughter. Thank you for believing in me, Geo. Geozhong truly hoped his decision would prove correct. Before Weizong left, he didn't forget to advise her to do whatever it took to survive and ascend the throne. Stepping out of the Geo estate, Weizong had made up her mind. She had to live at any cost, because it seemed this cursed body was still trusted by someone. After several nights, Weizong's horns had grown even longer. Today, she had a meeting with her supporters. They believed that hiding from assassins wasn't the answer. Now, the priority was to capture Weizun, but that wouldn't be easy at all, because he was backed by 2 of the 4 great clans. The only clan staying out of the war was the Su clan, but Weizong didn't want them involved. How can you say that? He has 2 clans supporting him, and you only have 1. Why are you turning down the Su clan? Weizong felt stressed and scratched her horns. Siren immediately warned her not to think about breaking them off again. The last time he helped Weizong break her horns, the result was a bloodbath, which terrified him to his core. As a result, after a few sleepless nights, they just grew back longer than before. However, Weizong still couldn't get used to this situation. Just half a month ago, she was just an oblivious fabric merchant, and now she sat here, facing constant pressure and the fear of being assassinated. The meeting hadn't even gone anywhere when someone rushed in with urgent news. My lady, the Lord is on his way back. Everyone didn't seem too happy, as Lord Weasel didn't exactly cherish this daughter. The spy, who brought the news, said he had a secret message intended only for Weizong. She let her guard down and leaned in closer, but before she could hear a word, she felt hot blood spray onto her face. Siren had just finished off the bastard the moment he reached into his chest for a dagger. What the hell? This bastard was one of the Geo clan's men. Geozhong was also horrified by what had just happened. It seemed his man had been bought off. He couldn't even trust his own subordinates anymore. In this situation, Geozhong had no advice for Weizong other than to tell her to run. Weizun had certainly made up his mind to eliminate her before the Lord returned. Outside, Weizun's troops had already launched their attack. The scene quickly turned into total chaos. Weizong couldn't escape outside, and she was forced to use a secret tunnel she had no desire to ever touch. It was a sewer pipe that connected to the latrine. Weizong pried up a floorboard and jumped down. Siren quickly followed, unable to believe a nobleman's daughter had such incredible endurance. She crawled into a place filled with waste and flies, yet her expression didn't change at all. When I was little, I fell in here while taking a bath, Weizong recounted with a tone of resignation. Why are you talking about it like it's nothing? It was dangerous. I almost died. Weizong recalled that horrifying memory. She had been trapped in a pile of filth, yet she managed to crawl all the way to the sewer exit without getting a single scratch. Even in the pitch-black underground tunnel, when she thought her life was over, she saw a flickering light. She followed that light until she finally caught it, only to realize it was a bug with a glowing tail. It seemed to be a firefly. That was truly strange, as fireflies didn't live in this region. It was like a miracle from the gods. I bet Nebula was the one behind that. Setting aside the childhood memory, the 2 of them finally reached a door. After scouting, Siren realized this door led to the basement of a wooden cabin belonging to the Su clan's hunters. He stepped onto the threshold and whispered, Weizong, wait here for me. If I don't come back in a while, run away immediately. Run in the opposite direction. Remember that. After saying this, Siren disappeared behind the door. Left alone, Weizong suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward the lizard man. That she was still alive today was entirely because he had been protecting her. Even though they hadn't known each other long, Siren had saved her life from the jaws of death time and time again. For the past 3 weeks, assassins had been coming after her like relentless hounds. It really had been tough on Siren. After waiting for a long time, Weizong suddenly heard a strange sound. Her intuition told her it was the sound of weapons piercing flesh. Weizong remembered Siren's instructions. By all rights, she should have bolted in the opposite direction, but for some reason, Weizong pulled the dagger from her bodice and frantically ran toward that wooden door instead. She didn't want anyone else to sacrifice themselves for her anymore. And when Weizong saw Siren's silhouette, the most heartbreaking scene imaginable had unfolded. He had several spears run through his stomach, and he was surrounded by a swarm of men. Siren looked helpless when he saw her. He was also a bit stunned. Why did you come back up here? It's too late. This lizard man isn't going to survive. Weizun's cunning voice rang out, making Weizung even more desperate. He ordered his henchmen to ignore Siren and switch their target to Weizung. Even so, despite his severe injuries, Siren struggled to block them. "Run!" he roared. She knew that was the right choice. But why? Why did she choose the wrong one? Siren used his own tail to snap the spearheads, piercing his body just to make them less cumbersome. This sight made Weizung even more determined to stay, no matter what. Humans sometimes make choices even when they know they are wrong, and she was in that exact situation now. Even if it meant paying with her life, but she wasn't even human. Siren breathed out a witty remark to ease the tension, but he knew even he was making the wrong choice right now. Chieftain Racrac had told him to protect Weizung, but he had never asked him to risk his life for it. Yet, here Siren was, actually doing just that. Just then, someone came and whispered something into Weizun's ear. Losing his patience, he put a bounty of a chest of silk on whoever could take the lives of Weizung and Siren. "Are you really struggling this much against a wounded warrior?" Weizun was incredibly impatient, but his fighting spirit is far too intense compared to an ordinary warrior. Could he be one of the chosen ones by the gods? Weizun cursed his henchmen for being a bunch of idiots. He figured if Siren really were a chosen one, he wouldn't have hidden his power until he was already impaled like that. On the other side, Siren was calculating an escape route. He noticed the wall on the right. There was a large accumulation of salt crystals there. "It must lead to a salt mine," Siren whispered to Weizung, that she had to run with him when he gave the signal. "I am not a chosen one, but I am not a useless warrior either. I am a warrior, ranked second in the Lizardman tribe." Even if being ranked second meant nothing to anyone, Siren gave a bitter laugh, then emphasized once more that Weizung had to run to the right. Sure enough, just as expected, this wall led to a salt mine. Siren used all his remaining strength to ram through a section of the wall. The two of them scrambled through. Weizun and his goons were stunned for a split second before shaking off the shock and giving chase. But after that wall-shattering impact, Siren's strength was completely spent. He had to rely on Weizung to lean on just to force himself to walk. "Hang in there, Siren. Just a little further." Siren breathed heavily. The two walked for a long time, only to end up at a dead end. Weizung hung her head and sobbed helplessly. She hated this situation. Everyone who stayed by her side met with misfortune, and now, even Siren's life was at stake. All because of a girl he didn't even know. "I suppose you think it's all due to the curse, right?" Even though he was severely wounded, Siren still tried to comfort Weizung. "For the past 3 weeks, I've faced countless dangers, but you've overcome them all and survived until now. Anyone else would call that being lucky, not cursed." Siren's final words made Weizung realize the truth. Being able to survive until now was a huge blessing. She was lucky, not someone cursed. Siren brought up the first time they met again. After he went down the cliff to retrieve the silk, he had realized the ox cart Weizung used had been tampered with. Someone had intentionally broken the axle pin. That was why she had plummeted off the cliff. And that cart had been borrowed from Jiuzhong before the Succession War even broke out. He also wondered about one other thing. Why would a child be able to collapse a bathroom floor, not to mention the inheritance? Perhaps, even from a young age, someone had been targeting Weizung's life. As Siren said this, that strange voice echoed in her head again. That's right, she clearly knew who wanted to get rid of her. Before Weizung could react, the torches in front of them flared up. Those bastards had caught up. Weizun slowly walked toward them. "That lizard man has lost too much blood, hasn't he? Deep inside this salt mine, you can't break through the walls to escape anymore." After that, he decisively ordered his men to charge in and finish them both off. Both Siren and Weizung gripped their weapons tight. Now, cornered, she suddenly realized she couldn't blame the curse forever. If she lost her life, it was her own fault, and she'd be dragging Siren down with her too. He had already stepped forward to shield Weizung from a blow, but honestly, Siren's strength was nearly gone. "I'm still waiting for your luck." But just as Weizun's men were only a few steps away, they were blocked. A blinding light erupted, and then gradually transformed. This was the evil spirit that had met Racrac 9 years ago. It had submitted to Nebula, long ago, and had been given a new name by him, Park. It looked toward the two, then slowly uttered, "Siren, you have been chosen." The mercenaries looked at each other, bewildered. This made Weizun lose his temper. "I'm almost finished here. What are you all hesitating for, you fools?" Over here, the evil spirit was still conversing with Siren. The evil spirit had seen Siren in such a difficult situation, yet refusing to give up, and had appeared just in time, but it was very curious, because only 5 people in the entire Lizardman tribe were chosen to inherit supernatural powers. So am I the 6th? Or did one of the chosen ones pass away? The evil spirit hesitated for a moment, then replied, "The astrologer." It saw that Siren was the 2nd bravest person in the tribe, and so, "You are truly worthy of being the chosen one. From this moment on, you are the messenger of the spirits. By invoking their name, you may borrow my power." No sooner had the evil spirit finished speaking than it vanished. Seeing this, Waizun urgently ordered his men to charge. Siren had not dared to pull out the spear until now, fearing excessive blood loss, but he gritted his teeth and yanked it out. Siren then used his left hand to press against the wound. Thanks to his special ability, he stopped bleeding for the time being, despite the agony. Siren felt as if he had been reborn. He bet that Waizun's mercenaries had no idea what had just happened, but both he and Waizun knew exactly who would emerge victorious in this battle. As she covered her ears tightly, Siren raised a hand, crackling with lightning, pointing it forward. "Now, I need to teach you all a lesson." No sooner had Siren extended his hand than a bolt of lightning struck down with immense force. With just a single strike, all of Waizun's men were knocked down. The remaining few scrambled to flee in panic. He really is the chosen one. Waizun didn't want to miss this opportunity, but staying any longer would be sheer stupidity. As the group dispersed, Siren finally breathed a sigh of relief. The display of power had left Waizun stunned, though Siren's own complexion didn't look great. Now that he had been chosen, Siren finally understood why his predecessors couldn't use this power casually. After just one use, he felt his mental energy hit rock bottom. No wonder Owen was always smoking, after using abilities like this. Fortunately, aside from mental fatigue, Siren's body was still holding up, and the bleeding from his wound had stopped. He and Waizung began to cautiously search for a way out. Hesmonia had been watching the entire process, and of course, he wasn't about to just stand by and let Waizung become the successor so easily. Thus, Hesmonia decided to unleash a saber-toothed tiger. Siren could still take it down with the power he gained from the evil spirit. However, the sudden appearance of a saber-toothed tiger in the salt mine was truly unthinkable. She was certain that someone was behind this. The situation would not be good if Siren had to keep using his power like this. After walking for a long time, the exit appeared before them. Waizung had been on edge, fearing an ambush as they stepped out. And that was exactly what happened. Waizun and his men were waiting outside. "Why do you always have to back me into a corner like this?" He opened his mouth to spout such absurd nonsense that it infuriated Waizung. "Who's the one who started all of this? Huh? You're the one who brought that venomous lizard into the city. This struggle for the inheritance was supposed to be among us siblings only. Do you really think Automaton City will be safe if you're the one who wins by borrowing help from outsiders? I don't know what kind of sign this guy is, but he's damn good at gaslighting." Back and forth he went, turning it around so that all the faults were suddenly Waizung's. Basically, he wasn't just there to trade verbal jabs with her. As soon as Waizung finished speaking, several men lunged to ambush Siren from behind. However, he was in a different league now. Siren dodged the attack perfectly. Then, he used all his strength to counterattack. His current power made Waizun extremely wary. Siren wasn't just physically stronger, his perception was also far beyond that of a normal human. While Siren was busy fighting, Waizung was busy composing herself. Even though Waizun was her brother, he was both inhumane and incredibly stupid. She couldn't take it anymore. "Waizun, you are the one who caused all of this." Waizung didn't hold back at all, pointing directly at the bastard's face and shouting, "Automaton City's economy relies on trade. If we don't engage with the surrounding regions, how is that any different from cutting off our own lifeline? Do you even know how long the other tribes have been eyeing our territory?" Waizung had never dreamed of the throne, but she wasn't as old-fashioned as her father or her other siblings. Since things had come to this, Waizung didn't just want to be a lord. She wanted to expand Automaton City and bring it even more prosperity. These heartfelt words went into Waizun's left ear and out his right. He smirked. "Not only do you look like a cursed monster, you think like one too. I never considered you a sister." Waizung was dazed for a few seconds, not because of Waizun's words, but because he suddenly unfolded his cherry blossom-patterned paper fan and covered his face. It felt like a signal. Was there an assassin hiding nearby? Waizung scanned her surroundings. The only place to hide was in the warehouse over there. It was too far for a throwing knife. As she panicked, a voice suddenly echoed in her head. "A metal arrow is going to pierce your heart. You wouldn't yell at me when we're both about to die, right?" At the speed of that arrow, We'll both perish. You think you can block it? You're too slow. Even though Siren will react, he'll still be a beat too late. That voice kept echoing, sounding like a completely different person speaking to Weizeng. It would be easier if you noticed the moment the assassin drew his bow, but your horns haven't fully awakened, so that's impossible. Now, try to think of a way to dodge that arrow. Any way you can think of. Weizeng was overwhelmed. She couldn't come up with any clever way, other than using a gust of wind. But unexpectedly, after thinking of that path, a whirlwind actually stirred up, and the incoming arrow was blown away. Weizeng narrowly escaped death, but instead of relief, she felt fear. What on earth am I? Is this a curse or a blessing? Weizeng wondered to herself. No, I am far more complex than that. I can simulate countless variations of the future and then choose the most suitable option for the situation to maximize the benefit. I am the manipulator of destiny. A new turning point had arrived. Weizeng had lived her whole life with poor, latent talent, but after today, she had officially awakened her gift. The ability to manipulate probability. The genius Hesmonia was left stunned. How can that be a talent? Isn't that a curse? Why the hell would I choose an entity that's been cursed? Nebula replied calmly. At this point, Hesmonia felt certain he had already lost this prophecy wager. He kept shouting in despair, "That's impossible." The character description clearly stated that Weizeng was a cursed entity. In the end, destiny took a sharp turn at the last minute, turning her into a soul possessing a talent. Hesmonia even thought Nebula had faked the description, but in reality, it had been destined, long before they even arrived in this world. But truth be told, Nebula didn't know Weizeng had that talent either. He only said that to mess with Hesmonia. At first, he also thought the girl was plagued by a curse of misfortune, evidenced by the countless unfortunate events that had happened to her from childhood to the present. Those were clearly assassination attempts orchestrated by others. However, no matter the situation, even if she was stabbed through the body, or buried until she couldn't breathe, Weizeng would still walk away without a single scratch. After a long time observing this girl, Nebula realized that what truly existed within her was an extraordinary ability to manipulate probability. If she knew how to harness it, it would bring luck superior to everyone else. Having an entity with such a talent on his side was a huge advantage. On the other side, after moping around for a bit, Hesmonia finally perked up. Forget about it. Luckily, I summoned a saber-toothed tiger, so I'll still win. Just watch. Nebula felt like Hesmonia was an idiot. Just a saber-toothed tiger? And he was already confident of a guaranteed victory? The two factions they chose still couldn't wipe each other out. But right now, the true Lord of Automason, Weasel, had returned. With the Lord back, the family members had to stop their bickering, and to end this chaos, he would surely choose an heir. Hesmonia was confident that Weasel's choice would be Weizeng, because he shared the same political views as his father. Conversely, the daughter, Weizeng, who had been ostracized since childhood, wouldn't have a chance. "Why are you so sure Weasel will choose Weizeng instead of Weizeng?" Nebula asked calmly, just as Hesmonia had anticipated. After dismounting, Weasel decided to choose his successor right there on the spot. Before he could utter the name he had chosen, Weizeng suddenly interrupted. "Father, I have a question." "Very well. What do you want to ask?" "Why?" Weizeng hesitated for a long time. Then she took a deep breath and finished the rest of her sentence. "Why have you wanted to kill me so much?" A question far too direct. Weizeng's words made Weasel go pale. The subordinates around them whispered constantly, and even that arrogant Weizeng fell into a state of tension because of it. Weasel's expression was incredibly complex. "How long have you known?" Weizeng didn't cry or make a scene. On the contrary, she wore a look of relief. In reality, she had known about this for a long time, but she had been deluding herself and ignoring it because she didn't want to believe that her own biological father was the one who wanted to harm her the most. Ultimately, Weizeng discovered that the reason he wanted to do so was that her mother had passed away while giving birth to her, and the truth about the curse that had plagued her whole life was also just a lie fabricated by Weasel. The sky also gradually became gloomy, just like Weasel's face, right now. Lady Rio was the person he loved with all his heart. It was just a pity that her body was too frail to give birth to Weizeng. After giving birth to her, Lady Rio developed a fever and passed away shortly after. Her departure had forced Weasel to live in deep sorrow. To overcome that pain, he chose the selfish path of blaming his own daughter. Weasel believed that Weizeng and her horns were the curse that had taken Lady Rio's life. "This position of Lord has only brought me endless days of hardship, and you were the one who took away the only thing I cherished. Therefore, I could not forgive you." Weizeng didn't blame Weasel either. She had gotten the answer she wanted from his own mouth. I have understood what I need to do. Now, father, you may proceed with your wishes. Contrary to her calm attitude, Huaizun was about to lose his mind. He was afraid that Weasel would be swayed by guilt and choose Huaizong as his successor. Father, you cannot make a decision tied to the fate of Automation Castle based on emotions. Don't worry, Huaizun. Although I am old and weary, if it's about this, I will still decide based on the judgment of a lord, the master of Automation Castle. Weasel knew the choice he was making was just a move on the gods' go board, but he didn't know that this was perhaps also the most tense moment for those gods. Even Hesmonia started praying, which made Nebula find it ridiculous. Being a god, who else would you pray to for protection? On the contrary, he only focused on Huaizong. Right now, she didn't look very happy. Weasel was about to open his mouth, and he only needed to utter the word Kyung, and she would be the next master of this castle. However, she felt her father was only trying to escape his guilt. If she truly ascended to the throne, then rumors would start spreading in the castle that the lord only gave his position to the daughter he once wanted to kill because he felt guilty. Huaizun's faction would surely exploit these rumors, and everyone would doubt Huaizong's competence, assuming she got the position based on luck. The four great families in this territory, and even the citizens wouldn't obey her. In that case, even if she sat on the lord's chair, she would still face many dangers. Father, you cannot choose me as your successor. I need to win that position myself. Huaizong was resolute. Therefore, before Weasel could open his mouth, Huaizong once again cut him off. Father, I have thought a lot about your plan, but even so, I still think I deserve to be the lord. Huaizong clasped her hands and bowed politely, then spoke each word clearly. Please, father, hand that position over to me. The first one to react was Huaizun. He didn't think Huaizong would dare to play such a big hand as to directly saying your ambitions out loud like that. Look at him, father. He's threatening the town leader to hand over the title. Weasel signaled for him to shut his mouth. The only thing he cared about right now was the daughter standing before him. Fine. Then tell me, where did you get the nerve to do this? You dare threaten me in front of this whole army? Instead of answering immediately, Huaizong pointed to Siren, who was standing right beside her, fully cooperating. She immediately flexed some of the power she had just obtained from the evil spirit. She briefly explained to everyone present that Siren was the chosen one of the black-scale lizard tribe. While he might not be able to wipe out everyone standing here in one go, he could at least take out Weasel and get Huaizong to safety. And even if Huaizun took the chance to succeed the throne, he would just end up in the same position as his father. She was lying. Father, that lizard is already severely wounded, Huaizun pleaded. But the power of the chosen one. Weasel had seen it before. During his visit to the Racrac tribe, he had seen with his own eyes the status of the chosen ones within their clan. Specifically, Racrac someone so terrifyingly skilled, whether in terms of physical strength or intellect. Racrac sending. Siren here certainly wasn't for fun. It was to oversee his selection. But Huaizong, you have to realize our territory has a special custom. If the leader suddenly passes away without leaving a will, the people of the territory will hold a vote to elect a prominent member of the clan to succeed as leader. Huaizong didn't want that to happen, but if it did, she wouldn't mind, because behind her stood the might of the entire lizard folk tribe. That backing and power were enough to flatten this automation territory. I could easily crush this entire city with the power of the black-scale army, and you would be the only one left alive in the city. You bastard. She finally showed her true colors. How dare you say such blasphemous things? Before Weasel could even speak, Huaizun lashed out. But the old leader seemed to have made his own decision. As the ruler of the entire territory, naturally, he didn't want his people to bathe in a sea of blood, and as a father, he didn't want to force his daughter to slaughter an entire city. Weasel let out a sigh and stepped forward. So be it. I, Weasel, the rightful leader of Automobile City, hereby announce that I am abdicating this position to Huaizong. This declaration took effect immediately. It wasn't a long or forceful sentence, but to Huaizun, it felt like the world was collapsing. He couldn't accept this. Yet, even if he didn't want to accept it, he had to admit that he had lost to his younger sister. A few days later, the daily life of the citizens had stabilized. The war for the leadership had ended. Automobile territory opened its doors, making trade more bustling, even with other species. Countless engineers from various tribes arrived looking for work. This was one of the new policies Huaizong had enacted. Huaizun, however, remained silent. The people thought he had given up and accepted the new rules his sister had set. But in truth, not for a single second. Had Huaizun swallowed his anger? Since he couldn't overthrow her, he chose to run away. That night, Waizun packed a few belongings, grabbed a horse, and planned to find somewhere else to build his own power. But he was caught red-handed by Siren. Planning on heading somewhere far, are you? Where I go is none of your business. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Because whether you stay or leave, you won't be able to do a thing anyway. Waizun fumed and climbed onto his horse. He had intended to build up power and return to seize the throne, but before he even got out of the city, Siren shut him down with that comment. The sound of hooves echoed through the quiet night. Suddenly, Siren felt it wasn't right to let a person like this exist in Waizung's life any longer. He picked up a burning piece of wood from a fire pit and threw it high into the air as a signal. Immediately, a goblin waiting for Waizung to pass the city gate jumped down, and with one strike of a blade, slit his throat. The fate of the fourth young master ended right there. Hesmonia, though not happy about it at all, had to accept that he had been defeated by Nebula. Fine. I lost. This attitude caught Nebula a bit off guard. Surprisingly polite today, huh? Unless you admit your mistakes, you will never find success. I'm annoyed, but you won. Nebula, of course. And you lost again, he replied without mincing words. Hesmonia admitted his defeat and left more easily than Nebula expected. He decided to lead the Knoll tribe across the 6 territories to grow, and Hesmonia said he would head west. He had lost the bet regarding the prophecy, leading his tribe through some rather negative events. But Hesmonia didn't seem too crushed. The only thing he needed now was to never meet Nebula or Waizun ever again. Just that. Nebula agreed. He didn't have the time to chase after this guy. The progress made after acquiring new technologies from the residents of the 6 territories, along with the confidence in Hesmonia's battle, was astonishing. If he left his original position and left a gap, Nebula would be the one to benefit the most. He would have the chance to expand his influence through the trade routes they had worked so hard to open. Nebula reviewed the map of the 6 territories, the northern coast, and the southern half of the peninsula, all of which would be needed at some point because they were coastal areas. As for the 2-headed snake that appeared as a deity of the frog tribe, Nebula had calculated its utility as well. But since it was a freshwater creature, he couldn't quite utilize its power effectively if he wanted to reach out to the sea. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Nebula decided to focus on what was right in front of him, meeting the new owner of the automation city. Waizung had been swamped since taking the throne, and today, she had fallen asleep at her desk again. As she was drifting off, a firefly gently landed on her hand. Waizung jolted awake, realizing she was no longer in the library. Before her was an empty void, and a man whose face was obscured was standing there, waiting. "Is that the blue spirit god?" Waizung asked, startled, before greeting him with the utmost respect. She knelt on the ground. I had been helped so much by the followers of the blue worm god, and I knew this was just the beginning, but I had nothing in my hands. In reality, Waizung had begun developing Automobile City by expanding trade. She originally wanted to repay the blue worm god, but felt that the work she was doing wasn't helping him much. Nebula didn't answer. He just pulled that firefly back. The moment it landed in Nebula's palm, it turned into a thin piece of iron. Waizung immediately realized it was an iron scrap, the kind the people used in transactions as a form of currency, but she didn't understand what the blue worm god meant. Before she could ask, Siren suddenly appeared right beside her, startling Waizung. The scenery shifted, and Waizung fell backward off her chair, hitting the ground hard. So it was really just a dream. Even though it was a dream, Waizung was certain it wasn't an ordinary one. Soon after, she went into town, hoping to discover something. She truly wanted to help the blue worm god to score some points in his eyes. While Waizung was racking her brain, she happened to witness something. A tall fellow from the troll tribe was getting very excited over a pile of silk cloth belonging to a merchant from the lizard tribe. This was his first time coming to the west, as they had always been blocked by the Knoll tribe. Only after arriving here did he get to see such high-quality silk with his own eyes. The troll wanted to buy all the silk remaining in the lizard merchant's stall. The merchant was overjoyed. After the two agreed on the price, the transaction was effectively done. But Waizung suddenly shouted, "Wait," and rushed over in a hurry. "Put that money away." "Sorry, my troll friend, but this lizard merchant here had already made a deal with me beforehand." Saying that, Waizung turned her head and frantically signaled with her eyes to the silk merchant. That. The lizard merchant seemed confused, but seeing the city lord's deadly gaze, he just nodded sheepishly. "Yes, that's right." The troll looked disappointed. In the end, he only managed to buy 1 bolt of silk for the price of 1 iron scrap before leaving. After he left, Waizung flew into a rage at the fabric merchant. "If you keep doing business like this, You're going to run into even more trouble later. How could you sell silk for that price? I also come from a merchant background. Are you sure about this transaction? So, she was angry, because the lizard merchant was dumping his goods for way too low a price. He was quite clueless about it. When he brought the silk here to sell, he had transported it using a wheelbarrow, so he had saved a lot of time and effort. That's why he wanted to sell it cheaply to get more customers. However, Weizeng didn't agree with that way of doing business at all. She didn't buy into the idea that just because production costs or transport costs are low, the final price must also be low. The price should actually be even higher for luxury items like silk. Besides, the troll's iron scrap had issues, too. Take a good look. Weizeng pulled out a scale and explained how to use it to the lizard merchant. Then, she took the iron scrap that the troll had left behind and compared it to an iron scrap used in the Automobile City castle. As it turned out, the scale with the troll's iron scrap tipped significantly. See that? You gave your word. Next time you trade with iron, remember to check their weight first. You hear me? Before the lizard merchant could answer, a laugh suddenly rang out from behind Weizeng. That seems like a useful tool, doesn't it? Could you compare the weight of these iron scraps as well? Weizeng turned around. It was Racrac. She took the iron scrap from his hand. Of course I can, Master Racrac. The scales of our Automobile City are extremely accurate. Weizeng looked at the iron scrap, and suddenly felt it was different from regular iron. Racrac seemed to read her thoughts and explained that it was a piece of iron he had scavenged from ancient ruins. The quality was good, but it was incredibly hard to melt. The lizard tribe's blacksmiths had given up, so Racrac had brought it to Automobile City to ask Weizeng to help him verify it, to see if this stuff could be melted down to forge weapons. Weizeng felt a bang in her head. She had an epiphany. This was the piece of iron in the blue worm god's hand that she had seen in her dream, and the request that Racrac brought was the mission the god had given her. Master, do you think you can melt this metal and turn it into weapons? Seeing Weizeng looking distracted, Racrac asked again. Of course I can, she asserted firmly. Even until the moment she brought that chunk of iron back to the castle, Weizeng still didn't understand why she had been so confident saying that in front of Racrac. However, as the city lord of Automobile City, if she had said, I think we can't, it would have been too embarrassing. Still, after returning, Weizeng sought out the most famous blacksmiths, yet they couldn't do anything with that lump of iron. They heated it to the highest possible temperature and hammered it repeatedly, but they couldn't create a single complete spear blade. City Lord, if this keeps up, I won't be able to do any other work. Then why don't you take some time off to rest? The blacksmith immediately raised his hand to refuse. If he rested, and the furnace cooled down, it would take a lot of coal to get it running again. Furthermore, the labor force at the forge was scarce now. It would take years to train someone skilled. Weizeng was at her wit's end, so she had to let the man go home to rest. As soon as he left, Siren arrived. If it's that difficult, you could just be straight with Chieftain Racrac about it. Even though Siren had spoken up first, Weizeng was still stubborn and refused to lose. She felt that since she had confidently agreed to it, admitting defeat now would be no different than admitting she was a useless partner. But in Siren's eyes, Chieftain Racrac was a very kind person. He figured that even if Weizeng told the truth that she had given up on that lump of iron, Racrac wouldn't blame her at all. Instead, he would say things like, It's fine, I wasn't expecting much anyway. We couldn't do it either, so let's just give up. But even if Racrac said that, Weizeng's pride would still be deeply wounded, and so, she decided to skip her reading lessons today. Weizeng took. Siren walked down a corridor deep beneath the palace. Here, they could easily encounter the Mud Soldiers, a unique characteristic of the Automation City. These creatures were created in the deepest sector of the inner palace. They wandered around the city, tirelessly maintaining and renovating the structures. But there was one problem. Even city lords like Weizeng or Weasel, in the past, couldn't control these Mud Soldiers as they pleased. However, that wasn't the important thing Weizeng wanted to show Siren today. She pushed open a heavy door at the end of the tunnel, revealing a massive hidden facility deep within the inner palace. It was built deep underground, connected to the riverbed, creating a constant, roaring artificial waterfall. Siren was absolutely stunned. He had never seen a structure like this before. According to Weizeng, this was the reserve water supply for the Automation City. Because it was hidden in the inner sanctum, there was no need to worry about it being targeted by enemies. And the thing she truly wanted Siren to see was the wooden wheel beneath that flow of water. Thanks to the rushing water, it rotated constantly, generating a significant source of energy. A machine that never tires, huh? Exactly. Even though we still don't know how the Automation City uses that energy, I want to use it to transform this place. Siren. Will you help me? Siren could see the determination in Weizong's eyes. Naturally, even without knowing exactly what she planned to do, he gave his unconditional agreement to her request. After returning to the study, Weizong began to roll out her plan, not just with Siren, but with Joan as well. After all, Joan was the person in charge of the high-level technology of the Black-Scale tribe. First, she wanted to create a new water channel at a higher position than the current one. That was a way to add more wooden wheels without weakening the current water flow. Joan felt this was very feasible, but in return, Weizong would need a huge amount of manpower along with a lot of money. Those wheels had to be made from a type of sturdy wood that didn't grow in this area anymore. The automation city will certainly have enough money to cover that, Weizong replied naively. The problem isn't whether you have enough money, but whether you have enough to make up for spending such a large amount. That's the problem. Your position is already precarious. If you waste the city's funds uselessly, you'll face even more criticism. Can you handle that? Joan, true to her extensive experience, pointed out the issue with just one sentence, leaving Weizong to ponder all night long. That night, she spoke to the voice in her head again. It said that it wasn't some prophetic spirit. The things it knew or could change were simply the moments right in front of them. But even so, Weizong still wanted to hear advice from this entity. Before her eyes, she wanted to set up the first water wheel to pass on to the next lord. The second wheel would connect to a bellows. If they had enough coal, it would create a furnace that never went out. The third wheel would connect to a hammer. It could replace limited human strength to flatten metal that people couldn't normally shape with hand tools. The final wheel would be turned into a mill. It could grind a significant amount of grain, without needing human labor. Oh, that's good. The voice seemed more concise than she expected. Just that? That is a future I cannot see or judge. I only tell you what I am thinking. Weizong felt encouraged by those two words. That's good. And her spirit suddenly became extremely resolute. It seemed the young city lord had finally made her decision. Right. I also think my idea isn't bad. I will build the water wheel project. Once decided, Weizong immediately put the plan into action, but it was much harder than she had imagined. The construction faced countless challenges, accompanied by accidents large and small. They were even sabotaged by those who opposed Weizong. But the most painful thing was the trial and error. Weizong had a lot of trouble installing the fourth wheel. Even though Joan was by her side throughout the process, it seemed they had made a calculation error. No, Weizong, that facility doesn't have enough space to install 4 wheels. If Weizong insisted on doing it, they would have no choice but to start over from scratch. This thought made her want to pull her hair out. But after a moment, Weizong remained steadfast in her initial plan. If it can't be helped, then start over. Joan quickly became flustered. But that will take twice the time. There's also the labor issue. Weizong had absolutely no time to argue with them. Now that she was the city lord, her words carried more weight. Weizong turned and threw a look sharper than a blade at Joan and the labor manager. This is the task of the blue worm god. This is our best chance to survive. Do you want to receive the wrath of the blue worm god? Joan and the worker looked at each other, troubled. But the young lord's attitude was more resolute than they had imagined. Weizong even declared that as long as she was still breathing, she would keep her promise to the god. Wait there. I will show you how to finish the fourth water wheel. Under this pressure, Joan had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, high above, Nebula was still monitoring them closely through the screen. He remembered he had never asked Weizong to make 4 water wheels. He hadn't even clearly stated that she had to build water wheels at all. However, humans were always like that. They would do anything to achieve their goals, unlike the somewhat honest lizard men. In this situation, Weizong had extended the construction time beyond what was expected, and used the blue worm god as an excuse to legitimize it, and it seemed to actually work. As the construction progressed, the great clans in the city didn't protest too violently. They even received countless benefits from commercial growth as workers stayed and the water wheels began to operate. The development of the commercial district would generate significant wealth. Nebula couldn't deny that this girl was very intelligent and gutsy. That reckless courage of Weizong created the greatest construction project in the world at this stage. The 4 water wheels were completed. The day they went into operation, everyone was amazed by the power they generated. The giant hammer attached to the wheel could now flatten steel bars that human strength alone could never manage. Weizong knew that in the near future, the iron from automation would far surpass the iron from other regions. She gazed at her water wheels with eyes full of pride. Master Nebula, I humbly apologize for using your name to intimidate others, but I trust you will understand once you see this project completed. At this moment, Nebula received a new achievement. Ironworking skill has reached level 2. His citizens now have the technology to produce much higher quality iron by smelting steel, creating gear that is far stronger and more durable. The first currency, called tokens, has also been created. At the same time, the central writing system has emerged. The system noted that this skill development is much faster than the average speed of other players. Nebula really enjoyed this moment. This is exactly why he chose humanity as the second race under his command, alongside the lizardmen. Their intelligence is truly astonishing. After the inauguration of the water wheels, the city of automation became increasingly bustling with trade. Many people from different races have found their way here, and almost everyone is drawn in by the sound of the water wheels echoing from within the city. Today, some elves arrived in the city. As soon as they arrived, they set their sights on the high-quality silk stall belonging to that lizard man. But this time, he knew how to do business better. It was all thanks to the scale that Weizong gave him previously. Even though the iron that the two elves presented was claimed to be high quality, when he weighed it, it was still much lighter than the standard weight. This iron is only tier 4. We don't trade for low-quality iron like this. You two can go to the Automation Exchange Center to trade your iron for tokens, then come back here to shop. The two elves were rejected so bluntly that they became annoyed, yet they still tried to linger and haggle a bit. This is a great opportunity to trade with us. Don't bother trying to sell this rags-like silk anymore. Those two words, rags-like, hit the absolute limit of that lizard man. He immediately flew into a rage. Do you have any idea how much effort and money it took to produce this silk? Are you buying or not? If not, get lost. This scene was observed by Weizong from a corner. She saw everything. Far from being angry that the shopkeeper chased the customers away, she was actually very happy. It seems that the lizardman silk merchant has learned how to become a true businessman. However, this is the first time she has seen the elves appear in this commercial district, proving that automation is becoming more and more vibrant. Taking the opportunity, Weizong also wanted to take a stroll to see how her people were trading, but then she discovered something irritating. That is, the two elves were using their looks and silver tongues to buy goods with those low-quality iron pieces. Their targets were merchants who were new to the trade or naive. This was clearly an act of preying on others to exploit them, rather than genuine business. The more Weizong watched, the more annoyed she felt. Where on earth did these scammers come from? At the same time, Nebula also received a new message. He gave a shout of surprise. He was certain this player was related to those elves. In the early stages of the game, conflict is foolish, which is why when Nebula had a territorial conflict with Hesmonia, they chose to resolve it peacefully through prophecy. Everyone saw the conflict, but the elves are way over by the northern coast. He felt there was no need for him to talk to their god. But thinking about it again, it is true that Nebula does not have much information about the territory of other players. So this discussion could also bring some benefits, so Nebula decided to accept the invitation. On the other side of the screen appeared a beautiful woman with two pointed ears. She spoke up first. Hello, I am the god of the elves, named Elda. You are the god of the humans in that little city, right? Looking at her demeanor, Nebula felt a bit of disdain. It seems Elda is a true role-playing gamer. She has become completely immersed in her role in the game's story as a god, and has completely forgotten that she is actually just a player. Although Nebula doesn't like this type of person much, he still politely replied. You could say that. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yes, a pleasure to meet you. You seem more polite than Hesmonia. You know about Hesmonia? Of course, because I am the one who drove that Manzi bunch out of the Northern Sea. Nebula fell into deep thought for a few seconds. Could it be that Hesmonia came all the way here and conflicted with him because he was chased away by another player? But he is also a seasoned veteran of this game. Could this Elda be so strong that she outclasses even Hesmonia? So, what can I do for you? Help? No. I want you to offer tributes to me. When you do that, I will allow you to expand your influence and leave you alone to develop. Elda bluntly replied. This statement clearly carried a tone of contempt. It was like paying protection money to Nebula and the tribe he is managing, and then she would leave him alone. So, the result of this proposal was that Nebula blocked her. Elda was blunt, truly an arrogant and conceited woman, but he felt she must have a basis to be so confident. It's just that her region is the northern coastline, which has a cold climate year-round. Nebula cannot use insects to scout it. Going there himself would be too dangerous, and if he did that, he wouldn't know what is happening in this place. How far have the elves developed? Why is Elda so arrogant? But when he calmed down to think, Nebula felt that he was not the only one in a difficult position. He doesn't know much about Elda. Conversely, she doesn't seem to understand much about him either, because insects cannot cross narrow terrain, so it is likely Elda sent the elves to Automation City. That is why those two scammers suddenly appeared here. Nebula felt that he was also in big trouble, now that Elda had mentioned removing obstacles for him. However, neither side has the trust to cooperate with each other, and in this situation, war is very likely to happen. It's a real war, not just a battle of wits through prophecy, like with Hesmonia. It seems Nebula must prepare for his first bloodshed. Alright, let's see what the other players are doing. While Nebula was busy spying on the other players within his capabilities, Huizong is currently dealing with a ton of headaches. She hadn't even bothered to look into the elf group yet, and they already showed up at her doorstep. A handsome, long-haired guy introduced himself as Leona. The captain of the elf merchant group introduced himself. Even before Huizong could speak, he started in, "I know why the Lord is acting this way. The business trouble yesterday, caused by one of my members, must have upset you, right?" "Exactly," Huizong replied, not showing him an ounce of respect. Leona didn't get angry at her attitude. He had actually prepared a gift to apologize. Huizong took the box, and inside was a diamond as big as an egg. It sparkled brightly. Leona said he found it in ancient ruins and was happy to give it to her. In return, Huizong needed to go easy on the elf merchant group. "Nice piece of loot," Huizong nodded. Leona thought he had successfully bribed her and was thrilled. Little did he know, a second later, her attitude did a 180-degree turn. Huizong slammed the lid shut and tossed it aside. "I'm not short on cash, you know. Bribery? I'm not interested in that kind of thing." Leona was terrified by her actions. He scrambled to pick up the box and checked it. When he saw the diamond was still intact without a scratch, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "So, what exactly do you want? If you want to have a good relationship with me, stop thinking about bribes, follow the rules here, and don't do anything shady to my merchants." Huizong didn't back down an inch. Besides, the elves had never left the north before. The fact that they suddenly wanted to trade in Automation City was highly suspicious. Before finding out the real reason, she couldn't let them run wild in the commercial district and scam people like that. Seeing how firm she was, Leona didn't dare try to bribe her again. "I understand. We will follow the Lord's orders. Also, if you really want to get on my good side, try buying this." Huizong's servant brought over a bag full of wooden statues of the god of blue worms. Leona was immediately put in a tough spot. Well, we worship the god of night rain, so what? Worshipping two gods just means double the blessings, right? You gotta spend money to make money, just buy them." Even though the wooden statues weren't worth much, it seemed like. Huizong was forcing the elves to act against their faith. This girl really had a twisted sense of humor. Before long, Siren came to find her. He brought news that the elf leader, Hassadian, had sent a messenger demanding an apology from Huizong. The reason was that the elves felt she had offended their beliefs and insulted them. Huizong scoffed after hearing it, speaking recklessly. "Those people only care about their looks, but they're super twisted on the inside." "Does that mean they're good-looking?" Siren asked, leaving her speechless and forced to change the subject. "We need to take it a step further. We must emphasize that the merchant group tried to bribe the Lord of Automation to gain my support." "That sounds reasonable. You should get ready. From what I can see, they'll be back in the city during the rainy season." The rainy season wasn't far off, but Huizong had no intention of welcoming these treacherous people anymore. She didn't plan on using polite diplomacy either. After all, the gods had already provided guidance. Huizong was now urgently gathering manpower and resources for war. Sure enough, not long after, the elves led their army over. The one leading the charge was none other than the leader, Hassadian. At first, when the god of night rain demanded a war, he was a bit startled, but Hassadian was just as arrogant as the god above him, so he felt that attacking Automation City would be a piece of cake. On the city walls, the guards spotted their presence. From afar, they quickly reported the news to Huizong. The elf army this time had 300 soldiers. Elda was watching from above, feeling that 300 troops were more than enough to crush Automation, because even though those walls were tall, they were made of mud, not stone, and inside, there were only about 150 defending soldiers with crude bows and arrows, while the elves had bows that could fire over 80 paces. Elda desperately wanted to see Nebula suffer a defeat, and that Hassadian guy was just like her, only wanting to see Huizong on her knees. This battle was entirely within Nebula's calculations, but he didn't panic or worry at all. Perhaps it was because he completely trusted the stubborn young female lord who was busy setting up the battlefield. Not long after the elf army began their assault, an intelligence scout returned to tell Hassadian that an army of about 70 soldiers from Automation City was camped out in the canyon leading into the city. Hassadian immediately fell into a panic. 70 people? Why only 70? He hadn't even found an answer when, from behind, Some of his subordinates screamed in horror. "Commander Hassadian, behind you. Enemy soldiers have blocked our path." Hassadian frantically turned around. Just one glance was enough to realize the army approaching was the Lizardmen, and even more, they were led by their chief, Racrac. Now Hassadian was truly terrified. How could he have predicted that the Lizardmen and the humans would team up? And the god of night rain, Elda, who was watching from above, was now trembling. She didn't fully understand Nebula, which is why she thought he only had one tribe in his hand. Who would have thought Nebula had conquered the Lizardmen even before the humans? Seeming to predict that Elda would reach out to him, Nebula had already unblocked her. Sure enough, less than 5 seconds after Racrac's army attacked, Elda contacted him directly. Nebula hadn't even had a chance to speak when Elda lost her cool and screamed at the screen. "That Lizardman tribe is yours? There's another god here too, right? You two teaming up against one is playing dirty, you know that? You should check the regional player list before shouting." Nebula sighed. It seemed this woman's thinking was still quite shallow. He wondered how Hesmonia even lost to her. On the other side, Elda tried to open the regional player list to see. And sure enough, besides her, there was only one other person, Nebula. Elda's face went from pale to blue. She clearly couldn't accept this reality. "I am the god of humans, and also the god of lizardmen. What's the matter? Is two tribes sharing the same faith that strange?" Elda's volume kept increasing. "How on earth do you already have two tribes in your hand?" The current situation was looking extremely unfavorable for the elf army at the canyon ahead. The human army had already set up camp, and behind them, Racrac was leading his kin in a fierce charge. Hassadian knew there was no escaping now. He could only reassure his troops, telling them their superior numbers meant they had nothing to fear, and then he gave his orders. "Vanguard, ready your bows. We'll take care of these beastkin just like last time, but if life were that easy, I could win the lottery just by walking down the street." Suddenly, the scout commander screamed, and with every cry, Hassadian felt his lifespan shortened by years. "There's an ambush. Human troops are up on the ridge." Hassadian's heart sank. This was the worst news he had ever heard. The elf army hadn't even processed their leader's commands when a rain of arrows poured down from the mountain. Screams echoed in agony, and Hassadian's army quickly descended into a chaotic mess. Meanwhile, Racrac had caught up from the rear. Hassadian tried one last desperate stand, ordering his soldiers to hold the formation. But they had no idea that Racrac possessed the power of the Chosen One. His way of attacking was just like sirens. All it took was a snap of his fingers, and lightning struck down upon them. With just that single move, half the elf army was wiped out, and then Racrac's elite units charged forward with ferocity. They had physical strength, and now, superior weaponry as well. Ever since Weizung successfully crafted water wheels, well, the lizard folk's dominance in this close-quarters combat was indisputable. Instead of continuing to fight, the elf soldiers began to hold their heads and run for their lives. Hassadian kept screaming in desperation, "Don't run, fight back. We must fulfill the wishes of the god of night rain." But absolutely no one listened to him. His soldiers were now solely focused on running away to save their own skins, seeing the enemy had lost all will to fight. Racrac channeled the power of the Evil One once more. This time, he swept through them all, leaving no one alive. Below, the battlefield was brutal, but high above, two gods, with very different mindsets, were conversing. Elda was heavily devastated and had no choice but to concede, while Nebula, feeling both smug and quite satisfied with his two tribes' performance, mocked her. "Conceding so fast? Don't want to interfere anymore? It's useless. The difference in power is just too clear. What do you want?" Nebula held up 3 fingers, representing the 3 things he wanted: resources, information, and technology. Elda immediately roared like a cornered lioness. "You want everything? Are you trying to take advantage of me while I'm down? Not everything. Besides, if you aren't on my side, you'll struggle to survive anyway. Right?" Nebula replied with a straight face. Elda realized he made sense. The most important thing for her right now wasn't how much Nebula was demanding, but the fact that the elf tribe was on the verge of total annihilation. In this battle alone, she had lost nearly 300 soldiers. With the remaining numbers, survival was looking bleak. Nebula currently held 2 tribes in his grasp. If Elda were to oppose him, she would surely be pushed into a dead end. So, while he was still willing to negotiate even if this negotiation was basically highway robbery, Elda agreed. She even used light speed to flip her attitude, constantly praising Nebula as the most benevolent god in this land. "Information, technology, and resources, I will give you whatever you need. Please forgive my arrogance from before, and don't hold a grudge." This sudden change of heart actually made Nebula wonder, before she transmigrated into the game, was she a professional actress? Seeing Nebula say nothing, Elda assumed his silent consent and cut him off. Now, let me tell you everything I know about the northern coast. According to Elda, the reason she had been so arrogant was because of her allies. Specifically, there were 3 players from the northern coast: Elda, Solongos, and Lim Chun-sik. The 3 of them had formed a loose alliance without any support system. The player, Solongos, controlled a rare species called centaurs. This race had the innate advantage of being natural cavalry, but they were very difficult to breed and consumed a lot of resources. Nebula had never been interested in centaurs until now, but if someone else were to conquer them, it would be a headache for him. As for Lim Chun-sik, this man had overcome the fatal weakness of the orcs. They were an extremely powerful species, but lacked intelligence. Their average IQ was only 10. However, that Lim guy had successfully raised their intelligence stats using a small zone blessing. This blessing wasn't limited to physical abilities. Nebula had also granted quite a few blessings to humanity. Regarding Elda's allies, Nebula felt Lim Chun-sik seemed a bit stronger. So, has Hesmonia ever waged war against Lim Chun-sik? Never. Before being chased away, Hesmonia's territory bordered Elda and Solongos. He never dared to touch Lim Chun-sik. However, he was still at a disadvantage because those 3 were allies, which is why he sought a path to the south, intending to develop a foundation there. In the end, he ran into you and had to tuck his tail and run. But after chasing Hesmonia away, Lim Chun-sik started to show his true colors. Specifically, he forced Elda to pay excessive tributes. Perhaps it was because he was already strong enough and no longer needed her alliance. She was struggling because of these demands, so she started provoking other tribes. Unfortunately, she ran into Nebula right away. It seems Lim Chun-sik respects Solongos a bit more than her, perhaps because the centaurs are a nomadic tribe. What does that have to do with anything? Elda asked, confused. Elves and orcs are both indigenous people. The people believe that territory is the measure of power. So, it was inevitable that the relationship between the 2 sides would sour over the land that one day one of them would claim. Did you really expect him to treat you well? Elda suddenly had an epiphany. Even if Lim Chun-sik hadn't turned on her first, the 2 sides wouldn't have lasted as partners forever. He knew sooner or later Elda would betray him, so he struck first. On the other hand, nomadic tribes have to be a bit more accommodating, but Nebula wasn't sure what would happen next. He just knew that if a powerful force rose in the north, he would be the one in trouble. I think we need to help each other out, don't you, Miss Elda? Elda didn't expect Nebula to proactively suggest an alliance, but immediately after, she became dejected again. Because after the lopsided battle that just occurred, she had lost so much power, her main legion, and even her priests. At least she still had the small zone blessing. Isn't it true that you are the goddess of night, Vu? I guessed you had achieved artistic enlightenment a long time ago. Oh, you hit the nail on the head. Elda looked surprised that everything Nebula said was spot on. Suddenly, he gestured with his hand a few times. Elda approached cautiously after Nebula whispered something in her ear. Elda looked extremely suspicious. Are you sure this is okay? The scene shifted to a land covered in ice and snow. It must have been the northern coastal region. At that moment, a group of 3 centaurs were standing with an old man, who was likely a human or an elf. They called this man a prophet. The prophet had just delivered a prophecy that he believed would soon come true. In the near future, a king will come to this land. When the king arrives, a new world order will be established. Those currently in power will lose their positions, and those who travel freely between territories will disappear. The lead centaur grew more annoyed the more he heard. Who is this king? Who is this king who will make everyone bow down? Even powerful tribal chiefs? Do you mean that king is a god? No, gods do not appear on this earth, but a king does. And above all, since gods truly exist, this means the king is someone ranked just below the gods. The centaur laughed, then patted his chest proudly. He thought he was that king, but the prophet shook his head and said, no. When he asked if it was the lizardmen group that had appeared in rumors recently, the old man shook his head again. Even though the lizardmen were strong and bellicose, they couldn't do anything about the northern coast, because there was a natural barrier blocking the way. Moreover, the climate conditions were also very different. According to his description, the one who will become king is a giant, a massive body, standing on 2 legs, sitting on a stone throne. That person is stronger than the centaurs and smarter than the elves. The centaur immediately interrupted, impatient. Could you mean Kijin, the mage of the Oscar tribe? I'll have to serve a king like him? What the hell is this? That's right, the prophet replied firmly. By now, the centaur's anger had completely erupted. His eyes looked like they contained 1,000 flames of rage. And in one short second, the prophet was sent to the afterlife by him. "You're wrong, you foolish old man. I am Tamarizu, and I will never bow down to anyone, except for the gods." As expected, the prophet was actually an elf, and him traveling across the 6 coastal regions to spread that prophecy was Elda's plan. Nebula had asked her to do so. After this incident, Tamarizu was furious. However, there was still no sign that he believed in this prophecy. If that's the case, we just need to make the prophecy come true. Just wait and see. Although Tamarizu didn't believe in that prophecy, it weighed heavily on his mind. Today, he wanted to conquer a mountain in the north, known for being very high and treacherous. But no matter how hard he tried, Tamarizu couldn't climb it. Even halfway up, he encountered an avalanche. Before being crushed by a massive snowball, Tamarizu screamed in utter helplessness, "Why can't I become king?" Afterward, nothing else happened. He woke up. The mountain climbing was just a dream. However, this nightmare had been repeating for several days. It was like an obsession. Tamarizu wanted to become king to escape that obsession. But in reality, he himself knew that in this remote place, hardly anyone even knew the name Tamarizu. Even so, he couldn't stand the thought of watching Kijin sit on the throne. While he was lost in thought, Tamarizu's subordinate arrived and announced that he had visitors. After slaughtering the old prophet, Tamarizu welcomed 2 more guests. One was an elf, the same tribe as the old prophet. He said he had heard of the prophecy that Oscar Kijin would become king, but he advised Tamarizu to seize the throne himself instead of waiting for that prophecy to come true. The other was a human from the city of Automation. He said that, in Automation, there was a rumor that the new king was the leader of the Centaur tribe, so he traveled a long way to offer tribute. The talk about the king was growing more frequent. Tamarizu began to waver regarding the words that weren't a direct revelation from the gods. Today, he had another guest, and this time, it was a lizard man. That person greeted him in a very familiar and friendly way immediately upon arrival. He was the most eloquent person of the Owen tribe. "You came to convince me to be king, too?" After the pleasantries, Tamarizu got straight to the point. "King, huh? Honestly, I don't know much about the future, but if you want to become king, I'm here to stop you." Tamarizu looked stunned to see that Owen had a completely different mindset than the previous 2 guests. He became curious as to why Owen would stop him. Could it be that he wasn't qualified to be king, or did he still need recognition from other tribal chiefs? "Oh, so have you received recognition from other tribes yet?" Owen asked. "The elf and the human say I should be king, but what about the lizard men?" "I'm not sure about that. Our chief might agree, but even so, Owen still advised Tamarizu not to become king for his own sake. This wasn't about qualifications or ability, but the real issue was the approval of the gods. Owen's words deeply affected Tamarizu, but he still didn't understand. His god was always ready to charge forward, so why would the god not want him to become king? "This is just my speculation," Owen continued slowly. "Just like there is a hierarchy between races on Earth, there are also levels among the gods. The god of the Centaur tribe, who is always ready to charge into battle, also has to bow down before many other gods." Upon hearing this, Tamarizu instantly went berserk and raised his weapon. He couldn't accept anyone blaspheming his god. But Owen wasn't afraid. Because his rage blinded him, Tamarizu missed with his axe. Owen didn't even bother to dodge. "Why are you getting angry at me? I'm only talking about the hierarchy among gods. You shouldn't aim at me. Aim at the gods, who are controlling your god." Tamarizu's whole body began to tremble, not out of fear, but because he was furious. But after calming down, he felt that the hypothesis Owen presented also made sense. The nightmare he dreamt of every night was perhaps a negative revelation from the gods. His god had seen through his heart and issued a divine decree to prevent him from becoming king. In the end, Tamarizu put his weapon away and asked Owen, "What should I do in this situation?" Owen slowly stood up, pulled his hood back, and prepared to leave. "We, the Black-Scale Warriors, in times of absolute necessity, will sometimes defy the orders of our commander. Perhaps you should do the same with your god," he said. Clearly, Owen played a crucial role in Nebula's plan this time. Even though he approached it with the attitude of advising Tamarizu not to become king, that final sentence was the true key, the most important part. After Owen left, Tamarizu stood there for a long time, finally grasping the hidden meaning behind those last words. He became even more determined to become king, because he believed that only by becoming king could he prevent his god from being pushed around by the other gods. High above, Nebula was very satisfied with these developments, while Elda seemed surprised. She never thought she could use her artistic achievements to manipulate the situation like this. Thanks to Nebula's tip, This was the first time she had managed to pull it off. Whatever she wanted to write, it worked. Everything happening in a person's mind could be considered art murals, statues, or prophecies. Everything. Just like how Elda had manipulated Tamarizu's mind earlier. So, even though he was under the control of another player, Elda had successfully made him go against the divine will of his own god. It looks like Solongos is going to have a major headache over this one. Conflict between races will lead to conflict between gods. Nebula felt that before long, he would be completely swallowed up by Lim Chun-sik. Solongos himself probably foresaw this, and he would try to resist that Lim guy's power as much as he could. But regardless, Nebula's job was just to stand on the sidelines, watch them fight, and swoop in to reap the benefits. It was exactly as Owen said. Tamarizu's god was being suppressed by other gods, specifically Lim Chun-sik, the god of the Oxer race. After the incident where Tamarizu ignored his decree, Solongos was incredibly frustrated. He quickly had to find Lim Chun-sik and bowed his head in humiliating apology. I am truly sorry. I don't know why Tamarizu won't listen to me. Lim Chun-sik didn't seem happy at all. It's fine, brother. It's my fault. For not keeping an eye on those damn elves. I didn't expect Elda to drag another player into this. Even Solongos hadn't anticipated this, as his relationship with Elda had always been good. The two had even teamed up to drive Hesmonia away not long ago. Regardless, the immediate situation was very tense. Tamarizu wasn't listening to him. So soon, Tamarizu and Kijin would be at each other's throats. If Tamarizu kicked the bucket, it would be a huge loss for Solongos, losing an important high-level priest. At this moment, Solongos suddenly changed his demeanor. He stood up straight, no longer showing that servile, humiliating posture from before. That was the reason. Why I'm not apologizing for this. Because my Tamarizu is the one who will take down your Kijin. Either way, the falling out was inevitable. If Solongos didn't stand up and fight back, sooner or later he would be swallowed by Lim Chun-sik. However, that Lim guy just felt he was being too arrogant. There was no way a nomadic tribe like the Centaurs could defeat a powerful tribe like the Oxer. On the surface, the two of them were still smiling and chatting, but deep down, they already considered each other enemies. Not long after, the war actually broke out. Tamarizu led his most powerful warriors to attack first. His path was blocked by goblins, who were the slaves of the Oxer tribe. The strength of the Centaurs completely outclassed these tiny monsters, so they were wiped out very quickly. But there was one thing Tamarizu hadn't expected. The Oxer tribe had already predicted his route and set an ambush. After the goblins were slaughtered, they showed their faces, standing before these giant monsters. The Centaur cavalry fell into chaos. They wanted to retreat, but the path behind them was blocked by the bodies of the goblins. Now, they couldn't advance, and they couldn't retreat. Very quickly, the Oxers launched a powerful assault. With their superior physique, they rapidly gained the upper hand in the situation. Tamarizu's anger soared to the heavens, limiting the range with goblin fodder. Are you going to ambush us? You guys are truly pathetic. He gripped a sharp spear and charged valiantly toward the enemy. Tamarizu lived up to his reputation as the leader of the Centaur tribe. With just a few swings of his spear, he sent two Oxers to the afterlife. The enemy's hot blood splashed onto his face, making him even more aggressive and bloodthirsty. Now, he had only one thought in his head: to defeat Kijin, become king, and free his god from the suppression of the other gods. Kijin was the leader of the Oxer tribe, so his physique was also far superior to normal Oxers. It seemed Kijin was very angry seeing Tamarizu betray him. He let out a thunderous roar and grabbed his giant hammer, beginning to attack. Tamarizu was smaller but more agile, yet unfortunately, that agility was not enough to keep him out of Kijin's reach. In a flash, Tamarizu was grabbed by Kijin with one hand. Then, he used his other hand, piling on his strength, to crush the opponent's body. Poor Tamarizu couldn't overcome the so-called power gap, and, in the end, was the one who had to go to the grave first. The scene of him being tragically finished off was hard to watch. Elda, observing from above, could only click her tongue, not knowing if she felt disappointed or pitying. I thought the Centaur tribe would put up a fight that was evenly matched with the Oxers. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. After that, she began to fear, because the Oxers were truly too strong. Moreover, their intelligence had also increased significantly. Afterward, Elda started to worry about Nebula, because his main force was the Lizardman tribe, and the Lizardmen would have their health significantly weakened when winter arrived. She was afraid they wouldn't be able to fight the Oxers. Elda kept nagging in his ear, making Nebula's head hurt. What have you been talking about this whole time? The Black Scale. Lizardmen won't be fighting the Oxers. What? What do you mean? Forget it. What were you saying before? Keep going. What is your rank? Just as Owen had said before, the gods were also divided into different ranks. This was the meaning behind Nebula's previous question. Elda cleared her throat a few times, looking a bit embarrassed, and replied that before, she stood at around the 3,400th floor in the game. Nebula pondered. That's not a bad number, but it's not great either. He had assumed players were chosen based on their rank, but in the end, the rank of the gods was a star. And how were players chosen? What were the conditions to join the war? Nebula had countless questions, but he couldn't find the answers just yet. He felt more and more that this lost world was incomprehensible, but since he was already here, he had to keep going. Suddenly, Nebula turned to Elda and asked, "Hey, are you seriously planning to keep teaming up with me?" "Of course. What are you even talking about?" "Never mind. Thanks." This attitude of Nebula's really annoyed Elda. If there was one thing he said to her more than anything else, it was, "Forget it," or "Never mind." Then again, Elda didn't dare talk back. Why bother, when she knew she was the weaker one? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lim Chun-sik was enjoying his victory. It belonged to his tribe, but he didn't dare sit still. He started investigating the other players. The name Nebula really caught his attention, because, back in the day, Nebula's account was ranked #1 in Lost War. Rumor even had it that no streamer could ever compete with him. Lim Chun-sik didn't think he'd run into such a legendary figure so soon, but he figured that in this battle, he had lucked out with more advantages. Because the insect and lizardman territories that Nebula possessed would weaken significantly when winter arrived, all the lizardmen's stats would drop sharply, leaving him no choice but to go for a quick win. But Lim Chun-sik's orcs were different. They were as tough as nails, regardless of winter or summer. Plus, he was actively preparing for war because the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Nebula. Back in his prime in Lost War, Lim Chun-sik had reached the top 20. Just the thought of defeating the top 1 made him incredibly excited. After preparations were complete, Lim Chun-sik sat back, waiting for Nebula to strike first. But after waiting forever with no movement, he grew a bit impatient. Not long after, something did happen. It wasn't Racrac leading an army to attack or anything, it was the elf village, burning fiercely. Lim Chun-sik was an experienced player, so at a glance, he immediately realized Nebula was using a scorched earth tactic. Also known as a scorched earth policy, its only feature was destroying all fortifications that the enemy could potentially occupy. The goal was to cut off their supply lines. Of course, before using this tactic, Nebula had already evacuated everyone from the elf village. Usually, he didn't use this strategy early on because it didn't deploy well in the early stages of a war. But this time was different because the enemy currently held the north, so securing food supplies was quite difficult. Furthermore, the black-scale lizardman tribe was controlling all trade in the city of Automation. And once the battle started, the orcs had to choose between raiding the elf tribe's resources or trading their items for other necessities. Now that Nebula had destroyed the elf village, although it made Elda unhappy, it had achieved his goal. The fatal weakness of the orcs was that they ate too much, leading to excessive food consumption. If this continued, then a food shortage in the winter was bound to happen. "Elda, you really are a piece of my luck," Nebula said while rambling about battle tactics. Suddenly, Nebula said something completely irrelevant. Elda's cheeks turned bright red. She thought Nebula was hitting on her, but then he continued. "Usually, with plans like that, I could only burn part of their territory. But who knew those big, bulky guys would coincidentally show up at the elf village? Because of that, they took quite a bit of damage. Turns out she was just wishful thinking." Elda's mood instantly plummeted. Nebula was completely relaxed now. All he had to do was wait. He was pretty sure the orc army wouldn't survive past the second winter. Indeed, the food crisis unfolded rapidly. The orcs were even starving to the point where they had to eat the goblins. This made the goblins, who had always been slaves serving the orcs, start to flee to other lands. Kijin started feeling skeptical about his god, because ever since the famine hit, his deity had remained indifferent, not issuing a single decree. Kijin had always bowed before his faith in his god, but now, he was starting to waver because his tribespeople were dying out one by one from hunger. In reality, Lim Chun-sik was also very anxious. The situation didn't allow him to wait any longer. And so, he made an unexpected move. He reached out to Solongos. Originally, he intended to shamelessly borrow his military forces, but Solongos was also powerless. More than a year had passed since Tamarizu was defeated by Kijin. Immediately after that, Nebula's lizardman tribe had come to conquer Solongos' land. Most of the tribespeople in his territory had sought ways to flee. Since then, their faith in their gods had dropped to the lowest level. It was just that Lim Chun, Sik, and Solongos had cut ties, so they didn't know that information. In fact, recently, Solongos had also planned to contact Lim Chun Sik because, not long ago, Elda had proactively reached out to him. She advised Solongos to come under Nebula's command to help her, and if he helped them block Lim Chun Sik's army, Elda was willing to share the hardships with his tribe. Although Solongos had hesitated for a long time, he told Lim Chun Sik that he had refused instantly. After all, seeing that Elda had exhausted her resources like that, Solongos guessed that surrendering to Nebula wouldn't be any better. Hey, Lim Chun Sik, even though you and I have had conflicts recently, haven't we always stood shoulder to shoulder in the past? Lim Chun Sik was moved to tears by Solongos. He said he could try to summon a few warriors to support him. Lim Chun Sik had lost too many troops when facing Nebula's traps. He thought that now, he had to fight on open terrain for the orcs to have a chance to win. By that time, this battle would turn into a war between gods, and he could descend to the mortal realm to take part in the fight and destroy most of Nebula's main forces. The fact that a god, incarnating to participate in the war, grants unimaginable power. Lim Chun Sik was certain that after losing to Nebula, Elda had lost a massive amount of divine power. That made it impossible for her to manifest in the physical realm anymore. Even if Nebula still had plenty of divine power to spare for the fight, Lim Chun Sik still had the support of Solongos, 2 against 1, and he'd at least walk away with a win, if not a total crush. That was exactly why he had to swallow his pride and seek this guy out. As it turned out, Solongos really did mobilize a troop to support Lim Chun Sik. Their battle took place in a barren valley. On Nebula's side, the leader was none other than Racrac. After locking onto their targets, Lim Chun Sik and Solongos immediately manifested to buff their high priest. Nebula, of course, wasn't about to let Racrac fight alone. Kijin and that centaur, possessed by a god, were fighting with everything they had. But what they didn't expect was that Nebula had already captured evil spirits from the galactic era, and that lightning ability completely outclassed them. Just me alone is enough to handle your whole pathetic army. Do you really think you can beat me with that tiny bit of divine power you have left? Why don't you use your brains and think, why didn't I run away when it was 2 against 1? It's clearly because I'm confident. You idiots. Manifesting to fight in a war and getting wrecked means losing a massive amount of experience points. Lim Chun Sik and Solongos were sealed away immediately after. Because of that, if a god is sealed, you can destroy their statue to kill them for real and end the game. Of course, if you follow the right process, you can break the seal. But for now, Nebula couldn't be bothered with these two, so he just tossed them aside. This fight was way too easy for him. Taking down 2 gods at once caused Nebula's level to jump up quite a bit. Since he had plenty of points to spare, he planned to upgrade Racrac a little, but before that, there was a small bonus. Since Nebula had defeated 2 enemies, he had the right to seize a portion of their territory and resources. After making his choice, he claimed Lim Chun Sik's marshes and bird species. This was a huge stroke of luck that made Nebula very happy. He could use these birds for reconnaissance. He could replace the insects he was currently using, and the blessing he used on the insects could be transferred over to the lizardmen and humanity. Nebula immediately applied the insect blessing to both of his races. It would apply to the next generation. It might only change things slightly, but it would still help his game progress. As for Elda, Nebula didn't intend to wipe her out completely. After all, Elda's divine power was rock bottom now. She couldn't fight back anymore. 3 players had already been eliminated by Nebula. Now was the perfect time to reorganize the situation. Based on the intelligence from the Locusts, Nebula knew that to the west, there were currently 3 factions clashing. They were originally 5 players who split up, but he didn't intend to face them unless they encroached on his territory first. To the east was the ocean. Nebula's immediate goal was to dominate the 6 regions, so he didn't need to worry about that right now. Nebula needed to unify the north and south lands before the NPCs completely occupied both places. But the problem was, Racrac couldn't be in 2 places at once. So, Nebula planned to use Elda's elf tribe to move forward and take those lands. Thinking this, he called Elda. At this point, Nebula was basically Elda's great-grandfather in terms of hierarchy. So, when he said one thing, she didn't dare do another. The elf tribe had no choice but to follow the god's decree and head further north. After Hassadian was defeated in the war, Leona had become the new tribe leader, but it seemed some elves weren't happy about having to keep moving like this. They wanted to settle down in a new place, plant crops, and build up their strength before the Oxo and goblins targeted them. I don't know why we have to suffer in such a harsh region like this. Didn't the god of night rain say anything, Leader Leona? In fact, last night, I received an oracle from the god of night rain. Leona said calmly. Indeed, Elda had issued a decree to them yesterday. She said that someone was coming from the south to help the blue-eyed elf tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, someone entered to report that a group of humans was approaching. Oh, looks like the sign of the prophecy is arriving. The elves in the tent exchanged suspicious glances. Leona immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare to welcome the group of humans. He himself hoped this was the person the god of night rain mentioned in the oracle. Even though the snow was falling heavily, Leona led his people to wait. Even though the leader of the human group was wearing a veil, Leona could recognize right away that it was Lord Weizong. He didn't think the Lord of Automation would travel such a long distance himself. While Leona was still dazed, Weizong jumped off her horse and stepped forward to greet him first. You must be Leona, right? You look thinner than last time. Yes, please come inside. It's too cold out here. Weizong didn't rush into the tent. Instead, a large person jumped off a horse and walked up. That was Siren. I apologize, but I need to check if there are any assassins inside. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be annoyed by this request. But Leona understood the rift between the two races. After all, the elf tribe had gone to Otto, Mason, to start a war first, so he didn't take it to heart. After Siren checked the area, Weizong felt at ease entering the tent to drink tea and talk with Leona. What brings you here, Lord Weizong? In truth, she didn't want to show her face in this harsh land of white snow either. But like Leona, she had received an oracle. The god of blue insects had requested she help the vulnerable, specifically the elf tribe. So, this time, Weizong brought some weapons and farming tools. On top of that, she brought a large quantity of seeds that could grow in freezing weather. Thank you so much. Leona was so happy he couldn't hide his smile. I'll sell them to you at a low price, Weizong added. A merchant is a merchant, after all. She wasn't about to let herself lose out. After all, the god of blue insects said she was here to help the elf tribe, not to do charity. Leona went stiff at her words, but getting to buy these things at a low price was still great. Still, the elf tribe was currently dirt poor. With nothing left to trade, Leona originally wanted to put it on credit, but Weizong suddenly gave him a look that said, if you don't have the money, then I'm leaving. Leona snapped, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. Enough! I know you only came here for a reason. There's something here that you want, right? You don't have anything in your hands, so what could we possibly want from you? Weizong replied, without a hint of politeness. Leona quickly pulled out a map. He spread it out in front of her. Even if we don't have much now, this place has iron mines, plenty of trees, and fertile soil. Agricultural products will thrive here. Later on, we can trade them to the automation city at a low price. Leona's attitude was firm, but Weizong just laughed. So, you're trying to trade the uncertain value of the future for something that has tangible value right now? Is that it? I guarantee it on the honor of Leona, he insisted. Weizong thought about it for a while and finally agreed, but as she had said, she was a merchant. She would never allow herself to be at a disadvantage, so this deal couldn't just be a verbal promise. Weizong wanted Leona to sign a written contract and leave a thumbprint on it. Honestly, Leona wasn't too happy about this agreement either, because no matter how he looked at it, he knew the value of the mines. The iron and the forests would increase significantly in the future. He was giving away his descendants' inheritance, but if he didn't give it away now, they wouldn't survive to see the future. And thinking of those descendants, he believed the god of rain had foreseen this, which was why he gave the prophecy. So, in the end, Leona still agreed and pressed his thumbprint onto the contract. This covenant shall be executed immediately. I swear it in the name of the god, Leona said. I like that line. I will do the same. This covenant shall be executed immediately. I swear it in the name of the god. Weizong's performance did not disappoint Nebula. The first profits from the trade with the northern coastal region had already arrived. He was very satisfied to see his territory growing larger, and his people developing day by day. Until now, for the players in Lost War, their world only revolved around their own tribe. Other tribes were seen as huge threats, so how could they possibly trade with those whose path was unknown? But now, it was different. Chan City had been established. Nomadic people had found fixed routes for trade. They had even started writing contracts on paper. Nebula believed that soon, the value of intangible things, or the value of things yet to come, could be used for buying and selling. Just like the deal Weizong and Leona made today, this would soon become common. His people had moved past simple bartering and were gradually moving toward the concept of an economy. From now on, Nebula could fully think about how to dominate these vast 6 lands. While Weizong handled the trade, Ragnar wasn't sitting idle either. Both were the highest-ranking priests of the 2 races that belonged to him. This time, Ragnar was in charge of leading the army to conquer the dwarves. After a grueling battle, he successfully reached the coast for the first time. Ragnar felt incredibly strange. For the first time, he knew what the edge of the Six Lands was. The elite Lizardman army had conquered the southernmost point of the Six Lands. Just as the Blue Serpent God desired, the lands of the southern six regions now belonged to the Lizardman tribe and Nebula. The emotions in Ragnar's heart were indescribable. Because he was now in a different position. He was no longer just leading his own tribe, but all the species on this land. This great responsibility overwhelmed Ragnar. He couldn't think of what to do next. Nebula himself was thinking about establishing a state, but he wasn't in a hurry to issue an edict to Ragnar, because every form of state has its advantages and disadvantages. A feudal state is one option, a type of government where the king selects feudal lords and grants them land. Although the lords would protect their own territories, helping the king lighten his burden, the king cannot fully manage the relationships between these lords. The result is frequent civil war. Of course, civil war can drive technological development, but it's also hard to manage, because it often leads to chaos. A monarchical state is another option, Nebula considered. In that system, the king stays in the capital and manages officials, sending them to different areas to handle administration. Honestly speaking, Nebula really wanted to choose this system, but because the national foundation wasn't stable yet, the officials doing the management had to be talented people. Because power was heavily concentrated in the king's hands, mobilizing the army would be easy. But at that point, there was too much to prepare. From roads and ports to how to select officials. Which one do you think is better, Elda? Haven't you already made up your mind? You seem to understand me better now, don't you? That night, Ragnar did indeed receive a message through a dream. He then shared this story with his trusted subordinates. He dreamed that he was flying in the sky. He left his body and flew at a speed so fast it couldn't be controlled by thought, crossing barren lands to the northern coast. Ragnar had flown over countless lands, places with villages that the lizardmen had painstakingly conquered. As he recounted this, he drew on the dirt with a stick. Finally, a map appeared. Ragnar used his tail to point to the location where they were standing now, then marked the names of each land they had conquered. From the Maganent region of the dwarves to the Simon region of the orcs, just like that, the names of the places began to fill up the rough map. During the whole process, Joan was always by his side, meticulously taking notes until they reached a region that none of them knew the name of, because no species lived there. That place was not only full of rolling hills, but was also the habitat of giant snakes, so other tribes always avoided it. So, none of us know the name of this land? Joan asked. But the other lizardmen could only look at each other. I know it, Ragnar suddenly spoke up. Then, he began to describe the land he had never set foot on. Although it's surrounded by mountains, if we clear away the small trees and vines, it will create a very easy path. Deep inside those mountains, there is a valley and a large river that flows into the sea. If you go downstream, you will find a vast plain. So the Blue Serpent God showed you this land in your dream? Joan. The land is rightfully named Orazon. It means the land where our God resides, acting according to his divine will. I will become the king of Orazon. The lizard folk were astonished but also overjoyed, which is completely understandable. Because Racrac holds such high prestige within the tribe, his ascension to the throne by the god's decree is something no one would ever dream of opposing. The lizard folk began their migration toward Orazon. Nebula followed them closely, knowing that although many creatures in this land have acknowledged the power of Racrac, there will always be dissenters wherever you go. So, unifying everyone's opinion is always the first priority. Everyone in the tribe needs to know about Orazon, the place that will soon become their nation. They also need to be prepared for the fact that Racrac will be their king. Next is the issue of infrastructure. Every region needs convenient roads leading to Orazon. Nebula has chosen a monarchical system. Rock intends to call the managers of these regions chief commanders. And above all, to unify the territories, he needs to establish a common set of laws. These laws will apply to all territories. That is what is happening and will continue to happen in Racrac's southern territory. However, for Automation City and the Elf Village, this will take more time, as these two places basically already have their own feudal lords, Weitzung and Leona. Even though everything is still very rudimentary and not quite settled, Nebula is confident that the future will be bright because, for now, there isn't a problem he can't solve. So, you're going to use both races? Elda asked from the side. Yes. When weighing the pros and cons, I don't see any reason to choose just one. But why are you making my kind a part of your kingdom? Because the land your kind lives on is my land too, isn't it? Ah. Right. I see. In Racrac's world, a lot of time has passed. He has been on the throne for a while, and the country is very peaceful. The Luga territory is the region bordering the Southern Sea. It is governed by a chief commander named Taka. Taka was once a fierce warrior of the tribe, but now he is getting on in years, having lost one ear and one eye. Today, the sun is shining brightly. Taka went out fishing with his subordinates, but he isn't used to this peaceful atmosphere at all. After all, he's used to constant migration, invading territories, and slaughtering other tribes. Come on, sir, don't be so discouraged. Back then, when you were a warrior, your life was defined by those victories, which is why the gods appointed you to this position. The more Taka thought, the more bored he felt. Great warrior, that title feels like it's from a lifetime ago. Now, with one eye gone and a missing ear, things aren't as easy as they used to be. Taka began to wonder if the god, Nebula, wants him to enjoy his retirement. He knows that his aging is inevitable. He doesn't know how much longer he has to protect this territory. And as for choosing a successor, Taka still hasn't figured that out. Anyway, how could any force possibly invade our territory? If there is any threat, it must be from the other side of the ocean. Taka just said that casually, but unexpectedly. Some strange ships really did appear on the river in the distance. He and his subordinates quickly hid in a corner. They peeked out to observe. On the boats were some blue lobsters. It seems they traveled a long way across the sea to get here. Even though Taka is old, his charisma hasn't faded one bit. He decided to intercept their boats. Which tribe are you from? Why have you come from across the ocean? I am the leader of the lizard folk, the master of this land. State your purpose for coming here immediately. The lobsters were terrified by Taka's murderous gaze. They hurriedly stammered, "We are from the Blue Lobster tribe. It is true we come from across the ocean, but we come in peace. Actually, we got lost due to a storm. We didn't come to invade." Taka's subordinates secretly felt lucky that he didn't attack impulsively. For the past few years, Taka has fought in many places, but his attitude has become increasingly ruthless, not gentle in the slightest. He never shows mercy to enemies. If he senses something is off, he strikes immediately. "Very well, I'll trust you for now," Taka said, while the blue lobsters were still trembling. Taka suddenly turned to instruct his subordinates to prepare accommodations and food for them, while also helping to repair their ships. Not long after, the blue lobsters' ships were fixed. Taka loaded them with plenty of supplies, and even went out to see them off himself. "We are indebted to you, Lord Taka. We will never forget your kindness." The blue lobsters chirped in thanks, still waving at Taka even after the boat had gone far away. His subordinates were very surprised. Taka was always cautious of forces coming from across the ocean, yet now he has lent a helping hand. Normally, to avoid trouble, Taka would have chased them away immediately and reported to Racrac that he had driven off an invading fleet. "Perhaps it was my mercy. Perhaps I misjudged and let an enemy go who should have been destroyed. And maybe you don't know the reason why I lost this left eye." As soon as Taka said that, his subordinate quickly chimed in that all the lizard folk knew he was injured in the battle against the Trantin. "That's right. That was when I fought to protect those people, the wretched ones, even though they weren't of our tribe." Taka recounted that after being injured, he went to see Racrac. The severe injuries had left him feeling depressed. At that time, Racrac asked him if he regretted standing up to protect people not of his own tribe. Taka had replied to Racrac that in the past, the god Nebula reached out to help their tribe without asking for anything in return. Racrac seemed very surprised by his answer. "Oh, so you dare compare what you did to him?" "No. I just felt that was something I should follow the god Nebula's example and do." Racrac sighed, then smiled with relief. "You did the right thing. Just keep acting according to what is right, and then everyone will support you. In the future, speak of your victories and be proud, for I, Racrac, will always stand behind you in support as a hero of our tribe." Taka has always remembered those words from Racrac. That is the reason why he let the Blue Lobster group go today. Several weeks later, Taka's subordinate reported that those blue lobsters are back, and the moment they saw Taka, they were so excited they could barely contain themselves. This time, it wasn't just a shipwreck incident. They've come to trade for supplies like fabric, which is critical for them because the Blue Lobster territory is currently caught in a war. They brought a chest overflowing with pearls to trade. It was the first time Taka had ever seen pearls. They looked so incredibly sparkly. In truth, he had no idea what they were actually worth, but he knew it was a solid deal. If he hesitated, the opportunity would slip through his fingers. So, Taka agreed, but he added one more demand. He wanted to learn the Blue Lobster's shipbuilding techniques. The leader of the group looked pretty flustered at that. "Shipbuilding isn't that simple, sir. It takes a massive amount of effort," he stammered. "If you aren't willing to teach us that technique, then the deal is off right here," Taka replied coldly. Seeing the look in his eyes as if he were ready to devour them whole, the leader quickly caved in. He promised that in future trades, his tribe would send their finest shipbuilders. Only then did Taka agree to let them trade their pearls for the essential supplies they needed. Nebula, watching everything through his birds, saw the whole scene. He'd heard of the Blue Lobster tribe for a long time, but this was his first time seeing them in the flesh. They hail from the coral archipelagos in the southern seas. Their civilization level isn't high, still stuck in the Bronze Age, but their other skills are remarkably advanced, especially their shipbuilding. Since they live on islands, they excel at building warships, and pearls are the most valuable goods that they typically trade with other tribes. Surely, the people in Automason City are going to have their eyes popping out once they see these sparkling treasures. Nebula was very pleased that Taka demanded their shipbuilding techniques. That was exactly what the Lizardmen tribe was missing. Once they master shipbuilding, they'll take a massive step forward in conquering the ocean. Sailing the high seas will no longer be a distant dream. This will be the stepping stone for maritime trade and unlocking the vast wealth of the deep blue. Looking at it, Taka's decision was spot on. Thanks to helping the Blue Lobsters once, he now has in his hands a technique they couldn't have learned before. With this, trade between the tribes across the ocean and on this side will become much smoother. He figured that sooner or later, there would be wars fought over the oceans and islands to claim resources no one even knows about yet. Civilization will be pushed to a new height, and development across the entire continent will turn a new page. But as for the specific outcome, that remains to be seen. My lord, can you hear me? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was Hongo, a construct created by Nebula. He had entrusted Hongo with the task of nurturing and expanding his locust swarm. Usually, Hongo wouldn't reach out to him, but he initiated contact today, and it was to deliver bad news. Due to his own negligence, Hongo had let the gods of other territories discover the existence of the locust swarm. Nebula tested the connection, and sure enough, the number of locusts in his territory had dropped significantly. He had sent Hongo to control the swarm to ravage crops and hinder the growth of other players. Nebula had told him to act carefully and avoid being spotted by other gods, but for forces with highly advanced civilizations, figuring out that this was the plot of the master of the insect territory wasn't exactly difficult. So, technically, this wasn't Hongo's fault. Thinking that, Nebula offered a word of comfort. Don't worry about it. This was already within my calculations. A huge weight lifted off Hongo's shoulders. Instead of worrying about us, you should worry about yourself. Are you doing okay? Oh yes, my lord. I did lose quite a few locusts due to the divine arts of others, but it seems they still haven't found me. Hearing Hongo say that, Nebula felt a bit more at ease. He reminded him to use the remaining locusts to distract the other gods and try his best to survive. Hongo acknowledged the order, and they disconnected. Nebula could finally exhale. He really hated talking to these constructs. Back when he just played games, they were just normal. AI. But after entering the world of Lost War, these constructs seem to have actual souls. But that's not the point. His swarm of locusts has already caused damage to 5 Western nations. If those players find out Nebula is the one pulling the strings, they will definitely attack. Geographically speaking, the 2 nations most likely to strike are Wazon Ion, led by the Satan tribe, and Ziokwa, led by the Luna tribe. They share a border with us, and it looks like they are both preparing to mobilize their armies. The other 3 nations are currently holding their positions. Honestly, Nebula didn't want to face 5 forces at once at all, but in the current situation, there seems to be no other way. Regardless, this was already within his predictions. At the capital of Demerit, in the nation of Wazon Ion, a meeting between the 2 leaders was taking place. On one side, Hati, leader of the Luna tribe, and on the other, Pap, leader of the Satan tribe. Both were eager to launch an attack after discovering the Lizardmen were behind this. As for the other 3 nations, Pap didn't trust them much, but standing idly by wasn't an option either. Indeed, the fact that Nebula sent the locusts to ruin their harvests had caused massive outrage. All of these nations were falling into famine, while the nation of Racrac was flourishing and peaceful. Not only that, but ever since they got hold of the technology, they've been using minting tech to produce high-quality currency and reaping massive profits from trade. This made the other nations even more jealous. According to Pap, they couldn't let the other 3 nations take the initiative to attack, because that would mean they'd have to march their troops through the territories of Zanjon and Ziokwa. You have a point. In the end, we have to take action. The Satan and Luna tribes will join forces to burn the capital of Orizon, that city of the black-scaled lizards. Trust in the prophecies of the gods. After that, They began discussing their attack route, because the regular trade route only leads to the southern coastal city of Automation, which is also Nebula's territory, and there isn't even a path. Hati thought that taking this opportunity, they should attack Automation City, and, while they're at it, sever that city's connection with the black-scaled lizard tribe. After finalizing the plan, the two sides decided the Satai tribe would lead the army to attack Automation City, while the Luna tribe would take some time. Wizan would lead the army across the northern wilderness, and they planned to regroup and launch their offensive a month later. A month later, both sides executed the plan exactly as discussed. The fact that these two tribes were shaking hands obviously meant their respective gods were teaming up. On one side was Krampus, the god of the Satai, and on the other was Janda, the guardian goddess of the Luna tribe. Krampus seemed to be having a headache over the logistics of essential supplies, while Janda seemed quite relaxed. She planned to have her people receive supplies, only after they had pushed deep into the wilderness, then follow the northern coastline, looting food from villages along the way as they moved. Originally, they didn't want war, but Nebula had blocked all communication with all 5 players in the West for 5 whole years. Not only that, he was blatantly ramping up military training and sending out scouts. This had them fuming with rage, like they'd been kicked by a mule. It was far too late for negotiations now. The Luna tribe's army numbered 1,100, and the Satai tribe had 800. This was the largest expeditionary force ever seen in this sector. Janda was confident that with her and Krampus working together, taking down Nebula was just a matter of time. Suddenly, someone from Janda's side received a message. Krampus even thought Nebula had finally unblocked them. But the person sending the message was Elda. There was an elf settlement along the Luna tribe's path of advancement, so her reaching out was understandable. Krampus thought they should take this opportunity to rope Elda in, since she and Nebula had always been in a shaky alliance. They called it an alliance, but Nebula was always the one on top, and Elda could betray him at any moment. Keep talking to her, see what she wants. Who knows? It might work in our favor. Krampus urged her, so Janda agreed to take the call. Elda appeared as theatrically as the first time she had contacted Nebula, skipping all formalities. Elda claimed she wanted help from Janda. Even though she had lost her own battles and submitted to Nebula, she played the victim, claiming she was forced to do so. After all, Nebula had defeated Lim Chun-sik and Solongos. It wasn't just a difference in levels, his combat strategy was also vastly superior, leaving her no other choice. Hearing this, Janda was skeptical. Wait, didn't you participate in that battle too? What are you talking about? How could Nebula defeat both of them alone? Have you never heard of Nebula's reputation? Elda retorted. He has fought countless gods across many different worlds and finally climbed to the very top. You mean, he's ranked number 1? That's right. Janda and Krampus looked at each other, deeply uneasy. Krampus's highest ranking was only 1,430. Janda was in an even worse spot, with a peak rank of 38,702. Expecting them to face the number 1 player seemed a bit out of their league. To make matters worse, Hesmonia, the number 2 player, also existed in this sector. Having both the top 1 and top 2 in the same sector was truly bad luck. Seeing the other side stay silent, Elda continued her sob story. In short, I had to shamefully beg him to spare my life, and that's the only reason I'm lucky enough to be alive today. It was my only choice for survival. So, I beg you, allow me to join your alliance, to defeat him. Janda and Krampus exchanged glances again. To trust Elda, they demanded more intelligence, and Elda was ready to provide all the information. To win their trust, she dumped a mountain of files, things like burning down the old elf village to attack the orcs, and then how Wei Zeng forced Leona to sign a contract selling off the iron mine and forest profits for next to nothing. Janda and Krampus stared in disbelief. How is this any different from him draining your life force? Is this what you call an alliance? I'd rather be a vassal. Exactly. So, to escape Nebula's iron grip, I need you to allow me to help. She called it helping the alliance, but in reality, Elda had no troops to provide. All she had was information about Nebula and his upcoming battle plans. It wasn't clear if Elda was truly betraying him or if she was just a mole planted by Nebula. Elda's hand tapped on the end message icon. She let out a deep, helpless sigh. Her eyes betrayed a sense of wariness. She slowly turned her head. Was that good enough, my lord? Elda's voice echoed, addressing Nebula. He nodded, satisfied. You acted well, Nebula asked with a sarcastic tone. Is it because you've been acting for so long, that you've become this natural? Thoughts flashed through her mind. Isn't it because the information I provided was just too convincing? Elda could only swallow her tears. You had wiped out Elda's main army, burned their village to the ground, hunted down the survivors, who fled to your territory within just a few years, and forced them to hand over all their resources in exchange for a new place to live. She recalled that memory and quickly reported, "Just as you instructed, I told them that Nebula would launch a preemptive strike on Demerith, the Satai capital." That was the information she provided. Then, Elda asked him doubtfully, "But is that really enough to change the situation?" Caught off guard by the question, Nebula countered, "Why do you think that?" Hearing this, Elda pushed herself to analyze the situation. Lord Nebula's plan is to attack the Luna troops first, right? But if the Luna troops retreat toward Demerith to defend it, she continued, and the Satiros troops take the opportunity to seize Automation City, wouldn't the lizardmen chasing the Luna troops get caught between two armies? He shook his head, denying every word Elda said. Wrong. I will attack and defeat the Luna troops first. For a few days, she still felt a bit suspicious. Oh, I see. Then Nebula didn't forget to emphasize, and you will help me too. Elda quickly corrected her words. I only agreed to help with the supply chain to ensure the surrender. At the same time, she showed her confusion. Surely, the supply chain is also part of your plan? He didn't answer her question, but just gave an enigmatic smirk. The scene shifted to a high-angle view of a large army lined up neatly on a vast field. Suddenly, a voice screamed, "What?" Hati's eyes widened in surprise. The soldiers have stomach aches? The subordinate became flustered. It seems the food has gone bad. Sir. Hearing that, he started to get angry. Aren't you the one in charge of managing supplies? Immediately after, Hati raised his sword high. He said with a stern voice, Are you prepared to face punishment? As the sword was about to strike, Yubi ran over quickly and hugged Hati to stop him. Lord Hati, please, stay calm. By now, he was absolutely furious. What's the meaning of this, Yubi? She hurriedly explained the situation. The food was still fine until yesterday, but our breakfast this morning. Yubi emphasized every word. Hat. He was provided by the elf tribe. Hati's face showed suspicion as he retorted, Are you saying some of it was rotten? Seeing that, she tried to explain in more detail. It might have looked fresh on the outside, but it was poisoned on the inside. Then, Yubi boldly stated her own theory. They control those filthy insects. She didn't hesitate to voice her suspicion. If that's the case, then the information provided by the elf tribe is also suspicious. However, he didn't believe her. But the god of fertility also sent down a prophecy just like that. Seeing that her words lacked authority, Yubi did not hesitate to add more. What if the gods were wrong? Hearing this, Hati shouted in anger. Even so, she had no intention of stopping. The elf tribe has already been allies with the lizardmen. This food supply is proof that they are deceiving us. At the same time, a subordinate ran over and shouted loudly, Yubi, Hati, our army has discovered the lizardmen army a few hours ago. Yubi turned to ask, How many are there? He replied nervously, About 1,500. It seems even more than that. Hati's teeth ground together as if they would shatter. He was extremely resentful. Because of the stomach pain, we currently only have about 900 men fit for battle. Hati tried to stay calm to analyze the situation. Even if the numbers were equal, we are already at a physical disadvantage. Now that we are also outnumbered, we will definitely lose. Immediately after, he didn't think twice and shouted to announce a retreat. Report to King Satiros that we have encountered the enemy and are forced to retreat. Yubi also realized the situation was extremely critical. If they traveled for one more day, there would be a mountainous forest area suitable for guerrilla warfare. At least there, they might have a chance to win. The group began to scatter in panic, and the ground seemed to shake along with them. They ran while shouting, Retreat! Retreat! Quickly! In Hati's mind, he was constantly calculating carefully. We must use our small stature to our advantage, to stall for time with guerrilla tactics. In that time, the Satiros army will capture Automatic, and they will have no choice but to help our army. Suddenly, a black shadow blotted out the sky and simultaneously caught the eyes of the Lena tribe. Before them was a giant monster. To be precise, it was a mantis of astonishing size. The Lena tribe became bewildered. What is that? Stratus's voice rang out. The sound was bone-chilling. You dare to step foot on the land of the pious? Your sins. The group below started to become even more chaotic. Everyone scrambled to flee. A monster! It's a monster! Before the Lena tribe could escape in time, it quickly threw boulders down below and emphasized, Pay with your lives. Realizing the situation was not good, Hati quickly ordered to abandon the carts and scatter. Yubi, standing nearby, immediately stopped him. No, we must defeat that monster. Seeing this, he quickly explained, Yubi, that's no ordinary monster. Its form is like a mantis. It must be the guardian of those wicked lizardmen. That means, suddenly, from nowhere, a shadow appeared and dashed past Hati. He continued, our god, the guardian of the god of fertility, Neji. Its eyes emitted a blue ray of light. Neji was not afraid at all and lunged to attack. Stratus would also send a guardian down. Back to Janda. She could observe the situation through a reflective screen. Janda became anxious. She stared fixedly at the frame, with a deeply shocked expression. What kind of absurd stats are these? Seeing that unexpected situation, Janda looked bewildered. He put everything into one stat? The attribute is even super strong. There's no way our Neji can fight that monster alone. She tried to find a plan. I thought everything was going smoothly. Or should we just run away? However, that thought was quickly cast aside by Janda. But even if we run, after killing Neji, that creation will just chase us down. We must kill it right now. She tried to compose herself and began to analyze the problem. Although Stratus's level is higher, the divine level is only 4. In Janda's mind, she was constantly calculating. The divine level stats of mine and Neji's combined is 12. Her eyes became as sharp as a blade, her face showing determination. We can absolutely win. I will possess Yubi. Let's eliminate Stratus within 30 minutes. During that time, Yubi's body emitted a blue ray of light. Hati immediately turned to look with a suspicious expression. Janda, in Yubi's body, gave the command, I will fight that monster. Take the army and retreat. He hurriedly nodded and obeyed. Facing the uneven battle, she still moved toward Stratus with determination. Janda leaped up to it. A wave of light emanated from her body, carrying energy. Neji whispered in Janda's ear, You don't need to take action yourself, my lord. Naturally, she didn't care, but just ordered, Silence. I cannot let more of our troops fall into his hands. Janda began to question Stratus. The Lizardmen army needs more time to get here, and your god doesn't have a medium to possess. Aren't you afraid of dying? However, it didn't listen, and just replied with a cold tone, I don't care about that. My mission is to complete the order. From high above, she leaped down to the ground. Janda used all her strength to hold onto Stratus's leg, then she decisively snapped it. Janda's eyes flashed with intense light. At the same time, Stratus didn't just sit still, but immediately attacked Neji. Blood kept flowing from its mouth. Neji was extremely furious. You annoying bug, Stratus said with a sarcastic voice. You lowly creature, isn't the pain you have to endure for your god an honor? Janda, down below, declared, You're crazy! I'll finish you off in 10 minutes. And before she could finish her sentence, a light shone across her face. From out of nowhere, a strange beam of light was rushing toward them. Janda became bewildered. Wait. What? What is that? It was none other than Nebula. Janda's inner self started to panic. How did he get here so fast? Her eyes were fixed on him. I miscalculated from the very beginning, Janda realized. Even though the main forces were still 3 hours away, she should have accounted for the possibility that he would possess Racrac and come here himself. Nebula shot up into the air, his body emitting a strange blue light. Neji's face showed pure terror as he gasped, Gods above! Racrac's hand gripped his weapon tight and leaped toward them. His voice boomed from within the body, chillingly cold. Found you. Without a word, Nebula thrust his spear toward Janda. Just as expected, it pierced straight through her shoulder. Janda stared at the wound, blood gushing out. She gritted her teeth to endure the pain. Neji, furious, lunged at him. You bastard! How dare you do that to my god? A hand with long, sharp claws reached out. Stratus easily caught Neji without any effort at all. Immediately after, he threw Neji hard to the side. At that same moment, Nebula whispered, Boom, lend me some strength. It agreed instantly and asked, Tell me, when? He replied in a stern tone, I have to kill that spirit beast first. After that, Nebula pointed at Neji and ordered, Fry him. Boom nodded, complied, and unleashed a move. A bolt of lightning struck straight into Neji's body. Blood spewed from Neji's mouth. He angrily retorted, Even if you are a god, you can't stop me. Before he could even finish, a beam of light shot toward him. Lightning struck Neji mercilessly. Seeing Neji fall, Janda screamed in horror. Just then, the lightning struck toward her too, but luckily, she dodged to the side just in time. She grew furious. No, I can't let him descend any further. Janda lost her composure. Damn it, this delay might cost me everything. The system screen notified her that the descent would be cancelled in 9 seconds. Seeing this, she tried to flee. If I die during the descent, I'll be penalized. Janda hid in a bush, constantly reminding herself that she had already dropped one level due to Neji's death. I cannot let Yubi die. At that moment, she grew excited, having spotted a sparkling fruit. Found it. Janda quickly picked it and took a bite. Good. I'll restore my strength with this fruit first, and if I can just wait until… Suddenly, insects swarmed past her face. At the same time, the system announced the descent would be cancelled in 5 seconds. Seeing the strange creatures flying toward her, Janda looked bewildered. Realizing the situation was turning south, she quickly drew her sword to counterattack. This isn't just a normal attack, it's blocking my vision. Meanwhile, Stratus was right in front of Janda. She tried to steady herself. Just endure a little longer. If I can dodge that attack, I'll have a chance. Stratus lunged at Janda. She easily dodged the fatal blow. I can avoid it. But before she could celebrate, her throat was grabbed by a hand. Nebula whispered from behind. There you are. She was completely caught off guard. Her face flashed with extreme terror. Immediately after, Janda and Yubi's body was destroyed. Once, her soul returned. Janda clutched her head in helplessness. She kept moaning to herself, I've lost almost all my troops. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. My holy power is even worse. It dropped from 9 down to 5. If I had stopped the descent, it would have only dropped to 7. Just then, Krampus's voice echoed. Janda, are you listening? She responded in surprise. He quickly interrogated her. Janda, what level are you at now? She grew flustered. 7. It's not as low as I thought. However, Krampus still sounded annoyed. Damn it, why did you drop so much? Hearing that, cold sweat dripped down Janda's face. Too much. Why wouldn't he stop criticizing her? At that level, you won't have enough faith to handle internal affairs properly. Hearing this, Janda immediately denied it. No, it's fine. I'm still managing things smoothly. Of course, she was lying. She recalled the recent battle. If the garden, sustained by a miracle, were destroyed, her revenue stream would be cut off, and the people's faith would decline accordingly. Furthermore, Archbishop Yubi was dead, so she would face quite a lot of trouble. Suddenly, a question flashed in Janda's mind. By the way, are those monster insects preparing to attack? Krampus nodded in confirmation. Yes. He calmly continued. After hearing that we were deceived by Elda, we have already started preparing. So, if you prepare your cavalry now, we will be there in about 2.5 days. At this point, Krampus emphasized, Automation Castle must be empty now, so taking it should be easy. Hearing that, she became excited. So I just need to hold off the Lizardmen's main force for 2 more days, right? He quickly confirmed in her mind. Janda kept calculating. Nebula must have used up most of his faith in this battle. He will focus on protecting Automation Castle while his forces are low, so he will find it hard to focus on fighting my side. And if I use guerrilla warfare with my remaining cavalry, I should be able to hold out for at least 2 days. Should I tell the truth about dropping levels and running out of troops? However, Janda decided to cast that stupid thought aside. No. Whatever. I can't be the only one suffering a 7% loss in this battle. The next day, Krampus's voice boomed. Janda. Her face showed surprise. What is it? He started questioning her. Janda, I heard the lizardmen are moving this way. I thought you were supposed to hold them off. Only then did she suddenly remember. I don't have enough Lena cavalry to hold them at the bay. Immediately after, Janda thought of something else. No, the information Elda provided is the problem. According to the original plan, I was supposed to fight on land against Hukri, but since the battle happened a few days earlier than planned, I have to fight without anywhere to hide. Krampus gritted his teeth, muttering, This isn't going to work. We don't have a fortress to hold out in. We need to fall back and set up camp somewhere else. The rugged terrain. Janda's face tightened. Deep down, she was spiraling. He actually thinks this war can be controlled if he switches to a defensive stance? Are you serious? I only have 800 troops left after reinforcements, and they have 1,700 reptiles. She couldn't stop thinking about the monster she'd encountered earlier, not to mention Stratus's beast, which was basically a living siege weapon. Her alliance with Krampus had been going okay so far, but it looks like we can't hold them off, Janda thought, tilting her head as she analyzed the most favorable outcome. Looks like Wisdom would be a better ally for me now. Wouldn't he? He's a bit difficult, but he's great at management. Across from her, Krampus spoke up again. Janda, I need your help. Can you do that? If they start a siege, attacking from both sides will be much more effective. Janda felt flustered hearing that. Isn't it better to just attack the Automation Castle now? He quickly brushed it off. There's no time, Janda. I don't think that's going to work. Janda knew he was right. You're right. But inside, her mind was racing. Damn it. If this keeps up, my troops are going to be wiped out. Suddenly, Krampus changed his tune. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Since the automation castle is sitting empty, what if your cavalry heads there? And we join forces with my infantry? He started calculating carefully. Split your infantry, send 200 cavalry and 300 foot soldiers. The enemy has 1,300. So if we add my 800 insect monsters and your 300 soldiers, we'll be evenly matched, even a bit favored, which means we can actually win. Krampus continued, pressing the point. And since you said you already defeated Nebula's beast, the castle walls should fall quickly. He didn't notice Janda's expression. She was terrified. I've lied too much already. Still, Janda just brushed it off. Once these lies are exposed, I won't need to be in an alliance with Krampus anyway, so it doesn't matter. Suddenly, his face twisted in annoyance. She asked, surprised, "What's wrong?" He stared at his system screen and replied, "A request. From Nebula." Hearing that name, Janda's heart, which had just calmed down, plunged into panic. She shouted, "Wait! Don't accept it!" But Krampus didn't even hear her. His finger had already tapped the accept icon. The three of them, Nebula, Krampus, and Janda, were now face to face. Nebula's voice cut through. "I bet you're thinking about quitting right now, aren't you?" Krampus went ballistic. "What? I don't know what the hell you're talking about." With his eyes blazing, he glared at Nebula. "Just because you won once, you're getting cocky, huh? But the situation is still leaning in my favor." Nebula glanced to the side. Seeing Janda's terrified posture, her body trembling uncontrollably, it seemed Nebula had figured it all out. A small smirk curled on his lips. Seeing her pale face, Nebula felt a spark of excitement. She lied to her own ally about the state of the battle? This just got a lot more fun. Krampus's teeth clenched so hard they almost shattered. He asked angrily, "Is that all?" His body radiated waves of pure rage. "You've been stopping me from talking this whole time, and that's all you have to say?" Nebula replied sincerely, "Sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel bad." Krampus stood his ground, showing no mercy. "Either way, if you're asking me to surrender, I refuse." Nebula smiled and agreed. "Fine, I'll think about it and get back to you." Realizing there was nothing left to say, Nebula disconnected. Janda had been watching them both in absolute fear. Krampus was fuming. Who knows what that guy is thinking? Hearing that, she just chuckled. "That's why I told you there was no need to accept it." At the same time, Janda wondered, did Nebula catch on? She quickly made up an excuse to leave. "I need to go check on my forces, Krampus." He nodded. "All right, I need to prepare as well." Janda's hand quickly hit the end call button. Her face showed pure rage. Meanwhile, Nebula sat back, completely relaxed. A call notification popped up, to his surprise. Nebula tried to ignore it, but it wouldn't stop ringing. The sound was incessant and grating. Reluctantly, he pressed, "Accept." Nebula asked grumpily, "What now?" Before he could finish, Janda cut him off, launching into a tirade. "You jerk. What the hell do you want?" Nebula stayed calm, replying, "I don't think you have any reason to be mad. I'm the one who should be annoyed about being attacked from two sides." Janda snapped back. "It's not over yet." His voice dropped. Colder now. "The truth is, it's pretty much over." Still annoyed, Nebula waved his hand as a sign to say goodbye. "If you're going to make excuses, I'm not listening. I'm busy. Bye." Hearing that, she rushed to say more. "Wait." Seeing she'd been rejected, Janda gnashed her teeth in fury. Then, her eyes turned steely with resolve. Janda called him again. This time, Nebula answered. "What now?" she shouted, losing her cool. "Don't act like I'm your friend," he replied calmly. "Is that what you want? You could have just asked me nicely." Instead of screaming like that, Janda pulled at her hair, nearly losing her mind. She tried to steady herself. "Fine. Then why did you end the call before Krampus surrendered?" Nebula didn't hesitate. "Simple. I wanted him to surrender, and have 5 players agree that you wouldn't attack. But even if it's a hassle, I think it's better to just destroy and occupy your 2 countries." Janda looked like she was about to blow a fuse. She skeptically countered, "But with your current status, you don't have enough population to defend your borders. And you don't have enough men to defend your front line either." Right after that, Nebula revealed his plan. "I can take Satyros's territory and split up Lena's land among the other 3. I think the other 3 would be plenty happy without having to lift a finger." Hearing this, Janda quickly pressed him. "What if Krampus and I attack you? What if other players attack while things are in chaos?" At this point, his voice went ice cold, and a dark, ominous expression took over his face. I think you misunderstood something. When did I ever say I'd let you and Krampus live? Hearing that, her face turned. Cold sweat beaded on Janda's skin. Despite her fear, she still wanted to press him. Are you threatening me? Nebula replied calmly to Janda. I'm just stating facts. It's one of the things I'm capable of. Janda's hands gripped her clothes tightly. So, you think there are other possibilities? Huh. He nodded in response. Her expression suddenly hardened. Janda spoke up. Fine. Back to my original question. What do you want? Nebula didn't hesitate to state his purpose. Information on Lena and Satyros, along with information on wisdom. She questioned him, doubting his claim. Wisdom? Information on wisdom? I think you're mistaken. I'm allied with Krampus, not wisdom. He shook his index finger, denying it. I think you're the one mistaken. I'm telling you to form an alliance with wisdom and get that information for me. How I do it isn't your concern. Hearing this, Janda's whole body seemed to bristle. Are you saying I should act as a double agent, approaching both wisdom and Krampus? To get info from both? She angrily punched the air. Don't make me laugh. Do you take me for a fool? You think you're all that just because you won once? You want to fight to the death? Even so, Nebula insisted once more, that's not my problem. Your alliance will be shaken after this attack, and you're already deceiving Krampus. Then, he began to threaten Janda. If I tell Krampus about the battle intel, and that you aren't allied with him because you're lying, you'll be kicked out of the alliance with the other 4 players at level 5, right in the middle of the 6th district. That's your choice to make. Her eyes became sharp, her face clearly showing her madness. Janda screamed a long string of insults. Then, she decisively hung up. Do whatever you want. I don't want to cooperate with you. Nebula was about to speak, but was cut off. You really went through with it. After leaving the conversation, she sat there looking at her army, lost in thought. Janda used her hand to pinch her own thigh. Think, there has to be a way. There has to be. Beneath her feet was the image of a peaceful village. The children of the Lena tribe were playing together. They looked so happy. During that time, Janda noticed a resident kneeling and praying before a statue of a god. He clasped his hands, praying sincerely to the supreme God of creation. Always watch over us. Please bless us so we are not harmed. And let today end well. Witnessing that scene, her heart suddenly stung. Janda closed her eyes tightly, her inner turmoil relentless. Then, she decided to call Nebula back. He smiled, satisfied. Nebula asked to confirm, have you thought it over? Janda replied, feeling listless. Hearing that, he happily got straight to the point. Then, let's start with the information on Satyros and Lena. Finally, the battle with the Coalition of Nations had ended. Krampus was probably extremely confused by Nebula's request for a ceasefire, but Janda had managed to persuade him, and it ended peacefully. Deep down, she felt a bit guilty, so she didn't dare look Krampus in the eye. Meanwhile, in the city of Automaton, a voice filled with suspicion rang out. Establishing a Heaven's People alliance? Kyung sat in the center and began to explain. Yes, to create the 4th wheel, we need the help of countless merchants. Think about the benefits gained through trade we could receive. Her face became serious. At the same time, Kyung emphasized, isn't this meeting necessary? Sharing information, exchanging resources. We could raise prices and avoid alliance taxes when trading with each other. At the same time, someone spoke up. We could trade prohibited items that they don't know about and hoard supplies. When the price rises, we can sell them back. Someone from the Goblin tribe added. At the same time, we can buy everything at the base price and control them as we wish. However, someone from the Rat tribe looked skeptical. But we are all different races. We are in different places. How can we trust each other? Kyung replied calmly, there is a way. Her eyes looked straight at everyone in the hall, believing in the same God that is the foundation of trust. Hearing that, he still didn't feel satisfied and asked further, that's interesting, but some have to abandon their faith while others get to keep theirs. How do we decide who gives it up and who doesn't? Kyung's eyes emitted a blue light. She held a die in her hand and emphasized, we decide by rolling the dice. Trust in the God with the highest number. Through the leadership of Kyung, the 5th Wheel Merchant Alliance was established. The main god was the god of blue silk. With a monopoly on the black market and price manipulation, the secret merchant alliance was established to profit without paying taxes. Meanwhile, Nebula had observed everything. In his heart, thoughts surfaced. Although it was a bit early, and they were just a secret organization, a merchant alliance had been formed. As planned, using his resources like that, how capable is this Kyung? After that, Nebula began to recalculate everything. The battle had ended. They would have to go back and take care of their own territory for a while, and handle upcoming events. He realized the advantages in the battle that was about to come. This meant there would be no territorial changes for a while. This was a temporary break. Nebula pursed his lips and constantly reminded himself, "We need to prepare more for the conflict with the other nations." The scene shifted to a city with many houses placed close together, at a camp illuminated by sunlight. Inside, a pair of hands grabbed a piece of paper and held it up to the light to inspect it. Racrac stared intently at the strange object, then asked suspiciously, "What is this?" Joan, beside him, quickly replied, "It's called paper." She cherished the piece of paper in her hand and explained, "One of the remaining." Lena said that he is a paper artisan. Thanks to him, we learned how to make paper. It's lighter and cheaper. Hearing that, he asked, "Is it hard to make?" Joan wagged her tail and denied, "It's standard, but it requires a wheel. This paper was made using the wheel we created in Orizon." She was happy when talking about its uses. "Once paper is supplied, we will write more letters and keep even more records." Deep down, Racrac was just as thrilled that history wouldn't be forgotten. He gently set the paper down on the table and spoke up. "I have something I need to talk to you about, Joan." Racrac used his hand to smooth out the paper, which held a detailed map. His voice dropped slightly as he said, "The paper is excellent, but if someone were to destroy it, then all our efforts would be in vain." Racrac turned to look at her, baring his heart. "I have brave warriors and wise companions like you by my side. As long as the gods remain on our side, I believe we will defeat our enemies." He then stared at the pins on the map. However, what if the enemy splits into two forces like last time? Constant fear gnawed at him. Even she, my goddess, cannot be everywhere at once. At some point, Racrac had picked up a pen. "That's why I've been thinking." He decisively drew a long line across the map. "We must build a barricade here." Joan looked at the spot with a concerned expression. Build a barricade? A wall that long would take a massive amount of time. It would need to be taller than the walls of automation to function correctly. She quickly broke down the disadvantages of building such a barricade. "We don't have the golems of automation, and it would need to be built of stone, and stone pits aren't exactly common." Joan put her hands on her hips and said with a tone of helplessness, "Even if we used all our manpower and wealth, it would take at least 100 years. Racrac, however, was surprised. "I thought it would take 200 years. Joan stared at him in disbelief. Maintaining that for 200 years would be quite difficult. She then emphasized the goal. "We need to complete it within 100 years. Joan asked curiously, "How do you intend to do that?" His face turned contemplative as he muttered, "I realize this plan has flaws. I need to refine it further." Suddenly, an idea flashed through Racrac's mind. "Right, there's a steep river here, and a swamp too." Joan quickly understood and offered a solution. "Then we can construct a natural barricade." She carefully calculated. If we exclude those areas, it would take about 80 to 85 years. Suddenly, Joan probed him. "What if it takes your whole life to complete?" Racrac replied calmly, "It will certainly take a long time, but I have no other choice." At that moment, Racrac began to analyze the purpose of the barricade more deeply. The point of a wall is to delay the enemy, but let's look at it differently. What if we don't delay the enemy, but simply call our allies faster? He offered a suggestion. "There is something even faster than the monsters everyone usually uses." She jumped up, curious. "What is it?" Racrac picked up the pen and scribbled on the paper, saying briefly, "Fire and smoke." He carefully analyzed it. "One pillar of fire means peace," with a gentle tone. Racrac added, "Two pillars mean the enemy has been spotted. 3 pillars mean the enemy is approaching." Then came 4. 4 fires lit means the beacon has been breached. Finally, he emphasized, 5 pillars mean the battle has begun. Joan's face showed intense focus as she listened. This is a way to protect the wilderness, without needing to link an entire wall. The wilderness wasn't an attractive path for an invasion to begin with. Racrac looked into the distance and explained, "Mountains are also excellent natural walls. If we set up fortresses in the mountain valleys," he used the pen to draw on the paper again, "and beacons on the mountain ranges, it would be just like the beacons in the wilderness." Once he finished the drawing, Racrac was extremely satisfied. There, on the map, chimneys appeared, running along the barricade he had drawn from the start. Racrac turned to look at Joan and asked, "How long do you think this will take?" She stared at the drawing, calculating carefully. "Perhaps 5 years." 3 years later, in Orizon, the place had modernized to a staggering degree. At a royal palace, the place was lit by lamps, looking ancient on the outside. Inside, Racrac rested his chin on his hand in thought. He let out a long sigh, his eyes sunken. Complex thoughts raced through Racrac's mind. Maintaining a country is even harder than creating one. I need to unite internal factions, just like defending against an enemy. The more he thought, the more exhausted he felt. But every species other than humans fears the lizard men. Although it's easier to command through fear, relying only on fear makes ruling much more difficult. However, Racrac eventually cast that idea aside. If they're afraid, it's hard for us to coexist. They will only submit or fight back. I can't force them to believe in the god Nebula. Faced with such a tangled situation, he really didn't know what to do. Is there any way to make everyone's hearts beat as one? I may be a good warrior, but I am not a suitable king, Racrac complained wearily. Isn't living on the same land and existing together enough? Suddenly, a voice drifted over. His eyes widened in surprise. That's right. The soul of the astrologer slowly entered, surrounded by butterflies. The astrologer said quietly. Although they live on the same land, he smiled and offered a hint. They do not live in the same era. Racrac jumped up in delight, cheering. Astrologer. He excitedly stepped closer, asking skeptically, "How is this possible? You're dead." He raised a finger to his lips, gesturing for Racrac to be quiet. The astrologer looked at him very tenderly. At this moment, Racrac realized his final words were true. Even after death, the god Nebula will guide us. A struggle began in his heart. But death is a mysterious thing. I can't ask about the details. Even if I asked, he wouldn't answer. Racrac's face showed confusion. What do you mean we don't live in the same era? Suddenly, the astrologer looked in one direction. Racrac reflexively looked up as well. Outside the door was a pitch-black sky. The astrologer said in a gentle tone, "Racrac, do you remember the story I told you?" He pointed toward the sky and asked, "Are the stars you see in Orizon the same as the sky you saw in Maganen?" Racrac's gaze remained fixed upward. He replied blankly, "They are different, even if only by a little." Then the astrologer changed to another question. "And what about the lands of Lena and Sadaros?" At this point, Racrac affirmed, "Certainly different, perhaps even more than just different." The corners of the astrologer's mouth curled up, showing satisfaction. Exactly. Just like different skies, everyone lives in their own time. That alone won't be enough. The astrologer turned back to look at him, then gazed at the king. He looked at Racrac, bathed in the moonlight as if he were the chosen one, and emphasized the necessity of living in the same era as his people. The astrologer spoke calmly. Everyone lives in their own version of the Wazan era. So, even though they walk upon the same land, their hearts are out of sync. He slowly bowed his head to look at Racrac, advising him, "As a king, you must remember this." Racrac countered with a question. "Does that mean, just as we learn about the days and how to calculate the Wazan era by our own laws, others have their own ways of tracking time?" He suddenly recalled something. "Now that I think about it, we misunderstood the dwarves before, because they count days differently than we do. This is so difficult." The astrologer asked why, and Racrac replied sadly, "The teaching part, sir, especially having to teach those who despise lizard men." Hearing this, the old man chuckled and said, "That is precisely why I am here." The astrologer pointed to the brightest star in the sky. "Do you see that bright blue star?" He said that star was Racrac. After looking closely, one could see it was connected by smaller stars. "That is the constellation representing you riding a wyvern. It appears in the spring and fades when winter arrives." The astrologer pointed to another nearby star. "That is a wandering star. Let's call it Owen," he said. He explained that when the time comes, it will brush past you, and as it passes, it will listen to the new stories you have. Racrac. Racrac felt intrigued and eagerly asked, "Are there more?" The astrologer smiled. "Of course there are. How much have you all experienced so far?" Then, he pointed to each star in turn, saying, "That is Exun and Olai, the masters of Automaton, Waikyung, and Siren. That over there is the leader of Oxer." Kijin and Tamarizu were laughing and talking joyfully. A moment later, the astrologer suddenly spoke up. "I must go now." His body began to fade more and more. "I have stayed too long. I have been too greedy. I can feel the gods calling me back." Racrac hurriedly asked, "Are you leaving, sir? Are you not curious about how many children I have?" The astrologer replied sadly, "That is for the living." He wondered again. "Then what is the world beyond like? Can you tell me?" He replied calmly, "That is for the dead." Racrac worriedly asked, "So I am not allowed to know anything? Death is quite frightening." The astrologer looked back at him in agreement. "The living are indeed terrified of death," he said gently. "The dead cannot change anything. We can only watch over you. Even though the gods allowed this, this is the limit." The astrologer offered his final advice. "Only the living have the power to strive and change things. Do not forget that." Racrac could only stand there, blankly watching his figure depart as the sky slowly filled with twinkling stars. Just a few seconds later, the image of a giant god appeared, reaching out a hand to welcome the astrologer. He was completely stunned by the breathtaking sight. After he left, Racrac sat heartbroken and motionless. Not long after, while he was still deep in thought, a voice suddenly called out. Seeing that Racrac didn't seem to hear, the person raised their voice, causing him to jump. The servant, clutching documents in his hands, bowed respectfully and reported, "It is time for the meeting, my lord. All the vassals are present." Only then did he realize that everyone was already standing before him. Racrac suddenly ordered them to bring a large piece of paper and some charcoal. The servant asked, confused, "How large, sir?" He looked toward the distant horizon. With a voice full of authority, he replied, "Large enough to map the entire sky." From that day on, the 36 regions of Green Zodiac, the first calendar, the star hunting calendar, was created. Nebula was very pleased with the star hunting calendar information, common displayed on the system screen. After reading it, he pondered that he had once considered the possibility of creating a calendar earlier. By sending the astrologer away, Nebula felt quite helpless because he had been rebuffed before. Every time the astrologer spoke, his credibility dropped significantly. He suddenly spoke up. Transmitting knowledge from the world beyond isn't free, but it is a necessary investment. Janda listened without saying a word. Nebula continued, "I am very happy that the Lena are using it well." She responded only dismissively. He asked, puzzled, "That is a solar calendar based on leap years, not just the moon alone. Shouldn't you be a bit happier?" Janda pretended, "Oh, I'm so happy. Does that suffice?" She complained with annoyance. "Somehow, I managed to deceive Krampus and Wisdom, but I borrowed too many resources from you to play the part, so I can't feel comfortable. At this rate, I'll end up becoming just another vassal." Nebula wondered, "Then why did you contact me?" Janda said bluntly, "I think a new force is about to appear at the center of the 6 regions." Hearing this, he slowly weighed her words. Janda said uncertainly, "I suspect it's a player." Nebula asked, "What do you mean by suspect?" She replied, "Just what it says, literally." At that moment, the system suddenly reported, "Clash of civilizations. 2 divided tribes have made contact. Both will receive a significant increase in experience points. Clash of civilizations. Warning. Opposing tribes with different faiths may lead to war," she analyzed. "That notification means it's not an NPC tribe, it's controlled by players. It seems there will be battles occurring in the near future, right?" After reading the information, Nebula felt Janda was correct. He calculated, there's no way a player could suddenly appear at the center of the 6 regions. 22 years have passed since the game began. Suddenly, there are massive changes that no one has ever known about. Nebula probed, "What are the odds that it is a god?" She said irritably, "I spread rumors, and they appeared on the local player channel. Nothing unexpected is happening." Of course, the rumor had been blocked. Hearing this, he asked suspiciously, "Where did this information come from? Is it reliable? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me?" Janda immediately fell silent. Right then, a channel suddenly appeared on Nebula's screen. The player channel Office Wemix projected several images. "Someone gave you the information, right?" Janda introduced the nickname, a 1026. "This is information from a player from the German nation, where the main species are the Nicken, who sent it to me. Usually, she only sends things to her ally, Jiang-Won, but she sent information to Wisdom, Krampus, and me. What do you think about that?" That was what she said. Nebula was uncertain if this would have any special significance. He asked clearly, "What is that player's name?" Janda explained, "The first one is Hansa Joan. Ignoring the next 2 insignificant characters, they were called Yogi." Nebula thought to himself, setting aside the fact that they had such peculiar names. "Looking at the frame, you can tell it's a vampire species. Crossing paths with them is going to be a real headache. Vampires infect others like zombies, turning them into vampires too. The transformation process takes anywhere from 1 to several days. While they're turning, their strength drops, but it gradually builds back up." Janda speaks up, "It's a species we've never seen before, right?" Nebula admits, "True. I haven't seen vampires before." She continues, "Krampus says we don't know anything because it's an extremely rare event." He hesitates, replying, "There's no such thing as that." Nebula suggests something unbelievable. "Maybe it's an expansion pack?" Janda asks, confused. "An expansion pack for the game?" He feels that might be the case. He assumes this world is no longer the one that was wiped out, the one they used to play. Nebula looks at what's appearing on the screen. There are no graphic option windows or login screens anymore, so logging out is impossible. He offers a theory. If things that already existed can disappear, couldn't things that never existed appear instead? Nebula wonders, shouldn't there at least be an announcement to find the leader of this species? It looks really dangerous. Janda doesn't overthink it. She looks at the pink area and analyzes. I already experienced the zombie apocalypse event in the previous game. Comparing the two, this infection is much slower. Wisdom and Krampus both decide to keep an eye on them. He analyzes. But compared to those low-intelligence zombies, these vampires keep their wit. Janda explains from an outsider's perspective. My alliance with Krampus, the alliance of Jong-won and Wisdom, and myself alone, the three factions are currently in conflict. If one of the three is weakened, it would be to our advantage. Nebula suddenly speaks up. All right, let's meet. Hearing that, she asks in surprise, we're going to meet again? Well, see ya. As soon as she finishes, Janda disconnects, leaving him bewildered. On the screen, only the image of the vampire tribe remains. Nebula feels this is highly unusual. The scene shifts to a valley hidden in a remote location. Inside the valley, everyone is gathered to discuss. Jang-won, a hidden god, main race kobold, ruler of Amgun, speaks first. Do we really need his help? Player A10Z6, an invisible primal god, main race Nick, ruler of German, replies, but how can we ask Hesmonia for help? Krampus, a sacrifice god, main race Satyr, ruler of Danium, says dismissively, in my opinion, they're all the same. Then, he turns to ask Janda what she thinks. She calmly replies, I think so too, but Hesmonia is at least easier to talk to. Hearing that, Jong-won is satisfied and decides, if that's what you think, then Wisdom, a god of evolution, main race Chu, ruler of Somyeon, make the final call, connect it. As soon as he speaks, the system immediately connects to Nebula. He smirks and says, everyone looking for me? I didn't think I was that famous. Hearing this, everyone looks at Nebula with contempt. Wisdom speaks up first. You probably know why we called you here, right? He replies indifferently. I've made a guess, but I'm not sure if it's correct. This makes Janda furious, scolding, you shameless jerk. He already has all the information I provided. Everyone knows you have eyes and ears everywhere. Wisdom calmly asks, surely you know about the strange things happening in the center of the Six Lands lately. Do you know that the player we call Yogi has appeared with a new race, the vampires? Nebula replies with just one word, and then he asks again, do you know that vampires started in A's territory in German, and have now spread to all 5 players' lands, becoming a major force? He only gives a one-word answer again. Wisdom is frustrated by his response, and finally says, so you know everything. Then he gets straight to the point. I'll be direct. Nebula, will you help us? He doesn't agree immediately and asks instead, why should I? The atmosphere falls into silence. Janda curses under her breath. Damn it, not this again. Wisdom explains. Because not long ago, we had a food supply problem since locusts devastated our fertile lands. He says with certainty, we know for a fact you're the culprit. Nebula isn't surprised and replies, no wonder Krampus and Luna attacked me. Luckily, I stopped them. Isn't it all over now? Jang-won can't hold back anymore and screams, are you even fighting properly? You think we'll just let you off the hook that easily? Seeing this, he hesitates and speaks up. Then I can only say one thing. Nebula points directly at the screen, provoking them, if you don't like it, just come get me. Hearing that, Jang-won is even more furious. Are you crazy? Wisdom intervenes. Don't get heated. Nebula is just trying to provoke you on purpose. If we let our temper get the better of us and stop asking for help, the problem will only get bigger. Jang-won doesn't believe it, and asks, he's doing it on purpose? Wisdom answers with certainty. Wisdom continues to propose. If we're lucky, we can repel the vampires ourselves. Nebula asks, but what if not? He replies, the vampire's power will grow, and then we'll have to beg for his help. Nebula curls his lip in contempt. You understand the situation quite well, don't you? I could just sit back and watch you fail. So why should I help? Wisdom answers confidently. But if we collapse, won't you run into trouble too? Hearing that, he asks for the reason why. He calmly replies, dealing with a unified force is much harder than dealing with 5 separate ones. After hearing this, Nebula falls into deep thought. You can clearly see the calculation in his eyes. Nebula feels Wisdom's judgment isn't wrong. He remembers seeing his name in the top 10 of the rankings. If it's the same person, then he's probably the most skilled player among them. But that doesn't mean he'll agree. He says indifferently, you think so? I actually think dealing with a unified enemy is easier. he asks annoyedly. So, you don't see any valid reason, and you won't help, really? But Nebula says that's not what he meant. He slowly explains, if I help you guys, I have to receive a worthy reward. Hearing that, Wisdom asks immediately, what is Nebula's goal? What do you want? Nebula starts listing the candle makers, glass makers, and brick makers that you guys are monopolizing. 3 people from each sector, along with 12 wagons of gold. As soon as he finished, everyone was shocked. Even Wisdom, who is always calm, couldn't help but be surprised. Krampus roared furiously. You bastard. You've been targeting those things for a long time, haven't you? Are you an ally of Yogi too? Nebula just replied coldly. As I said, if you don't agree, but before he could finish his sentence, Wisdom cut him off, speaking with deep seriousness. We need to discuss this further. We'll call you back after the meeting ends. As soon as he said that, Wisdom hung up, not giving him a chance to say another word. Seeing how things played out, Nebula thought to himself, the result is already clear. He remained seated, staring intently at the screen. Only a few minutes later, Nebula received another video call invitation from Wisdom and 4 others. He slowly tapped to connect. As soon as the video appeared, Wisdom spoke up immediately. We accept your terms. He stated clearly. The craftsmen will be sent tonight, and the gold will be transferred gradually. Now, tell us how you plan to deal with Yogi and the vampires. Wisdom probed. With a reward like that, you must have a plan, right? Nebula smirked and replied, just a plan? His gaze grew serious. They're wrong. Nebula glanced at the frame below the video call. The person shown was Seven, who seemed to be deep in thought. Nebula stared at him and announced in a cold voice, I've already started it. Then, the scene immediately shifted to a village engulfed in flames within the dark of night. Amidst the flickering fire, Seven was covered in dirt, hiding behind a tree and observing the situation, because the Noun tribe had suddenly invaded. The leader of the Roman tribe, his mother, had to sacrifice herself. She fought until her very last breath, but eventually fell. The hidden god, Unsan, chose a new shaman from a different tribe to replace her. Now, that new shaman was hunting down Seven's people to the ends of the earth, and he declared he would purge all the old forces. Seven couldn't reconcile with it, asking himself, is this the end for our loyalty? Why was our tribe abandoned? Seven collapsed and lamented, we gave you everything. Why didn't you grant our tribe even a little bit of magic? Are we just disposable pawns to you? He looked up at the sky and prayed reverently to the hidden god, Unsan. Please, answer me. As soon as he finished, something appeared in front of Seven. It was the shape of a giant, whose face was unclear. He asked timidly, who are you? In his heart, he couldn't help but think, is he here to kill me? At this point, he didn't care who it was. Seven, ignoring life or death, suppressed his trembling and asked softly, excuse me, may I please have a sip of water? Something immediately fell to the ground. He was completely stunned by the sudden appearance. After looking closely, he could clearly see it was clean water and bread. For someone abandoned by the gods like Seven, he was extremely touched and said, thank you. If you need anything, I will do everything. He was moved to tears, hurriedly eating the bread while saying, just give the order, and I'll do anything. After Seven finished eating and drinking, the figure suddenly handed him a sword. He couldn't believe it, trembling as he spoke. Is this what you want from me? But at that moment, Seven seemed to lose control. His hand moved on its own to pick up the sword. He desperately tried to stop it. Wait, I don't want to die. Before the moment of stabbing himself, Seven was surprised that he was still so attached to his life. He prayed silently, someone, please save me. But he suddenly realized a massive power emanating from the person in front of him. Only then did Seven understand the situation. It was a god, a new god who had chosen him. This was the god he would worship. Afterward, Seven made his decision. I will do everything you wish, O god of blood. The god of blood had chosen the shaman, Seven. The first vampire was born. Nebula, based on the information received, analyzed it. Wait, the numbering shifted, continuing from previous context. 6,000 in 6 months. The vampires increased their numbers by 4,000 in less than a year. And with that army, they attacked and occupied the capital of German. The entire capital is engulfed in flames, homes ruined. Seeing that scene, he couldn't help but reflect. Nebula speculated. That player must have died while using their powers, even losing what they created. Perhaps they have dropped to level 4 by now. He looked at the people in front of him. If that AI had helped her wipe out the vampires when their numbers were low, this wouldn't have happened. They just didn't want to suffer unnecessary losses. And the result is the birth of a vampire nation. Thinking of this, Nebula felt bored and sighed. The name of that nation is White Knight. The leader of the vampires calls himself the Vampire King, he explained. The generals are mostly weaklings, discarded by other nations, and their goal is to take revenge on the gods who abandoned them. Then Nebula looked straight at them coldly. In other words, that means you guys, he said it bluntly. Anyway, I will show you how to defeat them. Vampires have 3 weaknesses. Krampus wondered. Isn't it 2? Hearing that, Nebula told him to list those 2 weaknesses to see if they were correct. He spoke as if it were obvious. Everyone knows that. Sunlight and silver. Krampus guessed the final weakness. It must be that they get weaker with each generation, he acknowledged. That is indeed a weakness, but at the same time, it is also a strength. Nebula analyzed. High-level vampires have superior physical abilities, but they are very wary of sunlight and silver. Even though their physical abilities weaken with each generation, the impact of sunlight and silver on them also decreases. Hearing this, Wisdom asked, So, what exactly have you started doing? According to the information I gathered, it seems like Huck Rin hasn't actually taken action yet, but he shook his head. Not me, but them. White Knight has already started moving, Nebula continued. Becoming a vampire is already a weakness of theirs. It seems only I realized their 3rd weakness. Facing everyone's confusion, he tapped the screen to see the movement of the White Knight army over the past few days. Nebula noticed they had an army of 4,000, expanding their territory by splitting into 4 groups and dispersing in 4 directions, starting from the center of the 6 lands. Compared to the actual situation, it looks easy to defeat them, but since each nation only has about 1,000 soldiers, it's still in a stalemate. Janda suddenly said, All 4 maps are identical. I've analyzed these 4 maps, and they were observed on different days. This means they haven't moved at all, Janda said, still sounding puzzled. Is that a weakness? Maybe they're just pausing to regroup? But Nebula didn't think so. They wouldn't halt all 4 armies just for that. There must be a reason, and it likely relates to the vampire's 3rd weakness. Hearing this, Wisdom couldn't hold back and asked, probing for answers. What kind of weakness? Nebula explained knowingly. At first, you all tried to treat vampires like zombies, but there's a massive difference between the 2 species. It comes down to their intellect. Zombies are infected, so there's no difference in individual behavior, but vampires are different. Vampires have different ranks. Some were forced into it, with submission levels ranging from low to high. However, that loyalty drops significantly when it comes to the lower-ranking vampires. Hearing Nebula's analysis, Janda was even more confused. What are you talking about? Before Nebula could answer, Wisdom spoke up first. It means they lack motivation. The key to maintaining vampire cohesion is their initial submission. They had to kill others to make them submit, or simply to survive. They were hunted, so they had to stick together to stay alive. But once the vampire nation of White Knight was established, they existed in an environment where they could survive without killing. They no longer had a justified reason to fight. And all that's left is a vague sense of obedience, meaning some generals don't want to face losses. Wisdom's words perfectly aligned with Nebula's intent. He added, They're well fed now, so they're thinking about other things. Now, it's going to be a battle of wits to see which general acts first. The scene shifts to a peaceful little village. Julian Ray sat brooding, staring at the map in front of him. The more he thought, the less he understood. He muttered to himself, We need to gain control of other nations on the continent while we still have a chance to win. Why aren't the other generals moving? I can't move because of them, either. Just then, Julian Ray heard a strange noise. He stood up, slowly walked toward the door, and called out, Who's there? Sanghuan? The door slowly creaked open, revealing the blinding sunlight outside. Sunlight streamed in, hitting Julian Ray directly, causing his hand to burn. He reacted quickly, instinctively throwing a dagger in that direction. The dagger struck the intruder squarely in the head. Once the body slumped over, Julian Ray carefully stepped forward to check. He discovered a shattered mirror lying nearby, and thought to himself, So, they must have heard somewhere that sunlight is my weakness. Sanghuan approached, bowing his head in respect. I apologize, General Julian Ray. It seems like our food escaped and disturbed your sleep. Julian Ray protested. No, she was already inside before I went to sleep, Sanghuan asked with concern. You couldn't sleep? Julian Ray turned around and walked inside, saying, I don't know what the other generals are thinking. Do you know why? Sanghuan thought for a moment before replying. It's because not everyone listens to the blood god. He knew this well, because the Satyr clan worshipped the god of life. He bowed his head and whispered, Vampires also have some people like that, sir. Julian Ray asked, surprised. How can there be such people? He shouted in anger. We resent the gods who abandoned us. Only the blood god cares about us. And yet, there are still those who don't follow him? Sang Huan quickly explained. Because not everyone became a vampire voluntarily. Of course, I'm sure the Vampire King was extremely careful when choosing his generals to turn them into vampires. However, the sub-generals and those they turned into vampires probably weren't selected as carefully. Even among the generals, there are those who think like that. That's why they don't want to march anymore. Hearing this, Julian Ray narrowed his eyes. But you must understand that we have no choice but to love them. He gritted his teeth, saying every word clearly. You were bitten. But Sang Huan remained calm. Loving them doesn't mean you have to listen to everything they say. Since White Knight was founded, we've had to fight other generals to secure better territories. To do that, you need to maintain your forces. That's why they don't want to advance first and suffer losses. He pondered for a while and decided, after hearing what you said, I understand everything now. Tell all our soldiers that when the sun sets, Julian Ray commanded, we will begin our march. We will show the Vampire King that there is still one general who is not like the others. The scene shifts back to Nebula, who is discussing the situation. One of those armies will move soon. It seems there is still one general among them who is quite loyal and obedient. Krampus pondered. If they move, will that weakness become useless? Wisdom explained. Just knowing their principle of action is enough. If we can predict their moves, we can use magic to make them act according to our will and drag things out. If we delay their supplies, we can break their army. There are still many cards left to play, after all. Hearing this, Krampus looked at him and said, Thanks for explaining that to me, Star. As soon as he finished, Wisdom's head vibrated slightly. He helplessly denied it. This isn't a star. Nebula was also surprised and wondered about this response. Then what is it? Wisdom explained. This is a Kepler-Poinsot polyhedron, a small stellated dodecahedron. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Afterward, he sheepishly apologized, thinking to himself, I probably shouldn't have made fun of his head, right? Wisdom's head vibrated again as he hesitated to speak. Then, he asked Nebula directly, As I said, are you planning to cause conflict and disintegrate that vampire army? Nebula replied, That approach is fine, but it takes too much time. If they disintegrate, the damage will spread. Nebula planned to gather them all together instead. Sang Huan asked curiously, How do you intend to gather them? He said solemnly, They are so arrogant that they think they can handle us all by themselves, just wandering around like they own the place. I'm going to give them a real thrashing, so that they focus everything on me. After saying this, Nebula slammed his fist onto the table, as if he had made up his mind. The scene shifts to Julian Ray's house, where he was resting when a frantic call came in. Seeing Sang Huan enter, Julian Ray asked what was wrong. He urgently announced, The enemy is attacking. Julian Ray stepped off his bed, while asking about the situation. Are they satyrs? But Sang Huan reported that it was the lizardmen of Hukrin. Ju stood on high ground, observing the entire village. I was just asking about the Satiro situation, but Sang Huan reported that Hukrin Ju's lizardmen are already watching over the entire village from above. Suddenly, he spoke up. Have you guys heard of Tada? One of his subordinates quickly replied, and Ju continued. Isn't he that legendary warrior who took down 10 buffaloes? I heard he's holding a high position in the southern islands now. He's always pushed himself to the limit. But there are always other elite warriors who outshine him, so he never really gets his moment to shine. Ju pointed at the people scrambling about and said, Look, another bunch of cannon fodder over there today. Maybe we should just steal Tada's fame. The guy next to him laughed. You're a brilliant general and a top-tier warrior. Don't tell me you can't just let go of something as trivial as fame. Hearing that, Ju swung his spear hard and asked, Do you know what it takes to become an elite warrior? His eyes turned sharp and intense. You have to have ambition. With that, Ju led the charge, taking down vampire after vampire, his face glowing with excitement. Just then, Juandre finally managed to rush over to intercept him, his eyes glowing blood red. He roared as he lunged forward. For the blood god! Ju became even more excited, saying, I like your spirit. We've got a god on our side too, you know. He gripped his spear tightly, ready for battle, and shouted, For the blue insect god! It didn't take long for Ju to finish off Juandre. That was his 9th kill. The guy beside him asked in surprise, You're stopping at 9? Ju replied, feeling bored. Everyone's getting too fired up. So that's all I managed to get. He thought for a second and asked, This guy was a general. Doesn't that count as 2? Hearing this, the man laughed out loud. How could it count as 2 when he only has 1 head? Besides, they're just vampires, not buffaloes. Forget it. This response really annoyed Ju, and he cursed under his breath. Then, he ordered them to reorganize the camp and check their gear. We're moving deeper in. Meanwhile, inside a massive tower, a voice boomed. Seven couldn't believe his ears. Hati reported back, respectfully, General Juandre and 400 soldiers are dead, sir. There were 300 enemies. They were Huck Green's monstrous snake cavalry. Seven still found it hard to believe and raised his voice. Did you say 300? You mean to tell me thousands of our men died because of 300 soldiers? Hati explained. They were all monstrous snake cavalry, and we were ambushed while we were camped. Seven roared in anger, cutting him off. He speculated that they were a highly elite force, but to attack that quickly, they would have had to cut back on supplies, which means they're likely relying on raiding local areas. However, for them to cross into another nation's territory, Huprin and Danium, could they have already formed an alliance with the other nations? He couldn't help but suspect as much. Night fell quickly. Lights flickered on inside the tower. Seven sat staring at the map, studying Huck Green's army. They were being supported by the Sadaros, and they were swallowing up White Fang's territory. Even so, it didn't really belong to them. Most of their troops were stationed at the base. There were only a few vampires guarding the villages, but they couldn't stop them. Furthermore, the 3 remaining generals were still sitting idle. In this situation, Seven had only 2 choices. 1. Confront the 300 lizardmen with Schwandre's remaining 600 soldiers, or 2. Launch a direct attack on Huck Green's land. With a current force of 3,600, the first option wasn't necessarily at a disadvantage. The Blood God would assist them. However, their main force was cavalry. They could continue to ravage the territory without engaging in a direct battle. But attacking Huck Green was risky while moving the army elsewhere. When the situation here hadn't been fully resolved, he couldn't make this decision based on his own judgment alone. Seven pondered the attack plan for a while, but he still didn't know what to do. Just then, the moon climbed high. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, as if he had just figured something out. Seven looked up at the moonlight hanging outside the window. A few minutes later, he spoke up. Gather all the generals and soldiers under the crimson moon. Seven shouted the order. We are heading east. The whole tower echoed with his voice. We are going to attack the territory of Huck Green with an army of 46,000 soldiers. Back at Nebula Wisdom's place, he agreed. You're right. He pointed to the screen and said, We have succeeded in gathering the enemy in one place. But Wisdom was hesitant. Do you think they will attack us right now? He replied indifferently. Well, that would be fine too. But do you think they have enough troops? He then analyzed the situation. A's troops had suffered heavy losses. The capital was occupied, and Jonda's Lanus wasn't doing much better. The other 3 countries seemed to be in better shape. Jiang Wan proactively suggested, My troops have suffered few losses. I'm ready to help. But Nebula refused. You're too far away. You won't make it in time, he said bluntly. In reality, only Wisdom and Krampus are close enough to provide support. How many can you mobilize? Wisdom said, About 300, and Krampus said, 500. Nebula figured that was enough. If the vampires want to attack Huck Green, they have to cross the desert or attack the city of Automason in the southeast. He was confident in his deduction. They will definitely choose Automason. From their perspective, the desert is too hard to cross because of the sunlight. The mountain path has shade and offers opportunities to raid villages to replenish their blood. Nebula pointed at the screen. Best if my 300 cavalry, along with Wisdom and Krampus's forces, track the vampire army and keep enough distance so we aren't detected. Wisdom replied confidently. That won't be a problem for us. But what if we follow White Fang's scouting party? He pointed to the plan on the screen and asked, Will the mountain fortress of Huck Green be able to withstand White Fang's first wave of over 3,000 soldiers? Nebula sneered, his face dark and cold, and asked back, You think we can't? Hearing this, Wisdom replied indifferently, As long as you're confident, it's not a problem. He began to delegate. The rest of you will have to focus on wiping out the vampires in your territories. Jiang Wan will have to use his forces to reclaim Ha's territory. Nebula believed that simply reducing the number of vampires outside the front lines would significantly impact his approval ratings. But in his heart, something still bothered him. Yogi hadn't used many resources yet, except when he used his divine power during the siege of the capital. The White Fang territory is the largest of the 6 lands. The number of vampires and soldiers has increased, and while people are biased to think vampires are just a species, in reality, he is a player. That's quite impressive. From that, we can deduce that Yogi's current divinity level must be quite high. If we count everything that's happened so far, he's probably reached level 17. If so, Nebula assumes the divine skill he received at level 16 will be a problem. Looking at the castle gate through the screen, he is full of confidence, but Seven still has his own way. Seven's face, shows extreme panic, witnessing the scene before him. Below is a deep abyss where one could lose their life at any moment. Above are winding, rugged slopes, full of jagged rocks. His subordinates follow him, worried. There's nowhere to hide before reaching the castle. 7 wonders how to reach that place. That guy speaks his mind. Only the large moles can take us there, but I have too few moles. Hearing that, he coldly uses Lena and the moles to approach the castle wall, telling them to carry large hammers to smash the wall. 7's subordinate is a bit hesitant. If we do that, there will certainly be many casualties. He doesn't seem to care. Having many corpses to use as shields will make it easier to advance. Suddenly, 7 remembers something. He immediately stops and smiles very sinisterly, slowly speaking of a wicked idea. If we want to build a ramp, why should we vampires have to do it ourselves? A creepy voice echoes in the air. The subordinate quickly understands. You want to use the slaves as bait? If so, we can save on food supplies. 7's face shows cunning calculation. I heard a rumor among the slaves that all the gods have abandoned them, but there is one god who hasn't given up on them yet. At midnight, a group of soldiers suddenly appears, shouting in the village, "Get out here now! Don't waste our time!" The tribes are helpless, unable to do anything but obey their orders. They sit huddled together in the darkness. Everyone is dejected. A member of the rat folk cries miserably. He is trembling with fear because this is the second time he has been captured. The rat folk knows clearly that next it will be his turn to die. The young boy sitting next to the rat folk says in a bored voice, "In the end, we are just their slaves and food. The gods we trusted have finally abandoned us. If that weren't the case, there would be no other reason why the gods would abandon us like this." The tribes try to run, looking for hiding spots. Thousands of spears fly straight toward the innocent people, one after another. The boy stops and continues, "The god of blood does not accept the prayers of those considered food. However, there is a rumor that the lizard god in Hukrin is fighting back fiercely on vampire territory. That rumor has brought a glimmer of hope to slaves like us. The blue-scale god we trust, that god of unknown identity." The boy concludes, "He is the savior, our last hope." An elf soldier rudely calls out, "Everyone else inside, get out." The rat folk is panicked, unconsciously repeating, "I don't want to die." The boy next to the rat folk firmly stands up. "Even though I know it's useless, he is the only reason for me to believe." The soldiers guard the people tightly so no one can escape. In the boy's mind, there is a pillar of support amidst the life or death situation. "Because he is my only hope." The elf soldier announces, "Your mission is very simple. Run to the lizard gate. If those lizards want to save you, they'll open it. Don't you think so?" Among the group, consisting mostly of the old and the young, everyone knows their dark scheme. The rat folk seems very knowledgeable. There are 3 bends on the road to the castle, but no one has ever made it past the second bend. The boy bows his head, witnessing something that makes his face go pale. A person lying dead, eyes still wide open. Surrounded by a pool of fresh blood flowing along the ground, the boy seems to understand their intent. They killed this person to warn us, didn't they? The rat folk trembles with fear. With no other choice, the boy grits his teeth and runs forward, carrying a glimmer of hope. Those who don't run at their count are cruelly cut down by blades. Along the road, corpses lie everywhere. Everyone runs as fast as they can, stepping over the bodies on the ground. A bloody massacre. The brave boy runs while praying. Arrows fly toward him relentlessly, but luckily, he dodges them. Now, the boy is the one who has advanced the furthest, under overwhelming pressure to claim his life. Suddenly, 7 is annoyed. Don't let the slaves have even a glimmer of hope. If they have any, it must be crushed. This way, we both boost morale and reduce costs, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The subordinate seems worried. But what if they open the door to welcome the slaves? He shouts, "Don't you see them shooting arrows at the slaves? Why are you asking that?" 7 looks toward the gate and adds, "They have no reason to open the castle gate unless their commander has gone mad. But if they decide to open it and pretend to save the slaves, that's even more advantageous. We will launch an attack at that very moment." In his heart, he feels contempt. The gods have thrown away their lives. Even those who still believe in the gods are only seen as tools. Only the god of blood is our savior, and only those who do not believe in him will be abandoned. I will prove that to everyone here. Turning his gaze to the person running fastest, the boy pants, observing his surroundings. There are no corpses here. Surely I've gone the furthest. His feet are covered in blood. Suddenly, he slows down as if filled with hesitation. The soldiers here seem quite angry. Why isn't it running anymore? The lizards stop firing, and the boy falls into despair, ignoring their constant urging. There's no way they'll open the gate. He is lost in his own thoughts. having known from the start that they wouldn't open it because opening it means welcoming a direct attack. The elf soldiers have bows and arrows ready in their hands, just waiting for the order to fire. The boy is deeply haunted by death. Whether I reach the end of the road or not, I will die anyway. We have been abandoned by the gods. What's the point of running like this? The long repressed resentment now bursts into tears on the boy's face. He looks up at the sky, scolding. If no god wants to save us, then what were we born for? The gate remains tightly closed. Just as the boy's hope was fading, a butterfly with a shimmering glow fluttered past in the dark of night. He stopped crying, focusing all his attention on it, his heart filled with surprise. The butterfly circled around him, reigniting his spirit. He couldn't believe his eyes when a brilliant flash of light suddenly blinded him. The gate the boy had been fighting to reach was opening. It was quite quiet outside the wall. You could even hear the faint whisper of the wind. The lizardman guards watched closely. One of them spoke up, puzzled. They're rounding up unarmed people again? And running towards us, too. What on earth are they planning? Kegel didn't quite get it. Maybe they want to use the slaves to lighten the load? As Racrac suddenly approached, he cut in. They probably want to get rid of extra mouths to feed. He paused, as the treatment was harsh even for slaves. To focus on a short-term battle, Racrac just gave a soft huff, neither confirming nor denying it. There could be other reasons, too. Our general, Racrac, has crossed so much terrain and faced so many vampires. That news must have spread everywhere by now. They figure us lizardmen are here to finish off the vampires. Kegel laughed, getting the point, meaning they want us to personally shoot down the slaves, who are pinning their hopes on us, Racrac said with a smug tone. Besides, we have no intention of opening the gate, so they want to make the slaves realize there's no hope left. Looking down, Racrac praised them. That makes the slaves easier to control. The commander on that side is sharp. Racrac disagreed, leaving him confused. He turned and walked away briskly, calling out, "When I give the signal, prepare to open the gate," Kegel shouted in protest. "Are you planning to save them? They could be vampires in disguise trying to scout us." Racrac remained perfectly calm. "We already shot them down twice to check," he continued, explaining. "Even if we open the gate, we can only save 10 people. The risk far outweighs the reward." Hearing this, he didn't change his mind. Turning back, Racrac smiled slightly. "You've fought to the end with me on this island. You're an excellent commander, but do you know why you lost to me?" He opened his eyes wide to look at Kegel. "You're smart and think clearly, but you lack imagination, so you can't see the big picture." Kegel stared blankly at the swarms of butterflies flying about. Racrac, with a firm attitude, repeated the order. "My command stands. Open the gate. Bring everyone who is unarmed inside. Only close the gate once the very last person is in." The boy ran for his life through the gate. Racrac brushed past him as the boy tried to catch his breath. He didn't forget to give instructions. Use silver to check their skin. If it burns, they're vampires. Keep a close eye on them. If not, they're either useless vampires or slaves putting their faith in us. He didn't forget to order the archers. Listen closely. Don't hit the slaves. The scene was complete chaos. The guard panicked. "Sir Racrac, their cavalry is charging. They're mixed in with the slaves now." He kept walking outside the wall, just as he gave the order to the commander, despite the guard's attempts to stop him. "When I come back in, shut the gate." A girl was running when she was suddenly shoved hard. Racrac gave it his all to save the slaves. They finally got inside before the Lena tribe cavalry could strike. Furious that their plan failed, the enemies drew their swords to attack. He countered without haste. A powerful blue light erupted, lighting up the night sky above the gate. Seeing this, Seven realized the outcome was bad. His subordinate behind him bowed in apology. "I didn't think they'd open the gate, so I missed the chance." As the gate slowly closed, Seven didn't blame him. He turned to his subordinate to carry out the next attack plan. He obeyed and signaled the commanders. Seven furrowed his brows, thinking, "The strength of our vampire army is its racial diversity." He assessed them. The Lena cavalry are agile and can use any weapon, while the kobolds are small, fast, and easy to dodge arrows. The trolls are sturdy enough to push forward even when under fire. The Nyx and Satyros provide a balanced ability, acting as a stable core force. Maximizing the unique traits of each race is the formula for our victory. Plus, the strength of the vampires, a third-generation Nyx, the leader of a 10-man squad, can be as strong in sieges with similar numbers before, but now we have 3,400. Seven's eyes fixed on the gate, determined. We will definitely win. We cannot lose. Nebula, from over here, was observing his every move. He's in a pretty good mood. Just as I predicted. 7 doesn't know how to break a hilltop fortress, which isn't surprising. In this generation, almost no one has ever broken a fortress like this. Everyone thinks it's just like any other siege. Only Racrac and Joan could design and execute a siege like this. A hilltop fortress and a regular castle are two completely different things. Following his command, all of 7's troops charged into battle. Nebula noticed a weakness, even though they had skilled archers. Their bows couldn't compare to the Lizardmen's, especially since they were shooting from a higher position. Looking at the Lizardman soldiers, they were already bow-ready. 7 soldiers clung to the walls, trying to climb up in vain. Above them, the Lizardmen had already taken the initiative. The tribes hurried each other along, not wanting to miss any opportunity. Nebula quietly assessed them. Those are 2nd and 3rd generation vampires whose strength has been enhanced, but no matter how much their power has increased, they're just charging in to attack. A blinding light appeared, followed by a thunderous explosion. All the soldiers were burnt, lying scattered on the ground, dying. Racrac stood high above, calmly taking a puff from his pipe. He exhaled slowly with a satisfied smile. A faint smile appeared on Nebula's face, carrying a hint of admiration for the Thunder Lizard Man. Racrac observed the pile of dead bodies and said, "A hilltop fortress is never a good choice for a short-term battle." The subordinate respectfully reported the news to 7. "We've lost 600 troops in this attack." 7 roared in fury, refusing to accept the reality and ordering another assault. 7 gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. "We must take this fortress at any cost." The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the bodies were littered with gaping wounds. Lying on the long path leading to the fortress gate were countless corpses, the smell of rot becoming unbearable. One man was still desperately trying to push forward, when an arrow struck him, and he screamed for help. Seconds later, a vampire ended his life right there. 7 shouted, urging his men not to retreat, insisting they take the fortress no matter the cost. Nebula watched in silence, thinking to himself that they only had one choice left, to keep pushing forward. It was a suicide mission. They had barely reached the base of the wall, and the casualties were already unbearable. The bodies piled up, making the climb slightly less steep. Watching from here, he silently judged the enemy forces. If they retreated now, all their efforts would be for nothing. If 7 were a competent commander, he would have realized that a short-term assault would fail and that they should retreat. He guessed that fanaticism had likely clouded 7's judgment. Yogi still didn't seem to have any intention of joining the fray. The specific reason was unclear, but he was likely waiting until the very last moment to act. If that was the case, they might not have realized the situation yet. Behind them, torches cast a fiery red glow, illuminating the small village. 7 looked at the map and cursed, "Damn it. What are we going to do about this? If this keeps up, the army will suffer massive losses." A soldier from the Lena tribe ran in, looking panicked. He delivered an urgent report that left 7 stunned. As of yesterday, the Satyros army and the lizard warriors had joined forces and were hunting them down. Deep down, he couldn't stop the creeping dread. Should he continue to support the troops? The situation was dire. If they retreated now, the losses would be even greater, because they were already too deep into this battle. If they backed down, they would be caught between 2 enemy forces and wouldn't be able to hold out. They had to take the fortress and defend from within. Red blood dripped onto the paper, making 7 feel strange. His nose wouldn't stop bleeding, which terrified him. 7 wiped a bit of the blood away to look at it. "Why am I having a nosebleed? Since I became a vampire, this has never happened before. Could this be an omen? If it is an omen, what could it mean?" A wave of unease washed over him. His close subordinate rushed in, and 7's pupils dilated as he waited for the urgent news. Outside, a slave revolt was underway. Torches were being lit everywhere. In another tent, the atmosphere was suffocating. The captured tribes were hollow-eyed, filled with nothing but fear. Some were talking about what was happening outside, about the group fighting back and those who had run toward the city gates. One person seemed to know a lot and recounted how the vampires had ordered them to line up and march toward Huck Green Fortress, and he was certain that those people were already dead. The Lena tribesman immediately denied it, leaving the man confused. A young man in the corner suddenly spoke up. "That guy has been captured 4 times but always made it back, right?" Seeing everyone's curiosity about the story, he suddenly hung his head in embarrassment. Then, the young man gathered all his courage to tell them what he had seen. "Blue butterflies are flying over the fortress, and the gates have opened. The lizard men have opened the gates for us. Some have already entered the city." A silence fell over the room. Now, everyone was likely thinking the same thing. Some people still didn't trust it. questioning why the lizard men would do such a thing. The young man stood up and said with determination that there must be a plan. The group looked at him in a panic, fearing the young man would be punished by the soldiers. His eyes radiated strength as he made a reckless decision. We have to fight. The lizard men are battling the vampires, and their god is saving us too. I can't take this misery any longer. If we go on like this, none of us will survive. Whether the rumors are true or not, I don't care. If I have to die, I won't die meaninglessly like this. The young man's firm resolve moved everyone. They all stood up in unison, showing their solidarity. The soldiers outside felt something was wrong and stormed in to investigate. They pounced on every single soldier, fighting for their lives. A fire ignited in the night, signaling the beginning of the tribe's uprising. 7, now wiping his bloody nose with a cloth, asked about the status of the riot. His subordinate answered, with care, that it was no longer just a small rebellion. All of them are revolting at once. 7 looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He turned to glare at his subordinate. The entire 1,200 slaves? The subordinate confirmed it immediately. All the guards have been wiped out, and the uprising is spreading at a dizzying speed. Even though we tried to stop them, our numbers are too low. 7 wondered, don't the slaves have weapons? Why couldn't the guards stop them? Not daring to hesitate, the subordinate replied, their numbers are overwhelming, and for some reason, they are unusually brutal this time. Even when killed, they just keep charging and snatching up weapons without fear. A series of bold shouts rang out. The city gates have been opened by the lizard men. They are waiting for us. Fight like warriors, it is better to die in glory than to live in shame. Right then, a name 7 hated surfaced in his mind. Racrac. He apologetically wondered if they had planned this all along when they opened the gates for the slaves. I only thought of them as a weak tribe in the corner of the peninsula. Who would have thought they had such a scheme? The subordinate, terrified, begged for reinforcements to crush the rebellion immediately. Lord 7, you're bleeding. Bright red blood streamed down his face, and combined with his cunning, twisted gaze, he looked terrifying. 7 tried to reassure himself. It's impossible for the gods to punish me. You chose me as the representative for this war, so why would you punish me like this? He spoke with ambition. At all costs, I must take the city before dawn. All forces are to be mobilized for the assault. The subordinate, worried that the slaves would escape, asked. He tried to convince 7. Even if we take the city, I still need to keep some slaves to provide food for the army. Even if the city is in our hands, if we are surrounded, I will still need labor and soldiers. His face suddenly darkened as he denied his own thoughts. Leaving his subordinates baffled, 7 suddenly lunged forward and sank his teeth deep into the man's neck. Blood sprayed everywhere, leaving the other minions frozen in sheer terror. No one dared to utter a single word. After killing the man, 7 said calmly, now, I've finally calmed down. It must have been because I was so blood-starved earlier. 7 turned his back with a savage grin. As they wondered if any commander could stop this uprising without the vampire army's help, a member of the Lena clan quickly stepped forward to volunteer. I'll use the soldiers in the barracks to try and stop this rebellion. He pointed to a Satyros vampire and ordered, and you, from now on, you are my lieutenant. 7 commanded, bring me my weapon at once. I'll head out to the front lines and fight them myself. Outside the city walls, the corpses of 7 soldiers were piled high in a gruesome display. The village was now in ashes. A wave of fury from the enslaved races had broken out. The rocky path leading up to the city gate was littered with the bodies of the dead. The various races had never been this determined. They were ready to fight to the death against the cruel vampires. Racrac, standing on the city wall, looked down with an indifferent expression. The riot has finally broken out. Beside him, Kegel pondered, assessing the battle. It looks pretty lively down there. The reinforcements have arrived too. Upon hearing that, Racrac gave a faint smile. As for us, we're ready. Those vampires? They're afraid of the light. Because of that, things are looking good for the slaves. They've risen up and are fighting now. Looking down at the scene he had predicted, Racrac felt quite smug. Kegel turned to look at him, full of confusion. Why are they resisting right now? Of all times. Racrac replied nonchalantly. It seems they just want to escape from the vampires. Kegel quickly understood. The vampires must be swamped right now, since they still have to spare troops to suppress the slaves. Racrac disagreed and immediately countered, I don't think so. The slaves have already revolted, and we should probably stay on the defensive, just to be safe. In this situation, the vampires might pour all their remaining forces into attacking us since they're backed into a corner. They have no other choice. Kegel was so focused on listening to him that he didn't notice their surroundings. Racrac urged him to look down below. As he had predicted, Seven approached the gate with a menacing air. Arrogantly, he pointed his sword toward them, provoking a fight. Seven screamed, targeting Racrac with pure, burning rage. "If you're not a coward, get down here and fight me," Kegel asked with slight concern. "Are you really going down there?" Racrac turned away and replied, "All right, looks like I need to step in. Otherwise, that guy won't let it go." Racrac grabbed his weapon and continued. "He has no choices left now. The slaves have rebelled, and he has nowhere to run. When we have the advantage, keep an eye out. If they show any openings, we must strike with everything we've got to wipe them out." Seven was like a madman. His eyes burned with nothing but hatred. He had prepared a truly sinister plan for his battle. When Racrac stepped out of the fortress, "I'll have plenty of giant rats released to cause chaos. That way, the vampires will have fewer enemies to deal with since the rat swarm will be doing the heavy lifting. Just by causing mayhem, they won't be able to defend the city. That's when I'll have the upper hand to seize the castle and end this war." While lost in his thoughts, a massive object flew over Seven's head. Under the moonlight, the image of Racrac, riding a giant bird, stood out sharply. Seven began to tremble, unable to believe his own eyes. From high above, Racrac looked down at Seven's bewildered expression and mocked him. "You just need real strength to have a mount." The beast seemed to understand, opening its mouth wide with a cackle. A few seconds later, it dove towards Seven with a fierce attitude. Seven stood frozen, unable to do anything in such a dire situation. Racrac struck a clean, decisive blow, showing absolutely no mercy. By pure luck, Seven managed to parry the powerful strike. In his mind, he felt something strange about Racrac's strength. Furthermore, after that, he and his beast flew off, without even turning back to finish Seven off. Suddenly, the beast circled back. Racrac swung his blade high, unleashing his ultimate move, to finish him off. A vicious blow landed, shaking the earth itself. Seven glanced at Racrac, a look of sheer terror appearing on his face. The current situation left Seven with no hope whatsoever. Can I even go up against him? He watched Racrac, clutching his blade tightly. As he advanced toward him, he thought to himself, why do I feel so overwhelmed by his presence? Nebula watched the intense battle from a hidden corner. He seemed to know everything quite well and whispered to himself that Racrac was a talented general with real skill, a heroic figure with plenty of combat experience. And that mount is a kuchachi. It takes a group of hunters just to take one down. It seemed Racrac had the upper hand, and the slaves would be bolstered by the morale boost from watching Racrac fight. Winning this battle seemed to be well within his grasp. Afterward, the black-scale troops and the slaves would cooperate to wipe out the remaining vampires. A notification suddenly appeared on the screen, startling Nebula. The name Yogi was glowing, requesting a connection with him. Nebula felt something wasn't right. Why reach out to him at a time like this? Nebula was on high alert before agreeing to the connection. What does this guy want? Neither his character name nor his race was displayed. This is truly strange. I normally wouldn't connect. He stared at the screen for a long time, hesitating with a mess of thoughts in his head. Finally, Nebula decided to connect with Yogi and reached out to click accept. The screen stayed blank for a long time, making the atmosphere even more tense. Afterward, Yogi finally appeared. His face radiated an eerie, chilling vibe. Yogi didn't say a word, just stared at Nebula, leaving him baffled. Nebula scrutinized every detail of the man's appearance, making his own assessment. Without hesitation, he spoke up. What should I call you? I'll just call you Yogi then. Still, he didn't see the man open his mouth. Nebula felt uncomfortable. You reached out to me, and now you won't say anything? Yogi's voice suddenly echoed. Every word was dripping with contempt. Do you really think you can win this battle? Nebula heard him, yet his expression didn't change at all. On the contrary, he remained very calm. He stressed once again that Nebula would lose whatever battle they were talking about. Nebula remained unshaken and replied firmly, Yogi, I will win. We have the absolute advantage in this fight. He cut Nebula off. I'm not talking about those stupid, ordinary creatures that walk on two legs. Nebula seemed to understand. Are you talking about the battle between Racrac and Seven? Well, I don't think I'll lose. You use divine power to assist, so I'll do the same. Yogi denied everything he had just said. His vague tone made others uneasy. He stated one thing with absolute certainty. You're in this world. You won't be able to change anything. Nebula listened, still unsure what Yogi was aiming for. He thought to himself, is this guy really from the 6 regions? He claims he can win that battle, but that it won't change anything? What does that mean? He decided to provoke him to see if he'd spill anything. Nebula quickly probed, You'll win and change everything. I will foster an advanced civilization, build countless cities, and establish trade routes. Yogi's demeanor turned furious. Enough! That power doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us. Nebula bluntly demanded to know the guy's origin, but he was met only with Yogi's contemptuous silence. Through Yogi's words, Nebula picked up on some key details. Wait, are there more guys like you here? He continued digging for information. Yogi spoke slowly, his wrinkles shifting to create a terrifying image. He didn't explain himself, only insisting, "We will reclaim the glory of old." Just like that, Yogi vanished. It was a brief, bizarre encounter. And now, his words left Nebula with endless questions. He shook it off, setting the matter aside to focus on the battle between Seven and Racrac. A blinding light suddenly appeared before Nebula, a red hue as vivid as blood. It was as if it wanted to wipe out his surveillance system. The scene caused Nebula's pupils to dilate rapidly, his voice stuttering. He couldn't even get a word out. Crimson blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. Seven crumbled, clutching his searing wound. The resentment in Seven's eyes only grew. The advantage clearly belonged to Racrac, who spoke coldly, staring at Seven, wanting to finish him right then and there. The beast mount charged forward immediately. Racrac sat on its back, waiting to plunge his blade straight into Seven's heart. Suddenly, he observed something horrific that made him freeze. Even the mount was so startled, it slammed on the brakes. A massive beam of light descended upon the ground. It blazed in the night. Racrac watched, wide-eyed. His jaw dropped in shock. A sword, 10,000 times larger than Racrac's citadel, was slammed straight into the earth. Yogi appeared in a grotesque form, looking like a bloodthirsty monster. He looked up, silently guessing that the entity before him was the god of vampires. Yogi fixed his eyes on him, his face filled with rage. Nebula calmly evaluated the situation in his mind. Finally, everything is playing out exactly as I predicted. He's reached a high enough level to use the avatar skill. Immediately after, he felt a bit regretful. Just as I had hoped, he wasn't able to use this skill until now. Avatar is a skill gained upon reaching Godhood level 16. Unlike the divine form, this skill allows the god themselves to descend to the mortal realm. Players can freely adjust their appearance when using Avatar, and their strength depends on the territory they possess. Nebula broke into a cold sweat seeing that horrific sight. That's terrifying. It's so huge that even summoning a divine beast would only reach its feet. Finally, Racrac ordered a retreat. Fine. Anyway, getting out of here is enough. Avatar consumes much more faith than the divine form. At his current level, to maintain the Avatar, he needs to harvest 10 sacrifices on the spot. But since he couldn't perform a grand ritual, the lizard men, already small, looked even tinier before Yogi's massive feat. Just looking at it, one could see the power gap between the two sides. Nebula silently assessed the guy's actions. Now he's forced to hunt for fresh sacrifices right here. Faced with Yogi's terrifying power, everyone was paralyzed with fear, scrambling to escape. Hoping only to escape the jaws of death, some couldn't stop themselves from sobbing. Countless small, unfortunate creatures became his food. This horrifying scene made Seven start to realize, is this the god I chose? As that thought popped up, a strange smile bloomed on his face. Thoughts filled with reverence for Seven poured out endlessly. He doesn't care about friend or foe. He only craves flesh and blood incessantly, just like me. Despite sitting in a pool of gruesome blood, he let out a hearty laugh. Nebula stood from above, silently calculating. What's so serious about losing a few lizard men? I just need to exploit their distraction to find a way out. It'll save me 7 units of loss later. When he recovers his faith, that citadel will be abandoned, and Yogi's resources will slowly run dry, so they won't be able to use that citadel, and I will leave a small force behind to protect them, then travel across the 6 regions to rebuild my army. One day, when he grows weak, Nebula concluded, I'll end everything. He watched the pile of corpses below and thought calmly, even if it causes damage to other players, that's none of my business. Below, Racrac was desperately urging his subordinates, hurry up, who knows when the evil god will come. Kegel saw that the situation wasn't looking good, so he stepped forward and said, leave this place to me, Racrac. You should retreat first. Racrac heard this and flew into a rage. Who has ever heard of a leader running away before his own army? He immediately retorted firmly, you are not just a leader, you are a king. Racrac saw him being so stubborn and mocked. So, in your opinion, what is a king? A weakling? Kegel saw him like that and immediately softened his tone. No, you are the blueprint, our guiding light, the national treasure of this entire land. But Racrac's anger didn't subside. He retorted, "Then, is my life more important than yours?" This left Kegel completely confused. What did he mean? A massive explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the entire sky. This successfully diverted Racrac's attention. Taking the opportunity, Kegel advised him, "If you are gone, the whole country will fall into chaos. The three successors are still too young, so you must remain safe." In that precarious situation, he suddenly pondered, "Perhaps I am not worthy of this throne at all." Food was already less than half. More than half of the army still hadn't left the city. Kegel shouted to wake him up, but it didn't help at all. He calmly assessed, "I have seen the power of the gods many times, but it cannot be maintained forever. If we just let things go on like this, that vampire will occupy the city and retreat to the 6 regions. The war will drag on for years, or maybe longer." Kegel couldn't stand his attitude any longer. "We should cut through, but in the end, we will still emerge victorious." A scene of bodies piled atop one another appeared, accompanied by his trembling voice. It might be a victory stained with blood and tears. Kegel bowed his head before Racrac, yet his voice remained as resolute as ever. "But ultimately, the victory will still be ours." Racrac was not at all persuaded by Kegel. Instead, he retorted with advice of his own. "You need to learn much more." This left Kegel, who had been speaking with such fervor, completely bewildered. He was suddenly hoisted up with such ease and speed that Kegel couldn't even react, only able to blink. With one look, he was tossed straight behind by Racrac using only one hand. Kegel was no match for such lightning-fast speed, barely managing to scream his king's name once, before Racrac took off. In the distance, Racrac surged toward Yogi, catching the latter's attention. These events were completely outside the predictions of Nebula, leaving him incredibly stunned. "No way. What are you doing?" Charging into battle in a situation like this was, in Nebula's judgment, a reckless act. He slowly opened the control panel, intending to use the God's Descent skill to control Racrac, but a notification on the screen made Nebula freeze for a beat. The notification he received stated that the God's Descent skill, summoned by Spirit Control, had been blocked. This surprised Nebula even more than the previous incident. On the control bar, a question popped up. "Do you wish to force the usage?" Faced with the 2 sole options, Nebula couldn't reach a final answer. It seemed he still wouldn't choose. He said in frustration, "I can't do that. If I force it, I'll be frozen for a short period. Or I might even die instantly from the surge of magical power." By now, Racrac was already standing before Yogi. He was not at all intimidated by Yogi's grotesque appearance. In fact, he was much calmer than before. "So this is the true form of the vampire auxiliary god, huh? Too strong to believe." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yogi raised his hammer to attack the tiny figure on the ground, delivering a strike with terrifying power. Fortunately, Racrac dodged in time, but he didn't panic. He just stood there, staring at the massive monster. This action of Racrac's made the question mark above Nebula's head grow even larger. "What are you doing? Why aren't you running?" On the other side, Racrac suddenly noticed familiar butterflies in front of him, but their form had now turned blood red. Swarms of them flooded the sky before him. At this moment, Racrac felt incredibly surprised by the sight, as this was the first time he had seen the butterflies in such a form. Racrac couldn't help but ask himself, is this a warning or an ominous sign? But the swarm of butterflies couldn't hold him back for long. Immediately after, Racrac dashed straight forward, tearing through layers of red butterflies. He drew his bow and took aim, his eyes overflowing with the determination to win. This resolute action of his made Nebula furious. "Why are you doing this, Racrac?" The arrows shot out from his side, but it seemed their attack power was only enough to brush the dust off Yogi. A train of thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. "You know that even if you do nothing, I will still win. Return to the palace, talk with the warriors, laugh with Joan, and watch the children grow up." Faced with the brutal counterattack of Yogi, Racrac did not waver. He charged swiftly toward his opponent. His voice rang out again, "You don't need to do those things. Throughout the next 15 years, no one will dare to challenge your authority." Elsewhere, Nebula was lost in thought, looking at the control screen. It seemed he was wavering over something. Standing before the question of whether to use faith resources to assist in the battle, Nebula silently clicked, "Agree." As soon as he made his choice, Yogi below was struck by a terrifying surge of power that knocked him off balance. Deep inside, he was utterly astonished. How could this be? Around Yogi, lightning bolts flickered, and his stitched-up face revealed clear signs of anger. The whole space seemed to fall into silence after Racrac's high-spirited attack. The notification that his God's Descent skill had been blocked suddenly popped up. Nebula pressed the button again when the system asked if he wanted to force the usage. He felt quite stunned by Racrac's spirit of self-reliant struggle. Nebula mused to himself. Some warriors in the Black Scale tribe don't hesitate to defy the chieftain's orders if they deem it necessary. So, in my position as chieftain, a question suddenly arises, Nebula thought. Are you also choosing to defy your god and act alone? Sacrificing one life to save two others? What kind of crazy math is this? You think your actions will shorten the duration of his manifestation? Why don't you think that victory is the most important thing? While Nebula was lost in his thoughts, Racrac below suddenly let out a shout that shook the entire sky. Amidst the fiery sky, the life and death battle between daughters Yogi and Racrac was entering its most intense phase. Racrac rode his beast, charging straight toward him with a sharp spear, determination overflowing from his eyes. He muttered a prayer to the auxiliary god. Across the way, Nebula quietly replied, I understand now. Finally, he had realized why he had made that decision. Racrac focused on summoning his power. Bolts of lightning sparked and blazed with spirit. Immediately after, he launched the spear toward Yogi. The spear, carrying immense power, whistled through the air. It then pierced straight into him, creating a collision that shook heaven and earth. Dust and surrounding objects were all engulfed in a thick, black smoke from the impact. Suddenly, from within that murky haze, flickering rays of light appeared. Yogi's blood-red eyes glowed brightly amidst that pitch-black scene. His hands gripped his weapon tightly. It seemed Yogi had begun to counterattack. His massive hammer was launched straight toward Racrac, like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Another collision occurred, but this time, the one who fell first was Racrac. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. It seemed he was completely exhausted. The series of actions happened so fast that Nebula was shocked, unable to speak. The battle had just reached its end. The system immediately notified him that Racrac had lost the match, and he had lost a portion of his experience. Racrac was hit by Yogi's brutal power and knocked to the ground. Across from him, he let out a roar. Then, Yogi raised his hammer, intending to deliver a massive blow. The hammer slammed into the ground specifically, right where Racrac was lying, leaving a massive crater. The impact was so severe that the surrounding area was left completely devastated. Seeing this, Nebula was at a loss for words. He just stared in silence as the hammer was lifted, coated in gore. Even the spear Racrac had been clutching in his hand had been shattered into pieces. Yogi, feeling satisfied that he'd finally taken him down, flashed a twisted, eerie smile. As he looked at the result of his handiwork, the entire scene played out right before Nebula's eyes. He was so furious he ground his teeth together. Countless flashes from the battle flickered before him. The most prominent one was the notification confirming that Racrac had passed away. He watched it all quietly, not knowing what to say. A moment later, Nebula steadied himself. It's fine, he thought. The priest's death was something I had already anticipated. Meanwhile, as the battle seemed to reach its climax, Yogi kept pounding the ground over and over, filled with manic excitement. Suddenly, a girl appeared on the screen. Nebula thought he had already made preparations to have Gyu Kyung, a human, replace him as the priest, despite the loss of experience and the downgrade. But this is something I didn't account for. As long as Racrac's soul can find a sanctuary in the afterlife, everything will be fine. If he is welcomed into the afterlife, maybe, just maybe, reincarnation is still on the table. The notification about Racrac's sacrifice popped up again. Nebula wondered to himself. So, who exactly is toying with fate here? Before the previous notification could even be cleared, a new one flooded the system. Just seconds later, the new update left Nebula completely stunned. As the notifications piled up, he couldn't help but cry out, "What is this? The system is broadcasting news ahead of time? Racrac has ascended to become an apostle? He even reached the divine rank?" These revelations left Nebula wide-eyed and speechless. What? How is that even possible? A thought suddenly echoed in his mind. Apostle Racrac has been promoted to divine rank. Apostles are entities created by gods, or legendary beings like dragons, who, if brought into a faith system, can reach the threshold of divinity. But sometimes, ordinary beings experience exponential growth and ascend to become apostles. Once they ascend, an apostle doesn't just attain a unique divine status. They can even carry out missions outside the god's own will. Nebula pondered, shaking his head. That's impossible. He still lacked so many of the requirements to ascend as an apostle. There are quite a few conditions to become an apostle, and Racrac hasn't met most of them. This was exactly why he couldn't wrap his head around this ascension. Questions flooded Nebula's mind. He was confused, trying to reason it out. He met the first condition, but the others remain a total mystery. How far has his legend spread? How can I even measure that? I never really understood the inner workings of that entity. Most importantly, the final condition requires 1 million faith resources. That's clearly impossible for a level 11 god like me right now. My maximum capacity for managing faith is only 100,000. To handle 1 million, I'd need to reach at least level 21. But at level 11, that's just not possible. The unexpected notification stunned Nebula once more. On the screen, a warning flashed. Faith has exceeded the capacity limit. The amount of faith Nebula possessed was rising at a terrifying, dizzying speed. Seeing this, he stood frozen, wondering. The faith is depleting, yet it's being replenished rapidly? Where is this massive amount of faith coming from? Elsewhere, Yogi was wreaking havoc, trying to destroy everything with his brutal magic power. A violent explosion erupted, a blinding light tearing through the atmosphere. Debris flew everywhere, shaking the very earth. That massive surge of energy blew everything in its path away. The ground split, and fires burned fiercely. Nebula looked down, seeing people everywhere praying. And he began to suspect, could it be? Is it coming from these prayers? It wasn't just the civilians. All the most steadfast soldiers, including Kegel, were praying. He guessed, are those believers praying for Racrac? A moment later, Nebula countered his own thought. That's definitely only a part of it. It can't just be them. Vampires can be scarily loyal, but their numbers aren't enough to generate such an enormous scale of faith. Watching everyone praying on his screen, Nebula hesitated before concluding. This game. His face suddenly went rigid, as if he had just realized something shocking. Nebula stood there, blankly finishing his sentence. Is no longer just a game. The Lost World was supposed to be just a game, but this world? No. The system had created an illusion that everything had to follow the rules of a game. They couldn't just be boxed into standard numbers anymore. This moment had transcended the limits. The system could define. Nebula confidently asserted, everything I am witnessing right now. Those surging waves of faith. I see. That explosive power. It's no longer within the programmed parameters. Another notification appeared before his eyes. The system was telling him that Racrac wanted to manifest in the physical realm. He skeptically asked himself, Racrac just died, and now he wants to return to fight as an apostle? How? This is completely beyond my imagination. But looking at the boy's stats, while Nebula was still weighing the situation, he received shocking news. It made him gasp in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Nebula understood it all. He cracked a mysterious smile and asked himself, you were that strong, huh? To become an apostle isn't just about gaining a title. It's about being elevated to the height of a legend. The fame and the titles Racrac held during his lifetime have now all been reflected in his new power. In the middle of the deep blue night, Nebula, wearing a cloak shimmering with starlight, smiled confidently and said, fine then, let's see you go all out, Racrac. Down below, the civilians had finally been evacuated. One of them stood still. His eyes were filled with anxiety. He choked out the name, Racrac. Kegel couldn't help but turn his gaze toward that blinding, radiant light. His eyes reflected a deep sadness amidst the desolate landscape before him, lost in thought, mourning the sacrifice of his lord. Because of that sacrifice, every citizen in the city had been evacuated safely. Thinking of this, Kegel's heart tightened with waves of agonizing pain. But now, how could he break the news of Lord Racrac's passing to Lord Joan? Across all these lands, people had once fought just to scramble for a scrap of food, continued. Fight just to scramble for a scrap of food. But at this moment, he believed Lord Racrac's actions would become a banner, leading toward noble ideals. He stood there, dazed, letting his thoughts drift blankly amidst the scene where Yogi was insanely destroying everything in sight. His voice rose again. However, that evil god had yet to be completely annihilated. Sensing something strange, Kegel looked up, his eyes widening in shock. A frantic voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. What was that sound? That voice stirred curiosity in everyone. They looked up at the sky, wondering, thunder? But the sky is still clear. From the heavens, a colossal bolt of lightning struck down, causing the ground to shake violently. The blinding light incinerated everything nearby. Everyone was terrified by this sudden appearance. Confused and anxious noises erupted, growing chaotic. The massive bolt of lightning scattered, and the earth was still shaking violently, showing no signs of stopping. Yogi, who had been busy destroying everything, also had to stop. Realizing this boded no good for him, he prepared to slam his hammer down to finish the destruction. But just as the hammer touched the ground, a terrifying source of light erupted. Immediately after, the hammer, which had been resting obediently in Yogi's hand, was knocked away. Someone was holding a mysterious spear, their entire body radiating a powerful, brilliant yellow lightning, as if ready to crush the enemy at any moment. It seemed this unannounced appearance caught Yogi completely off guard. He raged, "You bastard!" Countless bolts of lightning swirled around Racrac. He stood tall, taking steps full of strength and authority. Racrac had returned with a new identity. He was now a majestic and imposing apostle. The return that seemed impossible of Racrac ignited such joy in all the citizens. They chanted Racrac's name with great fervor. Not far away, the vampire army was equally stunned. A series of questions surfaced one after another. Returning to the battle, Yogi saw that he had returned and flew into a rage. He prepared to swing down to take Racrac out once more. Taking a stance, he shouted, "You human, how dare you stand against me?" Facing Yogi's loss of control, Racrac calmly crouched down, waiting for the right moment to break the attack from across the field. The moment Yogi brought his blade down, the heavens seemed to split in two, and the earth shook violently. Suddenly, a source of power exploded. Right beneath the tip of his blade, a second later, 10,000 bolts of lightning radiated in all directions. Their speed was too swift. Yogi couldn't dodge them. He could only blink as they struck. The lightning bolts were like blades slicing through, breaking his momentum. Yogi was hit with an uppercut so powerful he was sent flying. Blood splattered in the air. He was hit square in the face. The humiliating defeat was something Yogi could not accept. How could this even happen? While he was still lost in disbelief, Racrac began to prepare his counterattack. This time, Racrac was counterattacking in his role as an apostle with a series of incredibly impressive stats. It seemed this time, Yogi would have a hard time escaping the Grim Reaper's scythe. Nebula looked at Racrac's stat sheet and spoke, feeling helpless. There's no other way. All the levels corresponding to High Priest have shifted to Apostle. Because all apostles possess divine power, those levels include their divine power stats. Of course, with just this much, it was still not enough to fight the avatar of Yogi. At level 16, that giant's stats were 16D, still higher than Racrac's 3D. Nevertheless, those numbers were only a small part of the power an apostle possessed. The true strength of an apostle lies in the skills they have. All the titles and fame Racrac had while he was alive were manifested in the apostle's skills. Initially, he was able to block the attack thanks to the giant hunter skill. Down below, a fierce battle was taking place. Yogi used everything from bows to spears to attack him. But Racrac didn't hold back either. He raised his hand, summoning power. Bolts of lightning immediately appeared in his hands. A giant bow, constructed from those bolts, slowly manifested. In parallel, Racrac moved his hands to control that bow. This was the weapon creation skill. Each arrow launched from Yogi's side came with his deadly, bloodthirsty curse. On the opposite side, Racrac's giant bow was also in a state, ready to fire at any moment. Nebula watched that epic battle through a screen, dumbfounded, to the point where he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. As soon as Racrac launched his attack, he voiced his conviction. That is definitely the Thunder Lizard skill, a skill that must consume faith to be used. The arrow flew obediently off the bow, racing toward Yogi. It carried a terrifying power capable of taking down anything in its path. Yogi was stunned when faced with that terrifying source of power. Racrac's attack quickly descended upon Yogi's massive body violently. A deep, demonic voice, like one emerging from hell, of his, suddenly rang out. "Do you think I will lose this battle to a lowly apostle who has only just obtained divine power?" Finishing his sentence, he saw Racrac wielding a spear, charging straight at him at lightning speed. Racrac's eyes calmly observed his every move carefully, preparing to strike. Bolts of lightning surrounded him like a suit of protective armor. Racrac lunged down like a lightning bolt. He tightened his grip on the weapon and poured all his strength into it. Thunder and lightning swirled, enveloping his body. The battlefield winds raged in turmoil. Yogi realized his move, but he couldn't dodge in time because his speed was too fast. As the distance to his opponent closed, Racrac also began to take his stance, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Below, the soldiers were also intently following his every move. When they saw Racrac preparing to attack, they chanted his name as a cheer. On the screen, a notification suddenly appeared. His interaction stats were increasing continuously. Not just the soldiers, but the people were also cheering with all their might for Racrac. It's exactly because of this that his social interaction stats have skyrocketed. Right now, Racrac is gaining the faith of his apostles based on his social influence and charisma. And once he was added to the Chosen Ones, his stats increased in direct proportion to the faith he had just accumulated. Finally, Racrac unleashed his attack. Brilliant golden lightning bolts shot toward Yogi. For some reason, he just stood there stubbornly, taking the hit. Nebula's calm voice echoed out, This means that the more people pray for Racrac, he delivered the final blow, the stronger he gets. Behind Kegel, thousands of soldiers were kneeling, praying sincerely for him. Kegel watched the battle intensely, gritting his teeth in anticipation. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore, and screamed, "Racrac, please destroy the evil on the other side." Racrac's attack was inches away from Yogi. A massive explosion erupted. The light it emitted was even brighter than the sun, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. Someone dared to look up at the sky. It seems like they spotted something. Utterly stunned, the scene before them was Yogi's head being severed from his body. The sun silently cast its warm rays through his incomplete body. Seeing Yogi get logged out by Racrac, everyone was completely bewildered. He clenched his fist and raised it high, as if to signal that he had emerged victorious. Cheers thundered through the air. Everyone was overjoyed by this result. They were even dancing. Some were even weeping to express their sheer happiness after witnessing the end of the battle with their own eyes. Racrac stood high above, looking down with a contemplative, thoughtful expression. At the same time, Kegel rushed over to Racrac, shouting with pride as he ran, "Racrac, my king." Even though he was incredibly excited and overjoyed, he still followed the ritual and knelt down. Instead of a greeting, Racrac looked dazed as he called his name. Kegel replied, "I am ready to receive your orders, my liege." Racrac cast his distant gaze toward the clear sky and announced, "I have to go now." Kegel was confused when he heard that. "But you just won the battle. What are you saying?" Seeing that Kegel still didn't understand, Racrac patiently explained, "To put it simply, I'm already a goner. Heaven has already decided, and I must depart." Seeing that victory wasn't a valid excuse to make him stay, Kegel tried another approach. "But at least you should return to the castle to say a final goodbye, shouldn't you?" Racrac knew exactly what was in his heart. He asked happily, "Come on, Kegel, do you think heaven is a joke?" Hearing this, Kegel's eyes welled up, threatening to overflow. With no other choice, Racrac held out his spear to negotiate. "Instead, take this staff." He then handed it directly to Racrac. "I will leave behind the spear that defeated the evil god in Hukrin. It's a holy artifact, so you must keep it safe." Kegel held the spear with reverence, while a soft golden light surrounded Racrac. He rarely offered gentle comfort. "Don't worry, even if I'm not here anymore, I will continue to protect Hukrin as a divine apostle." Kegel knelt and swore to him, "I ensure that the name Racrac will never fade into oblivion in this land." But Racrac replied with a nonchalant tone, "That's not important." This left him quite confused. "What do you mean?" Racrac gently patted Kegel's shoulder to encourage him. "You know what I mean. Besides, I'm leaving everything else to you." Kegel couldn't hold back his tears when faced with the parting. He sobbed and bowed his head, replying, "Yes, of course, I will follow your orders." As he finished the sentence, tears streamed down his cheeks. Racrac officially ascended. He dissolved into tiny specks of light, flying toward the heavens with the wind. Everything around returned to its natural course, and just like that, the evil god vanished. The sky was finally clear. Some vampires surrendered, while others became scattered remnants. High Priest 7, having lost his god, was logged out by his own subordinates and turned over to Hukrin. Then, time slowly passed. 137 years later, Hukrin had developed significantly. In the 23rd year of King Ampion's reign, in the capital city of Orazan in Hukrin, inside the grand and magnificent royal library, a hesitant voice echoed out, "So that is your intention, right? You want to overlook the first prince, Haimun?" Cao Cao said slowly, finishing his sentence. "And accept the third prince as the crown prince, Dinan?" Dinan stood across from her, completely unfazed by her sharp attitude. He nonchalantly admitted, "Yes, that is exactly what I mean." Haimun, deeply confused, placed a hand on her forehead. "How can you say such ridiculous things? The first prince inheriting the throne is an age-old rule maintained for over 100 years. Are you saying we should break it now?" Dinan, the hunting squad leader, replied indifferently, "Hukrin's history is not without exceptions, is it? Are you saying this isn't even a matter to be discussed?" Hearing this, she frowned. Of course, the first prince might be a bit lazy with his studies and likes to play around, but that cannot be a reason to give up the crown prince position, he replied. However, after the first prince learned how to hunt, there have been rumors that he frequently wanders the mountains with the ruffians in Oran. If a king is indifferent to state affairs and only likes to go out and play, how can the ministers remain loyal to him? That statement left Haimun deep in thought. She continued, "You know well that His Majesty has been suffering from an internal illness for a long time. He is already sensitive. If he hears groundless claims, he will certainly get angry again. Please, just let things be for a while. Dinan turned away and said softly, That I hadn't considered. Then, so that His Majesty isn't surprised or uneasy, it would be best if you, Lady Haimun, could propose my idea first. Hearing this, she was extremely worried and asked back, What are you talking about? He suggested. Tomorrow at the morning court, in front of His Majesty, I will impeach the first prince and propose that the third prince be appointed crown prince. If this petition is presented to His Majesty, the royal palace will surely descend into chaos. Seeing him leave the moment he finished, Haimun hurriedly blocked him. Wait a second, Dinan, but she couldn't stop him. She bit her lip in frustration, thinking to herself, how many lives does he think he has? Does he want to show that he isn't a noble? The great king of Hukran, Racrac, had passed away over 100 years ago. The Hukran royal line was continued by Racrac's descendants. Among them were some excellent kings. But it was hard for anyone to be judged. Achieving feats like Racrac is rare, and many kings, even the current one, have faced harsh criticism. King Ampyong is credited with bringing peace to the nation, but for nearly 15 years, he has achieved nothing significant enough to be remembered. Now, the question of who will succeed King Ampyong has thrown the entire royal family into turmoil. Just then, a calm, gentle voice spoke up. Very well, Your Highness. I would like to ask you a few questions now. The reply came, steady and filled with respect. Go ahead, Robin. Robin, the teacher to the princes, began his inquiry. Your Highness, you have finished every book in the first archive, so I would like to ask a few things to guide your future studies. Looking at the three princes, Kai, Jack, and Oren before him, he gently asked, What is your favorite book, Your Highness? The boy replied calmly. Since there are so many favorites, it is hard to choose. Should I pick just one? Robin suggested. Tell me whatever comes to mind, but please explain briefly why you love them. The boy nodded. I understand. First, the travel journals of Owen are incredibly fascinating because they contain stories of lands I have never stepped foot in and countless different races. The travel journals of the storyteller Owen, who is said to have lived during the era of Racrac. The traveler Owen went everywhere and left behind 9 volumes of journals. Then, at the end of his life, it is said he traveled to the west, with no further records left behind, which makes the 10th volume a legendary book. Robin thought happily, that is a book any child would love. So, you do have a side that is fitting for your age. Suddenly, Kai continued. And the treatise on algebra and the architectural designs of Oren by Master Joan as well. Robin was stunned. Kai kept speaking. The books of Master Joan bring joy through their perfect logic. Not only that, but they also radiate a warm concern for the people. Rayon, known as a brilliant mathematician and architect of his time, a mathematician who systematized fluid dynamics back then, and oversaw the construction of the 4 water wheel machines, the immortal architect who designed the capital of Oran. These books are records of his achievements. Robin thought to himself, but the architectural designs of Oran are filled with nothing but complex numbers and dense drawings. From just those numbers and drawings, you claim to understand the heart of the designer. That is a book that even outstanding scholars find difficult just to look at. Kai added, I also really love the ethics of Master Kegel, your ancestor, Master Robin. He bowed his head. That is a great honor. My ancestor had the privilege of following Master Racrac, the messenger of the gods. The boy nodded. That is right. Most of the book is about ethics, repeating the phrase, Master Racrac also did it this way. But it is still a book that makes people reflect deeply on morality. Robin smiled. I see. He thought to himself, it is surprising for a child to value ethics. This is an even more important virtue for a king, Kai continued. I also really like The Battle on the Steppes by Master Du, The Wild Sky by Master Siren Mio, and also How to Read the Sky written by Master Racrac. Those books. And so, for the rest of the day, he kept rambling on and on about his favorite books to his teacher. He marveled to himself. At that age, to have such a volume of reading and level of understanding, you are truly an extraordinary person. That knowledge will surely be used in some positive way later on, but precisely because you are a prince, you may not be given a position of great importance. Just then, Kai called out, Master Robin, may I ask something that I am curious about? He nodded. Go ahead. The boy looked troubled. It does not relate to my studies. But then again, perhaps it might relate. But I am not confident because my knowledge is still limited. Robin answered gently, Feel free to ask. Kai widened his clear eyes. Like an autumn lake, he innocently asked, Will I be able to become king? Robin was so shocked he froze, then coughed violently, spitting out the tea he was drinking. Robin quickly asked, Your Highness, do you intend to tell anyone else what you just said? The boy replied, I have never done that. He warned, You must be very careful. Kai nodded. I know that, Master Robin. He asked hesitantly, So, what about the answer to my question? He was extremely worried, deep in thought, wondering how to answer. The successor to the throne has already been decided as the eldest prince, Vasan Jak Oren. For Kai to become the crown prince means the eldest prince, Vasan, would have to be deposed. Just mentioning this could be considered treason. One slight slip-up and he would be smelling the incense of his own funeral. He asked carefully, You know this is a difficult question, right, Your Highness? Do you really want to become king? This question made him pause. For a moment, Kai lowered his face sadly and said, Whether I want to or not, I am not sure. However, I have thought that perhaps me becoming king would be a good thing for everyone. Robin was incredibly surprised and asked back, Who exactly would this be good for? The boy excitedly placed his hands on the table and answered firmly, Of course, for the people. His face, though youthful and innocent at this moment, hinted at a future king. On the top of a towering mountain, bathed in sunlight, a go-board was thrown away, along with a loud shout. Damn it! Jonda poked her head out through magic and yelled, Let them deal with each other. Come over here. Or should I come over to you instead? Elda appeared, blocking Nebula, and said to Janda, You must accept the result. She asked in surprise, Why are you here again? She smiled and boasted, I am playing chess, leaving Janda shocked. What? While playing Go with me? She said angrily. This is so embarrassing. I just lost to someone playing 2 games at once. I clearly gave you a careful report. And yet, you didn't share a single piece of information, Elda replied, looking flustered. Things have been stagnant for 100 years. Not much has changed. Nebula smiled. You'll know soon enough. Perhaps there will be a change. Hearing this, both of them were surprised and looked back. Change, you say? He nodded, confirming. Everything is exactly as it seems, Janda. Annoyed by Nebula's evasiveness, Janda pressed him. Then, in short, what exactly is this change? Can't you be more specific? Nebula calmly smiled at the next move on the board. If you win, I'll tell you. She agreed happily, but then the Go board was flipped into the air amidst a cry of frustration. So annoying. Janda ranted, pointing her finger at him. You didn't want to tell me, so you're playing games to lower my self-esteem, right? Don't even think about asking me to play Go with you again. Nebula thought to himself that she had already said that before. At that moment, a notification appeared. The video call with player Janda had ended. Elda's voice echoed, But I'm so curious. What exactly is that change? I wonder. If I'm not a double agent like Janda, am I allowed to hear it? At this point, he didn't hide it anymore and nodded to reply. Sure, it's easy. Come over and take a look at this. He pointed to the screen, which was showing 2 teacher-student figures, Robin, talking to each other. She was surprised upon seeing it, the third prince of the Black Scales. What's so special about him? He asked back. Have you never checked his stats? Elda curiously opened Kai's stat window. He doesn't have anything special. Wait, his intelligence is extremely high. The point of interest here was the intelligence stat, a staggering 107. He's at level 0, and he's already like this? It's the first time I've seen that. That must be a rare case, right? In this era, having an intelligence of around 60 is already considered a genius, and he's over 100, Nebula explained. Perhaps in the next century, you won't find a second person like him. Before, when the Black Scales and the White Fangs ended their war, the last 100 years can be seen as a period of stagnation. Besides exploring and capturing a few ancient ruins or wiping out beasts, there hasn't been any major change at the borders. After expanding territory, one must consolidate internally. In the Lost World, there's no way to avoid these periods of stagnation. The core races led the next expansion, so they used a policy of peace to win over the remaining races. As the races lived together, the Black Scales faced quite a few problems. They stopped the rebellions, even if it wasn't recorded in the books. He evaluated quietly. What's even more concerning is living with the vampires. After the evil god was killed by Racrac, all the slaves of the White Fangs and the vampires asked to join the Black Scales. But living with vampires is truly impossible, because they survive by drinking human blood. The second and third generations of vampires cannot survive on animal blood. At that time, a decision by the vampires stunned everyone. One vampire had made a resolution to follow the wishes of the blue lizard god. After witnessing the sacred death of the apostle Racrac, I will live without harming others. After that, 1,000 vampires resolved to starve themselves. Some couldn't resist the temptation and fled, but 600 vampires remained. determined to endure the pain and starvation. Janda was the one who witnessed the whole event. She knelt on the ground in pain, saying, "I hope you have mercy and forgive them." She was extremely sorrowful, 2 tears rolling down her lashes. A voice echoed, "I have already forgiven them." Tofa Valley is the name of that place, which has since become the holy land of the Night Sky sect. It is considered the embodiment of repentance and atonement. It is also proof that even if you are not a lizard man, as long as you have sincere faith, the blue lizard god will accept you. Since then, people have called the blue lizard god the Night Sky. Many different races also began to turn toward the faith of the Night Sky sect. Nebula thought that those changes would be related to this prince. Changes in technology and modern development will create a developed civilization, and it will have to grow even more. With his intelligence, he will definitely create many new things, and his influence will become widespread, turning into trust when he ascends the throne. Furthermore, the current administration of the Black Scales is very problematic. The left-hand official in charge of domestic affairs is like a eunuch on Earth. It will open up more races, but positions of power like administrative officials and the right-hand official are occupied by the lizard men. Nebula was certain that stagnant water eventually starts to smell. This is the moment to seriously resolve the issue of coexistence between races, so a smart king is the best way. Elda asked again, "But he's not the eldest son." Nebula nodded as if to reaffirm, "The eldest son, Vason. Even though he's a playboy, that's not enough to depose him from the crown prince position. Since the crown prince position is already taken, ascending to the throne will be very difficult. Issuing an oracle to interfere in court is easy, but it's a critical time for royal power, so it's not good for the gods to get involved. It has to be created indirectly." Hearing this, Elda was curious and asked further, "So, what is your plan?" Seeing that, Nebula whispered into her ear. Elda felt it wasn't right. Frowning as she said, "Will that be effective? Are you trusting Kai's intelligence too much?" He smiled. "I think it will go smoothly. Do you want to bet?" At this moment, in the vast imperial palace, in the garden shaded by lush green trees, a beautiful black butterfly fluttered in the wind. The elves in the palace were whispering about something. They quickly left the area to avoid being caught. There lay Oren's protector, named Manun. This was a drake, once tamed by the great king Racrac. It is rumored that the drake didn't die of old age, so Manun has always been growing. Now, it is a giant creature, 25 meters long and estimated to be about 150 years old. The palace considers Manun a burden because it eats too much, and its waist is also too large. The palace could even be destroyed if Manun gets angry. They discussed putting Manun in a deserted place or sacrificing it, but Manun is a symbol representing the royal power passed down by the Thunder God King, so there was no choice but to keep it until it died. Up until now, Manun has been very obedient, not causing any trouble. But at this very moment, the beautiful butterfly flew past its eyes. It stood up, excited, chasing after the butterfly. At this moment, the butterflies flew around a figure who was smiling gently. Racrac stood there and said, "Do you still remember me? Is Manun still healthy?" It was overjoyed to meet its master again and laughed loudly. Recently, Manun seemed to sense something, but it didn't know what that feeling was, nor how to let it out. It jumped up, then playfully pounced on a butterfly in front of it. It was acting just like it was playing with its master. The butterflies had fluttered past the fence by now. Manun stared intently at the sunlight shining ahead, knowing deep down that it couldn't leave that wall. In the past, it had managed to escape outside, causing everyone to panic and drag Manun back. Even so, it had noticed something strange about the outside world. A figure appeared outside the wall, sighing, "Goodness, what kind of crazy thing do you want me to do now?" Racrac stood there, smiling at the butterflies swirling around. He said happily, "Thanks to this, I get to see this familiar face again. Long time no see, Manun. Come here, let me see how much your skills have improved." Manun's face lit up with excitement, eyes sparkling, thinking, "I won't be bored anymore," and broke through the wall to head outside. The next morning, an urgent call echoed through the palace. "Report, Your Highness." Dynan looked up to see his subordinate. He spoke in a low voice. "Did you hear that massive explosion early this morning?" The subordinate replied, "I heard it, but I didn't think it was anything major." Then he recounted everything, reporting, "Actually, that's not the case at all, sir. This morning, when the royal guards went on patrol, they discovered that Manun had escaped to the sacred mountain." Dynan sighed. "That's going to be a bit of a headache." The subordinate looked quite surprised. "Why are you responding so indifferently, as if it's none of your business, Your Highness?" "You are the god of the hunt, after all," Dynan replied. "So what? The man explained. The Emperor is planning to capture Manun before the morning court session. Since this involves a beast, naturally, a specialist in hunting like you must take on this heavy responsibility. Then he walked away, leaving Dinan confused. Dinan tried to call him back, thinking to himself, hunting is supposed to be a noble pastime. Why tell me to go catch Manun? He held his head in distress. Damn it, I'm being assigned to more useless tasks again. That morning at the palace, the sky was clear, cool, and peaceful. Dinan paced along the long staircase, thinking to himself, they said the hunting team couldn't handle it, but then they're lending me the royal guards? What does that mean? It's completely absurd. Even if you gathered every guard in the palace, one roll from Manun would be enough to crush them all and walk away. Manun is just a beast. After all, you just need to show it some food, and it'll follow right along. There's a way to catch it, stay calm. The problem is, how many people will get hurt during the process? There are commoner hunters visiting that mountain too. If Manun hurts them, it'll cause chaos. I'm not exactly noble-born. I'm just a lizard man born with white scales. It's already a miracle I made it to an official position. If there are casualties in this, all the blame will fall on the official the ministers don't like, which is me. Oh, mother, my career advancement ends here. But Manun has always been so well-behaved. Why did it suddenly run away? Could someone have set this up? Dinan ran through every reason for the escape, like someone intentionally loosening the fence to make it easy to destroy. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted behind Dinan. An animal darted past him. By the time he regained his senses, the beasts had already run a fair distance. Dinan shouted, "Wait! Stop!" When he saw the person riding on the beasts was Basin, he asked, "Prince Basin, where on earth are you planning to go?" "Crown Prince Basin," Jack Oren smiled coldly. "Need you ask? Obviously, I'm going to find Manun." This caught Dinan completely off guard. "What did you say?" Basin replied calmly. "Oh, right. I heard that if one wants to hunt on the sacred mountain, they need permission from the god of the hunt. So, as the crown prince, do I need to ask for your permission?" Dinan was bewildered. "Normally you don't, but the matter of dealing with Manun this time has been granted to me with full authority." That decision was passed down during the morning court session. Basin heard this and said nonchalantly, "What? The court session is already over?" "Well, even better." Dinan asked skeptically, "What do you mean?" He looked up at the sky. "I just heard that beast ran out to play, so I decided to go out for a stroll with my friends to see what's what. Who knows? Maybe we'll run into it. Thinking it over, now I want to catch it even more." Dinan said anxiously, "You're joking, right?" Basin remained stubborn. "Not at all. I'm very serious. What do you think, my friends?" Dinan felt it was going wrong, thinking to himself, "These guys are drunk, they're talking nonsense. I can't let them do this. But no matter how much I try to stop them, they won't listen. I heard Prince Basin's hunting skills are exceptional, but given Manun's size, even riding a kokachik, they won't necessarily be able to catch up, and then it'll just run away," he suggested. "I was also planning to call the hunters to go find Manun. If you all find it, please inform the nearest mountain guard, okay?" Basin sighed. "I told you, it's not about finding it, it's about catching it." "Fine, whatever, let's do that." And with that, they rode their kokachiks away quickly, leaving Dinan feeling helpless. Frustrated, he went back to Manun's wall. That's when he discovered something. Prince Kai was sitting there, carefully observing the broken wall. He explained, "I heard Manun ran away, so I'm checking out the scene. It seems like the crown prince is participating too, huh?" Dinan answered awkwardly, "Yes, sir." Kai continued, "No matter how good the crown prince is at hunting, catching Manun won't be easy, right?" At this moment, Dinan paid attention to the main issue and asked, "What exactly are you looking at?" He answered honestly, "I find these wooden planks a bit strange. It's not like you can just break them neatly like this whenever you want. They should have at least shattered." Dinan observed for a moment and said, "They were probably eaten by termites." Kai asked, confused, "Termites?" He looked at the fence and explained, "These planks connect to the stone pillar. If it wasn't termites, the stone pillar should have collapsed too. And a loud noise like that would definitely have made Manun get caught. Maybe it's just a natural occurrence. Termites eating exactly this part isn't easy. Even if you coated it with honey, it would take several days." Kai spoke up. "Sir, do you know what the god of the hunt was called about 100 years ago?" Dinan asked, puzzled. "What was it?" Kai furrowed his brow, speaking his mind. "It's the divine Nebulap worm." Dinan was stunned. "The divine Nebulap worm? Are you serious?" she asked, clearly finding it hard to believe. Kai continued. "Before that, it was also called the nameless divine armor worm. Back then, When our ancestors were starving and wandering through the wilderness, those insects led the way. Those insects played a part in keeping us alive. Dinan tilted her head. So, are you saying the divine night caused this? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Kai glanced at her and replied, it's just a theory. But we can verify it. We just need to check if the remaining wooden structures have been eaten away by termites or other insects. Dinan looked surprised. The divine night actually did this? If so, what do you think the reason behind it is? Kai immediately replied, I can't imagine the reason. Even though there are hunters and forest rangers on the ancestral mountain, they have a vantage point to see everything from afar. That way, we could guard against surprise enemy attacks, which would minimize casualties among the troops and our own people. However, someone might be trying to incite and stir up various rebellions. Don't you think that person might be the target of this event? Dinan suddenly realized, thinking of Crown Prince Basin. Perhaps the Divine Knight really wants to cause a conflict between the territories for his own selfish gain. Maybe he also hopes that the three princes will become the next king. To do that, the Divine Knight might try to harm Crown Prince Basin. Dinan immediately warned him, Prince, you can't tell anyone else what you just said. Kai nodded in agreement. Fine, but first, do me a favor. Wait, the previous lines were merged. Kai nodded in agreement. Fine, but first, do me a favor. He immediately asked, what is it? Kai made his request. You're planning to find Basin, right? Let me go with you. I was surprised to hear him say that and wanted to make sure I hadn't misheard. What did you say? Dinan thought to herself. He seems quite intelligent. If this deduction is correct, having Kai near Basin will make the Crown Prince safer, allowing him to make the best decisions. In this moment, he seemed to have matured as well. At this time, Crown Prince Basin's group was still riding their beasts across the sacred mountain. He ordered his group, this way. The tracks follow this path. Looking at the tracks, he thought, they haven't gone far. They discovered it sleeping peacefully in a large bush. One of the group members spoke up. It's easy to track because it leaves marks everywhere. Basin nodded in agreement. He thought to himself, it must have been suffocating, just staying in a garden for over 100 years. It's admirable that it just gritted its teeth, endured it, and slept all this time. A member nearby, not knowing what to do, asked, what should we do now, Prince? Should we wake it up and bring it back to the palace? Suddenly, they heard a strange noise. Someone suggested, maybe there's another way. After running around, it seems exhausted, but it's strange that we haven't seen any hunted animals on the road. Could we lure it with some kind of deer? Something that might be its food? Basin nodded, agreeing. That's a good idea. Go hunt something that can serve as food. I will stay here to keep watch, ensuring Manoon doesn't wake up and wander off. They obediently followed the order and ran off into the distance. Basin looked at the group, calculating in his heart. If it doesn't keep running away, that would be a relief for me. In any case, I will definitely stall for time until the hunting party or the guards arrive. I don't expect much from the people accompanying me. But for now, I'll just buy time until help arrives. However, if I receive help from others, even if I bring Manhwa back, it won't be recognized. Thinking of this, his eyebrows furrowed instinctively. He looked down proudly, seeing Manhwa relaxing on the ground. Basin remembered how, since he was a child, he had always been praised whenever he achieved something, but Basin soon realized that the more people recognized him, the more pressure he felt. True recognition from everyone was something he had always longed for. Memories of the past flooded back. Basin, back then, spoke up and called his teacher, who responded. Then he asked, isn't the Divine Knight all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-good? He nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, Your Highness. He continued, then I have a question. If the Divine Knight is truly like that, why does the deity allow war, suffering, sadness, and misfortune to exist in this world? I'm curious about different perspectives on this issue. Robin, hearing this, was also confused and unable to provide an answer. He hurriedly apologized. Your Highness, I am not a priest of the Divine Knight's religion, so I don't know much about theology. Next time, I will find the answer and tell you. Hearing Robin's response, he fell into deep thought. Basin remembered that day. Teacher Robin kept looking out the window, deep in thought, and quickly ended the lesson. That's how recognition and demonstrating understanding work. When I make someone feel surprised by something I do, I make them think about how they work, as well as how they perceive an issue. If that is true recognition, in my entire life, I have never received such recognition. Basin still knew that many people didn't consider him worthy of being king, but what could he do when, from the moment he was born, he had such status? I'm not a genius like my younger brother. If I can bring Manhwa back by myself, I will be recognized for having achieved some useful results. Then let's see whether I truly am the one worthy of being king or not. At this moment, a loud voice called out from behind. Kai and Dinan had arrived. They immediately shouted, "To stop Basin." Kai jumped off the beast in front of Basin, but the jump seemed too high, causing Kai to tumble to the ground. Basin saw this and worriedly called out his younger brother's name. Dinan was also extremely confused, quickly climbing down to check on him. "Prince, are you okay?" He gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm fine, just a slightly twisted ankle." Basin asked with concern, "Are you okay, Kai?" Then he looked up at Dinan and asked, "Why did you bring this kid here?" He hesitated, but Basin quickly cut him off. "There's a ranger's hut on the hilltop over there. They've got medicine." Hearing that, he nodded quickly. Dinan hurried off to find medicine for Kai. Basin gently helped his younger brother up. "Let's see here, kid. You should have been more careful." Just then, Kai stood up to explain. "It's fine, really. I didn't actually sprain my ankle. I just pretended so Dinan wouldn't overhear our conversation." Basin was stunned. "What was that?" he asked again. "First of all, why did you even come up here? You know how dangerous it is with the Manun lurking around." After jumping up and down to prove he was fine, the boy explained, "I came here for that very reason." Then, Kai recounted everything he had been thinking. After hearing it all, Basin hesitated. "So, the insects have rotted everything away. Does that mean you think the god of darkness is actually trying to kill me?" His eyes didn't seem to buy into this story. Kai, with his big round eyes, replied, "I'm just saying that might be one way to interpret it. I figured Dinan would agree with me." Basin was confused. "So you think you need to stay close to me to protect me? Why would you need to do that? I really don't understand. If that's the case, you could just stand still, let it all happen, and you'd become the king. After all, both of us princes have become priests of the darkness cult. So if I die, you'll be the one to inherit the throne." Basin finally concluded with a question. "Don't you want to become king?" Kai just smiled gently and said, "Brother Basin, I have a favor to ask. Please, grant me your position as crown prince." The words slipped from Kai's mouth gently, but they carried so much weight. Hearing that request took Basin completely by surprise. Kai continued, "If you look at the historical records, the god of darkness rarely fails. If he has an intention, he will surely succeed. The plans of other gods sometimes fail, but not the god of darkness. It just shows he prepares many plans to achieve a single goal. In other words, the god of darkness will always create another opportunity, just like this time. My vision might be narrow, but I will report to you immediately as soon as I discover anything, so you can stay safe." Kai's eyes were still big and round, with the innocence of a 15-year-old, but his intelligence was anything but. Basin was confused hearing this. "But that goes against the will of the god. Aren't you afraid of the god of darkness?" Kai confidently asserted, "I know what he wants, so I'm not afraid of him. At the very least, I'll be safe. But the path the god of darkness has set will hurt you. I can't stop all of that." Looking into the distance, he said firmly, "So I've decided to walk a different path, and I'm giving up what the god has prepared. So, please, give me the crown prince position." A silence fell between the two. Suddenly, Basin couldn't help but burst out laughing. He held his stomach, a loud laugh echoing out. Seeing that, Kai asked anxiously, "Brother, what are you laughing so hard for?" At that moment, Basin slowly placed his hand. Basin smiled gently. "It seems I've just been set free. I know what you're capable of, so go ahead and do it. But you know that me giving up the crown prince position isn't as simple as just wanting to, right?" Kai quickly replied, "I'll take care of the preparations." Basin got back to the point, pointing at the Manun. "So, what should we do with that thing now?" he proposed. "Leaving it as it is could be an option." He shook his head. "The high priests won't stand for that. How do you intend to persuade them? Wait until that hunter comes back, and you can explain it then." At that same moment, Dinan returned and called out loudly, "Your Highness," inside the Manun swarm. A voice asked, "The hunting squad?" Dinan scratched his head in confusion. "I have no reason to refuse this request, so I'll just follow Prince Kai's orders." He reached out his hand. "Well then, I look forward to your help from now on, Hunter." He nodded, watching the silhouettes of the two princes slowly fade away. Dinan stood silently, saluting them respectfully. He fell into deep thought. From now on, huh? Is that what he meant by that? Up in the air, Nebula and Elda were watching them. Elda asked, "So, will this be okay?" Nebula replied, "What are you worrying about now?" She replied, "The three princes are both intelligent and devoted to the god, so that's very good. But isn't it a problem that he interprets the omens himself and acts on his own like this time might be considered correct, but who knows if the next time will be. Someone with the ability to be a king acting on their own like that is a bit. Nebula cut her off. I'm not too worried about that, she asked back, surprised. Why? In Lost World, that's just a character created by the game. It's annoying when they don't do as I want, he replied, but I'm playing it just fine. Elda nodded, confused. Well, that's true. Nebula's eyes looked into the distance, deep in thought. He hesitated and continued, but now I know that the person down there isn't an NPC, but a human. They might have a different will, but as long as they deliver the results I want, that's all that matters. Elda asked again, then doesn't that make playing delicately much harder? Individuals acting on their own could derail the plan. Nebula patiently explained, but they could also bring greater benefits than expected. If I'm afraid of going off course, I'll just prepare more plans to be able to respond to any situation. She was incredibly astonished. To that extent, he smiled confidently at his own calculations. Isn't it gradually getting better as it is now? A country cannot have two kings, so I can only choose one, but they are both precious individuals. I can't afford to lose them. Basin giving up the succession, but still staying alive, could mean a great deal. Just trust Kai's decision. Meanwhile, in the palace, a voice rang out. I still haven't heard you say anything about capturing the Manhwa. The hunter administrator Salusin narrowed his eyes and asked, what if it harms others? Dynan reported, we have found where the Manhwa is currently staying. It's just sleeping. There's nothing to worry about for now. Everyone hearing that breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Salusin continued. But His Majesty is still very worried. His illness has relapsed, so he couldn't attend the meeting last night. If you've already found the Manhwa, you should have borrowed the royal guard to capture it. Why delay? Dynan bowed his head to report, I intended to do so, but because of a few unclear points, I decided to stop. He asked, unclear, you say? Dynan explained, this morning, when I went to the garden to chase the Manhwa, I saw the iron cage had been broken. Upon investigation, I discovered it was eaten through by termites. Salusin responded, it might just be a coincidence, but regardless, Manhwa already caused a mess and escaped without any issues. Dynan immediately replied, I think so too, but the three princes have a different theory. They believe the god of hunting has performed miracles involving termites in the past. So, the princes assume he caused the iron frame to be eaten by termites so Manhwa could escape smoothly. The proof is that only that specific frame shows signs of termite damage. Himyun asked skeptically, you don't mean? Dynan replied, exactly. It was the work of the god of hunting. I went to the church this afternoon to discuss it with the priests, and they went to the scene to confirm it. Just then, a priest entered to interrupt everyone's doubts, and the result was clear. It really was a miracle performed by the god of hunting. Everyone was shocked to learn that the priest was actually the second prince, Waidzun. Dynan continued. As the priests have confirmed, Manhwa's escape was the will of the god of hunting. I dare not go against his divine will and bring Manhwa back. The people in the hall were completely stunned. Whispers filled the room. Salusin shook his head and said, if the priests have explained the will of the god in that way, then there is nothing else I can do. But we cannot just let things be. We can't have Manhwa causing any more incidents. At this point, Dynan proposed. Therefore, I think we should expand and reform the hunting squad. We cannot keep using the royal guard to protect the palace. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Salusin, visibly annoyed, spoke up. But we could just add a few more people, couldn't we? Dynan explained. That won't work. We need to transport food for Manhwa, and we need oxen and carts. The mountain roads are treacherous, which requires constant repair and additional costs. Manhwa might come down to the villages, so we need the manpower and authority to control that. And in case of an emergency, we need the authority to mobilize the royal guard. In other words, the hunting squad needs more manpower, funding, and authority than it has now. If not, the only other option is to go against the miracle of the god of hunting and bring Manhwa back ourselves. Does anyone want to take on this responsibility instead of me? If so, feel free to speak up. Of course, I'm not even sure if Manhwa will cause any trouble or not. Late at night, the palace was dead silent. Dynan stood alone, contemplating Prince Kai's desire to become king. His gaze was distant and unreadable as he made a silent resolve. He would use this to strengthen the hunting squad and pave the way for Prince Kai to become king. Dynan looked around, his expression grim. He was willing to become an enemy of the other ministers to help the prince. Dynan gradually expanded the power of the hunting squad, and the flow of power in the palace fell into chaos. 6 months later, King Ampyong deposed the crown prince, Jack Oran, and appointed Kai as the new crown prince. 3 years passed, and after a long illness, King Ampyong finally passed away. Kai, Jack Oran, successfully ascended the throne as the 11th king of Hak Lan. But at that time, Kai's young, inexperienced face was only 15 years old. Basin bowed respectfully before him, but everyone understood clearly that most of the ministers were nobles loyal to the previous faction, so they always took one side. They wanted to exile the elder brother under the guise of royal authority, but in reality, it was to assert the power of the high ministers over the new king. Kai helplessly asked for advice. "Brother, what do you think I should do?" Basin remained calm. "Just do as the ministers wish." Seeing his brother anxious, he could only reassure him, "It's fine. On the contrary, I fear that my existence will hinder your majesty." Basin thought about his own life. A deposed crown prince could not hold a significant position in the palace. "I plan to go hunting, but there are only wild boars around here. I'll use this opportunity to go on a long journey to find a bigger catch." Hearing the mention of hunting, something clicked for Kai, and he asked for Basin's advice. "Since you've helped me, could you do one more thing for me? It's not like it's something you hate anyway." After that, Kai and Basin discussed it for a long time. The next day, at the morning court, Kai sat on the highest throne and began to speak. "I hope everyone will provide me with great support in my role as the new king. There are no urgent matters for now, but if any of you have reports, feel free to speak." Solution, bold despite the silence of the crowd, spoke up. "Your Majesty, Prince Basin cannot stay in the palace like this forever. Prince Basin was once the crown prince. Even if you and the prince have a good relationship, if he stays in the palace, there will be those who entice him to rebel." Before he could finish, Kai bluntly agreed. Solution, who was still intending to say more, was startled. With a blank expression, he stared at the king. Kai repeated, "I agree with what the Minister of Administration just said." Everyone began to whisper incessantly, because they didn't think he would agree so easily. Hearing Kai's response, Solution didn't hesitate anymore and directly proposed, "In my opinion, we should exile Prince Basin from the capital of Oran." But to that request, Kai directly refused. Solution was confused and bewildered. Kai raised his voice. "How did you guess my thoughts so easily? I, too, am very worried about my brother." Hearing this, Solution could only bow and ask for his opinion. Kai excitedly mentioned another issue. "Our country still has land that hasn't been reclaimed, places no human hand has ever touched." Solution realized where he was talking about. "Your Majesty, are you speaking of the Eastern Mountains?" Kai continued. "Many kings have sent explorers there, but most gave up halfway because the mountains are too treacherous. Until now, the Eastern Mountain Range hasn't been considered important. The 5 nations in the West are threatening us. So, we shouldn't miss the chance to expand our territory. We need to reclaim it, don't we?" Solution was immediately panicked. "Your Majesty intends to send Prince Basin to the Eastern Mountains?" Kai calmly replied. "The brother I know is a skilled hunter and an excellent warrior. Hasn't he been out there alone finding Manhwa?" The ministers grew even more restless. Solution also agreed with his idea after seeing the attitude of everyone. "Below," Kai ordered, "then prepare a fleet of ships." Solution was once again shocked by his request. He wanted to confirm, "Are you certain your Majesty wants to send ships?" Kai nodded nonchalantly. "Reclaiming the eastern lands has failed until now because we had to cross the mountains by land. By taking ships to the other side of the range, the chances of success will be higher." Solution was still hesitant, "But your Majesty, you also know that there are no sea routes. Land travel is still the way to go." "Kai, you're so stubborn. Do you honestly think just sending someone out there is enough to create a whole sea route? Don't you lords want to expand Black Lance's territory?" Solution still disagreed with that demand, but Kai ignored him, insisting that as long as there's someone to oversee it, it's all that matters. Watching Kai's stubbornness, he couldn't help but sigh. "Are you really planning to flip everything upside down, just moments after agreeing, while we haven't even finished our tea?" Kai calmly explained. "When we reclaim land, we might run into beasts, wild animals, and monsters. If it involves wild beasts, hunting should be handled by the High Hunter." The 3-horned one didn't care for the High Hunter's words. He just bowed to accept the order. Kai didn't want to discuss it any further. Moving on to the next matter, someone was waiting for an audience. He directly invited the person who had been standing outside the door to come in. The man named Ram bowed respectfully before the great hall. Everyone present was immediately agitated at the sight of a dwarf. Solution looked at Kai, full of confusion. Kai didn't hesitate to introduce him. "This is Ram from the engineering team. Even if you don't recognize his face, it doesn't matter. Not long ago, he was still a slave." Kai calmly announced. Is there any vacancy in the engineering team right now? I brought him here because I thought there might be a suitable position for him. The high officials heard this like a bolt of lightning. Their jaws dropped in disbelief, and they scrambled to object. The fact that he allowed a dwarf into the Great Hall, they begged Kai to reconsider. One after another, they relentlessly opposed him, stubbornly trying to change his mind. Kai looked at their reaction and just let out a weary sigh. Just as his imperial brother had said, Solution, in a fit of rage, launched into a rant. All this time, the position of High Engineering Minister has always been held by someone from the Lizardmen tribe. And now, you're handing it to a dwarf who was once a slave? Kai sternly corrected him. Does the appointment of a High Engineering Minister really depend on their race? This is a position for those who possess extraordinary talent and profound knowledge of engineering and machinery. Solution still wanted to argue, but Kai shut him down. It has always belonged to the Lizardmen. In the past, those with exquisite craftsmanship were all Lizardmen. But this time, things are different. I have personally tested his capabilities. Do any of you know the northern latitude of Oron? One member of the Lizardmen tribe replied, Your Majesty, the northern latitude of Oron is 32.5 degrees. Kai posed another question. Then what about the northern latitudes of Jaren in the north and Maganet in the south? At this, the Lizardmen were struck dumb. Ram stepped forward confidently and replied, The northern latitude of Jaren is at 37.5 degrees, and Maganet is at 30 degrees. For every 250 miles, the north latitude shifts by 1 degree. Maganet lies 625 miles to the south, so its latitude decreases by 2.5 degrees. Kai didn't hesitate to praise him. You have answered the question that none of the esteemed guests here could. Solution was still unconvinced. Just because of one answer, you make such a decision? He may be right about that one question, but that doesn't say everything. Your Majesty is the successor of the noble bloodline of the great Thunder Dragon King, while the ministers, standing here, are all descendants of the warriors who once stood side by side with him. This dwarf originally came from a slave background. It's not a coincidence that things are this way. Since ancient times, dwarves were the greatest enemies of the Lizardmen in the Black Lance region. Even after the nation was established, they secretly plotted to rebel. Kai couldn't keep his cool anymore. Don't you understand the meaning of caring for the people? Remember back then, our ancestors fought against the trolls to protect Hanfbin, and the great Thunder Dragon King opened the city gates to save the oppressed slaves. If this person is truly talented and worthy, then why shouldn't we break the rules for him? Solution finally suppressed his anger. Once you do that, order will be disrupted. You won't be able to maintain stability. If the opportunity to hold the position of High Minister is no longer a privilege of the Lizardmen, then who will stand by your Majesty's side later? Kai felt annoyed, thinking to himself, they are the ones who don't belong to the Lizardmen species. The entire Lizardmen tribe spoke in unison, begging His Majesty to reconsider carefully. Kai felt helpless and had to compromise. Fine, I will reconsider this matter further. However, for now, I intend to appoint Ram to a position in the engineering ministry. Do you have any objections? Only then did Solution stop arguing. If he truly has extraordinary talent, then that is not something worth debating. Kai calmly ordered Ram to step back. He continued the morning court session. We will now discuss the upcoming solar eclipse. An eclipse is an astronomical phenomenon that occurs when the sun is obscured, and since ancient times, it has been seen as an omen or a sacred message from the gods. Therefore, accurately predicting the time of an eclipse is a task of utmost importance for the nation. In Black Lance, the eclipse is determined based on 3 values provided by the calendar mages of the Night Heaven Temple. Combining that with the final value provided by the king, Solution stood up, stunned. He asked back, Is this calculation truly accurate? The astronomy minister replied nervously, I have carefully checked, using traditional methods. I am certain that my calculation is correct. Solution couldn't understand. But why is the Wazon time? That, Your Majesty, calculated 4 hours later than the Wazon time provided by the calendar mages and astronomy officials? He had a grave expression. This cannot be a mistake. Remember the wise dwarf from before? If this time it's not correct, we will lose the right to influence His Majesty. Usually, the king only follows one method for calculations. The astronomy minister was slightly suspicious. Could His Majesty have made a mistake in his calculations? Solution, his face full of anger, decided he had to act immediately. He thought to himself, no matter how smart the king is, he cannot be the only one who is right, while all the scholars are wrong. First, we must point out the king's arrogance and prove it on the day of the eclipse. However, everyone was shocked when the time came. Even though they predicted an eclipse, the sky remained bright. It did not happen at the Wazon time that the scholars had predicted. No one could believe their eyes. Kai stood high above and spoke clearly. The calendar mages and astronomy officials all relied on ancient mathematical formulas. Ram realized this and shared it with me. That is why my method of calculation is different from yours. The group of people hurriedly knelt on the ground to justify themselves. But the great Thunder Dragon King's books state that the heavens do not change. Kai snapped back, even more harshly. That's exactly why I said that book is outdated. Why can't we admit that they were capable of making mistakes too? They didn't have access to other resources in the past, but they still did their absolute best to research and record that knowledge. Now, we have the opportunity to explore works from other cultures. So why should we limit ourselves to the old ways? Is this really what you want for your descendants? You there, have you studied the books on the calendar system from Mango yet? Time passes, and the movement of the heavens changes as well. I gave the clues during the royal court session earlier. Kai, give the order to deal with those involved according to national law. The mage in charge of the solar eclipse ritual, make sure it's prepared on time, 4 hours from now. And just as Kai predicted, the eclipse actually occurred 4 hours later. The scene shifts to the open sea, sails billowing in the wind, pushing forward. Steady footsteps walk upon the ship, Basin full of spirit against the blowing winds. He silently says goodbye to Kai. I'm off. Basin stretches out, refreshed. The area east of the mountain range is the place that needs exploring. Leaving the palace was for Kai's development, but he didn't expect to feel so excited about starting the journey. The ship is named Pirate's Shame. That's the ship I'll be boarding. On top of that, there are 3 warships with 150 soldiers distributed across the fleet. Even though I'm considered the leader of the Eastern expedition, I'm not allowed on the warship. They even made sure there would be a supervisor to ensure I don't do anything wrong. I really don't know who that is. Maybe the first person. Just as Basin is reading documents, he spots a silhouette. A woman from a long-standing merchant family with ties to the royal court. Tiona Timo walks up to Basin, openly extending her hand toward him. It's a pleasure to meet you, he politely responds. It's a pleasure to meet you too. I am Basin, Jack Oren. So, she's an elf. Tiona Timo doesn't hesitate to shake his hand immediately. The first person to recognize it right away. The lizard folk often say that humanity, elves, or Nisu, are no different. Basin is courteous. We will surely meet again. I hope you can assist me. But Tiona Timo has something else to say. He stays silent to listen. What is it? She declares clearly. No matter how noble your status is, once you are on my ship, you must follow the rules. If you're not satisfied, you can find another ship. Basin doesn't see a problem with that. As long as you don't make unreasonable demands, I will comply. Tiona Timo is quite surprised by his flexibility. She adds, besides, you are the leader of the expedition and an honored guest on this ship, so I will do my best to treat you well. Basin thanks her briefly and asks, but where is my luggage? Tiona Timo assures him his luggage will be brought up by Hesa, so he doesn't need to worry. Basin, upon hearing the name Hesa, wonders, who is that? But Tiona Timo replies, I didn't say that was a person's name, but everyone calls him that, so I guess you could consider it a name, right? No sooner had she finished speaking than a gigantic figure, 10 times his size, appeared. Hesa blocks the sunlight from the two, loudly asking, who is calling the great navigator? Tiona Timo laughs brightly, introducing him to a stunned Basin. He is the best navigator on our ship, because he keeps saying Hesa, we just call him that. Tiona Timo asks curiously, it seems this isn't your first time seeing a goblin, right? People who see one for the first time are usually terrified. Basin wipes a little sweat and replies, I have seen a few in the palace. Then he looks up, introducing himself. I am Basin Jack Oren. A pleasure to meet you. The goblin, Hesa, politely returns the greeting. He stammers, introducing himself. I am the first-class navigator. Then Basin wonders, do you not have a name? Hesa replies in a confusing way. I used to have one, but as a first-class navigator, I didn't like that name, so I threw it away. Basin exclaims to himself, this is the first time I've seen a goblin on a ship. Ships have little food, so species that eat less have an advantage, right? But Hesa denies it. Not at all. I have many little friends, but as a first-class navigator, I eat a lot. Tiona Timo happily continues. Even though he looks like that, Hesa is actually from the North Sea. Basin realizes, if he's from the North Sea, that makes sense. In the North Sea, goblins have always been highly intelligent. It seems like a remnant trace from the time of the gods. Now, the bloodline has been diluted, so they aren't as smart as they used to be. But even the Black Scale tribe considers goblins in formal attire to be a valuable labor force. Being on a ship, or becoming a first-class navigator, truly surprises me, a sight that never existed in the palace. Hesa loudly declares, "As a first-class navigator, I have left the land behind. The land no longer makes this first-class navigator afraid. How pathetic. Creatures on land cannot be stronger than me. So I boarded this ship to conquer the ocean." Basin hears this and can only wish for him to conquer the ocean. When Hesa leaves, he turns his suspicion back toward him. Could that goblin have been sent to supervise me? As he is thinking, Tiona Timo cuts him off. Hearing her call him Prince, he adjusts the way she addresses him. "Just call me Basin." But Tiona Timo is a bit hesitant. "A noble person like you. Calling you that feels a bit." He decides to think of another way. "Then call me the expedition leader." She quickly agrees with this title and asks, "Do you know what our next destination is?" Basin answers, "Heading south and crossing Magellan. Then from Magellan, traveling along the east coast." Right? Tiona Timo explains that is the general route, but in reality, the next destination is Babrin. Outside of Arazan, that is the largest port city in the Salt region. Basin is slightly confused. "That's a foreign country, right? Why are we going there?" Tiona Timo explains, "Because our ship is a merchant ship." He finally realizes it's for trading goods. Tiona Timo says, "Let's leave the explanation of this for later. Now I will lead you to your living quarters. As we are about to depart, please follow me." The ships line up, gliding over the waves. Basin leans against the mast, bored, watching the sky and clouds. Tiona Timo, after looking for a while, finally finds him. As she runs to his side, he asks, "You are a merchant, but why take on such complicated jobs, like exploration?" Tiona Timo doesn't hesitate to reply, "Because it pays well, obviously. The Blackscale Royal Court always pays very generously. When handing out private assignments, just the deposit for this trip alone is enough for us to acquire art glass." Basin hears this and it sounds familiar. "When I was a kid, I think I broke a few pieces of art glass." She is left feeling helpless. The leader is a prince, so he doesn't realize how incredibly exquisite these black-scale crystal artworks are. They sell for a very high price abroad, you know? "So we're going to Babrin to sell them, and he'll probably buy something in Babrin to bring back, right?" Tiona Timo admitted. "Of course. It's all about the money. How could we let the ship return empty?" The Imperial Palace also suggested we buy a few things. Basin asked, "What did the Imperial Palace suggest buying?" Tiona Timo hesitated as soon as she mentioned it. They said this has to be kept a secret." Her answer only made him more curious, but Tiona Timo decided to reveal it anyway. "They want to buy limestone. I heard the Amgun region has a lot of it. I'm not entirely sure, but apparently, it's very good for cultivating land." Basin was suspicious. They intend to cultivate land on a large scale? Like, using lightning to strike the soil to improve it? Hearing that, she realized, "Are you talking about thunder-inducing fertilizer? I saw it when I was a kid. It's miraculous." But he secretly didn't understand. If buying limestone was Kai's instruction, why buy it in secret? At the Imperial Palace, after the solar eclipse ceremony ended, Kai had officially consolidated his power. The figures who threatened the imperial authority all resigned in a very formal manner, while the retainers who supported Basan were called aside and reassured. A high official bowed respectfully and said, "I thought your majesty would demand my resignation. To be treated like this, I feel very honored." Kai was slightly confused. "Why would you think that?" The man revealed his prediction. "Because your majesty must want to replace all the old retainers. I'm also someone with no family background, so I'm very easily excluded." But Kai felt that not having a family background wasn't a problem at all. The official honestly confided, "My family didn't contribute much to Blackscale when it was founded, so I'm extremely ashamed." I immediately encouraged him. "Then you relied on yourself to reach the position you're in now. Doesn't that prove you're very talented? I hope you'll take good care of me from now on." That official was immediately moved by the boy's words. He bowed awkwardly, expressed his gratitude, and pledged, "I will do my best to serve you." After that, Kai also said goodbye to the official. His face was cheerful and gentle as he waved, but the moment he turned, that smile immediately vanished. Kai said to Dinan, who was hiding behind him, "It seems the Minister of Finance isn't very good at hiding his thoughts, is he?" He agreed with that assessment. Then Kai added, "Don't be quick to suspect others just because you don't get along with them." Dinan was stunned when he heard him say that. Kai's gaze was sharp as he reminded him, "Don't you realize you're playing with fire? It's time to end the revenge from the past." Seeing this, his hand instinctively clenched. Dinan immediately knelt before him. "Your Majesty is wise. I will reflect on myself." Hearing this, Kai said nothing more about the matter and shifted to another topic. Where is that alchemist with the horns? The one from the Kwai family? Dinan understood and asked to be sure. Do you mean Kwai Labinamio? He reported to Kai that he should have reached the palace by now. Himun was walking around in the dark, wondering, why on earth did His Majesty summon Kwai Labinamio? The Kwai family were the lords of Automation City and held the title of Border Count for generations. At the same time, they were also a powerful merchant family, though not the most powerful human family among those with influence. But the Kwai family also had a great darkness beneath their glorious reputation: the cursed horns. Long ago, in Automation City, there was a rumor about a lord with deer horns. Now, it's only considered a symbol or a legend. However, those holding important roles in the Kwai family knew very well that this wasn't just a fictional story. In reality, there are children born into the Kwai family with these horns. The horned children all turned into madmen. They talked to the air or displayed strange, unexplainable abilities, and gradually lost their minds. Therefore, all the horns were cut off and ground smooth. Only then could they live normally. According to legend, Wakyung became a merchant thanks to the power of the horns, but ultimately met a very tragic end. Moreover, because that person once had a lover from the lizard tribe named Sapa Mio, there was a rumor that the horned children were lizard hybrids. Thus, the horned children are called Mio. If only everything ended like that, it would have been fine. Kwai Labinamio. She is someone destined for destruction. Labina walked up to her and gently offered a greeting, but unlike most other Kwai, Labina had lived in Automation City since she was born and raised. Born with strange horns, she was seen as a cursed child. Labina decided to run away from the city when she was just 9 years old. She sneaked onto a cargo carriage and left the territory without hesitation. By the time the family's mercenaries caught up with Labina, those men could not help but be stunned by what they saw. She had entered the alchemist tower of Seomyeon, where alchemists gathered to study forbidden doctrines. This place was a gathering spot for many who were cursed like Labina. This could also be seen as an inevitable conclusion. Seeing Himun silent for a long time, Labina spoke up. Are you looking at my horns? Everyone looks at me like that. She realized she was being a bit rude and apologized. It's not just out of curiosity. You must know why I summoned you here, right? Labina guessed. It seems His Majesty is looking for an alchemist. An alchemist. Those who do not acknowledge the existence of gods, their own knowledge is the only absolute. Himun thought to herself, a blasphemous existence, standing on the brink of ancient sins. How could His Majesty want to betray the gods? But His Majesty was able to ascend to the throne thanks to support from the heavens. Would he really do that? Her face was displeased as she said, someone who abandoned their family to enter the alchemist tower, even if summoned, why come back only now? Labina replied calmly, because of the order from His Majesty. Himun warned, His Majesty Kai is a very scary person. But how could you all the way in Somyeon know that? Do you think that if you didn't come to Oran, His Majesty would send an army to capture you? Labina denied. No, if it were His Majesty, he would do that. But if I didn't come, His Majesty would still find a way to reach the tower anyway. I didn't want to see that happen, so I came to the palace. Himun became even more furious upon hearing those words. How much do you think you understand about His Majesty to dare speak such nonsense? Labina didn't back down. You don't seem to understand those forbidden doctrines very well, do you? She admitted it herself. Hearing this, she just smirked. If His Majesty were to hear those words, he would surely be saddened. Labina placed a thick stack of papers in front of Himun. Over the past few years, these letters have been sent to the Alchemy Tower. They contain countless questions about ancient knowledge, a very high level of information, and the sender's location keeps changing. The tower concluded that these were letters from alchemists outside our borders, but only recently have we tracked down their true origin. The return address changed many times, but they all came from Oran. No one could deceive the Black Lion's postal system, except for one person. Hearing this, Himun slammed the table in warning. You'd better watch your tongue before you face her fury. But Labina still had to say it, regarding the third prince, Kai. Oran, His Majesty is the greatest alchemist of the Black Lion. Labina insisted that no one could compare to Kai's talent. Himun didn't want to hear another word. She furiously called for the royal guards, but someone else walked in to stop them. Kai's unexpected appearance left Himun stunned. She interrogated him directly. Is it true what that alchemist said, Your Majesty? Kai calmly explained. Right now, this isn't something you need to worry about. My life won't be affected by a few alchemy books. Himun wanted to argue, but he cut her off, urging her to stay calm. Just sit down for now. She eventually complied. The three of them faced one another. Himun weighed the implications. In other nations, heresy could lead to execution. It would be no surprise. But here in Black Lion, it is merely forbidden by law and carries a penalty. Even if His Majesty were a heretic, no one would dare to punish him. Still, it would damage His Majesty's political standing. At this moment, Kai greeted Labina before turning to speak to Himun. I am sorry for keeping this a secret from you. You are a person of principle. I didn't want you to worry. But she still protested. In the end, this is alchemy. What would our ancestors think? Those doctrines were originally created by those seeking gold and immortality. That is delusional. Kai did not deny it. Delusional? Yes, one must be cautious. But among that knowledge, there are useful things. Just thinking about researching alchemy could violate state law. Is that knowledge worth the risk? What you are taking? At this point, Kai decided to let Labina explain everything. She began her presentation. Deep in the northern mountains, there lived an alchemist. The tower frequently exchanged and collected knowledge with them. One day, communication was suddenly cut off. The tower sent a team to investigate. The envoy had to break down the locked door of the alchemist's home to get inside. The bloody scene was something no one could ever forget, Himun guessed. Because of researching those forbidden things, Labina affirmed. She sighed. Another soul sold to ancient evil. But she denied that the alchemist died due to an accident. The fortunate thing is that before dying, they meticulously recorded their experiments and the materials used. Thanks to that, we identified the cause. They mixed various materials to refine gold. During the heating process, it caused an explosive reaction. Himun was surprised. So that was a failed experiment? Labina replied seriously. To an alchemist, there is only research, not failure. The powder discovered after the explosion is a power greater than anything else. Even using a tiny amount in an experiment, it would explode with terrifying force upon contact with fire. Even though they increased safety by putting it in a lead box, the explosion tore the box apart, embedding fragments into their neck. Himun was stunned. So, they created something like a weapon? Kai spoke in a low voice, confirming it. Yes, an entirely new type of weapon. Before Himun could say anything else, he continued. Regrettably, this knowledge is not much of a secret, and I am not the first to discover it. Alchemists at the Alchemy Tower, and countless cursed souls everywhere. Labina added that the legacy of the old nations still had influence. Those countries did not want them to return with this knowledge. Other nations also do not want alchemical knowledge to be transferred to other countries. On my way here, I was attacked more than 10 times. Somyeon, where the Alchemy Tower is located, must have been occupied by that army. Himun just listened in silence as Kai explained to her. You still think this era is peaceful, but in truth, it is not. Some materials are rising in price abnormally. Every nation is actively preparing in secret. Here, he concluded. All of this is to create a weapon using something called gunpowder. Seeing Himun cautiously mention war, Kai denied it. Not necessarily. She asked another question. But what if this weapon were truly outstanding, allowing those who have never used a bow to become capable soldiers on the battlefield, able to use that weapon to sink ships or blow apart city walls? Kai replied firmly. If such a thing existed, don't you think you could win the war? The question left Himun pondering for a long time. Afterward, she sighed in relief, having understood. I cannot admit it, but I understand your intention. It is a righteous path. If you need any help with this, please let me know. He replied with a hidden meaning. I do need help. This has been financially secured with the adventure and hunting squad. But now that you know, the other party immediately guessed his intent. You want to use the king's fund? I am indeed managing it. But since it is your fund, I will ensure you are able to use it. Have you decided how and for what purpose? Immediately, the screen displayed a notification. Conditions met for black gunpowder production. Nebula thoughtfully read every word on the notification board. Done. The process of alchemy or progress in the crafting skill tree is quite complicated. A society with strong faith, the more it tends to look down upon scientific development. The Alchemy Tower in Seomyeon is the furthest from Huprin among all the known nations. If you're unlucky, the chances are you won't be able to grasp this knowledge, Labinamio. You possess a rare talent for probability. Perhaps there's a higher survival rate, but there's no guarantee she can actually master this skill. I guess I got lucky this time. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, breaking his train of thought. But when they talked about alchemy and gunpowder, they didn't mention that specific knowledge. Nebula repeated the last few words in surprise. That knowledge? As he slowly began to understand what was being implied, he asked, You mean magic? Alchemy and the creation of divine medicines are forms of science, she explained. Alchemists are scientists, and their experiments are scientific experiments. But there is a secret that alchemists try even harder to hide. The thing that needs to be concealed is magic. Magic talent, according to the game, is an ancient magical phenomenon discovered through artifacts passed down through bloodlines. Magic talents like lightning or fire, probability or gravity, are related to the power of various traits, the kind of power transmitted through the souls of demons. Essentially, it's a superpower. When super strength and knowledge of ancient artifacts are combined, there is a method to produce a power that is even higher tier, and that is magic, Nebula said in a low voice. Magic is not like science. It can only be used by a select group of people, and it's unrelated to technological development, so that might be why they don't mention it. Besides, there aren't any mages yet. Elda agreed with him. That's right. They usually appear about 100 years after the game starts. Nebula speculated. Magic is indeed very powerful, but since players prefer stability, they'll likely keep their distance from magic. Elda added, the alchemy tower is in Co Mayan. I suspect Wisdom will get a mage. Suddenly, Nebula moved the screen. The chance of a mage appearing there is the highest, but I don't think Wisdom would want a mage appearing on their land. The sails were getting closer. Seeing this, someone shouted an order to drop anchor. Once the ship was confirmed to have docked successfully, the person continued to direct. Hurry up and unload the cargo. On the docks in Basin, the place was bustling with people coming and going. Basin observed the surroundings with interest. There are so many ships. Tiona Timo kindly introduced, this is the closest port to Orazon. Ships leaving from here head west, passing through Amgun to Danri. Some even go further. Seeing him surprised, she continued, to the 6 western lands. Where else would you go? Basin asked, curious. That 6 lands place that Owen talked about. It actually exists? Tiona Timo was pensive. Many ships have headed that way and never returned. But it definitely exists. He was curious about something else. Then why don't merchants cross those 6 lands for trade? Even if it's dangerous, there must be benefits. But I've never heard of it. She suddenly replied, it's very strange. They would go if the danger was worth facing. There are pirates, reefs, dead zones with no wind, massive waves, sea monsters, and storms. A moment later, Tiona Timo instructed Basin, I need to trade, so I'll be getting off the ship. You can rest here or head to the docks, as long as you're back before the deadline. He stretched his arms to warm up his muscles. In that case, instead of this tiny boat, I'll choose to walk. Basin and 2 guards stepped onto the pier. He stood there for a long time, overwhelmed by the sight. It was bustling. Then, Basin walked over to a small vendor stall by the road. He looked around and pondered. I still don't see anyone monitoring me. It's strange that I can see them. The rolls of fabric reminded him of a certain place. All these items are from Huck Green, the merchant answered happily. We receive a lot of goods from there. You came from the ship that just docked, right? Are you here to trade and heading back to Huck Green immediately? If so, you better pray to the gods that you don't run into pirates. Basin was stunned and dropped the half-eaten apple. Pirates? The merchant whispered. There's a group of pirates controlling the Buffrin area. They usually target ships that are leaving. The name of those pirates. Tiona Timo repeated the name in shock. Black Knight pirates? Never heard of them. I wonder if it's just a new group of pirates that merchants are exaggerating about. The Royal Palace said to bring back as many items as possible, but the remaining items won't arrive until tomorrow. Basin speculated. So, we have to wait until then? She turned away and said, no, I'll go first, and the remaining warships will bring the rest. He worried. Then we won't have the warships to protect us. She was only concerned with the list in her hand. There were many goods to unload, and some supplies needed to be loaded at Saison. When it comes to drinking water, food, and crew wages, the time we spend on the ship is money. Basin clutched his head in fear because of the pirate rumors. Meanwhile, she was extremely optimistic, advising him not to worry. We've never encountered pirates in all the time we've been sailing. Yet, that very afternoon, Tiona Timo shouted, Pirates! Seeing the fleet approaching in an intimidating manner, she immediately reported, Pirates! Basin could only sigh helplessly, because it was her own overconfidence that had pushed them into this situation. Tiona Timo climbed up high and ordered, reduce the ship's weight to increase speed, toss the sandbags, food, and water. Everyone, equip yourselves with what you need. Basin suddenly interrupted. Tiona, can we get away from them? She looked at the ship in the distance. Pirates use merchant ships, but they usually use pirate ships. They're made of lighter wood and have larger sails to catch the wind better. Those pirate ships are built in a similar way. and pirates usually travel with minimal cargo on board. It won't be easy to shake them off. Seeing the fleet behind them getting closer, a panicked voice shouted, "We're almost being caught, aren't we?" Basin thoughtfully said to her, "Tossing everything just to run like this isn't right. If you want speed, you'll have to throw away those valuable items too." Tiona Timo refused. "Absolutely not. If I throw those away, I'm dead. They're about to catch up. Hurry, take advantage of the time and prepare to fight. I added quite a few sailors this morning. If we're lucky, we can use our strength and run a bit further." Tiona Timo stepped forward to check the sails. If only the wind blew stronger. Her pale expression clearly showed that things were not going as she hoped. Tiona Timo's hands immediately clenched tight. She knelt completely on the ground, closed her eyes, and prayed. Basin asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" Tiona Timo annoyingly replied, "Are you praying for the sea breeze to pick up?" In the distance, on the other ship, sounds of smug laughter echoed. The pirates were ecstatic. They had too much loot to sail fast, so they figured, "This is a gold mine." It wasn't for nothing that we waited and prayed to the white god Chu. At that same moment, the ship on the other side received urgent orders. "Fire the arrows. Stop them. Don't let them board." From a hidden corner, Barson heard everything. The white god Chu? I feel like I've heard that name before. He quickly brushed the thought aside and began defensive measures. The pirates, furious, shouted, "Fire back!" Barson tucked himself into a corner again. "It looks like the pirates have more men. This battle is going to be tough." Seeing the pirates throwing grappling hooks, everyone shouted to one another, "They're boarding." The ropes with hooks quickly wrapped tightly around the side of the ship. One by one, the pirates used those ropes to swing across. "Hurry up. Take the ship. Now there's no escape." The pirate goblin stepped onto the side of the ship first. "You lot are dead meat." To his surprise, he was sent flying into the air by a massive punch and spat out blood. A giant shadow loomed over the pirates trying to climb across. Hisa roared in anger. "As the first navigator, I hate pirates most of all. I'll kill them." Immediately after, they were all knocked backward into the sea. He scoffed coldly after dealing with the villains. On the pirate ship, after seeing the situation, they fell into chaos. "A giant. Watch out. There are only sailors on that ship. There's no one else but that giant." Barson looked anxiously at Hisa's back. Now, he just needed the guy not to collapse. A barrage of arrows flew toward him. Though they didn't cause major wounds, they were enough to sting. Suddenly, Hisa began to whimper, like a child who had just been severely punished. Barson was surprised. "The first navigator is afraid of pain?" He looked at Tiona Timo, confused. "What's wrong with him?" She gritted her teeth and replied, "It would be strange if he didn't feel pain from those arrows." Barson still couldn't believe it. "But he's a giant," she retorted, annoyed. "He's still human, isn't he?" Hisa is overdoing it. With that build, if he could speak fluently and had such an imposing aura, he'd be a general somewhere by now. There's no way. There's something extremely important on this merchant ship, but we can't let the pirates board either. I'll just coax Hessa to buy some time, then we'll figure it out. Suddenly, Tiona Timo looked at him seriously. "If anything happens to the captain, I'm done for." Barson replied, "What if the pirates actually make it on board? Can you guarantee everything?" Tiona Timo countered. "If I told them you were a prince from Blackscale, do you think we'd have a chance to live? What if they're the smart kind?" Barson calmly explained, "I'll be fine, but at the very least, I must ensure everyone's safety. Isn't that right? If their fleet catches up, the pirates will board from the opposite side. Even with a giant here, he can't fight that many people off alone. Not to mention he's a coward like this. We have to take down a small squad before they all group up." Tiona Timo still wanted to say something, but he cut her off. "If you don't want me to become a pincushion, tell Hesa to do something worthy of the food he's eaten." She mustered all her strength and courage. Then, Tiona Timo turned back and shouted, "Hesa, didn't you get on this ship because you wanted to face the sea?" He mumbled, "But those arrows hurt." Hesa had failed. She raised her volume. "You idiot," then attacked from a distance. Barson was still in a hidden corner to keep an eye on the situation. He pondered and calculated. Currently, all attention was still focused on Hesa, but the noise from jumping would become a problem. What is Hesa doing? A giant hand lifted a wooden barrel. Hesa used all his strength to hoist the barrel even higher. His action left Barson stunned. Hesa threw the wooden barrel down with force. Taking advantage of the moment, he leaped from his ship to the other side. When the thrown barrel hit the hull, it shattered instantly. The pirates were incredibly dismissive. "It's nothing, just a water barrel. Just watch closely and dodge it, that's all." However, real danger was slowly approaching behind the guy. Hesa continued throwing barrels at the enemy ship. The pirates dodged, annoyed. Just how many is he going to throw? Even if we shoot arrows, they'll just hide. The wooden barrel shattered, and the water inside sprayed out. It created an explosion. The lobster monster was reported to. The ship is being punctured. After that, he turned around. Fine. Whatever. I'll climb the rope myself. Suddenly, a voice rang out. You're the captain, right? Barson, covered in blood, dragging one of his subordinates, stepped forward. The provocative sound grew louder. All your sailors are dead. Barson laughed cunningly. What are you going to do now? Surrender? He quickly calculated. I thought this was a regular merchant ship. I didn't expect to get ambushed from behind. He's a bit clever, but in a one-on-one fight, I'm not so sure. Drawing his sword would be too late. No matter, I can still fight. This guy has definitely never fought someone of my race. He lunged forward to launch a preemptive strike. Die. Seeing Barson unable to dodge in time, he grew more smug. Face-to-face combat, huh? What a coward. Only daring to attack from behind. As soon as his words faded, a massive black shadow loomed over him. A huge wooden barrel slammed hard into the pirate captain's head. The owner of that attack was none other than Hesa. After taking down the enemy, he excitedly shouted, Hesa has conquered the sea. Voices echoed in the dazed mind of the prisoner. Given how he survived that, he must be a mud lobster. Captain, I have a question. Barson replied calmly. What is it? Tiona Timo blurted out her curious question with a serious look on her face. If the lizard folk call Asta City people mud lobsters, then what about real lobsters? It turned out she had been thinking about it for a while. They're probably edible, right? Tiona Timo gave her witty perspective. I think they would hate the lizard folk if they found out that the standards were based on whether they were edible or not. Barson simply replied, Is that so? Just then, he suddenly woke up and shouted, Of course! But the reaction on the other side was very calm. Oh, he's awake. The first thing the prisoner did was question. Where is my ship? Tiona Timo replied as naturally as usual. Your ship? My crew is sailing it behind us. He stood there, stunned, unable to believe what he'd just heard. How is this possible? The ships following behind him declared loud and clear, Because we've already seized your ships. He tried to hold on to a glimmer of hope. What about the other two? Tiona Timo's response hit like a physical blow to his pride. He started to panic, whimpering in denial. That can't be. She calmly laid out the situation for him. After we crushed your forces, it seems they understood the situation, especially since our Navy ships arrived on the scene. At that moment, he trembled, overwhelmed, unable to believe the reality of it all. I never thought my brothers would abandon me. There's no way. But immediately after, Godan did a total 180, his voice dripping with insincere, pathetic desperation. Please, spare me this once. I promise I'll live an honest life from now on. But people's hearts aren't easily swayed, especially Tiona Timo's. You should be glad we haven't just thrown you into the sea yet. We will judge you according to Hugrin's laws. The moment he heard that, the color drained completely from his face. By the laws of Hugrin? Then I'm as good as dead. However, Barson still offered him a sliver of hope. It's a pity, but if you answer my questions properly, I might reconsider your punishment. Godan was joyfully confused. Bason gave him an out. Well, whether you want to answer or not is up to you. Even so, that only made Godan break into a cold sweat, forcing him into silence. He hesitated, then finally agreed. Bason's expression immediately turned dangerous. All right. First question. The first question rang out like a thundering drum in his heart. If the Asta City people can travel the sea on their own, why would you even need ships? The other two just stared blankly. Bason turned to Tiona Timo. Aren't you curious? I've always wondered about that. Seeing her unimpressed reaction, he added, That's it? It just goes to show how clueless you are about other species. The opponent stammered, hesitantly answering, Well, obviously because using a boat is faster, and it's less tiring than walking or swimming. Plus, you can carry a lot of cargo. That's the best part. However, Bason wasn't going to let Godan off the hook that easily. That was just the warm-up. This next question is the real focus of this interrogation. Where did the religion of the white spider god originate? And what kind of god is it? He answered with much more confidence now. It's a religion from where I was born. The Asta City people live on an island in the south, following the route from Hugrin. He even went into detail. Where we're from, every island has its own name, but in Hugrin, they group them all together and call them the Southern Archipelago. Bason stroked his chin, intrigued. Oh, that place? Tell me more about the white spider god. Godan began to delve into the history of the deity. The white spider god appeared as a giant white spider 100 years ago. At that time, it saved our tribal chief from a three-tailed snake. The white spider god appeared like a savior and created land shrimp for us, while the whole tribe was starving. From then on, its status was elevated. This miracle happened on many islands, and each place calls the white spider god by a different name. The opponent continued to elaborate. For example, Godan noted seriously. Furthest to the north, on the island closest to Hugrin, some people call him the blue god. As soon as that name was mentioned, Boson suddenly burst out laughing. Tiona Timo was puzzled. "Why are you laughing?" He stroked his chin, amused, and explained, "Oh, because blue god is the old name for our night god. That explains why their attitude was so much gentler and more polite. It meant he believed in the same deity." She was stunned, finding it hard to process. "What? Seriously?" He slowly explained. "Because it's so far away and isolated, we never interacted through religious channels." Then, he suddenly paused, a hidden smile appearing on his face. However, but immediately after, the atmosphere turned cold and visibly dangerous. "You go around looting, yet you dare to call the night god by another name? I cannot forgive you." Bason instantly pushed his killing intent to the limit. "Isn't your entire tribe made up of pirates?" Godan frantically denied it as fast as he could. "No." Then he stammered out everything he knew. He was the only one kidnapped when he was young. The rest of the Asta City people still lived in the southern archipelago. The pirates who kidnapped him had already been swallowed up by the Dark Knight pirates. Bason's overwhelming presence constantly pressured him. "So, that name Dark Knight Pirates didn't come from the southern archipelago?" He hurriedly confirmed, "That's right." Godan added another piece of information. "Yes, he came from the other 6 lands." Bason turned to ask Tiona Timo, "The other 6 lands?" A name suddenly popped into her head. "If so, is it the western 6 lands?" He chimed in. "That's the most logical answer." Then he emphasized, "We only know those 6 lands. I heard he came from the southern 6 lands. If you go any further beyond the southern archipelago," before he could even give advice, he was interrupted by both of them. "The southern 6 lands?" The scenery of the southern archipelago appeared majestic, with a rustic, cool, natural beauty. Nearby was a mysterious cave entrance, seemingly unexplored by anyone. Inside was Nebula. Looking at the system screen, he was contacting all his allies. All the important figures were present on the screen. Connection established. Wisdom's calm voice rang out. "This is the first time your side has initiated contact, and it's an emergency call from the southern island of Hugrin. An interesting location." Nebula didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The reason he'd made the emergency call was quickly revealed. Because the 4th of the 6 lands has been discovered. Jonda was stunned, unable to utter a single word. Even Wisdom and Jong-won couldn't maintain their composed expressions. He looked at the expressions on their faces and guessed it immediately. "It seems you already know, Krampus." He nodded in agreement, then presented his findings. A group called the Dark Knight Pirates is emerging in the south. The name Dark Knight Pirates clearly didn't come from the eastern or western 6 lands, but the south. He pressed Nebula for his opinion. "But I don't have evidence, so I can't confirm it's a new 6 land." "What reason do you have to think that?" He replied nonchalantly. "I'm not sure about anything," before explaining the specific reason. "I just heard the news, so I came here immediately. This is the territory where the land shrimp live. Yet in just a few years, while I wasn't paying attention, they were conquered by those Dark Knight pirates." He even emphasized the danger. "The losses aren't huge, but they are paying regular tribute to those bastards." Wisdom spoke up, pointing out to Nebula that the Asta City people might be exaggerating. It's possible they mistook a large island in the southern hemisphere for one of the 6 lands. He agreed with this opinion. "That's true." Next, they raised the issue currently under suspicion. "But the islands in this southern archipelago can't exactly be called small. If a fleet has the power to subdue the entire chain, their scale must be massive," Nebula continued, pointing out that if those pirates really came from a tiny island, it would be difficult for them to become such a large fleet due to limitations in population and technology. Wisdom agreed in part, but still decided to offer a reminder. Emergency calls weren't created to be used for things like this. According to our discussion at the end of the last battle, before the other person could finish, he confirmed, "Yes, we already decided to use it. When it involves the glitchy account, I haven't forgotten." Unable to suppress her curiosity, she spoke up. "Wait, are you thinking that behind the Night Pirates, there is a fairly large area supporting them from the shadows, and there's a player with the name Glitchy Account there too?" Nebula spoke solemnly, his tone firm. "I don't just think it. I dare to confirm it. You can easily deduce this means an evil god." A shocking realization, much like the vampire god that appeared during the last siege, surfaced as Nebula continued to preside over the meeting. After the battle with the vampires, a new pact was established among the gods of the third area, and most importantly, those with the glitchy nickname. He provided concrete evidence. Orbis Wemsey, also known as Jogi, their presence and the new races, are like an earthquake to the players in the area. He was very careful, wanting to confirm that what he was seeing was correct. So, I requested Hesmonia, who had traveled through the entire western area, to provide some information. Nebula recounted slowly, and according to him, in the first area, that is, the western area, there is a species called the werewolves, and there is also another player there with the glitchy nickname. As far as we know, those werewolves are similar to the vampires. They spread through infectious diseases. But the difference is that only humans, elves, dwarves, and the Nick species, he continued, explaining further. Species somewhat similar to humans can turn into werewolves. They are very weak against the element of silver, but they are stronger due to their transformations and aren't affected by sunlight, so they have a slight edge over vampires. Mentioning this, Nebula quickly reassured them. But luckily, they aren't concentrated much in the west, so they can be dealt with without needing to worry too much about a large-scale outbreak. Wisdom, as if remembering something, spoke up in a hurry. Oh, right. Based on the game's settings, we could say they might also be related to ancient demons. He quickly verified. Yeah. And there was a previous study that I found quite important. Nebula had identified the core issue. Instead of the people who quit since the game began, there are 27 players. After questions were sent to players in the other areas, I obtained results that, looking at the system map, he announced loudly. The first area, Eben, 10 people. The second area, Sanaf, 8 people. The third area, Grand City, 11 people. He intently watched the information displayed on the screen, then gathered it and delivered the result. There were 29 people in total. The number didn't increase. Nebula looked at the map, taking a country's territory as an example. In Grand City, which is where we are right now, the number of players here is confirmed at 11. He hypothesized the reason for the increase and the mysterious factor behind it, and that total of 29 included Joel, Gooby, and that werewolf. So, that player was added after the game started? She was a bit confused and hurriedly asked, Wait, Nebula, are you thinking that player is the one behind the Night Pirates? Is the one with the glitchy nickname? And was added after the game started? Just seconds later, she contradicted her own previous suspicion. But if that were the case, wouldn't it have been discovered by Krampus already? If you interact with other players, it should have shown up in the player's history, right? Mentioned by name, Krampus immediately denied it. The people we met were a group of pirates linked to the Night Pirates, and it seems the captain was also from Asta City. I didn't meet them directly. She used her fan to tap her palm, creating invisible pressure. Then, Nebula, you need more evidence. He didn't hesitate and replied sharply, Yeah. When I interacted with that new area, he then projected the content onto the system for everyone to see. This message had appeared. Battle between civilizations. The opposing tribe had established faith, and he asserted this was proof that the opponent was also a player. Nebula performed a few keystrokes, then pointed. And this is the name that appeared in the local player history. Local player history, Jack Milky. Wisdom began to analyze. The characters following the first question mark are in Cyrillic. It is pronounced Sa, so we will call them Sacha from now on, okay? Janda, curious at this point, joined in. That name sounds like the name of an evil god, doesn't it? Could it be a species we've never seen before? Suddenly, something red appeared, shining brilliantly like a laser beam behind him. Nebula, unaware, continued his presentation. That's right. I will show everyone. Suddenly, Janda warned him in a panic. Nebula, look behind you. But he appeared very calm and spoke up to reassure Janda, not even showing a hint of fear, casually explaining, If you're talking about the giant white spider behind me then, there's nothing to worry about. Receiving the confirmation, she felt a little embarrassed. Oh, it's yours? You had me thinking. Nebula praised it directly in front of everyone. Well done, Helop. This was Nebula's artifact. He replied very humbly. It's nothing. Being able to help you is my honor. Janda's eyes went wide with amazement. Oh, is that the species of creature you mentioned? Even the picky Krampus had to blurt out 2 words. Absolutely incredible. An image of a grotesque merman caught in a net appeared on the screen. Someone immediately spoke up with skepticism. That's not a mermaid. That's a merman. Its head is a fish. So what should we call it? He said in a serious tone, providing the information. The creature's name is Deep One. Elda covered her mouth with her hand, unable to hide her surprise. Deep One? Then the next creature is. Nebula continued to switch to an image of another ferocious beast. A dragon? Or is that Cthulhu? What is that thing? She felt very excited and asked quickly. Oh, you don't know about Lovecraft's works? Before he could let the other person finish the sentence, he quickly cut me off. I don't think that info is necessary. Elda wouldn't back down and interrupted, countering. But I think that could be crucial information. Vampire traits are pretty common and widely known, just like werewolves. The first 6 continents are actually quite similar to the legends back on Earth. Hearing that, Nebula was skeptical. You mean the names of those creatures aren't just random? And the name of the species is a clue to their attributes? Elda looked at him as if it were obvious. Exactly. Don't you think so? Looking at the image of the Deep One, she began to explain. Wisdom had his own theory. Unless this world is a game influenced by Earth civilization, or perhaps Earth was influenced by this place. Nebula pondered for a long time before offering praise. That's an interesting hypothesis, seeing that the others had a decent grasp of the issue. He continued to rely on Elda. I think you know a fair bit about the Deep Ones. Could you explain? Elda quickly agreed. Of course, this forum is my turf. Elda then rattled off a bunch of trivia. The Deep Ones first appeared in a short story by the author H.P. Lovecraft, titled Dagon. Their abilities were first mentioned in the book The Shadow over Innsmouth. Nebula bluntly cut her off. Get to the point. Thrown off, Elda pouted and blurted out. They live in the water. He coldly exposed her. There's no way that's all there is to it. At this, Elda rested her chin on her hand, thinking seriously. If you're infected or cursed by Dagon, you'll turn into one of them. Jonda, hearing this, asked curiously. Just interacting with them can lead to that? Even Krampus couldn't help but chime in. Is their method of infection like a werewolf or a vampire? She looked up, pondering for a moment. Oh, no, your blood has to be mixed. Elda started to speculate. It's likely through cellular regeneration. They serve an ancient god like Dagon or Cthulhu. They live in sea caves to stay hidden. In the novel, a missionary visited a village that looked normal, but it turned out to be a village of Deep Ones posing as humans. Nebula immediately summarized the main point. In other words, they can appear in human form. Based on what you've said, the Deep Ones might have already invaded the village and are living as residents. Usually, if a player doesn't realize that, the notification board for the war between civilizations won't appear. As if remembering something, Elda added, Oh, their special trait is that they can't live too far from the sea. He clinched the point. So they are forced to live near the coast. Wisdom suddenly raised his hand to speak. Nebula watched him carefully as he offered a reminder. There's something I think you should consider, the limit on the number of people in the game. He suddenly remembered. Right, the number of players for the world is limited to 32, right? Based on what the system set up earlier. The limit for the game is 32 people. 27 came from Earth. 2 new players appeared, but they've already been eliminated. While the third person has appeared. He suddenly realized something unusual. So that means besides Sacha, there are 2 more people coming? Wisdom had a different theory. Or maybe they've already appeared. Who knows? Out there is a whole new continent, with clouds, mountains, and vast waters. That's the 4th continent. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. If it really is a true continent, it would be quite large. So we can't say for sure yet. He continued to state his view. We can't rule out the possibility that the continent hides a fair amount of power. Or maybe they've already formed an alliance. Wouldn't it be better if we had these allies, even if it's just temporary? Nebula had a different train of thought, so he immediately retorted, I don't think so. Then he carefully held up a finger to emphasize, even though we don't know the location of the southern continent, it's almost certain it will be the closest one to that. Who knows what kind of chaos is lurking there? If we form an alliance, we'll be the ones who suffer the most. Are you sure it's not because you want to beat Sacha and establish a continent that you want to manage yourself? Nebula admitted it quite frankly. I can't say that doesn't influence my decision. Zhongwan spoke up, quickly cutting to the chase, not seeming to care much. If you want to be stubborn, then go ahead. If you want to dive in, then go all the way. He didn't want to argue anymore, and immediately agreed. I agree too. But if things get dangerous, don't forget that I can help at any time. Krampus felt uneasy, so he didn't hesitate to plead. I'm closer to them. So the damage from the pirates will be greater for me. I want help from others. What do you all think? The others quickly responded. No problem. The last to speak was Wisdom. Sure, Nebula. You acting alone isn't a bad idea. Ending the meeting, Nebula delegated the task because Hesmonia, is currently in an all-out war with another continent. Jiang is the one closest to him, so he'll notify him about the meeting. He carelessly accepted, got it. After that, he didn't want to linger and left immediately. Then I'll take my leave. At the same time, the others disconnected. Looking around, there was no one left. He sighed, lamenting. That was fast, wasn't it? What remained after the meeting was Jiang Wan's indifference with a short, just do it, along with A's promise. I can help at any time. As for Krampus, he was calling out, I need help. The most promising person, Wisdom, just remarked, you acting alone isn't a bad idea. Thinking about this, Nebula felt a bit heartbroken. After all, no one said they wanted to join him, right? It seems they want to head to the new continent first. Janda didn't seem to realize the subtext beneath those words and innocently asked, oh, so everyone wants to go to that new continent? She leaned against the railing, analyzing the blind spots in this event. But isn't saying that continent has a lot of resources a bit of an exaggeration? And many factions will surely interfere in this. Nebula pointed, explaining for her to understand. It's not really an exaggeration. It's true that a new continent usually has many things to discover. He even explained further the intentions of the others. Like A's way of saying help each other, it means they will interfere whether we want them to or not. And Krampus's offer to help means there could be alliances with others to intervene in this. He finished by saying one last thing. So, they've already put out an announcement. The others must be busy with their own schemes, considering their recent moves. Nebula predicted that Krampus might have already reached out to other players to form an alliance. Elda looked as bored as a dead fish. Learning from our past mistakes, since we're dealing with new forces whose strength is still a mystery, we need to stick together. Just look at how those vampires ended up. She wasn't just generalizing, she was analyzing the situation with complete seriousness. The way this battle is shifting is a bit different from Yogi's time. The other players are prepared, so it's unlikely they'll be taken down that easily. Besides, our current strength is only on par with the Pirate Legion. Having realized that, Elda softened her tone and asked, so, these are the enemies we're going to be dealing with? Nebula didn't rush to answer. Instead, he reminded his teammates, there's still a lot we don't know, but we need to be better prepared. Seeing the two of them deep in thought, Nebula suddenly dropped some surprising news, which brought them some relief. We've got help from 2 new weapons. Now is the time to put them to use. Hearing this, Elda raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and started probing Ganda, the mage. Sharing the same sentiment, he added, and what about the gunpowder? Holding onto a top-secret weapon, he was confident, imagining an almost total victory. If we have gunpowder, and the opposition doesn't, then they've already lost. That's why I say, we can be much more confident in this fight than before. Know your enemy, know yourself. Nebula analyzed the opposition's interference. The southern peninsula of the Black Scale tribe is the stepping stone to the 4th region, and to get there, we have to deal with the pirates Sacha and Iaban. They won't just let us take it for ourselves. These words made Ganda grimace. So the other players are going to attack us too? It sounded like an unprovoked act of aggression. Nebula laid out the ugly truth of war. Reasons are easy to make up. For instance, they could just use the excuse of, we're claiming the southern islands that the Pirate Legion already occupied. Elda frowned and joined the discussion. If that's the case, we're going to be facing a lot of danger. Attacking and defending will be much harder. Nebula agreed with her point but didn't forget to comfort his teammate. True, but we're used to fighting on land. Fighting at sea is new, but with gunpowder, things will be a bit simpler. He highlighted the adversarial nature of the upcoming war, and gave a final warning. The upcoming Lizardman attack will ultimately be a war between us, Krampus, and Sacha. This can be considered a battle between the 3 strongest forces right now. He stared intently at the 2 of them and declared that, given this unavoidable situation, a massive naval battle is definitely going to break out soon. At the same time, at the royal palace, Sun rushed into the study with a report in his hand. Kyo heard the knock and the announcement, Your Majesty, from outside the door. He looked up, cleared his throat, and asked who it was. The man rushed in, bowed respectfully, and replied, It's the priest, Your Majesty. He was breathless, bowing as he presented the item. I've brought the letter from the oracle priest. He said it's urgent, and needs to be delivered to you immediately. Hearing that, Kyo jumped up in surprise. Does this mean the gods have answered our prayers? Kyo hurriedly read the letter, and was suddenly jolted awake. He immediately sent orders to his subordinates to summon the high official in charge of administration. Upon receiving the directive, Seleucin quickly appeared in the study. With a respectful bow, he asked, You summoned me, Your Majesty? Kyo got straight to the point. Holding the royal decree tightly, he ordered, Notify all officials in the coastal strongholds, he firmly commanded. No one is allowed to interfere. Do not let any local lords have contact with the mermen or pirates. If anyone disobeys, arrest them immediately. As soon as the order was given, the room fell into a heavy silence. Sun sighed, acknowledging the command. It really felt like war had arrived. His face and eyes were filled with sorrow and worry. This war is going to be brutal. I thought our time had finally come, but I guess not. Kyo smiled weakly to reassure him. It really is a worrying matter, but now that we know, we can prepare early. To his surprise, Sun bluntly reminded his master like he was a child. This is a very important and urgent matter. Your Majesty should be more cautious with your words. Kyo was forced to reply. I know. He sat down and calmly analyzed the war. The Black Scale Tribe's troops aren't as battle-hardened as they used to be. They used to fight constantly, but now that they've lived in peace for so long, their skills have faded. He looked at his tea, releasing wisps of hot steam, and remarked, as if sympathizing, peace has lasted too long, so the soldiers' combat prowess is no longer what it was. Kyo raised his teacup with royal etiquette, then spoke somewhat cryptically, but it seems not everyone is like that. He had the keen insight of a prince regarding the inherent predicament of the nation. Even with the new rising threat in the south, this was a worry. But in essence, war had been brewing for a long time. The wisdom of a leader allowed him to see the silver lining in a bad situation. Conversely, this was also a wake-up call. If it weren't for this threat, we would have lost our vigilance. But now, even though the worries are clear, Kyo still felt miserable about the upcoming predicament. However, we are currently fighting a war in the north as well. If this problem in the south breaks out, it will be quite difficult to handle. Sun cautiously offered his perspective, but when it came to shipbuilding technology, the Black Scale Tribe was still far superior to others. He bluntly offered a conflicting view, not necessarily better than the Dunley tribe. Luckily, the Dunley tribe is currently embroiled in a war in the west, so they likely can't get involved in this conflict anytime soon. Every enemy face out there began to appear in Kyo's mind, making him announce in a low voice. However, there are many other forces eyeing us, so we need to be on guard in case they attack us while we're occupied. Thinking of the prospect of civil war and foreign invasion, Sun worriedly asked, have you thought of a solution yet? Fortunately, the monarch already had a battle plan in place, but he didn't rush to explain, switching topics instead. I'm sure Golandina has arrived at Sachi by now. Hearing that, his subordinate quickly asked, you mean that alchemist? He pondered the ruler's intent and tentatively asked his own question. Do you really think her knowledge will help us in this war? Kyo asked, his voice sharp with suspicion. It seems you aren't fond of alchemy, are you? Surprisingly, Sun shook his head slowly. Not everything was planned by Dathian. If there is an alchemist, then that was also Dathian's intention. He smiled and explained simply but clearly. Labina is one of the closest to a full-fledged mage in these 6 lands. The image of her leaving all alone into the night slowly appeared in his mind, giving him firm confidence in the young mage's abilities. The fact that she managed to survive the journey here from that evil alchemist's tower is proof enough of her strength. Sun blew softly on his hot tea and then gently offered a prediction. Knowledge of gunpowder will eventually fall into the hands of every faction, but the strength of mages will shift the tides of war once they contribute their power. At the same time, in a mountain forest covered in white snow and drizzle, a different situation was unfolding. The air was deathly silent, as if frozen solid. Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped lightly onto the thin layer of snow covering the ground. Madari walked slowly forward. Looking somewhat disheveled and exhausted, Mazma, hiding behind his pitch-black left arm, spoke up mockingly. Ah, is this the pathetic fate of someone nearing their end? The freezing temperature seemed to sour his mood even further, so he retorted bluntly, shut up, you demon. This form of address displeased him, so he manifested to argue, Mazma, I'm not a demon, I'm a spirit. He kept walking, judging him with contempt in his mind. Based on what I've gathered, you're just an errand boy for an ancient devil. Spirit or demon, what's the difference? Being outmatched, he had no choice but to continue the mockery. Think whatever you want, but you know it's going to be hard to shake off the pursuers, right? He pressed his advantage, dragging Madari's entire lineage into his taunts. You Garuda folks seem to have become a bit too overconfident in your physical capabilities. Even then, there's no way you're faster than a reindeer on a snowy road. Mazma truly knew exactly how to poke at a sore spot. Besides, you have wings, yet you can't even fly. He spoke arrogantly, assuming he knew everything. That must be why the gods chose your race to be the rulers, only to turn you into tools of war. He venomously spewed a stream of taunts to provoke Madari. When your kind is sent to the battlefield and dies off until you're of no use anymore, you'll be discarded without a second thought. Seeing his hand slowly clench as if his resolve was being shaken, Mazma grew even more eager. You must know that. If only another god had chosen your people, your fate would have been different. The devilish whisper echoed constantly in his ears. Instead of being used and discarded, it frustrated him to no end, and he growled, "Shut your mouth." Madari clenched his fist, his eyes sharp and determined, vowing, "We will no longer believe in gods." This declaration came from an ancient legend of the Garuda tribe. During the era of the great tribes, the Garuda were always the leaders among those who could soar through the skies. That was a glorious era, even in ancient times. The Garuda always held a prestigious position on the demon war battlefield. They fought valiantly and always spearheaded the wars against the demons. But the good times didn't last long. When the war reached its peak, other tribes grew weak, and their supporting gods abandoned them. Then, at some point, they could no longer fly. That is the very mystery the clan has always struggled with, including Madari. Being abandoned was like a cruel slap in the face, making him affirm once again, whether in the present reality or the past, we will never trust in the gods. He looked up at the sky as if seeing the hope of his entire clan. We will be self-reliant and do what we want, trusting only in ourselves. That sky will be ours to command. We don't need to depend on anyone. In the snow-covered forest, the wind whistled, bringing biting cold through the barren branches. Madari looked up at the sky and whispered to himself, "Just get out of this forest and I'll find the river." It wasn't much further. After walking for a while, just as he predicted, a river appeared ahead. But Mazma was a bit surprised. A frozen river? Even a mere knight could cross that. Not bothering to care about that grumbling, a thought crossed Madari's mind. I will melt the ice on that river. But he rejected the idea with a mocking tone that made him clench his fist. You know that your own strength alone is enough, don't you? You're going to need me eventually. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he saw something approaching from a distance. A massive and majestic moose was slowly walking toward them. Damon, riding it, saw Madari and shouted, "That's a Garuda! Stop!" He stopped to observe him from head to toe, then huffed. The person next to him turned to report, "Sir Knight, that is indeed a Garuda. His left arm is rotting." Damon replied nonchalantly, without a hint of hesitation, "Oh, is that so?" His gaze flicked toward him, cold and full of contempt. "So, your name is Rotten-Arm Madari?" At that moment, Mazma's voice faded in. "Not only behind us, they are in front of us too." He squinted slightly and replied with his own thoughts. "But they aren't the ones chasing me. They don't know who I am yet." The devil's deep voice resonated again, slow and full of hidden meaning. "And they don't know what that vial on your hip is either." Immediately, he feigned ignorance and hurriedly waved his hand. "Madari. Oh my, that's not my name." Madari quickly blurted out a fake name. "I'm Iya Huran. I grew up in the Garuda settlement. My left arm got burned when I was a child, so that's why it turned out like this. Not because it's rotting." Those words didn't stop Damon's suspicion. "But that doesn't look like a burn, does it?" He quickly countered. "The shape of burns differs depending on the physical appearance between the Wisdom and Garuda tribes." Before he could let him continue, he rushed to speak. "Are you guys looking for the Garuda named Madari?" He blurted out. "That's right." His gaze swept over him, sharp and probing. "No matter how dense you are, you must have heard of the alchemist's tower, right?" Madari forced a casual laugh, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. "Oh, that tower behind the mountains over there, right? That's where those freaks they call alchemists gather and live." Damon didn't hold back, as he explained. "That's right. Our knights have completely occupied that tower, but some alchemists managed to escape." He continued in a relaxed tone. "So, we're currently hunting those who got away, by order of His Majesty, to stop them from spreading evil knowledge." Madari smiled back at him. "There aren't many of them, so you'll find them easily. I'll report it immediately if I see any alchemist like that." But Damon retorted with just one sentence that left Madari speechless. "Get over here, now." Madari hurriedly tried to clear his name. "Our troops have completely taken over that tower, but some alchemists managed to escape." He continued in a relaxed tone. "So, we're hunting down the ones who got away, under the Emperor's orders, to stop them from spreading their wicked knowledge." Just then, he replied with a smile. "Garuda, there aren't many of them, so you'll easily find them. I'll let you know immediately if I spot any Garuda by that name." But Damon, "What? I'm not an alchemist." He grew impatient, his voice dropping to a harsh, pressing tone. "Just prove you're not involved, and I'll let you go." "What? I'm not an alchemist." Damon looked impatient, his voice deepening as he urged, Just prove you have nothing to do with them, and I'll let you go. Now, hand over your bag. But before he could even finish, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. In a split second, he spread his wings. Hurry up! Hearing Damon say that, Madari had no choice but to concede and raise his hands. All right, I understand. Damon looked at Madari and ordered, Give me your bag. But before he could finish, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Madari's eyes. In a split second, he spread his wings. The image of Madari clenching the potion bottles at his side flashed before him. Without hesitation, he hurled them straight at Damon. A shrill, piercing scream erupted from the man. His cloak flew up with them, blocking the view, which made Damon angrily wave it away. You bastard! At that very moment, behind the cloak that had just been shoved aside, Madari was shown gripping several vials at his waist. Without hesitation, he hurled them straight at Damon. Damon's shrill scream echoed out, So I can't progress. Suddenly, a shout boomed from behind. Busa stepped out, radiating an overwhelming aura. Every word he spat was like a slap to the face of his opponent. It was mixed with the sizzling sound of something melting, like flesh being eaten away by acid. What is this? Damon's face was completely deformed. He screamed in agony. My face is burning. Just as Damon let out a groan and collapsed, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the air. That's an alchemist. While Madari was still dazed, the shouting grew closer. The stinky hand! The stinky hand is over there! He immediately spun around. Following that, Magma's cold voice rang out. There are 5 pursuers. How many vials do we have left? He answered in his thoughts without a second of delay. 1 vial of sulfuric acid, 1 of smoke, 2 of oil. Hearing that, Magma sounded delighted, speaking with absolute certainty. Looks like it's time to borrow my power, huh? Well, you were going to do that anyway, when we thawed the river. Madari clenched the vial in his hand, quickly compromising. Damn it, there's no other choice. Immediately, he hurled all of them toward those charging at him. Seeing the sticky stuff on his shield, Erindo frowned in confusion. What is this, oil? Before he could even recover, Madari quickly gathered firepower into his palm. Now's the time, Magma chimed in from his mind, sounding full of excitement. Good one. He didn't hesitate to launch the flames straight at him. Upon touching the oil, the fire erupted violently, consuming Erindo in a sea of flames. His shrill scream made Gareth panic and shout, Retreat! Seeing that, Madari gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it. They're running away. We have to kill them all. Magma watched with a bit of regret. It's a shame my fire can't reach that far. You rarely rely on me, so I can't really develop. Suddenly, a shout erupted from behind his back. The stinky hand! Busa stepped out with an overwhelming aura, every word thrown straight into his opponent's face. Claiming to be dangerous while hiding behind safety, he took off his mask, revealing his true face. I am the king of Amyang, Dermalin Busa, chosen by our god. Madari, I've finally found you. Take off your belt and drop your luggage. Seeing him, Magma couldn't hide his excitement. Should we fight? If an arrow flies, just burn it. Madari immediately became cautious, echoing back in his mind. No, the numbers are too high. Furthermore, if that emblem is what I think it is, surrendering is the smartest move right now. Without further hesitation, he knelt and raised his hands over his head. I surrender. Then, following orders, he resolutely threw his belongings down. When 2 Amyang soldiers rushed in to restrain him, Madari remained calm. But is this okay? He glanced at Busa, his gaze sharp as a blade. Without those things, I'm still quite dangerous, you know. But Busa just stood there, expressionless, his words light and airy. No one is as safe as those who consider themselves dangerous. He took off his mask, revealing his true face. I am the king of Amyang, Dermalin Busa, the one chosen by our god. Sounds interesting. You want to give it a try? But Madari snapped at him, clearly disagreeing with the offer. You fool! The god is definitely watching this place. If you're not careful, the punishment will come swiftly. He looked at him with contempt. Alchemists have always wanted to compete with the divine, haven't they? A challenge was thrown out, carrying an uncomfortable air of arrogance. Will your power burn me faster, or will you be punished by my god faster? Do you want to try and see? Magma was immediately intrigued. Oh, sounds interesting. You want to try it? But Madari snapped at him, disagreeing with that suggestion. Are you stupid? The god is definitely watching this place. If it notices, the punishment will come quickly. Hunting down the godless. He casually brushed it off for the second time. Suddenly, Busa's voice shifted, dropping into a deep, vicious tone that slithered through the air like a shadow beneath a door. He spoke sternly, emphasizing every word so Magma would understand. If you face the punishment of the divine, you'll be torn into 10 pieces. He didn't argue back, only saying one word. Oh. At this point, Madari didn't hide his sarcastic gaze as he spoke. I don't understand why even a king would have to go out and capture a mediocre alchemist. Haven't you people abandoned the alchemist's tower in this country for a long time? Busa heard this and let out a mocking laugh. Alchemists don't want their knowledge to become useless, but you understand that better than anyone else. He paused for a moment, then continued. The reason for abandoning that tower was just because I didn't want to hinder your research. The god is waiting for the knowledge in the tower to ripen. His gaze swept over Madari like someone who had just caught him in a lie. Even for an atheist, there's no reason to refuse the useful things they create. Having grasped the general information, he started negotiating. I can teach you the formula for gunpowder. Will you let me go then? But Busa shook his head. That's not what we want. Busa didn't bother hiding his secrets as he continued to pour them out. You wouldn't know, but there is an alchemist in the tower who is colluding with Feta, so we have known about gunpowder for a long time. And it's even more than that, isn't it? His eyes darkened, his voice as cold as steel. So, what exactly do you want? Or are you looking for a lackey to hunt down the atheists? Busa casually dismissed that idea for the second time. Suddenly, Busa's voice changed to a deeper tone, menacing and cold, like shadows creeping through a doorway. This time there's no mistake. If you kill that woman, I will kill you right here and now, he vowed, while never ceasing to console her. My God, and I want magic. Madari's face clearly showed his confusion and suspicion as he asked back, Magic? Faced with this difficult demand, he hurriedly tried to explain. Even I can't just snap my fingers and conjure magic whenever I want, but the other man remained calm. I'm not trying to steal it, and I have no interest in your identity, Busa's voice echoed through the frozen mountains. We just want power. He began to imagine the true potential of magic, the kind that, according to his people, could allow a tiny elf to control the entire world. Magic is a power that can reshape the world's order, like a god. Upon hearing this, Madari firmly denied it, his voice ringing out with fierce conviction. That's just a legend, a fairy tale. Busa looked down at the man shackled to the cold ground and calmly challenged him. You don't believe it? Busa's relaxed tone made him pause, a shiver of uncertainty running through him. Doubts began to cloud his mind. Madari spoke up, pointing out the hidden agenda of the man standing before him. You don't want magic, you just want a mage. To help you change the world order. Busa's face darkened, then a mocking smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Perhaps because you're a Garuda. You catch on quickly. The other alchemists weren't so bright. Busa recalled the tragic scenes of the alchemists, who came before. Perhaps because their bodies were too weak, they died after just a few words. Recalling the looks of despair on those lost souls, he remarked callously. But fortunately, they all talked. The distance vanished in an instant. The cold chill from Busa sweeping across his neck made his skin crawl. The greatest alchemist is Madari. His eyes flashed with caution as he silently observed his opponent to probe him again. You want me to become a mage? Seeing that Madari understood, Busa returned to his calm demeanor and proposed a deal. I will give you the knowledge of the mages that we've collected. Before Madari's shocked eyes, he revealed his ultimate goal. You can become a mage with that power and make the greatness of our warrior tribe echo far and wide. As the ultimatum faded, Madari withdrew his expression and bowed his head, deep in thought, as if weighing something monumental. He began to look back at the long journey he had taken in the past. Even if they hadn't asked, he had already planned to learn more knowledge from alchemists across the 6 lands to eventually become a mage. Madari had found many ancient artifacts containing priceless experiences and was close to reaching his goal. Every step he took followed a clear order. Every detail fit together precisely. Only one piece was missing. Hesitation showed in his eyes, as if something within him was holding Madari back. But that's only with the knowledge they gathered by torturing. He heard a voice from deep within, causing his hands to clench amidst his conflicting thoughts. Although that is also just the knowledge they obtained after torturing those alchemists. Seeing he was still hesitant, Busa continued to negotiate. Of course you will be treated well. I heard your Garuda tribe helped the Chan tribe build this nation. He kept hitting Madari's weak points to lure him in. Even if you aren't recognized by your own kind because of the curse, wouldn't it be incredibly satisfying to restore honor to your tribe? Those tempting conditions made him waver even more. I need time to think. Busa calmly urged him, though his tone felt like a warning. Hurry, because another mage candidate, just like you, is leaving the country. This news caught Madari completely off guard. Another mage candidate? While his mind was lost in confusion, a cloth bag was suddenly thrown over his head. Did an alchemist actually manage to escape? Who is it? Not long after, while in the dungeon, His mind reeled with thoughts about that vague comment. An alchemist who could escape the pursuit of Ian Talay? If not him, could it be Guy Labanamio? Mazma's voice echoed in his ear again, offering advice to Madari. If you're curious, become a mage and go ask them. Or find a way to escape. Hearing that, he looked toward the window in front of him. He suggested a solution. The window is quite narrow, but I could melt that iron door. But those words didn't make him drop his guard. I'll observe a bit more. Because the gods can see everyone and everything here. The voice didn't push further but asked instead, That's fine, too. But why are you hesitating? Madari closed his eyes, remembering his choices and his thoughts from before. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally replied, I don't know. I thought I was ready to do anything to become a mage. But Madari imagined himself becoming a puppet once he truly achieved his goal. If I can become a mage, even if I have to be a slave to a god, I'll do it. Hearing these extreme words, Mazma tried to advise him. You've been overthinking this ever since you were locked up. Here we go. He wouldn't leave him alone, making Madari grumble. I'm thinking seriously. Be quiet, Mazma quickly warned. Not the fool. Look out the window. He sat up and turned to look straight out the window, where a strange figure was silently present. Before the monstrous shadow behind the glass, Madari said, word by word, full of suspicion and dawning intuition, That's a Hongo grasshopper. It stared at him, then spoke. Are you Madario? This is a bit hard to talk about. After a moment of silence, he spoke up to reassure him, then vanished in the light of a teleportation spell. I'll come in. He left behind the astonished gaze of the captive. What the hell? How did such a giant grasshopper get in? Just as Hongo appeared before. Madari immediately became alert, his hand rising slightly to brace himself. He noticed the man's confusion and said reassuringly, Don't be afraid. I am a messenger of the god. His eyes were still filled with lingering chaos. A messenger? Seeing that pitiful look, he slowly added, Yes, my name is Hongo. I am one of the creations of the night sky. Upon hearing this, Madari suddenly snapped to attention. You mean the god the lizard folk Hukrin serve? What does he want from me? He continued to speak with a sense of devotion as he looked up at the strange black spider on the ceiling. He sees everything. He slowly stood up, a question forming on his lips. The gods usually connect with me through divine messages, so why would the night sky send a guardian? But this isn't territory under the night sky's jurisdiction. Aren't you afraid? Keeping his cool, Hongo calmly closed the distance between them. Everything is under control for now, Madari retorted immediately. How can you be so sure? His voice was deep and steady. Because of my absolute loyalty to Nebula, who silently watches over the universe, I believe it to be true, for that is what the night sky has spoken. A glint of interest appeared in his eyes as he continued. What have you come here for? I'm listening. Hongo spoke with gravity, fulfilling his assignment. I am here to deliver a prophecy to you. From the night sky. Madari, his indifference didn't stop him, as he continued to speak in that same level tone. You will become a mage of Chokmeon. Upon hearing this, he let out a cold, mocking laugh. Ha! You call that a prophecy? Under a cold gaze, he flatly rejected Hongo's words. If I try to escape right now, will the prophecy be nullified? You call that a prophecy? Ah, Hongo began, showing no resistance, only offering an explanation. I may have been able to enter here with the power of a god, but you cannot escape from here, and the prophecy is not yet finished. Hearing this, he froze, watching him with wary eyes. What's the rest of it? His voice rang out clearly. The prophecy was repeated verbatim, making the air in the room strangely suffocating. You, the one who will become a mage, will betray Siokmeon. This was the prophecy. Faced with such a grim warning, Madari fell into a silence he couldn't easily break. After a while, he spoke slowly. Is that an order from the night sky? To say I will betray Siokmeon? He replied calmly, his composed demeanor seemingly intended to dispel the other's suspicions. It is merely a prophecy, nothing more. Having finished delivering the prophecy, Hongo withdrew his hand and stepped back, his mission complete. That is all. Do whatever you wish. The shock still lingering, he gritted his teeth as if trying to hold on to some shred of reason amidst the chaos. What kind of situation is this? A god's guardian sent to deliver a message to me? Madari imagined the chaotic future he would face if he were to become a mage. With the resources I've managed to gather, I will become powerful. If that happens, the Siokmeon tribe will become incredibly strong. His genius brain mapped out the entire 6 lands in his mind. Every move was carefully calculated. Just in terms of size, Chokmeon was already the largest of the 6 lands. If they added a mage, it could become even more powerful than Hukrin. Surely the night sky was wary of this, but he didn't lower his guard, carefully probing further. I don't understand. You could just order me around like the other gods, couldn't you? Hongo's voice drifted out slowly, hanging in the air. The night sky does not give orders so easily. He respects the free will of those under his command. He. This remark made Madari scoff, his head dropping. Respects free will, you say? Why did he remain so calm? Not minding the quiet resistance, it was clear that each word he spoke made the other's gaze flash. With a mix of suspicion and shock, he thought, he would still achieve his goal even if he did that. The reality left Madari feeling deeply disappointed. How strange. But then, he quickly shifted to a skeptical attitude and asked, but if I go against the prophecy, wouldn't the god of night be displeased? Hongo could only concede. I don't know about that. I don't think the god of night cares about whether a prophecy is fulfilled or not. After chatting for a while, he hurriedly gave his parting advice. My mission ends here. The prophecy has been delivered. What you do next is up to you. In the heavy darkness of the prison, Hongo's voice echoed, word by word. Keep what you have heard a secret. They might be eavesdropping on your thoughts. He muttered to himself, his words flowing as if he didn't need someone to talk to. So, I can't betray them even if I wanted to, huh? Exactly. In a flash, his figure dissolved into strange light and vanished without a trace. Mazma spoke up, trying to tempt him. That guy looked pretty creepy, didn't he? But the god of fortune isn't watching us right now. This is our chance to escape. He glanced coldly at his surroundings, as if plotting something. What? I've changed my mind. That comment made the other irritated. What do you mean? You hate the gods so much, yet you're still going to do what they want? Madari pondered, staring ahead. Maybe so. Just after hearing that prophecy, in the blink of an eye, his composed face showed extreme excitement. I want to deal a painful blow to those who imprisoned me and tortured the other alchemists to death. Mazma, hearing this, became even more cheerful. Isn't it fun, though? Oh, are you planning to betray them? It would be quite interesting to betray them after becoming a mage, wouldn't it? Madari's mind was constantly calculating. When thinking about Nebula, did the god of night account for the fact that he would think this way when delivering the prophecy? He fell into deep thought, his mind filled with mixed emotions. If that's really the case, then I don't feel too bad about it. The thought ignited a hard-to-hide interest within him, his eyes gradually showing a clear desire. So this is the god of night? As soon as his thoughts aligned, Madari stood up abruptly. Guard, take my message to Dermalin. Tell him I've made my decision. His tone was full of resolve as he declared, I, Madari, will work for you. Choke me on. Deep within the vast ocean, a lone ship followed the ancient tide. In the quiet breeze, Labina watched every movement around them as if it were mere entertainment. Seeing buildings looming in the distance, she asked out of curiosity, Is that Saxion? He stared ahead, lost in thought, before replying, So I've heard. Before them lay a densely populated area. Saxion, a small port town located between Oran and Magellan of Hukrin, was quite a beautiful place compared to the surrounding territories. The people worked diligently to survive. Even with fertile land and vast plains suitable for farming, it remained just an ordinary port village. As such, no one paid much attention to this place. The land before her left Labina skeptical, and she continued to probe. Is that where the troops are hidden? The secret black-scale base, right? It was built along the coast to make gathering materials from everywhere easier. Dam's gaze remained fixed on the distance. A calm voice explained, Well, that's technically true. But I heard it's not just a place for manufacturing weapons. Once she finished, she fell silent, resting her chin on her hand, her mind silently turning over layer after layer of thought. She continued, So, this is a repository of knowledge for the faithless, just like the things we're carrying. He added a brief, cryptic reminder. Jatian will hear you, she said, stunned by his attitude. That thing was made on Jatian's orders, so why are you saying that? Unable to let that curiosity linger, Dam sighed and was forced to explain, But in reality, it's an impious item. I don't want to encounter any bad luck before confirming, if it actually works. He even carefully prayed, hoping for Jatian's blessing. That reverent demeanor only made Labina sigh in helplessness. She didn't understand why someone from an oppressed tribe could be so devout. But as soon as she saw the large gun placed carefully by the side of the ship, she couldn't help but marvel. His technique is truly incredible. Just by being given the theory of gunpowder, he was already able to create a test product like this. Her gaze silently followed his hunched back as he walked away, her inner thoughts continuing to dwell on the dwarf's skills. It will definitely work well. Even if an accident happens, I can stop it with my magic. Labina looked toward the distance, lost in a sea of thoughts. The alchemist's tower is gone, but the knowledge remains. It's bound to change the entire landscape of the world under this beautiful blue, sunny sky. Carrying her own anxieties, she softly spoke. Jatian, are you watching? I want to ask in the name of Mio. Ultimately, she couldn't hide her worry. She continued to question, as the cool breeze blew across her face. Where is this world heading, and what do you want? The next day, the evening sky blanketed the busy town, with people passing by, continuing their peaceful lives. In a tavern, Solon joyfully poured wine for the person sitting opposite him. Come on, eat up. Basin, having been plied with enough alcohol to lose his senses, tried to hold on to his last bit of consciousness to refuse. I'd better stop drinking. When Solon heard that, he quickly teased him. Oh my, why would you say that? Without any hesitation, he began to flatter him. The prince coming to this shabby village has brought everyone such vitality. Watching Basin immersed in the alcohol, Solon immediately expressed his request. I hope you can tell His Majesty that I've been working very hard. I've been the magistrate of this small port for several years now, he answered, while his mind seemed to wander elsewhere. I know, Basin said, still managing to keep his wits about him despite the chaos. More importantly, regarding that guy, Asta City, whom I entrusted to you. I promised to be lenient with him if he provided information. Solon quickly replied with a vague, dismissive, yes, of course. Don't you worry about those petty pirates. He poured more wine and asserted firmly, this sort of thing hasn't just happened once or twice. I will handle it all cleanly myself. Now, eat. As soon as he tasted the bitter wine on his tongue, Basin mused to himself. To be honest, he really wanted to severely punish this irresponsible local official, but as the king's older brother, anything he did would be called an abuse of power. Just as the atmosphere hadn't even had time to settle, a subordinate rushed in and whispered into his ear. This left Solon looking clearly startled. The shift in their attitude made Basin observe them for a moment before speaking. What's going on? Flustered by that cold, sharp gaze, Solon stammered in defense. No, nothing at all. It's just a small matter in the village. I'll take care of it right away. He diverted the topic as if to evade it. Besides, there's still wine here. Please, Prince, help yourself. Basin then stood up to leave. I'll be right back. I'm going to the restroom. Ignoring everyone's reaction, he leisurely walked outside. Only when he was surrounded by silence did Basin's figure gracefully glide toward the rooftop, where his loyal guard had been waiting for a long time. The guard bowed respectfully to Prince Basin. Basin wiped his hand and asked, what happened? The subordinate didn't hide anything and confessed earnestly. The pirate Asta City has escaped. That news was like a shock that made him lose his composure. What? The guard lowered his voice to report in detail. Though he was trembling with fear, he is holding a hostage and causing a commotion. The situation made Basin increasingly angry. That incompetent magistrate. I'll deal with him. Take me there now. Amidst the tense atmosphere at the port, Godon was clutching Labina. Back off. Don't come any closer. Only Revan, standing opposite them, was constantly questioning the Asta City guy. Godan, right? Your name is Godan, isn't it? Calm down. Suddenly, Godin's expression changed, and a surge of rage flared up, making him squeeze so tightly that Labina had to struggle violently. Calm down. I was tricked by Basin. He said he would consider leniency if I provided information. But why did he say he would behead me? Godon's distraught voice echoed through the corner of the street. Basin brought Basin here, before talking to him. I will not let this woman go. Revan didn't back down and immediately retorted. A pirate who specializes in looting has no right to talk about promises, does he? This only made Godon more stubborn, and he shouted, But he promised. His eyes suddenly looked vacant, both full of repressed fury and a bewildered confusion as he looked at Labina. Hey, I told you not to move, so why do you keep fidgeting? Hearing that, she could only helplessly retort. It's not me moving. It's you shaking my neck. Feeling extremely embarrassed, he just whispered into her ear, Oh, is that so? Sorry about that. Labina's hand lightly touched the cold armor. Deep down, she had a thought she couldn't voice. How clumsy. It wouldn't have been hard to take advantage of his muscle spasms to escape, but in the heat of the moment, Basin stepped out from somewhere and coldly spoke, drawing everyone's attention to the scene. Are you looking for me, Godon? Godon even shouted in a panic. Basin! Basin responded calmly, as if this were just a minor matter on the street. Yes, Godon. I did make a promise. His voice sounded indifferent, as if he didn't care much about the listener's reaction. But you violated the law. This declaration left Godon feeling completely bewildered. What? In that moment of silence, Basin's eyes changed. The words he spoke next suppressed everyone's hearts. I will make a promise. This time, it will certainly not be broken. If you kill that woman, I will kill you right here on the spot. At the same time, he also didn't stop soothing. A massive tentacle appeared right before his eyes and his entourage. Odor didn't even have time to regret his actions, only able to mutter the words, Kraken. The moment he finished, it slammed directly into his ship's hull. They've got you pinned down for the moment, but if you're smart and surrender, I'll give you a chance to talk. What'll it be? Plywood. What should he do? The cold, sharp words kept drilling into his head, shaking Plywood's resolve. He knew he was at a disadvantage. In the end, he had to push Labina away. Go, humans, I surrender. The soldiers rushed forward in a swarm, creating an uproar that echoed everywhere. The hostage is free. Grab him, Labina exclaimed, surprised. Really? Basin, you're not getting what she's implying? What's with the surprise? Labina purposely avoided his gaze, but her answer was brutally honest. I never expected you to choose diplomacy first. I thought you lizard folk only knew how to charge in with brute force. He sighed and explained, that is the wisdom of our ancestors, the Racrac. Labina couldn't hide her curiosity. If that's even possible. Basin tightened his fist, his voice dropping a few octaves. Trying? Or, we try with words first. If that doesn't work, we move to fists. Her expression froze, stuck on a single frame, as if her brain's operating system had just crashed. Labina looked up and bluntly reminded him, My lord, you're a prince. You shouldn't be giving such straightforward answers. Hearing that, he immediately frowned, puzzled. You talk like you know me. Who the hell are you? Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Cutting off the conversation, the prince saw the person and hesitated. You're... Ram? The heavy load made him gasp for air, but his eyes still sparkled. Thank goodness, you're here. He was late, so he had to ask to be sure. You're Ram, the Minister of Technology, right? Pushed out of the conversation, Labina tried to butt in, looking confused. Wait, do you two know each other? He gave a cold, faint smile, his tone cryptic and annoying. Haha, it's a long story. The group stood in the middle of the market, arguing endlessly, oblivious to their surroundings. Basin pondered for a long time before sharing his deduction. Based on the current situation, the fact that you and I are in Sassien is definitely part of the king's plan. He looked closely at the two before him, secretly growing wary. So, our arrival and meeting at the same time weren't a coincidence. What on earth is the king thinking? Spotting the strange object on the man's shoulder, he immediately spoke up. But Ram, what is that thing you're carrying? The man smiled, answering hesitantly. Ah, this is... Slowly peeling back the white cloth, I brought it along to see if it would be useful. He lowered the item gently, revealing a heavy, thick metal pipe. His tone was a mix of complacency and anticipation. It's a weapon. Axon watched closely, looking like he didn't fully understand yet. A weapon? They quietly moved toward the training grounds. Hidden in the edge of the forest, Labina couldn't help but be amazed. Here? Basin observed the muscular group, and introduced them with a short, decisive tone. The Black Scale Armory. Ram, standing to the side, added more information. That's right, this is a secret area, so it's not public. His eyes swept over the strange weapons in the corner of the room, asking softly like a whisper, Is this that weapon? He stood in silence, lifting the item and carefully touching every part. After checking the cannon, he hunched over, asking incessantly while his face was full of regret. It's quite heavy, and way too big. Were these holes drilled to reduce weight? Why didn't you tell me sooner? He took a deep breath to brace himself. Basin slammed the metal pipe onto the ground, making Ram chuckle, though he quickly spoke up. Ha ha, that's not how you use it. He stepped forward and decisively took the fire lance. Let me show you. Then he aimed at the opposite wall. That wooden board is the target. Basin watched in confusion, his tone clearly playful. A long-range weapon? Doesn't really look like it. While organizing his gear, Ram explained leisurely. It's a gunpowder weapon created by alchemists. His initial look of confusion now turned even more bewildered. Alchemists? Gunpowder? Before he could get over his confusion, he turned to Labina. Now that I notice, you have horns on your head. Humans usually don't have horns, right? She lazily paid Basin a compliment. You catch on fast, my lord. While opening the cloth bag, the man patiently explained more about the weapon inside. Gunpowder is a type of powder that explodes when ignited. Every motion of pouring it into the barrel was performed accurately by him, as if he were intentionally putting on a show for his special guest. At first, I tried making the gun body out of wood and bamboo, but it was too weak, and it couldn't take the pressure. When I made it out of ceramic, it shattered. As he worked smoothly, Ram continued sharing. If you reduce the amount of gunpowder, the power drops too. It wouldn't be able to serve its purpose as a weapon. So, I used steel for durability, even if it's a bit heavy. He excitedly held out a round, strange object, introducing it with a smile. This is the ammo. It will be shot out the front. Not stopping his hands, he continued rubbing 2 stones together to start the fire. Once done, he carefully aimed. Then he lowered his voice to speak to Basan. Your Highness, please step back. Once the fuse burns out, the ammo will fire immediately. I've made it safe, but just as he fired a round, the cannon shook the ground and sky in the training area. Ram covered his ears, not forgetting to exclaim, You see? It's extremely loud. In the blink of an eye, the target was gone, and the wall behind it was riddled with holes, still smoldering. Basin's eyes sparkled in shock as if he had seen magic, whispering in disbelief. Incredible. The sound is as loud and powerful as a lightning bolt in the dead of night. What is this type of weapon used for? Labina slowly lowered her hand, gently answering, This is a weapon for war. She then gently continued, explaining in more detail. You came here because of the pirates' disgrace, right? Your ship had to change course to Sasien, off schedule, because you had to carry something. Labina pointed to the weapon that had just fired, introducing it with the smoothness of a pro salesman. This is exactly that, a cannon. His expression showed genuine interest, but he hid his thoughts well. The destructive power is truly terrifying. But just how much can this thing change the tide of war? While observing, Basan was secretly summarizing the activation process, pouring gunpowder in, using the rod to pack it tightly, loading the ammo, then lighting the fuse. The steps to initiate an attack take too much time, he pondered, observing the cannon, quickly weighing its pros and cons, especially given the weight of the cannon itself. It's tough to maneuver in a chaotic battlefield. It might take out a few enemies, but it scatters quickly. A satisfied smile flashed across his lips. A bold idea sparked in his mind. But what if we had more cannons? Visions of them appearing in the middle of brutal arenas flooded Basan's thoughts. Just being able to hold off cavalry would be a huge success. Even those massive city walls that once stood wouldn't be an exception. In sieges where the targets are stationary, it would unleash even more terrifying power. The sight of the naval front lines rushed back to him, making him unable to suppress his anger. If we put them on ships, the mobility issue is solved. Imagine having cannons on our ships during our last battle with the pirates. Thanks to the vast knowledge in his mind, Basin quickly grasped an irrefutable truth. The sea is where the true power of cannons can be unleashed, to the max. He chuckled inwardly, convinced this would change the landscape of the war, quietly watching from afar. Nebula nodded slightly, giving him a nod of approval. Right, but we're not there yet. Elda sat nearby, her curiosity reaching its peak. Muzzle-loaded cannons are great, but compared to future weapons, they have many flaws. Nebula listened silently, then nodded in agreement. Exactly. Watching through the screen, he didn't rush, analyzing each negative point bluntly. Slow reload speed, and you have to scrub the barrel after every shot. Most importantly, they're too heavy, requiring a large crew to operate, and training to hit targets accurately isn't easy. Elda added another point. Plus, they're hard to use in rain or humid weather. Nebula, sitting beside her, continued in a steady tone. Right, the black powder will quickly cake up if it absorbs too much moisture. She looked toward where the three were discussing. But Kiho is a genius, and the dwarves' craftsmanship is remarkable. Maybe he'll create the next type of gunpowder soon. Nebula looked down at the mortals below, his voice unusually distant. It's decent enough for now. Just because you optimize technology doesn't mean the next breakthrough will appear immediately. He didn't deny her prediction though, but as you say, it probably will be soon. Once nations start using this gunpowder, the arms race will explode. Elda gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with a touch of sadness. Are you certain war will break out, Nebula? He answered quickly and clearly. Almost certainly. He spoke decisively, though his own mind remained turbulent and restless. The movements of wisdom were still deeply concerning. In a corner of the quiet forest, a tiny sparrow sat on a branch, scanning around as if it had just spotted some new drama. Nebula kept silently tracking every single move the group below made. He was gathering resources as if determined to do something in secret. He quietly mapped out his own strategy. Of course, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. Thinking of every ripple across the earth, Nebula couldn't help but sigh. The power governing this world is growing stronger by the day. Consequently, the scale of the war will be unlike anything before. A month later, his heart raced as he realized the fun was about to begin. The climax is coming. We'll soon see who prepared better. The sky was clear, and the sea rippled with the wind. Tiona Timo frowned, annoyed, her mouth ready to start trash-talking. Her eyes were glued to the backs of Labina and Ram who were chatting over there. Then she called out loudly. The commander, Basin, looked over at her in confusion. What's the matter? Her expression looked extremely dissatisfied. Is that horned guy over there dangerous? Tiona Timo wasn't happy with Labina at all. He explained, I don't think he's a threat. It's only the first time we've met. Besides, the way I see it, elves and humans aren't that different. Why do you always have to emphasize the commoner thing? Tiona Timo frowned, retorting, Are you kidding me? That's like saying lizard folk and frog folk are the same. He could only look helpless. I told you, they are completely different. Tiona Timo remained firm in her stance. Humans and elves are completely different. Those two species can't even have children together. In many other aspects, the differences are significant. Basin stubbornly held his ground. Even so, Labina is still just a normal person. Even if he's cursed, it's not like he's insane or anything. Tiona Timo pulled his collar down and whispered judgmentally, That horn doesn't matter much. She just doesn't believe in the gods, that's all. Basin was left speechless. Is not believing in gods really that strange? Looking at Labina's lonely back, he said calmly, I think everyone has had a moment of doubt at some point. Tiona Timo was extremely surprised. An alchemist who only admits to having mild doubts about the gods, and that's okay? Basin's expression remained calm, unmoving. Yeah, I believe the heavens will understand even those moments when we lose faith. Tiona Timo looked blank. The way you talk is so confusing. Just then, Tavi ran over to report, cutting the conversation short. Captain, there are some strange ships approaching from behind. From afar, a large fleet came racing, cutting through the waves. Basin asked immediately, Are they warships? The boy shook his head quickly. No, but they're moving very fast. Seeing that, he shouted orders to the crew. Quick, identify the origin of those ships. Suddenly, the wooden planks groaned, catching his attention. He clutched his hands in fear. Pirates! The Ayabun pirates? He screamed. This ship design isn't like those weaklings. This is the flagship from the southern continent. Tiona Timo strained to observe for a moment, then cursed. Damn it. Based on what was appearing before their eyes, she could determine it clearly. It seemed this time it was for real. Prepare for battle immediately. Contrary to everyone's tense, worried attitude, Basin was extremely calm. Very good. She thought her commander had lost his mind. But no, he had his own plan. I want to try using the cannons in this battle. What do you think? Tiona Timo slapped her forehead in frustration, her voice filled with helplessness. She had no other choice but to rely on it. They had 12 ships, double their own number. He fixed his eyes on the fleet, flying toward them like the wind, his heart filled with determination. We don't know how strong they are yet, but don't be afraid. Before the battle starts, let's move forward. The crew scrambled, each lending a hand to prepare weapons for the fight. All 4 ships suddenly banked to one side, facing the enemy war fleet perpendicularly. Merrick the aggressive grinned. How lucky. There are 4 of them. His ship charged in ferociously, filled with momentum. I'm sure Lord Iabun will praise me for this. He opened his jagged, toothy mouth to mock them. They're not sailing close together? Scared, are you? And then, being a hot-headed youth, he took the chance to charge forward without a second thought. Get closer. Whoever surrenders, I'll make sure they don't die in one piece. Over on the Basin side, the flag was waved to order the heavy artillery to prepare for action. As soon as the command rang out, fire, the first cannonball was unleashed. It flew with unparalleled power, aiming straight for the pirate ship. In the blink of an eye, it blew the bow of Merrick's ship apart, shattering his entire body to pieces right before the stunned eyes of his crew. What just happened? Basin hoisted the flag again, continuing to give orders. Target the rest of them. Fire. The shells rained down one after another. The Depoan pirates scattered, desperately looking for cover. But against the might of the cannons, there was nowhere to run. Some lost limbs, others were blown to bits, screaming in agony. Damn it, all of them. Varric was on the other side, carefully observing the situation. Did they stop the assault? I'm not dying a coward. With a boss-level motto, Varric stood up. Encouraging the fearful comrades remaining, he yelled, Don't shake just because of some weird weapon. They can't keep firing continuously. Close the distance. Move fast. He was surprised to see their durability. He thought hitting them was just luck. Hearing this, Basin waved the flag again to send the next barrage of shells out. As they prepared to reload, Varric was deep in thought. They aren't just some bunch of stupid pirates. Varric smirked, his smile stretching ear to ear. Then, he charged ahead. Just as I guessed, he shouted. immediately ordering the helmsman to pull the ship closer. If we get into close quarters combat, we'll win. Seeing this, Basine quickly gave orders to counter. Unit 2. Prepare to fire. The guy he shouted at just stood there, completely frozen, not understanding a thing. He couldn't believe his ears or his eyes, shakily repeating his opponent's words. Unit 2, the flag dropped, the order went out, and the large cannons fired again, throwing the deep Oan pirates into a panic. Run! Oh, this is bad. Basine smiled, tucking the flag neatly into his hand. The weakness of these cannons is the long reload time. As long as we keep a steady distance, we're safe. I should have planned for this sooner. He then turned to Tiona Timo to give instructions. Tiona, let's widen the gap with their ship, just enough to buy time for reloading. Okay? She complied immediately. Yes, sir. The waves were still calm, but the pirate ship was now a burning wreck. Basine paced back and forth, examining the situation. He was deep in thought. Our mission is to transport the cannons and explosives safely. We don't necessarily have to wipe out all the pirates. But if they kept charging at their ship, they would have no choice but to fight. Varric struggled to sit up after the last attack. He wasn't discouraged by the cannon fire yet. Damn it. There are still some of us left. Adjust the sails to move forward. For me, he frowned in anger. That weapon is powerful, but it's not that easy to sink my ship. As long as we get close, I have a chance to turn the tables. Seeing the ships continuing to chase, Basine had to admire them. They truly aren't stupid at all. Cannons of this caliber won't easily destroy their ships. He was extremely determined. Then I'll use the bigger ones. Thinking of it, he did it. He shouted, "Prepare the large caliber cannons, hurry." A cannon twice the size of the previous ones was escorted to the ship's rail to join the battle, its barrel aimed straight at the pirate ship. Varric was shocked to the point of sobbing. Basine slumped like a deflated balloon. What the hell is that? The order rang out once more. Fire! As soon as the word left his lips, the projectile flew out. It traveled in a straight line, crashing into the lead ship and creating a massive explosion. The hull couldn't withstand the immense power. It was punched full of huge holes, and the ship fell apart. The deep Oan pirates collapsed and jumped into the sea. The ship is on fire! Abandon ship, now! From high above, Nebula silently observed the entire battle. He smiled in satisfaction. Excellent. Everything is going according to the plan I devised. He had lured the pirates there to test the cannons, which proved to be a brilliant move. He carefully examined the battlefield through the screen and the system interface before him. They had defeated the pirates while sustaining almost no damage. With Labina present, it was hard to lose. His eyes turned to the person who had directed the battle, and he couldn't help but praise them. Furthermore, Basine performed far better than expected, and even managed to utilize their skills effectively. Really well done. In Nebula's mind, old memories emerged. Back in the day, military strategies were limited, relying mostly on the individual strength and talent of the warriors. He looked back at the modern artillery. The birth of firearms had leveled the playing field of individual power, making the role of the commander paramount. He smiled and continued to watch the events unfold. This battle is truly worth looking forward to. Afterwards, Basine received the order to exterminate the pirates, and within a single month, had captured the southern islands. One evening, on a peaceful island, the seawater was as clear as the blue sky. From early morning, lights were strung up everywhere. People ate and drank until they forgot their way home. Basine held a cup of wine, chatting quietly. By His Majesty's order, we have succeeded in pushing back the Iabun pirate crew this month. He looked at his drinking companions and continued in a weary tone. But it seems we still can't leave here just yet. Tiona Timo looked confused and asked, why? Labina, sitting next to them, explained for Basine. The southern archipelago is just an occupied zone. Their headquarters is likely elsewhere. He then continued the story with his own knowledge. I heard there are 2 islands near the southern archipelago. One is Ulmer, the other is Dotun. Before he could finish, she interrupted. Ulmer is the island located to the west of the southern archipelago, right? Because it's close to Danyan. It's likely used as a base for the pirates appearing in Danyan. Labina also eagerly showed off her knowledge. Dotun is located quite far to the south, and since it's close to the southern terrain, it's likely the headquarters of the Iabun pirate crew. Basine's expression darkened. His tone became contemplative. We have trained our soldiers fully in artillery tactics, but it's difficult to split our forces in 2. So we have to conquer one place first. Just as they were planning, someone interrupted. Don't worry, we've already captured Amr Island. Upon seeing the newcomer, Labina stood up in frustration. You, she shouted, calling out the name. Madari! Yet, he replied with total nonchalance. Long time no see. Labina. The reaction between the two left Basine completely stunned, flabbergasted, and thrown off balance. You two know each other? Labina nodded, intending to explain. Yes, that person is. But Madari was quicker, snatching the words right out of her mouth. She's an alchemist, Prince Basine. Basine heard this, his expression remaining cold. An alchemist? How do you know who I am? Suddenly, Basine glanced in another direction. The Chan tribe had somehow anchored their ship to the island without him noticing. They were taking steps toward him. It seems like these are their accomplices, huh? Basine immediately stood up, took a deep breath, and gave a loud command. Upon receiving orders to have General Wisdom prepare his troops for battle on the warship, he just laughed it off to reassure them. No need to be so on edge. We just want to drive the pirates away as soon as possible. Only then did he loosen his guard slightly. So, how is it going? He shifted his gaze toward the strange guests' ships. Now that I think about it, you all arrived on Danyan's merchant ships. So the people of Asta City aren't on alert, huh? How could we possibly feel at ease when Selkmion's soldiers arrive on Danyan's ships? Just then, Odom stepped closer. His cohorts called out, Madari, are you there? Hearing them, he gestured for them to come over. General, don't get too close. The great prince of Black Scale is here. Yet, the man brazenly walked right up to him. Odom greeted him in a friendly manner. Are you Prince Basin? I am General Odom Mayan of Co Mayan. However, before he could finish, the other man didn't even bother to offer his hand in return. Are you the one responsible for these ships? Odom, with a sinister look, began recounting their journey. Hoping to appease him, he said, That's right, don't be too tense. We are on Danyan's ships only because Co. Mian doesn't have any ships to send to the south. We have absolutely no intention of causing conflict with Black Scale. He kept talking enthusiastically, unaware that he was being overheard. So we just decided to cooperate because Danyan, an allied nation, is being harassed by pirates. Wouldn't it be better to wipe out these criminal pirates as quickly as possible? Basin nodded, appearing to take it all in. I see. Recently, these pirates have extended their reach to our southern islands of Black Scale, and we've just chased them away, so you all have no work left to do. Odom's eyebrows furrowed like a monkey's. I don't think Black Scale ever considered the southern islands their territory, since only barbarians live there. Seeing that attitude, he continued to state his point. We respect the autonomy of the Asta City people, and have also continuously received tribute from them. Furthermore, we believe in the same God. But the man was still unsatisfied, even appearing skeptical. Doesn't the name of the god worshipped by your side differ from Black Scale's? Here, it is called the White Spider God. Basin humored him and explained everything. That is the same god as Night Sky. Soon, a priest from our headquarters will come down to confirm it precisely. Externally, the prince remained cold and indifferent. But in his heart, he had already seen right through the man. These guys, if we delay even a little. The images of Krampus and Wisdom flashed through his mind. They intended to declare both Amr and the southern islands their own territory. The arrival of Co Mayan on Danyan's ships now meant that the two countries had joined hands. Eventually, with both Joshua Mangun and German involved, it was possible that all 5 nations would join in. Basin very quickly reached a conclusion, silently calculating a plan for the next steps. Even if they didn't wage full-scale war against Black Scale, they couldn't avoid the competition. The ultimate goal was certainly the path to the southern land. It seemed there was no way to get rid of them at this moment. Thinking this, he asked, So, do you plan to go to Dotton Island? Odom did not hesitate and spoke with absolute conviction. Yes, if necessary, we will go even further. Basin breathed a sigh of relief the first time all day. Just as I thought. Finally, he calmly invited them. Well then, enjoy the festival until then. Before long, the next day arrived. The sound of the hulls crashing against the waves created a deafening roar. Looking from a high vantage point, one could see at least 10 ships drifting in the middle of the ocean. Tiona Timo stood, with her arms crossed, surveying the scene. She noticed that Mangun's ships had also joined in. She cast her eyes toward the following ships and voiced her doubts. Are they intending to claim rights to Dotton after helping destroy the pirates? But Basin could only answer vaguely. Perhaps they have reached an agreement with each other. She felt exhausted, as if she were about to collapse. I thought they were exploring the eastern mountains. Why did things turn out like this? This wasn't part of the contract, and the disgrace of us pirates, we are merchant ships. Only he maintained an optimism that was painful to watch. There's no other way. The situation is what it is, and we can't miss out. Basin even pointed toward the sky. Besides, it seems like Night Sky is watching this place. She felt increasingly hopeless and helpless. Ha. Night Sky, Tran Taviong, appeared suddenly, drawing the attention of Tiona Timo. The pirate fleet ahead of us. That is. Before their eyes was a dense army. Countless ships. How many ships are there in total? Nebula was watching from afar, and was also stunned. How on earth did these pirates get these ships? His screen suddenly glitched for no apparent reason. Moreover, the map was in this state, making it difficult to send reconnaissance resources. If I want to grasp this accurately, we have to go to the southern land ourselves. Suddenly, Nebula's mind sparked with a different conspiracy theory. Or perhaps this is a divine seal? If so, their level must be at least 19 or higher. He immediately looked over at both teams to analyze the situation. Furthermore, the actions of these pirates are very strange. The gap between the two sides is unnecessarily large. Could it be? Turning back to Basin, he was standing dazed when someone called out, making him jump. "Prince!" A subordinate ran over, urgently reporting. Night Sky has issued an edict. His eyes widened in shock as he heard what the man reported. He said, "Be careful." Basin immediately turned to another subordinate and hurriedly ordered, "Slow the ships down." The man immediately replied, "Yes, sir." On the other side, a subordinate of the Chan tribe was monitoring the situation and noticed something strange. What's going on?" The man quickly tattled to the commander. "General, the black scale ships are slowing down." Odom nonchalantly crossed his arms, not feeling a shred of doubt. Just a prince raised in comfort, lacking combat experience. It looks like he's afraid of the number of enemies and intends to stall for time to make a plan. He tried to capitalize on the situation by shouting, "Take this chance now, advance, destroy the pirates for me and demand even more rights." Unexpectedly, before he could even celebrate, Odom had to freeze for a beat. A massive tentacle appeared right before his eyes and his entourage. Odom didn't have time to regret it, only managing to mumble a few words. The Kraken. No sooner had he finished speaking than it slammed directly into his ship. The next second, other tentacles appeared, competing to wrap around Odom's ship and drag it down into the ocean. Seconds later, other tentacles emerged, competing to wrap around Odor's ship and drag it down into the ocean. Just those few clues were enough for Madari to piece everything together and arrive at the exact truth. "Now I know who you are, the one with the power to kill a creation of a god." "It's a kraken!" The sailors on board screamed in a panic, hacking away at its tentacles. Damn it, Nebula was the only one who saw this coming. Sure enough, it's a kraken. Rising from the deep abyss as if it had just been waiting to strike, Nebula watched its entire body and couldn't help but marvel. Just the size of its body alone was around 500 meters. Nebula kept his eyes glued to the screen, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he realized it in time. Just as he managed to avoid the danger, someone on the screen made him pause for a moment. But what about the AI besides Krampus? The one currently throwing a fit because of his losses, shouting, "Nebula, you knew about this?" Nebula felt helpless. There was really no other way. "I just got word of it myself. Sorry I didn't notify you." Even so, the guy hadn't calmed down. He couldn't swallow his anger and continued to interrogate him. "Is this some kind of trap you set up?" Nebula didn't bother arguing, just gave a slight shake of his head to deny it. No such thing. The image of the Kraken lurking beneath the deep blue water, waiting to surface and attack, became crystal clear with each of his words. "If I could use it, I would have done so long ago. You guys can't control that Kraken either. It's very likely those things down there are up to some shady business." As he spoke, he recalled the deep ones swimming among the tentacles, without a hint of fear. The creatures living under the sea weren't being attacked by the Kraken. Had they tamed it? Or, a thought suddenly popped into Nebula's head. Could the Kraken be related to that ancient monster? Maybe they were symbiotic? With that thought, he spoke up. "Krampus," he said, turning his gaze toward the people in front of him, not forgetting to warn them. "Stay alert for the second wave of attacks. Those aquatic creatures are surfacing. They're going to use the Kraken's tentacles to launch their assault." This seemed to be something he had already anticipated, which was why he warned him about the third wave coming up. 2 pirate crews were already on their way. Through his description, the image of a fleet split into 2 became clear, ready to surround all the remaining ships. It seemed they wanted to consolidate their forces, to prevent me from escaping the Kraken's attack. At this point, Nebula was a bit curious. "What do you plan to do next?" Before the other side could answer, he cut them off. "Small matters like this probably don't need my help, right?" This remark left Krampus feeling hesitant. "You're getting ahead of yourself." He just said that with a meaningful tone. Just using what you've got in storage is enough. Meanwhile, the people on the ship, that was being gripped tight by the Kraken, began to panic. "Cut the tentacles! Chop them off. Stop panicking. The urgent situation only made Odor more anxious. Forget about whoever gets bitten. Seeing a tentacle latch onto the main mast, the subordinate behind him could only stutter out a report. Commander, the mast. It's taking a massive amount of pressure. Racracs began to appear, making the people below even more terrified. Pull the mast up. No sooner had he finished speaking than the huge mast was snapped in two. Pieces of debris scattered everywhere. Suddenly, a hand gently caught the falling pillar, saving them from a visible disaster. Madari, with just one hand, easily blocked the massive object that was falling. He even felt annoyed. How chaotic. A voice echoed. Aren't you afraid? He was focused on the pen in his hand, but he didn't deny it either. A little. Immediately, he cast that thought aside and focused on the task at hand. But that feeling is completely useless. It only gets in the way of what I need to do. Soon enough, Madari finished, stopped his pen, and stood up. Everything is ready. Just then, Odor ran over in a panic. Madari. A fleeting smile appeared in his eyes. A faint blue light began to radiate from under his feet. Commander Odor Mayan, this is the perfect time. He was stunned by this scene, not yet understanding what was happening. What are you intending to use this for? Madari looked at the brushstrokes he had just drawn, and patiently explained the reason why Dermalin, the king of the Shell Pasta people, had hired him and brought him to this southern sea, as well as the reason why the priests were hunting him down. He still didn't understand the hidden meaning in his words and instinctively asked back, Isn't it because of magic? How interesting. The Kraken's tentacles. Madari didn't let Odor finish and cut him off. Within a 300-mile radius right now, how many ships are there? He didn't care about the distraction and obediently updated the count. About 10 ships. He turned back to diligently work on the drawings at his feet, his words starting to show calculation. About 10. Huh? What kind of creatures are there? When asked, he answered honestly, mostly trolls, but there are also Lena, elves, and Satarok too. There are quite a few slaves on board. So, also, Madari felt something was missing and pointed at himself, causing Odor to jump. And one Garuda too. After confirming he had everything he needed, he began to perform the spell. A stream of blue light also began to rise accordingly. Thank you for the information you just provided. If there are any mistakes, it's entirely your fault, okay? That magical light became increasingly blinding, reflecting off Madari's smug face. Now I need high concentration. Leave this place. In no time, the entire Wyzon was engulfed in a hazy blue as streams of power radiated out. A mysterious voice in Madari's head also spoke up. Let's start, shall we? He held out his hand to cast the spell, his calm face answering softly. Yeah. From the palm of his hand, a hazy magic began to emanate, following the rhythm of his incantations. The more he recited, the brighter his eyes became, even flashing with blood-red sparks. Madari stood alone in the middle of the formation, streams of light surrounding his body, creating a mysterious scene. As time passed, Wyzon's eyes also began to emit a powerful aura that could be clearly seen with the naked eye. Deep within Madari's eyes, a glowing sigil appeared. I will. Soon, a powerful wave of magic spread throughout the area, enveloping the entire ship in a blinding blue light. Show you magic. Outside, Odor had to cover his eyes with his hands to avoid injury. A long while later, perhaps due to pure curiosity, he peeked to see the situation. What appeared made him freeze. All his surprise was written all over his face. The tentacle that was constantly squirming just moments ago was now frozen. Suddenly, several cracks appeared, running along the length of the tentacle. In just a flash, something that was once huge and mighty turned into dozens of fragments, scattering throughout the air. Before he could even process what had just happened, Otto stammered, What? What was that? Suddenly, a soldier frantically shouted, Commander, over here, having appeared out of nowhere. The entire ocean around them had turned into a solid, frigid block of ice, leaving the soldier to gasp in shock. The ocean is frozen. The others stood there just as dumbfounded, frozen in their tracks. Oh, my precious twisted tie. Otto, over on his side, wasn't faring any better. Completely shaken by the sight, he muttered, Incredible. No wonder His Majesty is so desperate to get his hands on this guy. Suddenly, a fierce figure wielding 5 weapons loomed into view, making him jump. Seeing the results, Madari was incredibly satisfied. Looks like the magic trick worked perfectly. Glancing at the frozen allies in front of him, he tried to shift the blame. If only those slaves had a brain between them, things would be much better. Otto was left speechless by this, unable to offer a rebuttal. Yeah, he managed to say. He cast his piercing gaze into the distance, his face filled with deep contemplation. Following his line of sight, a small bird soared high into the brilliant blue sky. The entire event was captured on screen, leaving the person on the other end slightly suspicious. Freezing magic? Wazon Nebula muttered, forming a theory after a moment of observation. That's the most effective magic for this situation, but is this also a way to show off his power? The thought made him sink into deep silence. The corner of his mouth curled up involuntarily. He scanned Madari from head to toe, as if he had already seen through the ambition buried deep in his heart. It seems he has his own agenda too. Before long, the fleet continued to sail smoothly ahead. As if nothing had happened, they watched the boats sail away peacefully. Someone couldn't help but praise, magic really is bizarre. Another immediately agreed. True. Basin scanned the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. Aside from Karakin, these pirates are incredibly strong. Without magic, we would have suffered unimaginable losses. He looked at the ships ahead, sighing continuously in his heart. Karakin has been dealt with by magic, so Danium and Mangun's ships can move in to finish off the pirates completely. Otherwise, our fleet would definitely be torn apart and unable to fight back. He thought a bit deeper, quickly identifying the strategy of the person behind this. Since he's revealed the magical power he possesses, there's bound to be a struggle for command. As they entered the new waters, seeing the fleet that had just narrowly escaped death, Basin expressed his concern. "I'm worried the pirates won't give up that easily," he said, burdened by his thoughts, even though this battle cost them many ships. And if the one backing them has a force as strong as an army, there will definitely be more schemes ahead. Suddenly, a report rang out, making Tony Nadamo turn his head instinctively. "Commander, we've spotted Dotan Island." But the shadows darting and shimmering beneath the water made the soldier pause for a second before reporting again. "Something is approaching from underwater at high speed." Basin, already anxious, became even more urgent upon hearing this. "What is it? Speak clearly." Even with binoculars in hand, Siren couldn't be sure. A fin appeared clearly just below the surface, making him feel uneasy. "It's fish?" Suddenly, they leapt out of the water. Their majestic appearance under the ocean sun made his voice tremble. "They have wings, and there are people on their backs." Many unidentified objects were rushing toward the fleet, causing the crew to scream. Something is coming from underwater. At high speed, realizing a threat was closing in, Basin quickly gave the order. "General Ian, look out. It's the enemy. Aim the cannons at them. Stop the ships." The two heard his order clearly and nodded. "Understood." He then reminded the entire fleet to be on high alert. "Everyone, stay sharp and prepare for battle." By now, the ships had come to a halt on the Azure Sea. The navigator on Otto's ship spotted the unusual activity and shouted, "General, Black Scale has stopped their ships." Otto immediately gave the order, "Slow our ships down too. Keep a close eye on the situation." Otto stared into the distance at the countless shadows rushing toward them. "What on earth is that?" he asked with a grim expression. In his heart, he felt a sudden anxiety for the fleet. Could it be? Instantly, the mysterious objects from underwater soared high into the air. Their blue fins shimmered, reflecting the brilliant golden sunlight. The scene was so surreal that Otto gasped. "Fish? Are those deep ones riding fish?" They were brandishing long, sharp spears, ready to strike. One pierced the chest of a crew member on Otto's ship. Blood sprayed violently. Many other sailors suffered the same fate. They were being slaughtered by the deep ones from atop the fish. Wails echoed across the ocean. Caught off guard by the fierce raid, Otto shielded himself and wheezed. "What is that? Are they riding fish like horses?" The Deep One cavalry lined up, covering the entire sky above the ship. The crew below screamed, "Ah! Get away from the railings! Get down!" Some sailors had already been knocked off the ship and into the sea, but the enemy didn't let up, relentlessly injuring them. The sea now looked like hell itself. Wazon cried out, "Help me," from a safe distance. Basin witnessed the Deep One cavalry's surprise attack. With the poise of a seasoned commander, he offered his assessment. "After those cavalry knights knock the enemies off the deck, the creatures waiting below the ships will finish them off." Hearing this, Wazon asked, "What if all our forces hide below deck?" Basin retorted, pointing at the chaotic battle. "Look over there." Basin watched the Deep Ones climbing onto the hull and warned, "If we leave the deck empty, those abyss creatures will climb right up. The moment we let our guard down, they'll take the ships." He continued with his usual seriousness. "At this rate, we can't use the cannons effectively. When their main force arrives, we'll be overwhelmed." Ian, his mind in a whirl, wanted to hear his brilliant strategy. "What should we do now?" Basin calmed him down, telling him not to overthink it. He looked toward the fish cavalry and explained how to handle the situation for the fleet. We're on the sea, but they're basically cavalry. So, just deal with them like we would on land. The Deep One raid wasn't over yet. Varos rode on the back of a fish steed, feeling smug, thinking they hadn't prepared any special countermeasures. He watched one of the ships and kept scheming. Just like before, they would knock the soldiers off the deck, and then the infantry would climb up to seize the ship. The Deep One cavalrymen charged, shouting in unison, "For the glory of our kind." But Varos was startled and taken aback when he noticed something unusual. It turned out the ship's crew had formed a solid wall of spears to counter the cavalry charge, making him yell, "Damn it!" Varos was forced to steer his fish steed behind the spearmen to avoid getting hurt. "Almost turned into a fish skewer," he shouted in frustration. "That was close. Are these bastards planning to play dirty?" At the same time, a powerful foot stomped hard onto the deck, accompanied by a thunderous roar. "I am First Navigator Hesa." He struck a heavy blow against the enemy. "You won't win at sea." The blow was so powerful that he and his fish steed were knocked flat onto the ship's deck not far away. The Deep One cavalrymen hadn't given up on attacking. Basin was standing with the crew, spear in hand, in formation. He muttered to himself, "Here it comes." Just as he predicted, a fish steed took the lead and became a kebab under the sharp spear tips. They immediately face-planted onto the deck. In a flash, he finished them off with a clean strike of his blade. Only then did he shout to alert the whole squad. "Don't aim for the fish. Their real weapon is the spear. Don't chase them just to stab." Basin ordered the soldiers to hold their defensive positions. "Grip your spears. Hold the line," they replied in unison. "Yes, sir." Another flying fish was skewered through the belly. By now, he had taken down quite a few enemies. Basin felt relieved as the situation turned in their favor. "Great, it's working. It looks like a new strategy, but it's just a variation of an existing one." He recalled a battle from the past. Luckily, he had learned how to counter cavalry. Actually, it was even easier than on land. Katu cavalry could dodge spears easily, but fish cavalry were different. They couldn't change direction while mid-leap. Basin noted that the Deep Ones were still very numerous. "Looks like they're starting to mimic us, too." But it seemed the battle wasn't stopping there. On the command ship's observation deck, the navigator shouted, "Prince, pirate ships ahead." Basin seemed to have grasped the situation long ago. "I knew it." He looked into the distance and saw a massive pirate fleet approaching, then immediately counted them about 120 ships. Basin observed the fleet and thought, the previous battle isn't over yet. If the pirates rush in, the ships might get tangled up, and then using the cannons will be even harder. He then shouted, "Captain Tiona, Timo, full steam ahead." Tiona replied, "Understood." She immediately yelled to push the fleet forward. Moving out. Still, she had some lingering concerns. "But Commander, I have to ask to be sure, are we the only ones rushing in to fight them?" Basin remained as calm as ever. "If we go, the others will follow." She grumbled in frustration. "Seriously? But for now, it's just us." He continued observing the situation and calculated. "It might take more time than I thought. We have to buy some time." Suddenly, he saw someone flying toward the deck. It was Madari, heroically spreading his wings and slowly descending. He turned his head toward Basin as soon as he landed and questioned him. "Why, Prince Basin?" This made him ask immediately. "What do you mean, Garuda?" Madari offered his sincere advice. "If you fire the cannons while hundreds of pirate and allied navy ships are entangled, you could crush both sides." Basin still didn't understand the advice. He wondered, "You mean I'd be attacking my own side? No wonder people think you're crazy." Madari answered calmly, "Aren't your own people, the Black Scales, hostile to other nations? You could justify it by saying, it was necessary to stop the pirates." Basin finally exhaled in relief. "Hearing that from you is certainly different. That question was just out of curiosity. Why did you two hope we would actually do it?" Madari made an offer. "If my magic narrows your options." But Basin immediately cut him off. "No, even without you, I would have made the same choice." He turned back and declared, "This battle isn't over yet, and there's no guarantee that those 120 ships are all they have." Basin then advised Madari as the pirate fleet drew closer. "Only pursuing immediate gains isn't very wise, Garuda." Madari stayed silent and annoyed for a long time. Then he continued, "I suppose both the god and his followers are quite similar, aren't they?" This made Basin turn his head in confusion. "What did you just say?" But Madari denied it. "No, nothing. The reason I came here is because I thought my strength would be needed soon." He pointed behind Basin. "You should prepare yourself." At that same moment, a mysterious creature under the water was pulling a ship with a chain. rushing rapidly toward the command ship. Madari added briefly, "Something dangerous is on its way here." A massive body, 100 meters long, glided powerfully. The serpent pulled with all its might, dragging the heavy object and causing the waves to surge violently. Iabun stood on the ship and shouted, "Start the attack." He wore a grotesque smile, his sharp teeth moving up and down constantly due to the movement of his jaw. "Destroy their ships." As soon as he received the order, the serpent obediently glided away, its body seeming to merge with the rhythm of the ocean. Yet it let out words of affection. "Iabun, you bastard. After I kill those fools, you're next." Iabun laughed mockingly. "Try it. If you can resist the will of the deep light." The monster threatened with glee. "I will wipe you all out, march into the 6 lands, and become the pirate king." Meanwhile, Nebula was intently watching every one of their movements through the small screen. "Sisopen, a god of the deep sea?" Elda skeptically inquired. "The beings of the abyss. They've mastered the abominable?" "So, that's how it is?" He nodded slightly to confirm. "Yeah, but I don't know how they're pulling it off." Nebula suddenly reflected on the rules of the gods' game. Abominations are enemies that players must defeat. They're treated like boss monsters that need to be cleared to claim the territory's spoils. It's incredibly difficult for players to deal with them. He pondered for a long time before offering an explanation. "That's because they likely have an evil god, or something similar to Sacha's unique domain." Nebula seemed lost in his memories. "After defeating Yogi, we gained our own territory. It was a completely new domain. So, it could also be considered a special domain." Elda realized the situation was getting tense and blurted out, "Damn it, the pirate ship is about to catch up." She was on edge and kept nagging. "If we keep going like this, we're going to collide. Aren't you going to help?" Nebula calmly replied, "I'll only intervene when it's necessary." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Madari on the screen. "But," Nebula added, reassuring her, "don't worry about it." The sea below seemed to be ablaze. Both sides were firing relentlessly. Salvos of fire tore through the air, turning the ocean into a chaotic arena. Serpent swerved flexibly through the smoke and fire, its lithe body dodging the bombardment raining down. Vam reported the problem urgently. "The cannons aren't working." Basin fell into deep thought, his eyes scanning the situation. On the other side, Iabun wasn't giving up, deciding to face it head-on. "Prepare the cannons, lower the aim, and target straight ahead." Madari hesitated for a moment. "The success rate is pretty low." Basin, hearing this, couldn't help but feel annoyed. "What do you mean?" He stated his view coldly. "Those monsters won't just stand there to be hit, and there's no guarantee the cannons will even hurt it." Basin sneered sarcastically. "According to military law, Hukrin, saying things that lower morale during a war is punishable by death." Without bothering to acknowledge those words, he slowly stepped forward. "I'll help you, sir." Basin was startled and probed. "You? Are you planning to use magic?" Madari admitted straightforwardly. "Yeah, but magic isn't something I can just use whenever I want. There are strict conditions." He stared intently at the target and quickly laid out the plan. "First, I need to get in physical contact with the monster and bind it so it can't move." He didn't hesitate to make his request. "After that, I need at least enough time for a cup of tea." Basin asked helplessly. "Just that?" Madari immediately returned to a serious demeanor, explaining the plan in detail. "I'll circle around that monster and draw a circle. Someone needs to guard the magic circle on the deck so it doesn't get destroyed," he asked sternly. "And then what?" He suggested casually. "Chanting the spell requires concentration. I need someone to protect me throughout that time." Basin probed skeptically. "Are you sure you can kill that monster under those conditions?" He replied wearily. "That sounds easy, doesn't it?" "I don't think what I just said is easy to pull off," Madari concluded confidently. "I guarantee that if all those conditions are met, I can kill the monster." Basin was satisfied and gave the nod. "Let's do it." As soon as he finished, he strode to the bow of the ship, hoisting the red flag that whipped in the blinding sunlight. It was like lighting the flame of an indomitable will. Basin waved the flag decisively, signaling the hidden code to his comrades on the other side of the ship, Tione and Timo. They were completely stunned, realizing his insane intent. "What? Captain, what is this? Are you crazy?" Basin tilted his head and smiled slightly. "Of course not," she shouted indignantly. "Then why are you letting us get rammed like this? If you're not crazy, why are you doing this?" Madari, witnessing the scene, had to shake his head in resignation. "You really are insane." Without further delay, Basin roared, commanding, "Haysar, tell everyone to get ready, right now." He used all his might, taking in a breath until his face looked like it was about to burst. "Prepare to fire." The shout of Hasar rang out violently, shaking the very air. "Everyone, get ready." Basin signaled to Ram immediately. He took a stance, ready to act. "I understand." As if sensing the looming danger, Serpent roared fiercely, like a declaration of war against all enemies. Hearing the scream from the other side, a deafening explosion erupted. The cannons fired continuously, making the sky tremble. Just as predicted, volleys of firepower whistled straight toward the bow. The collision was so ferocious that sparks flew everywhere. The air was filled with swirling smoke and aftershocks. Basin felt suffocated and hunched over, but he didn't forget to command the battle. "Cannoneers, retreat!" The ship suddenly jolted to a halt in the middle of the vast ocean. Right in front of them was a scene of utter chaos. From the collision that had just occurred, Serpent flew into a rage, its eyes burning with bloodlust as it cursed under its breath. "You bastards!" It lunged forward, intending to swallow one of his subordinates whole. Sharp teeth slowly pierced into flesh, making the victim scream in agony. Basin hurriedly gave the order. Seeing his comrade in grave danger, "Everyone, aim your bows at the monster. Don't let it move." Madari reported his progress right on time. "Prince Basin, I've drawn the magic circle." He relayed the information urgently. "I need to draw 3 more in different locations. Maybe on the remaining ships on both sides." He immediately agreed. "Yeah, do it." Then, he risked his life to save his comrade. "I'll board the enemy ship and open the gate." He quickly realized the enemy's intent. "Understood." Basin paused for a moment to explain. "For many reasons, I'm sorry." Tione and Timo tried to comfort him. "It's okay, I understand. Just do what you have to do, or Garuda will complain." Just hearing those encouraging words, he jumped across to the enemy ship, leaving a message of gratitude for her. "Thanks." Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice ring out. The captain turned back to check, and met that determined gaze. The alchemist, Basin, hurriedly advised, "It's dangerous here. Go back." Labina refused, point blank. "No. I came here for this very moment." A bad premonition flashed through his mind. He questioned suspiciously, "What are you planning to do?" Before the words could fully leave his lips, an axe suddenly fell from above, embedding itself deep into the space between them. The sound of steel scraping against the ground was bone-chilling. A ghostly laugh echoed, and instinct made him whip his head around to exactly where the perpetrator was hiding. Yabun let out an arrogant, booming laugh. "So, you're the leader? I'm in luck today." Basin's eyelid began to twitch. It was as if he'd run into his worst enemy. "So, you're Yabun? Good." Basin stood tall and imposing, like a mountain, and shouted defiantly, "Come and get me." They lunged at each other instantly without a second thought. Their weapons clashed with a piercing screech, sparks flying to heighten the drama. Yabun laughed mockingly, exposing Basin's devious scheme. "You idiot! You're just trying to stall for time to cast your spells, aren't you?" Yabun leaped forward, aiming a lethal blow. The opponent's resistance was futile. Basin gritted his teeth, having barely survived this ordeal, but Yabun refused to let him rest. Swinging his arm in a powerful arc, Yabun attacked. Luckily, Basin was fast enough to dodge. He retreated to keep a safe distance, feeling hesitant inside. Concern rose in Basin's mind. This guy wasn't easy to handle. He began to interrogate his enemy. "What do you even know about magic?" Yabun watched his subordinates fight against Basin's forces. He spoke with utter contempt, showing no respect. "Mages are always the same, sacrificing others while they sit back and cast their spells." He smirked sarcastically. "Don't you see how unfair that is?" He didn't reveal his true colors, answering vaguely, "Not necessarily. We're not that close yet." Yabun chuckled, not caring at all. "Is that so? Too bad. But tell your mage that it's already too late." Basin was stunned by those words. Zoros received the signal and immediately swung his hand, slashing through the chains that held the serpent captive. Basin gritted his teeth in frustration as he saw his enemy freed. "Damn it. At this rate, the sea serpent is going to escape." Madari walked over calmly and spoke to reassure him. "Don't worry, Prince Basin." A glint of killing intent flashed in Madari's eyes. "It's not too late yet." As soon as he finished, a magic circle appeared, large enough to cover all 4 ships in the middle of the sea. Time seemed to freeze. Everything went silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Yabun looked up at the sky, mouth agape, witnessing the terrifying sight. None of the 3 said a word. They stared at their opponents, as if waiting for something. After a long pause, Yabun was clever enough to figure out the secret. Magic fails if the formation is misaligned. The magic circle began to shrink. It seemed to have stopped working. Yabun spoke non-stop, acting as if he understood everything. Or maybe you stumbled while chanting? How could such a complex spell succeed during this chaotic battle? A second later, everything began to shake uncontrollably. It made it impossible for those on the ships to stand. The henchmen near the magic circle couldn't handle the pressure and kept collapsing to the deck. Even Basin was no exception. Basin clutched his head in intense pain. Seeing that things were far beyond his expectations, he turned to question Madari. "What have you done, Garuda?" Now, neither side can fight anymore. Madari suppressed his own pain, a look of confidence appearing in his eyes. "Hold on, the show hasn't even started yet." Suddenly, something rose up, lurking within the light of the magic circle Madari had created. Basin couldn't believe his eyes and screamed in panic. "What is that?" He strained his eyes to watch, guessing wildly. A shadow? No. Suddenly, a hand, Talajine's hand, emerged from the summoning circle. Seeing the scene before him, Basin gasped in horror. An arm. Sunlight shone through the massive fingers. It only highlighted its grandeur. Yabun's henchmen shrieked in fear as it approached. "Ah. What is that thing?" Basin couldn't help but marvel. "Is that the hand of a giant?" Madari proudly boasted of his achievement. "Your eyes are quite sharp. This is a summoning spell." Hearing something new, Basin didn't hesitate to ask, "A summoning spell?" Madari affirmed firmly. "Exactly. The magic circle acts as a gateway between worlds." He watched with satisfaction as it crushed the henchmen one by one. "And I have opened a gate to summon something called Talajin from ancient times, an entity from another world." Talajine's hands emerged from everywhere, clawing at everything around them. Basin saw this and guessed, "It seems like it's looking for something." Madari, completely fearless, replied, "It's looking for me. If it couldn't find what it wanted, it would get furious and crush everything in its path." Madari remained calm and unfazed. Talajine's hand is the type of magic that drives Talajine mad. He turned to paint a vivid, peaceful scene for Basin. "Imagine this. On a sunny autumn day, you are napping on a warm, sunny hill." Madari added a second character to the scene. "Then suddenly, a giant ant crawls near your ear, waking you up. It just stands there, constantly bothering you." Basin felt annoyed. You'd feel annoyed, right? A tiny ant daring to disturb you? He pointed toward Basin, leading the story along. And then, when you see an anthill nearby, the image of Talajine's hand seemed to act out Madari's words. It crushed those merfolk like tiny ants. You would stick your hand into that nest, right? Seeing that series of actions, Basin spoke up. "Isn't that too dangerous?" Madari replied, with just one sentence to confirm it. "Magic is always dangerous." Blood dripped from its hand. Madari watched the scene, as if it were a reflection of his own future. "But I have prepared for it. Magic always has its rules." Madari looked at those hands, which were constantly killing, and explained in detail for Basin to understand. First, Talajine's hands only recognize those he hates in this world. He turned to look at him, offering a warning, a second rule. Watching the hands get closer, the serpent gritted his teeth, lashing his tail to fight back. Talajine will attack everything that resists him. In other words, the summoner, which is me, will be the first one targeted. He watched its every movement, terrified to the point of freezing when he saw it preparing to attack him. Yabun, over on the other side, was hugging a mast. Seeing the serpent still just sitting there, he shouted loudly, "You stupid, useless snake, crush that pathetic hand!" The serpent immediately snapped to attention and followed his orders. It bit into that massive wrist, but it didn't notice the many other hands nearby. The giant hands kept coming. The serpent didn't hesitate, but the hands grabbed its neck like a chicken. They worked together, each one squeezing a section of the serpent. The serpent now looked like a tightly wrapped sausage. Squelch, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. With just one motion, the serpent's body was torn to pieces. The crew members on the ship saw the sight and panicked. Ah, the sea serpent. Oh, how horrifying. Basin sat to one side, lamenting. After witnessing such a bloody spectacle, I finally understand how dangerous magic can be. Madari noticed he had grasped the point. That's right. He continued to explain the scale and scope. That's why you mustn't draw the magic circle too big. It's not just hands or arms that can slip through, but other things might come crawling out as well. Basin squinted, muttering, "Can't control them, huh?" Then he offered his own idea. "I want to keep tracking those hands, but we also have to use this opportunity to capture Iabun." Madari agreed to his request. "Then I'll keep watch over those hands." Basin turned back and told him, "And you go on ahead." He looked up, unable to help but exclaim when he saw the hand of Talajine was relentlessly crushing the enemy's subordinates. Magnificent. Everything was currently going exactly according to plan. The hands of Talajine had torn serpent into pieces. Seeing this, Iabun immediately bolted, his tiny brain, desperately trying to find the reason for this failure. Damn it, where exactly did it go wrong? Our strategy, our tactics, the new weapons based on what I saw out there. The situation is very unfavorable for me. The Pope's knights hadn't even had a chance to strike before they were wiped out. The sea dragons were also torn to shreds. With those things around, sooner or later, Feta would be crushed too. He'd blame anything he could. Iabun gritted his teeth, silently cursing others. If I hadn't been pushed out to sea, I could have easily taken them down. It's all due to the power struggles that weakened me. Just then, a voice called out to him from behind. Pirate Iabun. Basin approached, swinging his sword to threaten his opponent. As per the will of Kyloran, king of the Black Scales, I shall punish you. Seeing him closing in, he cleverly grabbed an axe hanging on the wall to use as a weapon. Ridiculous. Even if I die, this is the will of the Deep Light. It has nothing to do with a lowly scum like your king. Hearing an unfamiliar name, Basin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Deep Light? Iabun suddenly thrashed around like a fish being electrocuted. Who gave you permission to utter our god's name so casually? After shouting, he lunged forward to land an axe blow, but it was blocked by that sharp blade. However, the continuous strikes made Basin frown, silently admitting that he was indeed strong. A warrior who had been through countless battles, stronger and more experienced than himself. Basin felt his heart being gnawed at by insecurity, gradually losing his resolve. Is coming here myself a mistake? But immediately, the worries were swept away by his determination. He quickly countered. Even if he couldn't wipe them all out, Basin had now set a goal for himself. He had to take down this leader at all costs. Because he was too focused on his thoughts, he gave Iabun a chance to turn the tables. You're too careless. Luckily, Basin's body was still very agile, so he managed to roll backward to keep his distance. But his sword was knocked aside. He quickly stepped on it, intending to prevent his opponent from retrieving it, while smirking arrogantly. Is that all you've got? Just then, a few more lizardmen arrived to help their master. Seeing this, Iabun scoffed, secretly regretting, one more strike and I could have killed him. But there were too many lizardmen around, and the tide had turned. He decisively turned to flee. Time to retreat. But life is rarely that easy. Basin secretly pulled out a small knife. Iabun, you're strong, but you're just a coward. Thinking that, he immediately threw the knife, pinning it straight into the man's back, causing him to scream in pain. Even though he had collapsed to the floor, Iabun clearly didn't surrender, turning his head to curse. You cowardly bastard. Basin, now having the upper hand, was extremely smug. Drawing another sword, he smirked and preached, always have a backup weapon, that's what our ancestors taught us. Not long after, Iabun's blood-soaked head was held high, sealing the end of this battle. Seeing this, the subordinates felt like a snake without a head, and turned tail to run, yelling and urging each other, the commander is dead, run, pull the boats back. After finishing everything, Basin went upstairs to get information from his subordinates. How's the situation? Revenge was the first to speak, greeting Commander Basin before reporting as usual. There are still remnants. It seems it's not completely over yet. He slowly stepped onto the high platform to observe, asking casually, and what about the magic? Speaking of that, he suddenly hesitated, unable to get the words out. Across the way, Basin's eyes landed on something so terrifying that he frowned deeply, because those hands were trying to draw a summoning circle, a larger one on the deck. Those lines looked strangely familiar. As if realizing something, Basin immediately turned and shouted, Garuda, Madari, where are you? Scanning the area, and not seeing the person he was looking for, he wondered, why isn't he here? Where did he go? That's strange. Suddenly, a massive hand reached up high, making Basin's heart churn with unease. That thing was dangerous. It quickly touched a finger to the surface of the circle to activate it. At this point, he couldn't just stand idly by. So he drew his sword from its scabbard, ready to charge. Damn it, is it too late? This intention was immediately thwarted because a hand stopped him. Labina calmly advised him not to. This made Basin feel confused. But those hands will cast magic, she calmly reassured him. I saw it coming, so it's not a problem. Saying that, the two of them just stood and watched from afar. Despite the hands gradually completing the summoning magic, after waiting for a long time without hearing any screams, Basin felt things were quiet. Why is nothing happening? Did Talajan's spell fail? The powerful, angry thump of the hand further confirmed. Labina's answer. That's right. She explained simply so he could understand. Magic must follow certain rules, and it requires extremely precise techniques, meticulously refined. Labina's voice suddenly dropped. Just one small mistake, and the spell will fail, vanishing into thin air. Saying that, she pointed to her head and proudly declared, "But with my innate ability and knowledge of magic, I can cause those small errors." After that, Labina urged Basin, "Let's move to another ship." She knew he had many questions, so she kindly explained, "Madari set the rules so it would only recognize those from the deep sea. But if it just keeps flailing around blindly, our allies might get hurt." 2. Those hands with their razor-sharp claws are enough to make even an AI wary. That's because this is a creature from another world, with its own will and desires. It even possesses knowledge beyond our understanding. Hearing that, Basin furrowed his brow even deeper, seemingly annoyed. "So, moving the ship is going to be even harder now? I think that thing is more dangerous than any pirate." In contrast to her companion, Labina remained calm, her tone casual. "Just leave me here to keep an eye on it, all right?" Basin, as if armed with 10,000 questions, kept badgering her, asking one thing after another. And as for Madari, at the mention of that name, her dead fish eyes finally flickered with a hint of emotion. "You shouldn't trust Madari," Labina said slowly, recounting a past tale. "He didn't become a mage through normal means. When the asbestos knights attacked the tower, the alchemists were scattered or killed. The memories of those difficult times during Wazan just came flooding back. I was lucky to escape to Black Scale, but most couldn't get away from asbestos and were captured. He seized all their knowledge, and those who are different are always seen as freaks. But only Madari mastered all of that knowledge, so he definitely betrayed the others." Labina reaffirmed her role in this battle once more. "That's why I'm here. My knowledge and skills are some of the few things capable of countering magic." She rambled on, trying to make Basin understand the issue. The way Talajin's hand was summoned wasn't inherently wrong, but it was dangerous on its own. "You saw it use magic, didn't you? Without me, everyone would have been done for." Basin then posed a question. "Are you saying this was Madari's plot all along? Isn't that conclusion a bit too hasty?" No sooner had she spoken than a loud laugh echoed from behind them. "Ha, ha." Madari had appeared out of nowhere. One of his arms seemed to be injured, but his words were as sharp as ever. "So disappointing, Labina." His voice dripped with sarcasm. "I didn't expect our friendship to be so shallow." Labina, feeling suspicious, retorted, "Friendship? Did we ever have anything like that?" Then, pointing at her own horns, she added, "You and I are like a cow and a chicken, we have nothing to do with each other." These words hit him like a physical blow, leaving him momentarily stunned and speechless. It took a few seconds for him to process that bizarre analogy. "Huh? Wait, who compares people like that? Truly a top-tier student, aren't you? What a waste of all my dedication to you." She immediately questioned him. "When exactly?" Meanwhile, Basin, off to the side, repeated the previous line. "Cow and chicken." Madari decided to compromise first. "Let's stop that. It seems I've caused some sort of misunderstanding. I'll explain in detail." He held most of the information regarding it. "The incantation for Talajin's hand was recorded in my master's book. It said that if we just left it alone, it could find its way to this land." As soon as she heard the first sentence, Labina quickly concluded, "So, just as predicted." But he countered helplessly, No. Madari didn't continue explaining but pushed the matter onto her. "Labina, I had already guessed that you would be able to stop it. Of course, it was a gamble, but didn't it succeed in the end?" He then offered a sly, cryptic smile. "And there is a reason I did this." Labina was incredibly curious about the motive behind it. "A reason, you say?" But Madari abruptly shifted the conversation. "Prince Basin, how many spies do you think are on the Black Scale ship?" To Labina's surprise, Basin calmly gave a number. "Since my plan was discovered and failed, there are probably about 10. Madari began leading them to dig deeper into the old incident. Then, out of them, after I defeated the sea monster with magic. How many saw Talajin's hand trying to pass through?" He emphasized it with a question. "I wonder how many, wouldn't you?" Basin frowned, pondering. Maybe 1 or 2. Replying to that uncertain answer, "That's a lucky omen." He couldn't catch the other's train of thought. "Why is it lucky to have spies?" Madari revealed the answer without hesitation. "Because those spies will report that I deceived Blackscale and tried to cause major damage." He had already gauged the deviousness of his opponent, but still found it annoying. "So you acted with the spies' reports in mind?" Basin slowly pieced everything together from the start. "You controlled this ship under orders to attack Blackscale, and tried to achieve that by letting Talajin's hand use magic. It's just unfortunate that a variable appeared in the middle. But luckily, Labina stopped it, and you failed." Now, Madari's motive was clear. If it was reported that way, Then everything would look like you were being loyal as an asbestos mage. As soon as he identified friend from foe, he drew his sword from its scabbard. If that's the case, then we'll have to fight. He didn't choose to retreat, but stood his ground, sword raised. Yes, because my plan failed and was exposed. So you're going to interrogate and threaten me. His hawk-like gaze was full of combativeness. Even with the plan ruined, a mage at the end of his rope would be the final boss. Before officially starting the fight, Basin still had one question. You wanted it to look like this, didn't you? At this point, Madari didn't need to keep up his mask anymore. Of course, it's all just a play, but it would be better if the story was about me overcoming you. Either way, it still holds the same meaning. He abruptly changed his tone from the previous antagonistic one. What the hell are you talking about? The mage standing across from him was a fully confident Basin, waving his hand to provoke his opponent. We are the ones being generous here. We'll go easy on you for a bit. As if receiving a signal, he didn't hesitate to rush forward with his blade. If you look at it from another angle, the weather today was truly pleasant. The waves crashed rhythmically against the sandy beach, and the surrounding trees were full of tropical summer vibes. In a nearby area, countless ships from two separate groups were gathered. Basin was waiting to receive the ransom. As soon as the other side reached a certain distance, he immediately took the initiative in the exchange. We are returning the mage who attacked us, don't you think? You on your side are handing over too little compensation? Even though his side was in the wrong, his presence didn't diminish at all. We think we've already compensated enough. Seeing that the Allied Navy was twice as large as the Black Scale Fleet, he sighed in forced compromise and signaled for Madari to return to the opposite side. He slowly moved forward according to Black Scale's instructions, handing over Madari in exchange for a few days of truce and the sovereignty of several islands. In the end, everyone knew it was a losing trade for the Allied Navy, and besides, the mage belonged to Asbestos. Therefore, Asbestos would have to compensate the other Allied forces for what they had done to Black Scale. Odo remained optimistic, calculating his next move. It's fine. When the truce ends, we can take back those islands. With this mage, we can win the battle at any time. His heroic appearance and calm demeanor made him feel even more confident. The exchange went quickly and smoothly, and so, the subjugation of the Iabun pirate crew was complete. Time slowly passed as the sun set. As night covered the ship, Weizan respectfully followed to report the schedule. We will arrive at Babrin tomorrow. Odo also agreed with this arrangement. That's right. We need to gather as many items as possible during the truce. Inside his head, he was still busy considering the events of the morning. Perhaps Black Scale would retaliate for this. We should warn Madari. That was why he didn't bother knocking, but directly opened the door to call out. Madari was deep in research, surrounded by a room full of magical sigils, and was a bit surprised by the arrival of the uninvited guest. It didn't fluster him at all, and his eyes even held a hint of excitement. Oh, Odo, it's you. Still in the mood to joke? I thought you were a priest of Soxian. Odo entered, startled. He didn't answer that, as his mind was filled with countless questions. What are these magic circles? What are you doing? Why would you carelessly create magic circles on the ship like that? Madari didn't rush to explain, just vaguely brushing it off. These things? Sorry, but these are necessary incantations. Then, suddenly feeling like teaching some theory, he added, for example, this one, Divine Eye Blocker. It can only block the attention of the gods, for a short period of time. Moreover, he was very considerate when giving a practical example. But without it, Soxian might have intervened while I was acting with Basin. Madari seemed lost in his own world, unaware of the second person. Or perhaps Yakion would help. But the truth is, I'm still alive, which means it succeeded. At this point, if Odo still didn't sense that something was wrong, he should just reincarnate. What the hell are you talking about? He acted as if he were giving well-intentioned advice, but it was meaningless. Hey, the magic circle under your feet. Wait until I lure the opponent's haste out. Madari moved his hand to signal a powerful fire spell. Instantly, a stream of flames erupted wildly from beneath, catching Odo off guard. He calmly admired it and reassured him. Tonight's barbecue. Don't worry. The fire created by magic spells won't spread to the ship. Before long, the flames subsided, revealing a pile of unrecognizable ash. Mazma excitedly urged, it's time to start. This incident was just a light prelude in Madari's grand plan. I just need to finish this last thing. As the thought struck him, the magic circle beneath his feet began to activate, flashing with a gloomy, demonic red light. Similar circles appeared on the masts, in the hallways, and even on the staircases, causing an unlucky rat, out looking for food, to suddenly undergo a metamorphosis. From its body, grotesque and terrifying tumors began to grow. The organism gradually spread and took over most of the rat. It was the magical zombie plague. Once Odo's subordinates were deep in sleep, it slowly approached the bedside, then used its razor-sharp teeth to bite down on the toe of the man lying underneath. Derek immediately jolted awake, screaming and waking up the whole room. "Ah, my foot," his comrades quickly gathered, asking anxiously, "What is it? What happened?" He clutched his wound, furious. "A rat! A rat bit my foot." That night, painful screams echoed throughout the ship. The next day, it was that same night, but suddenly a strange, misty miasma radiated from all around. On the deck, a series of infected crew members stumbled around like zombies. Their eyes turned gray and dull, like mindless creatures driven only by instinct. Only one person remained unscathed, quietly enjoying the fruits of his labor. Madari didn't linger long. He quickly spread his wings and flew away, leaving them to their fate. He migrated to a small boat, drifting at sea, and observed the situation from afar. His eyes had lost their usual arrogance and became pensive, deeper with his own thoughts. At the same time, in another place, Nebula witnessed it all and spoke like a god, just as predicted. The origin of a new disaster appeared on the observation screen. He confirmed with certainty once again, exactly as predicted. After a series of events, the prophecy that Maj Madari will betray asbestosis was finally fulfilled. Nebula's gaze paused at the chessboard in silence. His voice was deep, as if echoing from the void. "I didn't expect you to suggest playing Go." Just as he placed his piece, Nebula spoke softly, yet his words were full of gunpowder. "A player's body doesn't know what fatigue is, but that doesn't mean we have to waste time." Maintaining a mysterious silence, his phantom finally spoke. "We're just on a temporary truce, after all." Nebula paused for a beat. It wasn't intentional. The black piece was placed down by Nebula with great finesse, carrying a probe that didn't bother to hide. "Why don't you play with Elda?" But he only replied in a calm tone. "Elda? Are you kidding? She's not in my league." Nebula watched him intently. The aura in his voice grew chillingly cold. "I've already played with everyone else too, not just Elda." The scene of the zombie-bitten crew was still clearly etched in his mind, making Nebula unable to help but utter, "How boring." As his hand touched the table, the words escaped along with it. They weren't loud, but enough to make the person opposite listen seriously. "You're quite skilled," Wisdom said, shaking his head gently with a smirk. "I'll take that as a compliment." His mind, however, never stopped calculating. Slowly, he placed a stone on the board. The game continued, a never-ending struggle between the two gods that made the already still Wazan feel even more chilling. The decisive piece fell into its preordained spot. Wisdom's voice followed, sounding like a fate already sealed. "I win." Beneath an unchanging exterior, Nebula didn't show a flicker of emotion. It took a long time before he finally forced himself to accept the unavoidable truth. "Yeah, you win." Not stopping there, Nebula added a layer of praise, truly worthy of the Grandiac Go King. Wisdom, though pleased, maintained the calm demeanor of a polished gentleman. Being acknowledged by the leader of Lost War is truly an honor. As soon as he finished, he casually tossed out a few trivial remarks, feeling there was no more use for him here. He quickly switched to his log-off mode. "That's it for now. See you later." Wisdom's phantom dissolved rapidly under Nebula's charming and captivating gaze. Only when the final echoes of his voice faded did the corners of Nebula's lips curl upward. A profound smile that no one could decipher. Watching the shifting tides of the game, Nebula's eyes grew brighter and brighter, like someone who had just found the perfect script. Everything was going well. The projections swirling in the void depicted each chaotic twist within Wazan, accompanied only by a vague note. The prophecy that Mage Madari will betray Stoneface had been fulfilled. A moment later, Janda also saw the notification. Elda read it and spoke nonchalantly. "I told you, everything would be fine." She looked at the squiggly characters in front of her, unable to stop her confusion from spilling out. "What kind of prophecy is that? I will eat an apple, and then I eat an apple, and the prophecy comes true, just like that?" Nebula paused, his voice ringing out. "A bit hasty, but I suppose you can't say it's wrong." Elda immediately interjected, making the situation even more convoluted. When a prophecy causes its own fulfillment, it's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. All these overlapping thoughts made Janda's head spin. She could only sigh in defeat. Mages were rebellious against the player from the very beginning. You hit a weak point. Calling it a good strategy isn't wrong. He stared intently at the system board, speaking slowly and profoundly. In this multitasking game, keeping track of a mage constantly is impossible, so the risk of having mages is always present. The screen showed a wooden ship sailing on the night sea. Nebula's voice sounded like a whisper in the wind. I challenged him to a game of Go just to distract him. Surely wisdom still doesn't know about Madari's betrayal. His face, half hidden in shadow, now carried a clear spark of interest. But now, he probably does. Janda spoke up suddenly, instantly dispelling the tension. I admit the prophecy was fulfilled perfectly, but Madari wasn't the only mage, was he? Seeing the situation shifting, Elda chimed in without missing a beat. Right. Stoneface was faster, but Roman and Daniel have already captured the alchemists and seized all their knowledge. Rare for the encyclopedia of the elf tribe to fall into a pool of question marks. They even turned some cursed people into mages. What are you planning to do with them? Nebula watched the chessboard he had set up with his own hands. His reply was full of hidden meaning. Did I ever say I only wanted to make Madari betray them? Of course not. That left the other two gods stunned, unable to grasp the underlying meaning. Amidst many confused gazes, he slowly uttered words directed at no one in particular. Since the method and the opportunity are here, why should I waste them? Two lines of prophecy slowly appeared in his vision. The prophecy that mage Tali will betray German has been fulfilled. The prophecy that mage Ian will betray German has been fulfilled. Enough to shake Nebula's resolve. The mages of the Third Territory have declared independence. In a certain hollowed-out mountain peak, the apparent emptiness wasn't enough to wipe away the darkness hiding deep beneath. Wisdom sat silently inside the mountain, his voice low, making the gloom on his face all the more apparent. I've been played. In front of the other gods, his long, arrogant back was now hunched over, looking utterly miserable. I forgot the absolute rule. Never trust Nebula. He kept repeating the Go game from the past, as if to cover up his own faults. The Go game was so interesting that I didn't realize Nebula had another scheme. White Zongguan, sitting nearby, was burning with rage. Who cares if the Go game was fun or not? His anger subsided, and he looked at Wisdom with a heavy expression. Now what? You've lost all your mages. You have no weapons left to fight against Black Scale. Janda saw the opportunity and interjected into the conversation. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but Nebula doesn't have any mages either. So, aren't we all in the same boat? She didn't forget to throw Labina in as evidence for her point. And that horned human girl, Labina. She's not a mage. The character history doesn't mention anything about her wanting to become a mage either. Seeing Wisdom's spirit waning, Grampus rarely spoke up to reveal a bit of secret information. Not to mention, it seems Nebula's strategy is anti-magic. That fortunately caught his attention. Anti-magic, anti-magic. A strategy to remove magic from the gameplay of Lost War, leaving only a single mage to hold the power of hundreds or thousands of soldiers. A power that places that person above all others, to hold glory alone. But the moment they lose control, they can attack the player's own race, or consume massive amounts of faith resources, becoming a burden. In reality, Ian, Tali, and Madari, those who were members of the Five-Nation Alliance, all harmed the player's nation and ran away, regardless of whether they were gods or of different bloodlines. Suddenly, remembering Lake, Zongguan spoke up to explain further, so the gods would understand. If it's anti-magic, the state must make suspicion and fear its policy. But Black Scale isn't like that. Even though magic is considered illegal, the king is very lenient with it. Grampus smoothly continued the thread. Even with access to magic, they haven't created mages. Even Labina hasn't sought out the alchemy circle. This made the other side nod in quiet agreement. That's right. A paused for a moment, then suddenly raised a hand and started speaking, shifting the direction of the conversation. By the way, has the AI found the missing mages yet? The gods stared at each other, looking completely lost and having no idea what was going on, so they just sat still like statues, waiting for more. She suddenly lowered her voice, her eyes filled with a mysterious glint, as if intentionally dropping only a partial hint so the group would have to figure it out themselves. Based on my experience, those missing mages are really hard to track down. There's no built-in search function, so we have to check manually. She opened the system panel to perform a manual search, adding even more weight to her commentary by noting that those mages might even be using illusion magic. And it was true. A Dasamu appeared before the gods, rendered in 3D on the screen. So, I've created a construct. Seeing the creature's ugly, misshapen form, Krampus looked a bit confused. A pig? Usually it's a dog, isn't it? But her reply was completely deadpan. Better than a caffeine addict. Pigs have a better sense of smell than dogs. They're even used to hunt for truffles. But when the gods heard the name A, had proudly given it, Dasamu, the two gods opposite her could only whisper and scoff. That's a lazy name, isn't it? When the distribution board appeared, her eyes lit up. It's fully equipped with tracking functions, and luckily, It even has a light scent skill. The situation had just taken a turn. A faint glimmer of joy appeared in Wisdom's eyes. Then we'll be able to find them, although it might take some time. Wisdom's knowledge was already enough to understand. He immediately plotted out a vague route for the unshaped situation. Eliminating the runaway mages will reduce the variables to a minimum. Even if it didn't go as planned, just as Jonda had said, there was no need to worry much. From that moment on, Wisdom's momentum was restored. He's no different from someone holding the power of strategic judgment. Nebula is quite similar to us, but my scale is 5 times larger. Military forces are mobilized immediately, 8 times over. Even while listening in silence, Wisdom 1 still held a sliver of doubt at those words. Should we be a bit more cautious? Regarding national strength, we have no reason to form an alliance. His mind drifted between 1,000 different thoughts. Only then did he speak up in response. Neither of us has artillery magic. It's an even match. But I have more troops, so the chance of winning is higher. Of course, I won't be complacent because of that. Facing the piercing gaze of the others, Wisdom reignited the dwindling morale. But there's no need to nurture groundless fears. If we have a weakness, perhaps that was it. Wanting to dig deeper into his mind, Jonda took the initiative to speak. Which point? As if waiting for this moment. He answered immediately. The moment Nebula fights larger enemies, they always follow a consistent playstyle. As soon as he got the answer, Wisdom 1 jumped in. Ah, I understand. Dividing the enemy, right? Wisdom's tone blended with the dark calculations. Yeah, it's the same this time. His mind was locked onto the matter of Nebula interfering. The sentence was so blunt that no one dared to speak. Nebula hopes we divide and fight separately, and they will actively interfere to make that happen. Wisdom 1 didn't reply. He just sat quietly, as he continued in a voice full of authority. So, as long as our alliance remains strong, Wisdom looked around, his words slow but firm as a stake in the ground. Then we can definitely win. While the group was arguing passionately, Jonda just smiled, as if watching primetime comedy. A heavy rain poured down through the cave entrance. It cast a chill over the sanctuary, as if spirits were silently roaming under the thick, dark night. A faint light spilled out from the cave, bringing with it a warm human touch amidst the cold emptiness. While the mages sat silently by the fire, Weizan's voice broke the deep, quiet atmosphere. Is everyone gathered? Sweeping his sharp gaze around, he uttered words that were cold but harbored deep sorrow. Only 3 left from that tower. It's a real shame. Silently listening until he finished, Talay cautiously asked, And what about Labanamio? Madari closed his eyes to meditate, then gently explained, Labina isn't really interested in being a mage. Under the flickering firelight, he pondered, then continued to confess. Well, someone born with a curse has no reason to endure further pain. I just hope she finds her own path. Giang cut him off with a firm wave of his hand. Now that the mages are all gathered, let's restore the tower the gods destroyed. Shall we? From now on, we won't call it the Alchemist's Tower, but the Mage Tower. Give those who were cursed a chance to learn magic. Seeing no one object, she continued with the plan. When we spread our power and knowledge, those with potential will gather, and then even the gods. While they were silently listening, Talay suddenly cut in, having spotted something suspicious. Wait, what was that sound? Everyone simultaneously turned toward the source of the noise. Perhaps because it was too quiet or drowned out by other sounds, Weizan had been mistaken. Isn't it just the rain? Madari listened carefully, then denied it. No, besides the rain, there's another sound. It was just as he said. The more carefully they listened, the more the sound echoed, hitting the ground like a drum beating against their hearts. Finally, a jarring sound of a door opening startled everyone, making them jump to their feet. Behind the uninvited guest lay a blood-soaked pig carcass. Weizan hurriedly swung his staff back and forth, unable to keep his composure, his voice raising an octave. Who's there? The owner of those heavy footsteps quietly approached them. Are you guys the mages? Without waiting for an answer, the mysterious person pointed at each of them. Looks like it. Enum? He hesitated for a moment. Then the other party uttered an unbelievable answer. A chicken? Madari didn't know what kind of expression to make at such a sarcastic remark. That's a Garuda. The mysterious person didn't drop the teasing tone. A Garuda? Oops. Sorry. I've never seen a live Garuda before. A flash of surprise crossed Madari's mind. Alive? Soon, the flame of anger ignited. Who are you? The person gave a vague answer. My name isn't important. Just consider me a messenger of the night heaven. Ra grew more alert, then continued to question, How did you find us? The other person quickly denied it while offering proof to be more persuasive. I didn't come here to find you guys. I just happened to follow this pig. He quickly dropped the heavy object he was carrying before explaining, "It's a construct sent by the gods to find you. If you leave it alone, this place will be exposed." That bit of evidence was enough for Madari to piece things together and reach an accurate conclusion. "Now I know who you are. Someone with the power to kill a construct of the gods." Su-un muttered, "General, wouldn't it be more beneficial to keep the reserves for later? A retreat doesn't mean they'll recover anytime soon." In the blink of an eye, an apostle of the night deity, appearing in the form of a lizard man, called out to the others with a look of skepticism, "Racrac, did you descend from the heavens just to finish us off?" The one addressed looked at him with cold, sharp eyes and quickly denied it. "Of course not. Why would I care about that? You all are going to die on your own anyway." Tale, feeling confused, raised a question. "Thanks for the help, but wouldn't killing that pig expose our location?" Racrac immediately answered to soothe the anxiety in the man's heart. "Don't worry, the night deity has intervened personally." He honestly recounted the whole process. "I first severed the connection between the god and his creation before killing it, and the night deity also created a new creature that looks exactly like that one." Explaining it thoroughly, Racrac quickly reported the result. Now, that god is eyeing a different pig instead. Seeming not to trust the other party yet, Madari continued to ask, "So, what business do you have with us?" Racrac leaned in slightly and suggested, How about we eat first and then talk?" A fatty, sizzling pig leg roasted over the fire, giving off a mouth-watering aroma. The group stared intently at the food cooking on the stove with wariness. Feeling that something was off, she turned to ask, "Is it really okay to just accept it and eat? Shouldn't we be running away?" Facing that question, Madari only closed his eyes and remained silent. He looked calm on the outside, but, in reality, his heart was in turmoil. Can a mage really go up against an apostle of a god? Madari silently observed Racrac eating a slice of meat and assessed, "If we use every strategy, maybe we could. But there's no guarantee of victory." Thus, he decided to stay put. But now, the guy was too close. If the old legends are true, he wouldn't even need to swing his blade 3 times before our heads were gone. Racrac began to invite them. "I've cooked it. Go ahead and eat. It looks like the meat of a creation, but there's nothing special about it." Since the other party was so enthusiastic, they didn't stand on ceremony anymore. Madari, feeling a bit curious, spoke up. "Now that I remember, you're a tree being, right? Can you even eat meat?" At first, Tale was a bit surprised by the question, but quickly explained, "Well, yeah. Usually, we wouldn't eat things like this. Sunlight and moisture are enough, but there is a cursed part inside me, and that part needs nutrients from meat." Agreeing with his action, Racrac said, "I understand. Well, a balanced diet is better after all." This made Madari forget his stoic image and gape in shock. Suddenly, Racrac lightly dropped a very heavy question. "By the way, how much longer do you think you'll survive?" He didn't care about their expressions and continued to press. "You might have been lucky this time, but you can't rely on luck forever." Madari looked down sadly and honestly spoke what was in his heart. "We know that surviving right now is no different from gambling, because compared to gods, we are just mere mortals." He continued bitterly, "We also know that the gods only see mages as tools to be used, and we have no intention of becoming pawns on their chessboard." The heart-wrenchingly honest words made Huizan worried, having to rely on Tale to soothe things. "If we have to die at the hands of those gods, it will be proof that the gods fear mages. No matter what, magic will continue endlessly." Racrac nodded in agreement. That's not wrong." Unexpectedly, that was the answer he received. Madari shouted slightly, "What did you say?" Racrac continued to explain further. "The fools are the people who do nothing just because there is no god. It's true that the gods are using us." Madari did not hesitate to ask, "If you already knew that, then why do you?" The other party quickly interrupted with an affirmation. "It's precisely because I know that I am like this." Racrac furrowed his brow and suggested, "If you already know that you can be self-sufficient without needing the gods, then even if we stand on their chessboard, we won't just be pawns." Madari didn't think so. "That sounds like an excuse, doesn't it? But you have to have the ability to deny the will of a god to prove that." Racrac replied with more questions. "So, what if the will of the god aligns with mine? What meaning would that proof have?" Madari couldn't stand the stubbornness, so he spoke up to wake the other party. "You're just deceiving yourself." Racrac sadly accepted. Maybe that's it." He smirked contentedly. "Then this is a very happy lie." The rain didn't stop falling, creating pitter-patter sounds. Madari was still extremely vigilant. "So you mean, you will protect us from other gods and tell us to believe in the night deity? As for apostles, We won't believe in any god. Racrac shook his head in denial. If you don't believe in the night deity, I have no way to protect you. But if it's a simple covenant relationship, that's a different story. He sincerely looked at the other party. My blue race god only requires one thing, but I'm not sure if you all can follow it. Madari couldn't help but ask, what is it? Beside the warm fire, Racrac let out words as light as a feather, but carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Survive. Just that. The group of mages suddenly fell into silence. In the cramped Wazon, only the crackling of charcoal fire remained. Madari decided to speak up to break the suffocating atmosphere. That contract. Does that mean our very existence is a threat to the other gods? Which is what makes us valuable. Racrac waved his hand, acting like they were easy to teach. You could understand it that way. He still wasn't completely at ease, so he continued to press. What if that's not it? He didn't mind painting the worst-case scenario. If it's not that, then being abandoned for carrying a curse, wandering all over the Wazon world, then gathering with those in the same situation. Imagine even that falling apart. Racrac looked into the flickering flames, his voice mournful, as if he were talking about the situation of those before him. A few survivors huddled in a cave, soaked by the rain, with empty, gnawing stomachs, and yet still discussing a grim future. Racrac's gaze focused on them, slowly emphasizing every word. Can't compassion be a reason? Even a god has compassion, right? The mages of Wazon were silenced by these poignant words. Arguments were stuck in their throats, unable to escape. Tale, next to him, seemed to share the same thought. The group, without prearrangement, kept the Wazon quiet once again. Madari felt the change in his companions. His inner thoughts shifted extremely quickly. It seemed like the two of them had agreed. The decision was in his hands now. He focused, his attention on the half-eaten pig bone, convincing himself. Do you think that eating is part of this negotiation? The moment we accepted your sincerity, we already lost the upper hand. Self-reproach started creeping into the mind of someone called an apostle. She's using a feed them now, reap later strategy. He let out a long sigh, deciding to just let go. Fine. Razzle, the first apostle of night heaven. When Madari uttered the compromise, I accept the pact, he wore an expression as if he'd expected it all along. Outside the sealed cave, the promise echoed, blending with the sound of falling rain. We will survive at all costs. Elsewhere, Janda had added some new accessories to her face, looking quite thoughtful. Elda, do you think we can win this war? Though she heard the question, Elda just blushed and went blank. Her lips slightly parted, but she had lost the ability to speak. Finally, unable to hold it in anymore, Elda spoke up cautiously. Hey, are you wearing glasses just to look smarter? Causing the other to flare up immediately. I want to look smarter, okay? But what do you think about the question from before? Elda frowned, carefully choosing her words. The situation is looking a bit rough, isn't it? Janda waited for exactly that, jumping up to confirm immediately. Right? Strategic maps raced through her mind, and her analysis just poured out. The Allied forces already have over 100,000 troops. Meanwhile, the Black Scale forces are only a quarter of that. Janda thought of the vast pink territory and couldn't help but hesitate. This is an alliance between 5 nations, almost all 6 regions, excluding Danri, and that's not even their full army yet. Elda, caught up in the serious atmosphere, rubbed her chin and commented, but war isn't judged solely on numbers. All right, let's pivot to researching the physical condition of both sides, using the cave dwellers as an example. Koban and Rina were red. The 25,000 allied troops are smaller races, with an average height of under 150 centimeters. Janda retorted quickly, but there was still a point. With an average height of 230 centimeters, Elda didn't show mercy and pointed out their disadvantage immediately. Fine. I admit the lizardmen are excellent in combat. If there were chosen ones on our side, perhaps we would have the advantage in a defensive war. But now that firepower has joined the fray, they won't be able to overwhelm like before. Plus, you leaked critical information, like Lord Nebula having the advantage in holy power. Elda seemed to know the strengths and weaknesses of each side very well. Lord Nebula's holy power is 21, while the one with the highest power among the others, Felinming, is wisdom with level 19. The higher the holy power, the more artifacts one can control. Janda wasn't convinced yet, and stubbornly nitpicked. But there are 5 gods on that side, right? Elda was still deep in her own logic. Blackscale also has 1 apostle. Wait, before she could finish, she caught the main point in the earlier info. You said there were 5? This made Janda so frustrated she could hardly breathe. Yeah, Wisdom, Azanwan, Krampus, and me. Elda couldn't believe it, and had to confirm again. Janda, are you distancing yourself from that side? She affirmed firmly. Of course. As if discovering something, Elda panicked. So, your entire partnership with Lord Nebula up until now. Janda went beast mode right on the spot, not even hiding her own disadvantages. Are you asking seriously? I was being blackmailed. Honestly, I'm not even sure anymore. She started up the mutual damage mode. Elda, weren't you a subordinate? Were you conquered, annexed, or merged with Black Scale? Elda turned purple with anger, but still trembled as she replied, You're using a bit too strong of a word, but you're not wrong. She seized the opportunity to normalize the conversation. But I'm not like that. Up until now, I thought being part of both sides had its benefits, Elda weakly reminded her. But once the war breaks out, then what? That won't work anymore. She imagined the scene of being surrounded by the other 5 and collapsed. If I stand on Nebula's side and he loses, will the others forgive me for colluding with him? Elda intimately opened up another perspective for that stubborn person. But if I support the Alliance and they lose, will Lord Nebula let me off? Elda immediately researched the feasibility of this path. If it's Lord Nebula, he'll surely set a price. Perhaps I'll be forgiven. Elda laughed dryly, going along with it. Haha, I guess so. She kept the rest of her thoughts inside without saying it all. She analyzed the relationships like a machine, going back and forth without reaching a conclusion. So now, Janda was standing on the edge of a choice. To be honest, the chances of winning a 4-on-2 battle if I side with Nebula look even worse than the 5-on-1 odds if I side with the Alliance. She wavered for a long time but still tried to express her desire. I just want to be on the winning side. Elda couldn't keep up with this warped mindset, so she asked one more thing. I understand what you're trying to say, but if that's your plan, then go ahead. Why tell me this? Janda explained quite reasonably. Because we're in the same boat. If you use this war to hurt Nebula, then the Alliance will definitely accept you. Elda didn't want to strain the relationship, so she replied cautiously, I understand. But the protest remained suppressed in her head. Into a vow, I have no intention of betraying him. Elda's heart never stopped admiring him. Lord Nebula makes people feel like someone who spent a lifetime playing World 7 and was suddenly thrown into this world. Especially his behavior, which made her admire him completely. So even though it looks like he only lives for winning the game, I still feel his playstyle has something more than just aiming for victory. Deep down, Elda made a judgment. I still don't know exactly what it is, but I want to understand what I'm feeling. However, she didn't want to tear off the mask with Janda just yet. I should think about this too. Can you give me some time? She generously replied, Of course. The moment the other finished speaking, Elda hurriedly disconnected. She sat blankly on the chair, her eyes unfocused, proving her heart was in turmoil. Finally, she determinedly clicked on the option to start. The video call connected in a split second, and Nebula appeared on the screen. Before he could even greet her, he went straight to the point. Elda, what is it? Her hand was faster than her brain, so when she heard the question, she hesitated. It seemed Janda had thought a lot. The opening sentence was out. Once she started, the rest was easier to say. It seemed Elda was recounting everything they had just exchanged. Once he grasped the general situation, he flatly concluded. Thinking about that ploy? Even though he only heard the retelling, Nebula quickly saw through this petty calculation. She's just trying to drag you to her side. Janda wants you to risk your life in a 6-on-1 battle. That is clearly what she's thinking. Elda, quite surprised, still asked back. Do we have a chance to convince Janda? Up until now, I haven't been shy about sharing. But Moon has no intention of persuading her. Nebula didn't stop, continuing to explain. Janda is misunderstanding the current state of the war. I've already said it. Our advantage lies in a defensive battle. Elda nodded in agreement. Ah, right, that's true, he continued, laying out their combat strategy. We definitely need to play defense, to force the enemy to split their troops across multiple fronts. She interrupted him, appearing anxious. But if we just keep playing defense, then what? Nebula always has a clear roadmap for the current situation. If we're isolated, they'll comfortably exploit and trade across more territories. To stop that, sooner or later, we have to push forward. Elda kept asking questions, just like a student in class. And Janda? He read his opponent like a book, so he answered immediately. Janda is too simple. She weighs her options but can't make up her mind. It's likely she'll wait until the very last minute to make a decision. Even after being explained that much, Elda still added a new hypothesis. And what if Janda ends up siding with the Alliance, and we lose? Nebula lost his patience and called her by name. Elda. He wore a confident smile and offered a soothing remedy. Listen closely. War is very simple. Calculations alone aren't enough. Even if one side has the advantage and is well prepared, the side that fights better will win. She understood half of what he said, but still sighed and muttered one word, "Fine." It was as good as a compromise. That was the final word that ended their conversation. Nebula wiped the smile from his face, his mind sinking into questions. Janda is still acting exactly as predicted, but why hasn't this girl Elda betrayed us yet? Even as he stood up to leave, he was still mulling it over, only silently lamenting. How strange. The era of Wizan passes as quickly as a dog running through a field. The whole valley remained peaceful until a month later. Soldiers lay scattered across the ground, and smoke and fire rose everywhere, signaling that the first battle between the Alliance and the Black Scale had erupted. And then, 10,000 Black Scale troops entered the desert. Every one of them was fully equipped with heavy hardware, crushing the enemy force of 30,000. The tide of battle suddenly turned in favor of the side considered the underdog. 1 month later, an event occurred at the Hugreen Orizon Palace. Voices echoed throughout the hall. King Kylarak Orin is arriving. He sat down, looking exhausted. I'm busy, so skip the formalities. Has everyone heard the news yet? Robin stood humbly. Are you talking about the incident where the Sok Mayan mage burned their ships and fled? They are blaming us for it. Kile replied, Yes. Do you have any opinions? He voiced his opinion first, despite questioning why Prince Basin, who was supposed to be in the east, had appeared in the southern islands. We believe that must have been the king's intention, Robin said. They are demanding compensation and an apology. Otherwise, they will send their army over. This seems like a pretext to prepare for war. We believe we need to investigate the truth of the Siok Myeon incident, and even if it were true, I have no reason to agree to all their conditions. The others just kept silent as if they agreed with Robin. Kile shook his head in frustration. You guys haven't mentioned the most important thing. His words made everyone anxious. We have to prepare for war. The whole hall fell into an invisible silence. Kile proposed a measure. We will fight the 5 alliances just as our ancestors did. His Majesty Raiden said, If you fight, you must win. Another courtier worried, but we don't have enough information yet. We must avoid war at all costs to minimize the damage. Countless innocent people will die. Kile sighed helplessly. I wish that were possible too. His eyes narrowed with helplessness. Kile looked toward the sunlight. If the world turns this way, and the gods want it, what then? What can we, who are walking on this land, do to stop it? Nebula was observing everything through his screen. He sat thinking, the Hugreen forces are comparable to Rom. The nobles are warriors too, so they have a responsibility to charge into the battlefield. The quality of their training and equipment is guaranteed. Nebula thought, they have the city guard and border defense, just like the regular Hugreen army. Their numbers are 10,000. An image appeared in his mind. But I can't force all the soldiers to fight. I still have to protect the capital. If I use all my troops, the army itself will be weakened. In the end, I will still need to recruit more soldiers. Suddenly, the corner of Nebula's mouth twitched as if satisfied. He looked at Kile's image with pride. Having intellect is the best. After the discussion, Kile divided the army into the Central Army and the Local Army. The Central Army was the elite force. He was in charge of attacking external enemies, and the Local Army would defend each region. All preparations had almost gone according to plan. The new soldiers had been gathered, and they would also be divided into the Central and Local armies. The Central force would face the enemy, while the Local force would handle production to accumulate resources, even during the war. Thus, the Central Army would have 4,000 soldiers and 8,000 recruits. The Central Army force, 4,000 supply troops, 8,000 selected troops. The Local Army, 6,000 standing troops. Nebula thought, of course, the longer the war lasts, the more recruits we'll need to select. He felt that recruiting everyone at once would be disadvantageous in the long run. This war will be a long one. Nebula didn't know when he had silently moved here. After much consideration, Kile had chosen 10,000 soldiers from the Central Army and named them the Earth Army. The Earth Army would head to the northern Arizona region to engage in the war. At the same time, in the distant west, where no one knew of, Wisdom stood face to face with Jiang Hua. He spoke first. Wisdom. In front of others, you talk as if the chance of winning is high. But in reality, you don't think so. Right? Wisdom admitted. That's right. At the moment, it's impossible to know what the odds of winning are. Even if we have more troops, we still have many weaknesses. He placed a hand on his chest. I also don't want to lose to Nebula, but this is still just a game. If we lose after having tried our best, then we have to accept it. Jiang Hua closed his eyes tightly. Like you said, it's just a game, but I don't like Nebula. I don't want him to conquer these 6 lands. He pointed his finger directly at Wisdom. Among us, there might be a traitor, so we have to prepare a strategy. There is still a gap. It's tough to bridge the gap between us and Nebula. You know that, right? Wisdom heard this with a hint of surprise, but all he received from Jiang Chuan was a shake of the head. He recalled that no matter how thoroughly an apostle is prepared, victory or defeat always depends on the apostle's own actions. Jiang Quan pressed further. Can you turn any target into an apostle? Wisdom replied, yes. You know the conditions for creating an apostle, don't you? Wisdom sifted through his memory before answering Jiang Chuan. The target must be above level 21, their story must be known by the majority, and deep down, they must possess faith in a god. Jiang Quan heard this and felt it was reasonable. Then I don't need to explain further. Have you chosen someone yet? Wisdom pulled out a card. This is my choice, he said, introducing the subject he had selected. He is the 21st son of Dermandine, the current king of Sokmyeon. According to the records, the king of Sokmyeon, in order to strengthen royal power, burned his first and third sons alive. He is a person with a cruel nature, in other words. Wisdom had no intention of stopping him, almost as if he were condoning such a wicked act. Wisdom understood fear and brutality well. It allows me to control others more effectively, which means a god can maximize that efficiency. The effectiveness of our strategies will increase significantly. Well, nothing ever goes perfectly in parallel. But brutality doesn't necessarily go hand in hand with a powerful kingdom, because the strongest kingdom in these 6 lands must at least be Hook. Rin. Wisdom understood himself well. What's missing from my playstyle? What else is there that I don't know and have missed? He controls everyone like puppets, under his own hands. No, if there's anything, I only lack cruelty. Wisdom looked toward Nebula. I don't know what Nebula's strategy is, so I can only use my own way, as it is the best. He calculated in detail. Even though war was approaching, the current king's ego was too large. I will have to create a war machine that I can use, and have him replace that position. Laden was still out helping people, unaware that a conspiracy had been cast upon him. If the greatest weakness of the apocalyptic world is that it is hard to control due to the strong individuality of each person, I just need to make them easy to manipulate. That was the reason Wisdom set his sights on Laden, a red-skinned mutant, the 21st son of the king. Wisdom looked at the information on the machine. He was born to a concubine, and because of his red skin, he had to grow up outside the palace. But when it comes to strength, intelligence, or teamwork, he is in the top 1%. However, because Laden was satisfied with his humble life, it was precisely this reason that made Wisdom feel the need to push this character. Wisdom slowly raised his hand. He did not hesitate or feel pain when he killed Ladan's mother. It was ironic that what Ladan found when he returned home was his mother's corpse and a blood-stained dagger. Laden grabbed the dagger, full of resentment. I will take revenge, just you wait. Afterward, Wisdom killed the owner of the dagger. The person Laden was looking for was the 6th prince, and Laden was arrested as a suspect at the scene. Every process that Laden went through was always in the palm of Wisdom's hand. While trying to clear his name, he revealed his abilities, and in this process, he also gained the trust of Dermandine. Wisdom showed Jiang Chuan that upon secretly investigating Laden, he realized that in the connections, the princes were always competing against each other. That was also the result when that AI intentionally fanned the flames. But there was one thing that was quite unexpected. It was that he discovered the one who benefited most from the royal infighting was the king himself. The one ruling the kingdom is his own father. Jiang Quan guessed. So he decided to kill his father, right? Wisdom answered. Exactly. He explained that because he couldn't find the culprit who murdered his mother, the hatred within him continued to grow. In the end, he would find the cause once he stood at the peak of the kingdom's power. Jiang Quan seemed satisfied and smiled. That reputation has spread far. He praised Wisdom. This wasn't a waste of my effort to create our apostle. It's good. Wisdom remembered Laden. If you think so, let's have him undergo the final test, the Abyssal Festival. The citizens of the kingdom were present, preparing to start the ceremony. The officiant stood at the front, hands clasped piously. He slowly opened his eyes. Everything is as the god decreed. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground. Ladin was alone at this moment, without any AI by his side. He looked around. Is it a trap? He was in a pitch-black tunnel where no light could be seen. Laden felt. Inviting a foreign prince to the sacred Abyssal Festival and then suddenly forcing him to participate in a ritual is really strange. He recalled the instructions he was given carefully. After eating the mangrove herb to lose your sense of direction and descend underground, dig a tunnel up to the surface. What kind of meaningless ritual is this? Laden did exactly as he was instructed. He also wondered why they would entrust this abyssal cult ritual to him. Even that robed priest insisted on it, so it was hard to refuse. He was lost in thought, but his hands didn't stop moving. But it's not impossible. I just need to dig upwards. If a skinny pregnant woman could do it, then I, a mutant, will surely find it easier. Laden dug away deep into the ground. After a while, he was exhausted, yet still far from the surface. This is strange. I've clearly been digging for a long time. Laden looked back. Not only have I lost my sense of direction, but I don't even know how much time has passed. Jiang Quan. A few hours? Or perhaps a few days. He opened his palm. Now he only had the mangrove herb left in his hand. It disoriented him, but he had to eat it to have the strength to continue. Laden felt almost desperate. Everything else has fallen down. Dirt and rocks covered the soles of his feet. Dirt falling on my feet means my head is on top. Laden didn't rest. For a single moment, he began digging again. He hungered to escape this place. Just one direction, continue going up. While digging, Laden's mindset didn't change. I won't change direction, but I have to double-check to be sure. Suddenly, somehow, dirt and rocks fell straight onto his face. Laden was stunned for a moment. No way, dirt falling on my face? He told himself to stay alert and calm. This time, for sure, keep digging up. What is that? But he didn't understand why the dirt and rocks kept falling down. Laden was confused. Why did the direction of the falling dirt change? But I was digging upwards. He remembered the strange phenomena just now. I can't even tell which way is up or down anymore. Are we actually going down instead of up? Maybe even now, Laden is feeling desperate. I catch the falling dirt and grit in my hands. I feel like I'm falling into a void without end. I can't trust any of my senses anymore. Laden's whole body feels like it's spinning. I don't even know if I'm lying down or standing up. If all my efforts only lead to death, then what's the point of having a will? I helplessly squeeze my eyes shut. Someone like me. Am I really going to die like this? Oh gods. Suddenly, a voice tugs at Laden's consciousness. Oh, lost soul. Who are you? I ask. The voice replies, I have no name. If I must say, I am a being created by both Seoxian and Changryu. A shining star appears before Laden's eyes. From Seoxian, I received the power to connect all things. And from Changryu, I received the power to expose what is false. Laden sits up and speaks to it. What do you mean? The star offers, I will show you the way out. If you still have the strength. Just do as I say. You can even discard your doubts. Start digging forward. Laden grips his pickaxe tighter. He digs exactly as the star instructs. Downwards, it directs him carefully. Now, behind you. Laden follows along, though still skeptical. What nonsense is this? Can I really escape like this? I wonder. I keep thinking, isn't this just a hallucination echoing in my own mind? But there's no certainty left. I have no choice but to trust this voice. My body is exhausted, but Laden's will remains unbreakable. The star's voice grows clearer. Now, kneel down and stretch your hands to the ground. Laden quickly does exactly as told. Beneath his palms, a light flares up. Just as the star promised, Laden has returned to the surface. Do you understand now? I understand. Seeing the warm sunlight, tears stream down Laden's face. He reaches up to grasp the sun. My hatred for the mother who, my anger at the king, my fear of death. All of it was just an illusion, born from losing my way. Laden's eyes go vacant. Even my own emotions and perceptions. They were all fake. The only truth is what the god has revealed to me. The others were already waiting for his appearance. Tears fall from the old man's eyes as he watches. Laden. Oh, good heavens. Zhongwan and Wisdom are observing the entire scene. Done, Zhongwan says. The character build is looking decent. Wisdom can't help but ask, are you still okay? I quite like having a king to manipulate like this, but this method drains your power, so I can't really call it a win. You know how it is, Zhongwan sighs. My divinity is too low. I can't really do much. Besides, to create an apostle, a player needs to be at least level 21. Zhongwan reminds Wisdom, don't let my hard work go to waste. He pauses for a moment before answering. I know. Zhongwan descends to where the leader is standing. He looks as if he's been hypnotized. What an honor, O Changryu, the hidden god. His pupils look just like a puppet's. I beg of you, may my sacrifice not be in vain. Wisdom is currently satisfied with the puppet he has created. Those sounds echo in Laden's head. Now, accept their lives. His eyes narrow, looking straight ahead. It can only be, according to the will of the heavens. With that, Laden lands a punch that ends the man's life on the spot. The scene is incredibly brutal. Ladin gasps for air after sending them all to the afterlife. He tilts his head toward the sky. You bastards, just you wait. Ladin seems hypnotized, believing everything is the god's will. The system pops up. Your divinity has increased from 20 to 21. You have chosen an apostle. Wisdom sits quietly, observing. Jang. Juan can't hold back and asks, so? Were your calculations accurate? Wisdom replies, my divinity has reached 21. Ladin has met the level requirements and become an apostle. Wei Zhongwan wipes his mouth. My level dropped significantly after descending to the high priest. But now we have a card we can use against Nebula. That's enough. Wisdom suddenly interjects. I've always been curious. He turns to ask Zhongwan, why do you hate Nebula so much? Who would hate someone just because of a game? I want to know the reason. Reason, you say? Zhongwan reaches up to grab his head. To his surprise, it's just a simple mask. I know Nebula is an AI in real life. Zhongwan looks elsewhere. His real name is Choi Sang-gun. In reality, Nebula just keeps his face buried in a computer. His eyes are always glued to the monitor. Zhongwan has seen it all. A total loser who just plays games in his room all day, and he's my cousin. He could only watch him from afar. Zhongwan lies back. I thought this was just a stupid coincidence when we got here. Wisdom guesses. So at first, I thought the first players chosen. He realizes. But when I saw that the rank 1 and rank 2 players were both there, I realized something was wrong. Wisdom remembers Nebula saying that before he knew them, there were only the top 1 through 32 arrogant jerks. He looks at Zhongwan, but after hearing you, I think there's another selection criteria. Wisdom suddenly has a different thought. Everything isn't just coincidence or random. Someone carefully selected people to play this game. This is a game. When the game began, an AI named Aladdin let us choose whether we wanted to participate or not, and 5 out of the 32 returned to reality during that process. You can't say their choice was wrong. Wisdom also knows. Why would an AI choose people to abandon reality and stay in the game? Those who chose to stay in the game are truly not normal, and 27 out of 32 not being normal is a strangely high ratio. Hearing that, Wei Zhongwan seems to have an epiphany. You mean they were aiming for people who would participate in the game from the very start? Wisdom points at the other party. I think that's one of the conditions, because that was my case, and perhaps yours too. Zhongwan raises a hand to signal him to stop pointing. That's true. Zhongwan thinks, I guess if I were chosen, then obviously that guy would be chosen too, and that guy, he'd be crazy about the game if not for the AI meddling. With that, victory would be easily within reach. He looked down at the Weizon Plains, where the Zilhao were busy mining ice. That's exactly why I decided to join in. Zhang Quan's eyes were full of hatred, determined to ruin the game that guy had sacrificed his life for. Wisdom helped him up. Asking any deeper would be a bit awkward, wouldn't it? Jiang Chuan replied, obviously. He suggested they talk about something more constructive. Jiang Chuan curled his lip. Like how to make use of me, someone who knew Nebula in real life. Right then, in a different lush green location, Krampus spoke up. I heard the CEO of Mion just changed, didn't he? He sounded a bit unsure of himself. A son who killed his father to take the throne, is that really going to be okay? Wisdom replied. That's something I already accounted for, so there's no problem at all. Jiang Quan sat silently, offering no opinion. There was no need to talk about being downgraded to a divine rank, a level 8 divine rank. He clenched his fists, thinking, speaking out would only increase the chances of Sun Gun finding me. I am the last line of defense, so I won't have to take action directly. Weizan understood. Having an apostle is far more beneficial than the drawbacks of being downgraded, since apostles are the core of this world. Currently, Ledin isn't as famous as Racrac, but we can build his reputation starting now. Racrac was the first apostle, capable of defeating many creations, perhaps even summoned players. But until the official war begins, we need to develop Ledin to a level where he can go head-to-head with Racrac. Wisdom looked a bit concerned. Krampus, are you all right? You're on the border, so you have to deal with Nebula too. Krampus frowned slightly. I have plenty of forces, and the preparations are coming along fairly well. But honestly, I'm not confident that we can defeat the 10,000 soldiers of Black Scale with just the 30,000 troops of Dania. Hearing this, someone followed up. So, in your projections, you've already included the possibility of losing? Krampus was silent for a moment before speaking. It sounds pessimistic, but I don't want to let my guard down. You all know full well what he has achieved so far. Even if I lose, while I'm buying time, you can prepare the rest of your forces. He opened his system menu. We can consume Nebula's faith resources. What? Janda was surprised. What's going on? Krampus didn't know what he had seen that made him suddenly so urgent. Damn it, wait, I have to go for a moment. With that, he vanished from the meeting without explanation. Night fell over Demurich, the capital of Dania. Everyone in the kingdom was in a panic. The enemy is closing in. Get your weapons ready. Light the torches. The king was so terrified his face went pale. The cannons! Where are the cannons? But before they could even pull the cannons out, a voice echoed through the air. Barson had successfully infiltrated the area. It's useless. Don't waste your effort. Upon seeing him, everyone was struck with fear, scattering in all directions. Apostle Racrac! It's Apostle Racrac! The king stammered, unable to finish his sentence. I am the king, so I couldn't just stand by and watch the miserable state of Black Scale, which is why I caused this mess. But in my heart, I harbor no hatred. Barson slowly stepped closer. I understand your feelings. Really? Before he could even feel relieved, a slash cut through him. Cold, devoid of any humanity. I don't have any personal grudges either. A familiar figure flew above the castle. Nebula looked down happily. You guys are overthinking things. The castle sparkled amidst the dark night. Elda wondered. Leaving an apostle alone in the enemy capital. Aren't you playing with your most valuable card? A bit too recklessly? Nebula appeared out of nowhere. What are you talking about? He sighed. What's the point in saving him? Is an apostle soy paste? Should we leave him to ferment or something? But wait. Soy paste? She thought, if Krampus hadn't joined the meeting today, you might have already lost Racrac. If a player uses all their creations and all their faith resources, well, it is quite a gamble, isn't it? I figured out the time of the Wazon meeting thanks to Jonda. Nebula guessed that Krampus wouldn't attend, or that the meeting would end early. Exactly. He looked at the screen. But I managed to trade for something great. Elda was curious. What else is there that I don't know about? Nebula replied. Plenty. But it also shows that I have some unconventional moves. That in itself is an advantage, he explained. In this world, there are two main playstyles. First, there's all or nothing. On the other hand, there's the low-risk, low-reward style. Nebula asked her, which style is more beneficial? Elda guessed, low risk, I think. He gave her the answer. The high-risk, high-reward style is more beneficial. Why? Because safe moves are just too easy to predict. However, everything needs to be in moderation, Elda wondered. So, what is the moderate level? Nebula relied on his knowledge to answer. It's different for everyone, so it's impossible to define. Upon receiving the answer, she fell silent. So, what you've been doing? He simply confirmed. Exactly. I'm in the process of reaching a more advantageous position. Back inside the castle, Barson had seized command, returning to the previous meeting. Wisdom broke the tense atmosphere. I didn't think Nebula would go this far. With only one apostle, I thought he would use him a bit more carefully. We've lost his strategy. Krampus was grinding his teeth in frustration. But he noted, it's not as if the king's castle has been completely destroyed. Even if the king is replaced, there are still 30 others from the royal family, Krampus guessed. His goal is to apply psychological pressure on us, even though there's no physical damage. The internal instability is immense. Agat Gu, my king, is also afraid. So I've set up a creation to act as his guardian. He then offered his opinion. To prevent anything similar from happening again, we shouldn't hold meetings too often in a single Wazon. Let's only meet when something actually happens. Wisdom quickly agreed. I agree. Let's keep track of the situation in each of our kingdoms, as well as the creations. For important matters, we'll hold emergency virtual meetings. Contrary to the others, Jonda was the only one worried. Is this really okay? Meetings can become a weakness. To keep this alliance going, we should decide to hold regular meetings. While everyone was discussing, she remained silent. What they were most worried about was the division of the alliance. For me, it's fine, because I have fewer things to worry about. In another location, an army was marching into the canyon. The numbers were so vast they could only be clearly seen from high above. Dania looked on and wept. Do you understand what the enemy is planning to do? Aranju reported that they would arrive in 2 days at the earliest, or 3 at the latest. He pointed at the map, explaining that they intended to take down the alliance members. They certainly won't overlook us, he continued. To attack our forces, they have to enter the canyon. Based on these arrow markers, we will intercept the Black Scale army from inside the canyon. We'll launch a barrage of attacks from both the left and right sides of the gorge. Danium asked. The real issue now is, who has command of the enemy? Have you found out yet? He quickly folded the map. Actually, that doesn't really matter. The deciding factor in a battle is numbers and supplies. We have enough supplies from our allies, and we outnumber the enemy 3-1. Plus, our God is watching over us, so victory is surely ours. Got it? The whole crowd roared. Yes, sir. Time flew by, and 3 days later, a figure slowly advanced. How are the enemy forces? Is it exactly as we predicted? Is there any other information we don't know yet? His subordinate replied obediently. Nothing else. Basin seemed satisfied and turned around. That's good enough. After you rest, get ready. Suon immediately chimed in. But, our revelation priest hasn't made contact yet. If we fight now, isn't that against the god's will? Dathian asked back. Do you want to just stand still and wait for Dathian to do everything for us? Maybe he'll come over and smack you with his sword if you do. That's not it, Basin said, looking toward his camp. When we fight, that's when we are most likely to win. Dathian wants us to realize that for ourselves. He understood, because the enemy would assume they needed rest after the long march. When they relax, that's the perfect moment. Is that clear, Prince Basin? Catching a sharp look from Basson, he quickly corrected himself. I apologize, General. Even so, there were whispers among the soldiers. I heard he saved Dao Do Tan, so I guess his command skills are decent, right? But why is a prince leading us? According to what they say, General Iantada and His Majesty hold him in high regard. It can't just be because he's the king's brother, right? I hope not. Even Bason himself hadn't expected this. He never thought he'd return to this life, yet here he was as a commander. No matter how he looked at it, the king's decision was bold. Still, he was determined not to lose. Basin looked up at the clear blue sky. It's true that right now we are at a geographic and numerical disadvantage, well, just numerical. He scanned his troops. Basin calculated carefully. If we prepare for battle, the moment they arrive, the Danium forces will be shaken. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Black Racrac's body seemed to revitalize. His eyes became sharper than ever. The soldiers stared in awe. Black Racrac surged forward, emitting a powerful flow of energy. The commotion was so great that the enemy forces became aware of the situation. Danium shouted, I knew it! We have a hidden card too. And out of nowhere, countless monsters appeared, visible to the naked eye. They could tell these were bloodthirsty creatures. The group quickly surrounded Black Racrac. Krampus was excited. I'm sending all my creations to you. Black Racrac's speed won't be able to intervene in the battle. As soon as he finished speaking, they bared their sharp claws at Black Racrac. In the peaceful green forest, explosions suddenly erupted everywhere. With his agile body, Black Racrac escaped danger and leaped high into the air. Avoiding the ferocious monsters, Danium looked on with joy. It worked. Black Racrac is away from the front lines. Now we just have to deal with their army. Victory will be ours, his troops cheered. The advantage is tilting toward Feta now. Yet, Bason felt relieved. Suon was confused. Relieved, sir? He explained. Think about it. There's no way Black Racrac would just follow my orders. Bason shook his head wearily. Just thinking about that variable made my head spin, which is why I said I'm relieved. Suon asked, but General, the enemy has more troops and a better terrain advantage. Bason smiled at this. They are just a human army, and I have never lost to a human army. Those monsters were still tailing Black Racrac. He remained calm, showing not a hint of fear in the face of the overwhelming enemy. Suddenly, something flew past, scratching Black Racrac's face. He raised his hand, activating his weapon crafting skill. In the blink of an eye, Black Racrac held a spear. He grabbed his weapon and launched himself into the sky. Taking advantage of the confusion in the enemy ranks, he turned and launched a surprise attack. The battle between the two sides grew increasingly fierce. Out of nowhere, a giant python bared its sharp fangs at Black Racrac. It seemed as though he would lose his life, but in a split second, Black Racrac escaped the danger. The air was suffocatingly tense, leaving the soldiers afraid to move even an inch. Suon looked at Bason. He has never lost to a human army. He silently judged the new commander as quite an interesting man. Because he achieved some success at sea, he can be that confident. Suon spoke up. But General, given the current situation, I think our forces need to move into that mouth. We can't let them attack first. But the enemy has already blocked the canyon, and the Satyros are experts at rock climbing. He suggested that moving that way would be very dangerous. Basin thought for a moment and asked, the formation is still as planned, right? Yes. Suon reported. We are currently moving in a pincer formation toward the entrance of the canyon. Per your order, it's a stable formation, but it will be difficult to attack the enemy effectively based on what we see on the map. If we intend to enter, Wouldn't it be better to change to a different formation right now? He narrowed his eyes. Soon, you said the canyon looks like a mouth, right? Bossan asked back. If so, let's just call it a dog. What happens if we tickle its nose with a blade of foxtail grass? He was confident in his strategy. Just wait and see. Currently, the enemy has soldiers specially adapted for mountainous terrain and is equipped with new weaponry. Despite being tightly surrounded, they are still stubbornly using traditional combat techniques from the past, along with their new gear. They must also have a similar formation. Bossan raises the flag to command the artillery unit. Listen up. Aim your fire at the canyon walls. Upon my signal, the soldiers lock onto their targets and fire. Wait, they're aiming straight at the rocks. Shouts of confusion echo through the canyon. The cliff is collapsing. Danium screams in anger. What are you doing? Our artillery should be returning fire. The situation is chaotic. The dense lines of infantry are blocking the movement of the artillery. Damn it. Then move the cannons to the top of the canyon. Under the bombardment, everyone is just scrambling to save their own lives. But doing that will damage the cannons or cost lives, and it will take a lot of time. Wei-zan. Then recall one of the western squads immediately. General, the situation here is unstable. Doing that will only destroy the morale of the entire army. Danium is shaking with rage. Damn it, what is this? The enemy flag is flying high in the sky. Charge. Bossan commands his troops. If their cannons won't move forward, then let them be. We have to capture the crossroads. Suwon finally understands. So this is the hook and tip strategy. If we have cannons, even outside the canyon, this formation will have the advantage, right? Bossan nods. Exactly. An encircling formation is perfect for concentrating firepower. He looks out toward the mountain range. Besides, it's very difficult for those inside the narrow entrance of the canyon to fire outward. If they open fire from such a small space, their own forces will be caught in the blast. And it's hard to fire down from the top of the canyon because the cannonballs will just roll away. Everyone is fleeing for their lives, just as discussed on the map. That is why they can't use the weapons they invented. Danium shouldn't have occupied that position in the first place, Suwon asks nervously. But what if the enemy somehow manages to bring their cannons to the front? Hearing that, Bossan cannot help but smirk. If they do that, it's even better for us. The artillery fire intensifies against the canyon walls. The enemy troops cannot return fire and can only flee. The situation becomes more unstable than ever. They try to regroup, keeping the cannons to the rear to create some space. Shield bearers and spearmen move down to help transport the cannons. After a while, the formation finally stabilizes. There it is. Seize the moment. Bossan and Suwon shout, "Cavalry, charge!" The cavalry charges. Upon receiving the signal, they immediately surround the entire enemy force. Now they realize it was a trap. It's the cavalry, they scream at each other, trying to protect the artillery. Shield bearers and spearmen shift into formation. Bossan sighs with disappointment. Spearmen might be better at stopping cavalry when in formation, but in this situation, it's useless. Danium feels something is wrong. Now, he has to advance whether he likes it or not, but his soldiers feel it's a bad idea. General, we cannot abandon our terrain advantage without having suffered significant losses, Danium yells, confused. Terrain advantage? What kind of advantage are you looking at? Our army clearly outnumbers them, yet we can't utilize it at all. Some soldiers agree with that man, while the enemy has already completed their formation. If we step out now, we'll just fall into their trap. Danium asks him back, so you want us to retreat? If we retreat now, the road to the capital will be wide open. Hearing this, Danium doesn't know what to do. Then you tell me, what should we do? His face is deathly pale, bloodless. Our army was already set in formation, just waiting for the enemy to advance. How did it end up like this? After a messy battle, Danium finally realizes there is no other way but to advance. He clenches his fists, feeling helpless. If we're talking about sheer numbers, I still have the advantage. Danium tells himself not to let morale waver. He swings his sword down. Follow the V formation and charge. We will leverage our manpower. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers charge forward. The enemy doesn't see any sign of the cavalry. Hearing this, Danium guesses they must have withdrawn after the previous battle. We must turn this into a battle of numbers against the enemy. Bossan laughs. Don't even dream of it. Without anyone noticing, he has already mounted his warhorse. He charges, intercepting the enemy at their flank. Danium's side sees this and panics. What the hell? Cavalry! The cavalry charges forward like a storm. They have warhorses, so they easily gain the upper hand. The enemy soldiers are left lying on the ground. The commander's voice rings out. Our troops are being cut off by the cavalry. Our formation is broken. He turns back to report to Danium. This cavalry unit is completely different from the last time. No matter how hard we try, the situation isn't looking good. The vanguard has been completely isolated. They can no longer hold the front line. General, please give the order. Danium watches his men being overwhelmed, his face turning pale. He steadies his nerves. Clear a path for our allied cavalry to advance. We must save the vanguard first. The two discuss it. Just sending in cavalry to the front is useless. In my opinion, we should retreat back to the canyon. Are you crazy? The enemy's rear guard is pushing up. There's no time to turn back. Danium believes that orders must be consistent for the soldiers to fight with all their might. Keep the infantry formation tight and march straight forward. His subordinate objects. But what about the isolated vanguard? Danium goes silent, then grits his teeth and says something cold. Leave them behind. But, General, he screams in anger. Shut up. We still have the advantage. Basan is outside, observing everything, missing no detail. He looks into the distance. Basan orders. Any soldier who is exhausted or injured, retreat to the rear. Those who haven't fought yet, move forward immediately. Suan says, General, wouldn't it be better to save the reserve troops for later? Retreating doesn't mean they'll recover quickly. Basan thinks differently. If the soldiers know, we won't force them to fight until they collapse, they'll feel more secure. Suan suddenly realizes that's true under normal circumstances. But on the battlefield, is that kind of security necessary? Basan smirks. Only when they survive will they continue to obey. Following the order, Basan announces that the enemy vanguard has been annihilated. Now, we will create another opening. Use the cannons to make it happen. Is that clear? The cannons don't rest, firing continuously. Danium's side can only cover their heads and flee in disarray. He cannot believe what is happening before his eyes. This is just a repeat of the previous scenario. Basan thought differently. If the soldiers know we won't force them to fight until they collapse, they'll feel much more at ease. He suddenly realized that, while that might be true under normal circumstances, is that kind of peace of mind even necessary on the battlefield? He smirked. Only when they survive will they continue to obey orders. Regarding the next phase, Basan announced, the enemy's vanguard has been wiped out. Now, we will create a new opening. Use the cannons to make it clear. The cannons didn't rest, firing incessantly. The Danium army could only scramble away in a panicked frenzy, clutching their heads. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was just a repeat of the previous scenario. The cannons didn't stop for even a second, firing relentlessly. Danium's troops could only cover their heads and scramble in a panic. He couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. It was like watching the same nightmare play out all over again. Danium frantically calculated in his head, if I shift the infantry aside to let the artillery through, the cavalry will charge in and tear them apart. Maps seemed to be drawing themselves in his mind. And if I quickly move the infantry in to close the distance, the cavalry will flank them, turning the enemy into easy prey for my men. But the more he calculated, the more confused he became. If he kept the formation tight and advanced slowly, his troops would be pummeled by artillery fire. What should I decide? Meanwhile, Basan was assessing the situation from the start. The enemy chose the wrong position. If it were me, I would retreat immediately, even if I had to accept the losses. Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him. The scene made Basan curious. Looks like they've come up with a new tactic. He quickly guessed their plan. They intended to back against the cliff and find a route to withdraw, making it harder for the cavalry to split their formation. But nothing is without its flaws. This actually caused their front line to expand significantly. Charge. Danium regained his composure. They intend to move the infantry in close. Infantry against infantry. Just as I thought, he shouted. Right flank, hold the line. The heavy infantry immediately changed direction. The soldiers were like chess pieces, following orders perfectly. Our Satiros heavy infantry is famous for its strength. Push the enemy back. This will be the hope for Feda. Both sides began another intense battle. Just like that, they lunged at each other. They fought with the intent to kill, but they didn't expect the situation to have changed. Success. The heavy infantry has knocked the enemy back, exactly as planned. Exploit the victory. Everyone, charge. The heavy infantry continued to advance to seize Weizan. As long as the allies are out of the canyon, victory will be ours. Basan finally spoke up. Too careless. He didn't know what he had seen that made the whole group freeze, losing their previous confidence. Wait, that is. In front of them, a row of cannons had been set up. The signal shot had just gone off, and explosions rang out incessantly. Under the destructive power of the cannons, human strength meant nothing. Countless soldiers had fallen before even engaging the enemy. Danium couldn't close his mouth when he saw it. Lord. All his soldiers were dying right there. The entire battle had been reduced to the classic hammer and anvil tactic. To put it simply, it's a basic strategy dating back to Alexander the Great. What they were using was its most primitive form: pinning the enemy down with a powerful infantry line at the front, then using artillery and cavalry to continuously strike from high ground and both flanks. Nebula knew that, because the enemy camp was in the canyon, his losses weren't too great, but he still couldn't feel at ease. He was still worried, as it depended on how they managed to escape. Wisdom asked, "Enemy, why do you think you'll lose? We've already provided support, haven't we?" Krampus stammered. "I was just too focused on defeating Racrac, but now," he finally understood. In reality, they were just trying to keep the artifact from falling into enemy hands. Krampus thought that the monster Racrac hadn't been destroyed yet, but if they retreated, they would suffer even heavier losses. If you would just provide a little more reinforcements, everything would be fine. What do you say? Hearing that, Wisdom could only mute the call. Then, Wisdom answered, "I'm sorry, Krampus." Hearing that, his face broke out in a cold sweat. "What did you say?" Wisdom bluntly refused. "I cannot help you." Krampus was helpless upon hearing that harsh refusal. Wisdom explained that, to provide support, they needed careful preparation. But wasn't the capital of Dimeret still standing? In his head, he thought differently, but the truth was that the Apostle Ladian wasn't ready. At the present moment, Ledin was preparing for the final battle against the rebels within the country. He needed to keep winning to consolidate his reputation. The power of an apostle came from achievements and prestige. Krampus knew there was nothing left to hope for, so he gritted his teeth. "Fine. I'll retreat," he sighed. In any case, the Black Scale cannot take Danium with just 10,000 troops. Better to focus on defending the capital. Dimeret is better. Suddenly, a notification arrived. "Sir, Yubem Mujin has ordered a retreat." He realized the situation wasn't looking good. "All right, retreat. Retreat back to the capital and reorganize the camp." Upon receiving the order, the whole group fled. Soon reported, "The enemy is retreating. Pursue and annihilate them while they're running. If we can do that, the next battle will be easier." Even though they were running away, they were pursued closely. The enemy was chased all the way into the mountain walls without mercy. Finally, the results were clear. That night, Basan met with everyone. It was estimated that the enemy had lost about half their forces. Suin said there would definitely be more deserters. "On our side, we lost 1,000 troops." He was excited. They had 3 times our numbers and still lost the battle at the canyon. This defeat will be recorded in Danium history as a humiliation. Contrary to that, Basan was subdued. "Do you think Danium will even exist after this?" Suin said that Danium was a great power. "Even if we occupy the capital, that's all it would be." Basin nodded. "We cannot conquer all of Danium. There are still the royals and nobles in the provinces," he said slowly. "But wasn't Danium's 30,000-man army more than enough?" Basan recalled Keely's words. Maintaining such a large force was clearly too much. His Majesty said that Danium is currently facing many internal issues, and those issues will explode after this defeat. Suin was confused. "Issues? What are they?" Basan slowly stood up. "About that." The corner of his mouth curled up. "Seeing it with your own eyes will be more interesting." Time passed quickly. 7 days later, the Black Scale army had arrived at the capital, Dimeret, of Danium. They moved to the city gates. Not long after, Suin understood what Basan meant. From inside, a single girl walked out. She introduced herself. "I am the daughter of General Yubem, Dylan Aranju." Suin was surprised. "Yubem? You mean the supreme commander of this war?" "That's right. Aranju brought important information, and since yesterday, I have become the ruler of the capital, Dimeret, and also the new monarch of Danium." She held out her hand sincerely. Danium declared surrender to the Black Scale. On Krampus's side, he was holding his head in worry. "It's over!" He was confused. So where exactly did the problem lie? The goal was to hold out until the alliance gathered, but we couldn't even get close to the objective. Suddenly, a board appeared in front of Krampus. He sighed helplessly when he saw Nebula. "How did he appear? Have you thought about surrendering yet?" Krampus stubbornly didn't answer. A while later, he said, "Nebula, do you think I'm that bad at playing this game?" Nebula bluntly replied, "No, I think you're just causing trouble." Krampus pleaded, "Then can you explain this to me?" Nebula easily realized it. "Your plan was to have the Prime Minister take power after the king died, right?" he admitted. "Yes, at that time I thought the Prime Minister was the most capable person. According to Krampus, he was so ambitious back then that I thought he could stabilize the chaos in the country." Nebula realized it immediately. So you framed the commander-in-chief for treason. After Yubum returned, you executed him right away. Since Yubum was gone, the Chancellor couldn't consolidate his power. Grampus never expected his opponent to see through him so clearly. Yeah, I thought that was the obvious choice, but I didn't expect Yubim's daughter Aranju to rise up in revenge, just like he told me. She showed absolutely no signs of such potential. Could my move have been wrong? I guess you overlooked the possibility that an individual could break through in certain situations. But it wasn't a bad move. You could even call it a distraction. Grampus held his head in frustration. Suppose I surrender. Can I ask one question? Why did I lose? Nebula answered without hesitation. Because I was too outstanding. But then he laughed. Just kidding. You can't win if you only make choices based on the current situation. You have to consider every possibility that could happen within the entire strategy. Krampus asked him, so you already predicted everything would turn out this way? Nebula didn't hold back. More or less. Honestly, I thought the conflict between the Chancellor and the General would last longer. But in the end, the situation turned out even better than you expected. Hearing him say that, he admitted, something like that. Krampus was silent after getting his answer. Nebula noticed time passing and grew impatient. So, are you surrendering yet? If you surrender now, I'll offer more lenient terms. Krampus hung his head low and let out an incredibly long sigh. Suddenly, his expression changed. Surrender now? In your dreams. Right after that, he hung up. The video call ended. Elda finally popped up. Why do you think Krampus refused to surrender? Nebula guessed. He wants to see everything through to the end. Her ears turned bright red with embarrassment. If it were me, I would have given up. It's just a bit of a shame for the soldiers who believed in me. But he nodded. Acting like that is only natural. Nebula clearly understood. A capital city surrounded by high walls, farmland, and a river. If Donham was determined to defend it, our troops would have had to prepare for heavy casualties. He looked at the fortress ahead thoughtfully, but we captured the enemy's capital, without shedding a drop of blood. You can't just call that luck. Everything has its own cause and effect. So, where is Krampus at this moment? He was floating in midair. Nebula watched expectantly. Let's see how they react. He was scrambling to save the situation after that conversation. Everyone went inside the castle. Aranju spoke first. General Basin, Donham's military strength still far outweighs yours. If I don't surrender, the casualties will be much higher. She offered a proposal. That's why I want to negotiate better terms, Basin bluntly stated his thoughts. But the Donham army has already been completely disarmed. You were the one who opened the city gates for us. Are you regretting it now? Aranju pointed out that excessive demands would cause the people to lose trust. If rumors spread that Black Scale is too brutal, few countries will be willing to submit. Does Black Scale want to continue fighting? Basin went silent, as if showing he didn't want any more war. Nebula watched and offered praise. Pretty daring. A few days ago, even this scenario would have been unimaginable. But a moment later, he brushed it aside. Honestly speaking, surrender negotiations like these don't really matter that much. Elda was surprised to hear that. Huh? You're saying the surrender negotiations don't matter? Nebula understood that Daimaret was still being influenced by his faith in Grampus. The most crucial thing is that Black Scale is securely stationed here. But what I'm truly curious about is, we have to clarify what exactly Grampus is aiming for. I want to know which side he is leaning towards. Time just kept passing. A few days later, Aranju Dilan's coronation ceremony was held, backed by Black Scale. Aranju raised the mirror. A king of Danim, friendly with Black Scale, officially took the throne. Baron, and his soldiers had observed everything from beginning to end. Even the citizens of the country were present to witness it. But during the coronation, Aranju's face only looked haggard. The mirror reflecting her image suddenly cracked, as if it were rejecting her. It wasn't going smoothly. Aranju could only hold her face in her hands, but that very phenomenon caused the hearts of the people to tremble. They were like a snake without a head. The divine blessing for the golden throne has shattered. One person stood up to initiate it. Mujin did not recognize Aranju Dilan as the legitimate monarch. Standing from above, he told the people, "Last night, Mujin relayed a message to me. Even if you submit to Black Scale, you must never bow to the night sky." Immediately after that, many people wanting to rise up appeared. That's right, we must not bow our heads. The country may surrender, but our faith will not. Elda was worried. Don't tell me this is that event starting to happen? Nebula just nodded slightly. Yes, this is the beginning of the separation of church and state, just as history has shown. It could be called the separation of church and state. Typically, Secular power and religion rely on each other to form a unified power block. As society develops, they tend to split apart, Nebula explained. On Earth, the separation usually begins from the political side severing ties with religion. But in this lost world, it's the opposite. Here, religion holds more influence. Elda worried. Separating church and state at a time like this, everything will be thrown into chaos. He also gave a compliment. Clearly, Krampus is no amateur in this game. Nebula felt sorry for Aranju because the most shocked person right now was certainly Aranju Dilan. The citizens flocked to the place where she lived, more and more people becoming enraged. Aranju had a bandaged face, but her expression didn't change. In times like these, there is only one thing left to rely on. Faith. She earnestly bowed before the statue. Aranju pleaded desperately, "Oh God, why do you remain silent? Are you telling me that I was wrong?" She knew very well that the Chancellor was someone blinded by greed. Aranju tried to save every little bit, and this was the only way to protect the nation. But when her eyes opened, one could see more desperation than ever before. Nebula noticed that in Aranju's eyes, she was very resilient. Ever since the mirror shattered during the ceremony, her patience stat had even increased. Elda was also puzzled. But why didn't Krampus just kill Aranju? Wouldn't it be easier to kill Aranju first, and then deny the throne? Why would you explain it so calmly? He wants Aranju to reach her breaking point, so she's forced to act. Once she starts trusting us, she'll become a devout heretic who's much easier to manipulate. Nebula remembered the conversation I suggested, and he seems to have followed it. He held up 4 fingers. Krampus must have prepared 4 possible scenarios. Scenario 1. Aranju retracts her surrender. 2. Aranju is assassinated. 3. Aranju submits to the night sky. And finally, in the current situation, the night sky protects her. Aranju Elder broke into a cold sweat hearing this. Options A, B, and C all put the black scales at a disadvantage, while D, the one Nebula raised his hand for, as if to grasp his prey, was exactly the outcome they wanted most. They're trying to make us waste more resources protecting Aranju and keep us stuck here in Daimares, even though we've already taken the place. She asked him naively, "So, what should we do next?" Nebula smiled nonchalantly. "We have to show them that having many plans isn't enough. The second lesson is, you must always have more schemes than your opponent." Night fell, and a weary Aranju lay in bed. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't drift off to sleep. Suddenly, she didn't know what movement had caused her to. She opened her eyes abruptly, looking toward the intruder and asking, "Who's there?" She took off her cloak. "Aranju, Queen of Daimares. I am Vaitsang." Aranju seemed to realize something. "Zhang? You're the alchemist, right?" She nodded slightly. "Not anymore. Now, I am a mage." Aranju cautiously prepared her weapons. "A mage? Isn't that just a fairy tale?" Zhang approached, revealing that a young general had also ascended to the throne. Her voice echoed in the cold room. "Still, there's so much I don't know. I got into this place and walked past the guards without anyone noticing, and I could easily finish you off right now and walk away calmly." Aranju found it funny. "You're just a short, old goblin." Weizong asked her back, "Do you want to test that? If so, I won't hold back." Without finishing her sentence, Aranju pulled a dagger from her robe and lunged straight at her. She didn't say a word. More surprisingly, Aranju was able to strike her opponent accurately, yet Weizong didn't die. This left her terrified. Her body was still moving, but nothing happened. "It seems you lot only believe when you see it with your own eyes." Weizong loomed over Aranju. "Is it clear now, young king?" Only then did she tremble in fear. "Why? Why did you come here?" Weizong reassured her. "Rest assured, I'm here to help you." Aranju remained more cautious than ever. "And what is the price for this help?" Weizong held out her hand like a savior god, an independent nation, free from the interference of the gods. Aranju looked at her and thought, that is impossible. Because by her nature, she understood better than anyone. Don't you know the history of races that were wiped out for not worshipping the gods? Without the protection of the gods, a nation cannot exist. Weizun kept persuading her. What if there were a force that could replace the gods? What then? Aranzu's face was full of doubt. "No way," she insisted again. "It's possible. We will make magic the heart of this nation." Weizun replied softly. Aranzu asked, "If magic is that strong, couldn't you have repelled the Black Scale army?" She denied it. "No, even I would find it hard to fight the Black Scale army right now. Besides, the night sky keeps a close watch on mages, so I can't act recklessly." Aranzu wondered, "Then what can you do?" Weizun answered honestly, "I can protect the people of this country." She remembered her own painful past. Like my own people, those who didn't follow the gods had to live their whole lives under oppression. Now that another god has dominated this land, do you think you and your descendants will live in peace? Waizun kept persuading Aranzu. Under the rule of the Black-Scale Army, even the very name Danim might cease to exist. And there is no guarantee that your freedom of belief will be preserved. But the only thing truly worth protecting isn't the nation, nor the gods, but the people. The most important thing that gods rarely think about. We don't serve the gods, because we have the strength to protect ourselves. If you accept my offer, I will grant you that power. Aranzu listened in silence. Waizun looked at the moon, filled with sorrow. Unfortunately, there isn't much time, Weizong. Make your choice before sunrise. Having to decide in such a short time, Weizong, made Aranzu's head ache. In an instant, the sun began to rise, signaling a new day, also the time for Aranzu to make her decision. All right, I've decided. She agreed with Weizun's idea. Let's build a nation that doesn't depend on any god. As expected, the conversation between the two was monitored. Nebula showed clear satisfaction with Aranzu's decision. The warm sunlight shone down everywhere. Dinan entered with papers in hand. It's been a long time, General Basin. He recognized him at first glance. Ah, the Minister of Hunting. It really has been a long time. The two shook hands. I didn't expect you to come all the way here personally. The war makes it impossible for us to host banquets or organize hunts, so I had to come myself. Dinan reported the information. I have gathered 5,000 troops and brought them with me, he asked Basin. You're clear on the current military situation, right? Ah, I know. Based on what happened after the capital of Danim was occupied by the Black-Scale Army, armies from other nations have begun to move. Everything progressed quite quickly. Joker, Danim's closest ally, deployed 20,000 troops. From far-off Mangan, 24,000. From Duman, 18,000. After totaling them up, there are 62,000 troops marching toward the capital, Daimares. Basin asked him, they will arrive within a month, and Seomyung is still in a civil war, right? Dinan replied, that's right. And the war will end with the victory of that traitor. Dinan had a strange feeling, as if he were blessed by the gods. The momentum was unstoppable. According to Dinan, he even proclaimed himself an apostle of Soxian. I see. Dinan suddenly remembered, I also brought some new weapons that I think will be useful for this battle. Basin was a bit surprised. Cannons? We can get cannons from Danim, too. He said these were a new model. Dinan held out his hand to introduce an upgraded version. The barrel was lengthened. It was heavier, but it could fire further. Normal cannons fire 50 paces. Basin was surprised to hear that. 50 paces? Impressive. And what about the second model? Dinan explained. The second model has a much more groundbreaking design. Take a look, sir. He then pointed out the direction for Basin. Here, everyone was testing a new weapon. Basin was a bit surprised not to hear any loud volume. Quiet, right? Dinan explained. It's much quieter and can be fired by just one person. He described the firearm. It has a grip similar to the ones Mangun usually uses. This is a type of cannon, but you can think of it as working like a handheld mortar. Basin took the new weapon in his hands to examine it. So, what do we call it? Dinan replied. The engineers call it. They call it a hand cannon. It's already loaded. Go ahead and give it a shot. Hearing that, Basin began to aim the hand cannon. With his 10 out of 10 technique, he easily hit the bullseye. Basin was genuinely amazed by this weapon. This thing. He turned to ask Dinan, how many of these did you bring? Time just flew by. A month later, Janda sighed in exhaustion. She sat still, bored. What am I supposed to do? Janda didn't stop cursing him in her head. That bastard Nebula. Threatening others. He wants me to betray them. Remembering their previous conversation, he had said, but I'm in an alliance with them. Aren't you also in an alliance with me? Janda nervously explained. Well, it's pretty much the same thing. Consider it an alliance with you, but, being labeled a traitor is. His tone was mocking. So that's what you're thinking? Nebula bowed his head. Well, perhaps I should help you make a decision. He made an offer, but it was nothing short of a threat. Janda, if you don't cooperate, I will make public all the information you've provided to me. Of course, you could deny it, but everyone will doubt you, and you will be isolated. And once you're isolated, I will crush you. Seeing Nebula so certain terrified Janda. Wait, what? She screamed in anger and started hurling insults. If you do that, what do you think people will see you as? A piece of filth, Nebula reminded her. Janda, listen to me. I believe you're a person who knows how to think rationally. Think carefully about where your life depends on, and make the right choice. Janda's face turned pale as a sheet. She could only helplessly clutch her head, not knowing what to do, but in the end, Janda still had to follow Nebula. What exactly do you want me to do? He was satisfied to see her make the right decision. Good. Your mission is to return to the present. That damn Nebula. If you're going to talk, say it clearly. Being vague is one thing, but wait until the time comes. What the hell does that even mean? Everyone, look! Suddenly, the crowd's voices became agitated. Jiang Quan discovered something strange. Nebula's movements were very suspicious. A retorted, "Really? I don't see it that way." Everyone turned their attention to the screen. Nebula is interfering with our operations while constantly reinforcing their own troops. Since they are the minority, that move seems logical. Jiang Quan nodded. Yeah, that sounds right. But it's too formulaic. It would be fine if we were playing fair, but not Nebula. A asked Jiang Quan. Why not? Because Nebula is ranked number 1? Why's that? Do you mean they have to make moves we can't understand? He replied, I didn't mean that. Because, according to what Jiang Quan thought, there had been a miscalculation in the first match, but the next one would be a siege or a field battle. He had calculated it in great detail. Siege battles follow a fixed formula, and the side with more troops will have the advantage. According to that, our win rate is about 80 to 95%. If put on the scales, our total divine power level is also higher. It's not even a 1-to-1 ratio. So, with a little investment of resources, we could even take down Racrac. Grampus looked at the calculations and pondered. So, logically, we must win. But if the enemy only makes predictable moves, isn't that proof they're plotting something else? Jiang Quan sat firmly in his chair and replied, Yeah, exactly. There are a few things bothering me. 3 images appeared in his head. First, the mages. We have confirmed Weizan's location among the 3 mages, but we don't know where Tale or Madari are. Jiang Quan remembered that Nebula had pulled tricks by using the mage trait before, right? They placed a mage next to the king and Dinan, declaring it a religiously neutral country. Besides that, with the other 2 mages missing, we should predict 2 more similar incidents. Grampus wondered. So we just need to be on guard against the mages? Jiang Quan flatly denied it. No, he felt Nebula acting so formulaically. Perhaps because they believe that alone is enough to win. There might be something we've missed. Jiang Quan suddenly glanced behind him. It's just an intuition. But what if there is a traitor in our ranks? It was unexpected that he could be that perceptive. Grampus heard this and grew anxious, without noticing. Janda's stiff expression. Wait, you're just theorizing, right? There isn't actually a traitor? Jiang Quan, as if he already had it in the palm of his hand. But if it's Nebula, that's an entirely logical move. Don't you think so? He glanced at everyone in the group. If there is a spy for Nebula in our ranks, who would it be? Janda was so scared her expression went stiff and awkward. To think it reached this point. She was so scared she turned pale. No way. You aren't going to accuse me, are you? Jiang Quan slowly stood up to point out the traitor. It's definitely. His hand pointed straight at the traitor, but to everyone's shock, the person Jiang Quan pointed to wasn't Janda. You. She heard that and was confused. Me? The 2 people behind had identical expressions. What did you just say? What? What the heck? Even the traitor didn't expect such a sharp turn. What did you just say? Janda stammered. Jiang Quan, do you really have proof for this accusation? Jiang Quan bluntly admitted. No. As I said, it's just a suspicion. A also wondered, then what makes you think that? What's your basis? Jiang Quan quickly brought out the evidence. It's this. He had been observing very carefully. This guy has been traveling between German and Black Dragon several times. He has no notable status, just a merchant. Grampus wondered. Have you tried contacting him? Jiang Quan said. We sent priests to catch him, but Nebula intervened and killed him. Those kinds of accusations. But A didn't say anything. She shrugged, as if she had admitted it. Then I don't need to explain anything. I have absolutely no idea who that is. However, deep inside, there was a question mark that weighs on. If that's the case, then why did he meet with the lizardmen, and why did Nebula have to step in and kill him? Krampus asked, his voice full of caution. That definitely needs an explanation. If he was killed before we could even reach him, it means Nebula must have been tracking him all along. Janda felt a knot in her stomach. Honestly, this whole thing felt a bit forced to her. She tried to defend him. It could just be one of Nebula's tricks, aimed at tearing us apart. Or maybe it's part of some other plan we don't even know about yet. The 2 of them debated heatedly. Still, even a small suspicion needs to be checked out. What do you want me to explain? The guy is already dead, isn't he? Jiang Quan argued, thinking it didn't need to be this complicated. It's very simple. He should just reveal all his personal data. Janda, who had been silent until now, finally lost her patience and snapped. Honestly speaking, if you were the traitor, wouldn't this be the perfect way to frame me and take all the credit? Jiang Quan looked like he finally understood. At the same time, Janda grasped exactly what Nebula had meant. Her eyes were filled with malice. The time will come when you know the truth, she remembered his words. Is that what you meant? Back to the conversation, Janda. Your mission is to protect the traitor, he had told her. He knew that when someone strong steps up to defend the accused, it becomes hard for others to keep questioning them. They start talking about trust and camaraderie, instead of actually verifying the facts. Nebula had paved the way for Janda, because then, the accuser wouldn't be able to drop their initial suspicion. Everything was under his control, and the others would eventually see the accuser as being too extreme. In such a situation, the last person to be attacked isn't the one branded as the traitor. Sensing this, she went on high alert. Perhaps even Jiang Quan didn't expect the arrow to point straight back at him, the accuser himself. That was exactly what caused cracks to form between them. If that happened, just that alone would be enough to shake the alliance, and no one would doubt the others anymore. While Lana was tense up above, things were just as busy below. Jiang Quan sat down, exhausted and deep in thought. Something is suspicious. Everything is going off track from what I calculated. I thought with enough evidence, at least one person would agree with me. Was I too harsh? Wisdom thought for a moment before replying. There's another possibility. What if the suspicion between us is exactly what Choi Sung-un planned? And what if this whole thing is just a trap to lead to us in a different direction? Wisdom looked as if he were about to figure it out. If that's the case, then maybe there's another traitor, Jiang Quan asked bluntly. Krampus? What about him? That doesn't make much sense either. Janda doesn't seem suspicious, either. Wisdom proposed a solution. Then let's try a hypothesis. If Janda is the traitor, what problems would that cause? Hearing this, it was like a light bulb went off. Jiang Quan jumped up in a hurry and turned around. Wait a minute. Then maybe. He looked anxiously toward the people below. Meanwhile, Janda had disappeared. We're in big trouble. Jiang Quan frantically searched for Janda. He had said he would watch her, so he had placed their camps close to each other. He was incredibly tense. Krampus was with them too, but he only had 2,000 troops. Janda alone could potentially raid them both. Wisdom felt it was easier said than done. He believed that every entity in the seventh world had its own will. If you suddenly tell them their ally is a traitor, they'll all panic. Even if it was a divine revelation, Wisdom was secretly thinking to himself, in the rarest of cases, there are exceptions. Somewhere else. Janda was looking at the information in the system. She was tense, not knowing where to begin. She remembered the reason why. She was playing the seventh world. On Earth, there was an article that caught her attention. It was a study on how to be good at betraying people in the game. Losses can increase your win rate. It also explained the efforts needed to betray effectively. It was a guide written by someone for fun, based entirely on betrayal. As far as she could remember, the article was titled The Villain's Playbook. It had never been thoroughly reviewed and was quietly buried because no one cared about it. But the win rate, at least for her, was extremely useful. Thanks to that, even when my skills were just average, I could still improve my win rate quite a bit. Janda's eyes showed curiosity, and this time was no exception. I have carefully gathered the key elements of that playstyle. She observed the images projected by the system. As provided, the Lena tribe is a slow and indecisive race when it comes to making choices. In a situation with two options, they would timidly try to choose both. This was ineffective, so even when accepting losses, they still made hesitant decisions. Because of this trait, they were rarely chosen as a playable race. Janda's face was full of tension. But it was precisely that trait of the Lena tribe that made this possible, a playstyle born from patience, intended only for those without superior skills like me. After a moment, Janda chose a single flower as a religious symbol to fight against the enemy. The name of that flower was Manbiengwa, the 10,000 change flower. In the knowledge regarding this flower, the most important part is its pod, because until you peel it open, you cannot know if it is ripe or not. Besides, the time it ripens is very hard to predict. Thus, it was used as a primary way to predict fortune or risk, and this is called Gion Moon. But now, the fruit had ripened. The shell slowly split apart, revealing the bright red flesh inside. Toby couldn't believe his eyes. The Manbiengwa fruit? Right now? He ordered the soldier next to him. Go take that Manbiengwa fruit. Yes. As soon as he saw it, the soldier's hands began to tremble. This is ripe. Toby asked cautiously, do you remember what the war prophecy said today? He trembled and looked at his leader. It said, if the fruit is not ripe, protect your allies. But if the fruit is ripe, betray them. It could be said that this was a difficult decision for them. Toby trembled, paralyzed by the weight of the prophecy. He let out a long sigh and gazed into the distance. Right and wrong no longer held any meaning. Everything had been ordained by the heavens since the beginning of time. We only realize it once the events have already come to pass. Toby didn't know what choice to make, such is our ignorance and slow realization. When presented with a choice, it exists only to prevent us from straying too far from the will already set by the gods. Oh, divine ones. In the end, he surrendered. I will follow your will. As dawn slowly broke, a new battle was about to begin. In just an instant, they charged in and shattered the alliance. Krampus never expected a betrayal at the final moment the enemy army had turned on them. They had killed General German and were now attacking the camp. Jiangwan panicked and turned to ask, "What about Janda?" Krampus replied, "He won't answer me. I have no idea where he is anymore." The three of them were frantic, not knowing how to handle the situation. "Call Wisdom. I'll contact them." Meanwhile, down on the mortal plane, the battle was reaching its climax. A, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "I have no choice but to admit it, Janda. Jiangwan, even if you realize it now, it's too late. Janda is a traitor. The unit that was ambushed is in a pathetic state." He was filled with rage. "General German has been assassinated. Send an entity down and wipe them out." Wisdom heard this and immediately intervened. "No. At this moment, that action is inappropriate. The Demerit Gate has just opened, and the Black Scale Legion is pouring out. The battle has already been decided." Jiangwan was stubborn. "I will also send my army at full speed. If we Wisdom cut him off before he could finish his sentence, we will lose. If you intervene as a god, they will do the same. Do you really think we can defeat them?" Hearing that, they didn't know what to do. Wisdom had to propose the most correct course of action for the current situation, even though he didn't want to. "Order the troops to retreat. We will retreat." But Jiangwan wanted to persist. "It's not over yet. We still have the second expedition, another chance." This clearly showed that Nebula wanted a short war. As time passed, the situation for the Black Scales worsened. Wisdom commanded them, "Order the German army to run straight to the border." A slowly stepped forward. "No, if I want my warriors to survive, I must intervene." Krampus agreed. "I'm sorry, but I must intervene as well. Right now, 2,000 soldiers are all I have left. Instead of losing them, I must do my best." None of them wanted this to happen. "If Demerit falls like this, I will have to abandon the strategy of focusing on my Sa-Tai tribe. I can accept defeat, but I cannot just stand by and watch." They both turned to Jiangwan. "What are you going to do? You'll help, right?" At that moment, he felt powerless. "With my current divine power, I don't think I can help." The answer left the two of them speechless. Krampus knew that even if he tried, he couldn't change the situation. So he let it be. "Your reason is reasonable." He didn't dare to look at his allies, hiding his face. But in truth, Jiangwan was keeping a secret. "I can't say why I can't help, because I suspect a member of the Alliance is a traitor. Instead of sharing it with everyone, I chose to tell no one. I secretly created an apostle, and my divine power was drained because of that." Jiangwan felt embarrassed. He had caused a misunderstanding by accusing A of being a traitor. If he had hidden it, he should have kept it hidden until the end. He thought to himself, "If I order the troops to turn back, the Black Scale cavalry will hunt them down. That is the least I can do." "A, you should also abandon your army and retreat," Jiangwan said. "Even if you use your faith, you know it won't work. In the next battle, right?" A pondered for a moment and then spoke up. "Jiangwan, actually, the internal situation in German isn't good right now. Even a few nobles in the country have started believing in Ichun. Perhaps it's because of Lord Nebula's schemes. Moving to a desolate district, German is a place where the king has no voice. If we lose this time, we cannot guarantee another expedition." Jiangwan was startled. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" A hung her head, apologizing for not letting him know earlier. "I didn't want to be a burden. The others seem to handle Lord Nebula's schemes quite well, so I feel truly ashamed that I am the only one struggling." Krampus couldn't believe it. Only now did A admit it, and if these internal problems are exposed, I fear I will be suspected. So she slowly removed her veil. Jiangwan seemed startled by this action. A's expression became difficult to read. "A, once more, could you reconsider?" Although Jiangwan didn't want to, he had to refuse. "I'm sorry." A bowed her head, not wanting to make things difficult for him anymore. "I understood. Right now, both of them were carrying their own troubles, but couldn't share them with each other, even though they looked like a perfect alliance on the outside. But in the end, a distance still existed. Jiangwan knew well not just A, but himself, Wisdom, and that bastard Janda. A turned around and smiled. "What's past is past. Be careful, and don't make stupid mistakes like I did." Her words sounded like a farewell. Thank you for everything. If fate allows, we will meet again. While Jiangwan and Krampus were confused, A raised her hand and confirmed it with the system. Confirm. In a blink of an eye, A vanished before their eyes. Only then did they realize what she was trying to do. Could it be? Her shadow suddenly appeared below the mysterious black dress, already singed. Perhaps this move of hers was something no one could have predicted. Is she manifesting? But this manifestation is way too terrifying. The people below saw her and cheered with joy. It's the dark shadow. The dark shadow has revealed herself. Jiangwan was furious, but could do nothing. Are you insane? As the German army was completely destroyed and dying in this state of manifestation, he yelled in helplessness. There was a risk that her soul would be sealed. But at this moment, A could not hear what they were saying above. Krampus was also worried about her safety. It was his last resort when backed into a corner. Stay calm and focus on your job, he said, turning back to address Jiang Quan. Retreat? If I pull back. How will you manage? Suddenly, a major disturbance caught both their attention. Dark clouds had gathered in the sky out of nowhere. The moment they feared had finally arrived. Krampus had actually changed his mind. I didn't intend to manifest, but I have to go all out to support him, he decided, determined to do whatever it took. We have to land a heavy blow on Nebula. Meanwhile, on the other side, Janda was frantic. He has manifested. What do we do now? Seeing her expression, Nebula was puzzled. We're winning, so why are you screaming? He explained that while manifesting made him harder to deal with, his current god tier level was 18. It's not much different from Yogi. But, no matter how he put it, Janda's face turned pale. How can you compare Yogi to him? That guy doesn't even know how to play the game properly. Nebula thought to himself. Doesn't know how to play? That's too simple a way to put it, but I see your point, he guessed. Just by looking at the scale of his manifestation, one could tell he surpassed Yogi. The deciding factor for the strength of a manifestation skill is ultimately the level, along with the player's faith and domain. But the specific abilities of a manifestation depend entirely on the player's style. Yogi's style focused entirely on physical strength, but it wasn't a popular playstyle because it consumed too many faith resources. Most players prefer to minimize physical power. He raised his arm, controlling it gracefully while funneling resources into other stats. Seeing that things were going south, Toby shouted at the troops, "Retreat! Pull back now." With just one flick of his finger, the situation changed entirely. The system board indicated the enemy had lost 300 units. Janda couldn't stay calm anymore and screamed, "This is a disaster." She shook Nebula, trembling. He told her to calm down, saying it wasn't too late yet, because right at that moment, another system board appeared. Disciple Racrac has descended. Lightning struck from the dark clouds, hitting the ground. Racrac stepped out, surrounded by a brilliant, glowing aura. He quickly spotted his position. Racrac also sensed something dangerous watching him. She used just one finger and pointed straight at him. Sensing the danger, Racrac switched to defensive mode underground. With his agile body, he narrowly escaped death, but his eyes followed every gesture and action of his opponent. Despite the numerous obstacles, Racrac still managed to dodge smoothly. Can he handle this alone? Hearing Janda ask that, Nebula replied, "He definitely needs support." He gestured toward her. "That's you. Possess a mage and create a diversion." Janda, hearing her new mission, was terrified. "No, why me? No way. You could go down there yourself," Nebula retorted. "Do you want to lose to her more, or me?" She felt wronged. "That's exactly why I don't want to." Still asking questions? He kept launching attacks to eliminate Racrac, yet time and time again, he dodged with expert grace. Racrac knew at a glance that these weren't ordinary thorns. Touching them would drain his vitality. Is he wondered, trying to turn the whole ground into a bed of spikes? Racrac soared into the sky and shouted, "Come here!" He summoned the world. From the other side, countless beasts appeared. He ordered them to charge. They all followed Racrac's command and flew toward him. But just as his weapon was about to make contact, she vanished. Racrac couldn't help but be surprised. Disappeared? Dangerous. He twisted his body in mid-air. Racrac looked elsewhere and saw he had appeared there. He observed his opponent's teleportation with irritation. On her side, she also started calling out beasts to counter. The battle grew more intense. No one knew how it would end. Meanwhile, Krampus held on to his hatred. "Racrac, I will catch you." The battle had begun, with both sides lunging to tear each other apart. With a flexible body, Racrac easily avoided an attack from his opponent. The enemy numbers were overwhelming, constantly striking to take him down. From claws to sharp fangs, everything was aimed at Racrac. In the nick of time, the giant crocodile suddenly changed direction. The giant mantis turned and whispered to him, "Go quickly, Racrac. I'll clear a path for you." He didn't hesitate, quickly overcoming all obstacles. Just when it seemed like everything was a success, a sharp claw lunged out. Racrac hurriedly jumped off his avian mount. The moment he touched the ground, he realized, right, touching the ground triggers the spikes. Yet, he waited and waited, but nothing happened. Racrac looked up at the sky in surprise. Not attacking? He was confused. What was he looking at? Inside the forest, something had caught his attention. The moment the opponent turned to look, his pupils dilated as he realized he had spotted the one who backstabbed him, Landa, the traitor. Seizing the golden opportunity, Racrac jumped back on his avian mount. Seeing an opening, he quickly pursued him closely. She was furious when she saw Racrac's move. How dare a lowly apostle act like a god? She waved her hand, causing everything around him to turn dark. Racrac looked at the phenomenon in disbelief. This was it. Nebula sat watching everything through the screen. The greatest advantage of the manifestation skill isn't the size, but the enhancement of skills across different domains. He knew that if an apostle gained skills through the reputation of a player or a god, they could turn their domain into a manifestation skill. Even so, these skills could be customized by the player themselves, and the shape, range, and power of these skills could be adjusted to maximize efficiency in preparing for resource consumption. Nebula observed the spikes from earlier. They were likely created by combining minor domains of metal and plant roots. She had teleported, which was why he thought the crowd control maneuver from earlier was logical. Everything was under Nebula's control. This was too normal. He recalled and seemed to have forgotten that Racrac had killed a fallen god, and what that signified. An apostle. Though trapped within the opponent's control, Racrac still didn't give up. He burst out from the darkness and attacked straight toward her. When targeting a god, any negative effects triggered during the attack are nullified, just as Nebula anticipated. All these apostles gain their skills through their reputations. There's no way a simple crowd control move would shake his mental state. It actually worked on her. Racrac's spear pierced through her aura, and suddenly, his pupils dilated as if he realized something in a split second. Her body just vanished. Racrac didn't dare to lower his guard, and immediately scanned the surroundings, guessing she wouldn't attack right away. Racrac figured she might be stalling for time to heal her wounds, but he could also predict her next move. Ganda climbed to the top of a tree to observe. A is furious at all acts of betrayal, so she might try to attack the apostles. Racrac was worried too, but if she used her black thorns to attack, I'll be able to pinpoint her location. He was preoccupied with tracking A. Alright, where is she? Suddenly, a voice spoke right by his ear. Racrac looked up at the sky, stunned. Nice sky? Why are you talking like that? Did you learn that from Elda? I mean, Invisible One. Why did you say that? Just a warning. No need to worry about A anymore, Racrac thought. But every decision carries danger. Nebula told him that wasn't really important compared to all the other decisions. Hearing that, he wondered, so, we're just abandoning her? Nebula denied it. Not at all. We have to do something else for her. At that moment, A was sitting under a tree trying to heal herself. She looked at her wound. It kept getting larger despite her efforts to treat it. But A tried to muster her remaining strength and flew up. I have to change the plan. As she was moving, she suddenly stopped, as if seeing something. That's right. It turned out that right in front of her was none other than Ganda. A clutched her wound and lunged forward. You think you can fight me, Nebula? I'll make you regret this decision. Ganda could only run away without daring to look back. If she had been a moment slower, she would have been done for. Ganda bared her sharp teeth. Why are you only chasing me? A didn't bother to answer and kept attacking relentlessly. Finally, she was hit by a thorn. It pierced her shoulder. Ganda winced in pain and pulled the poisonous thorn out. A walked calmly, step by step, toward her until Ganda looked up, and the two finally locked eyes. A used her bare hand to grab Ganda's throat and tightened her grip. She struggled in pain. Even resisting was useless. Ganda finally spoke up. A, why don't we call a truce? Hearing that, A became even more furious. Are you mocking me? A slammed Ganda's body to the ground. Her eyes were filled with nothing but hatred. I will definitely kill you. Ganda lay on the ground, in constant pain. She coughed violently the moment she hit the ground. Seeing her opponent in such pain, A still didn't want to stop. She used her foot and pressed down with great force on Ganda's chest. Ganda painfully clutched A's leg. Isn't targeting Racrac instead of me a better idea? She spoke honestly. To be fair, I've had enough. Ganda tried to salvage the situation. Don't you think you're mistaken? Why do you think Racrac isn't hunting you down? Because I'm useless? My creation and Krampus must be holding him back. Hearing her say that, Ganda could only smile bitterly. Really? I realized something was wrong and turned around. What do you mean? The other side of the forest was silent, but nothing happened. Suddenly, from high above, a lightning bolt appeared. The force of the impact was so strong that even a god would struggle to resist it, meaning ordinary spirits stood no chance against it at all. Racrac was exhausted after a long battle. All by himself, he had taken down all the players. It requires a certain level of holy power to use the skill, and to maintain that level, you cannot lose your creations. Racrac was surrounded by golden lightning shackles. Essentially, the creations you bring for an advantage end up becoming a disadvantage. A was now worried sick. If you lose a creation, you lose experience points. The system board signaled, "Your creation has died. You have lost experience points. D-leveled from 19 to 13. Prayer skill disabled." Right at that moment, Nebula quickly signaled to Racrac. He flew like an arrow straight toward where A was standing. She wanted to run away, but the situation had completely changed. A raised her hand to fight back, but things weren't looking good. Her faith was too low to activate it. When she realized that, Racrac had already appeared in front of her. With a single blow, he sliced her into two pieces, curled up in pain like a cat. To keep her from escaping, Racrac blocked her path. He raised his weapon high as if to finish her off. As the spear descended, a beam of light shone. Racrac breathed a sigh of relief, having eliminated A. Finished with the task, he turned to ask Ganda, "Are you okay, Ganda?" She was startled and replied, "I'm fine." Racrac politely helped Ganda up. "Thanks," the system board announced. Player Arion 26 has been sealed into a soul. Top contributors to defeating player Ari: 026. Player Nebula, 64.3%. Ganda looked at the words, her expression unhappy. A had been sealed into a soul. She read the information on the board. Nebula's contribution was under 70%, meaning she had also contributed to this result? Just then, Nebula appeared, making her jump. He wondered, "What are you doing? Keep moving." While she was still confused, Nebula explained, "You're losing faith. Are you planning to just sit there and pray forever?" "I confirm A is dead. The war isn't over yet." Ganda stood up, exhausted. "Oh, I have to go." After that, the two left the forest after the fierce battle. Returning the usual peace to Mother Nature, time passed quickly. A month and a half had passed since A's death and Ganda's betrayal. The face of the war had completely changed. At the present time, Jiang Wen was doing his best to rescue as many Mongoon and German soldiers as possible. After that, the main front shifted to Guna's hostile territory, and Wisdom had mobilized Asbestos' soldiers. The army hadn't joined yet due to civil war, aiming to capture and destroy the enemy's crops, mines, and trade routes. Nebula put himself in the enemy's position. Since Ganda betrayed us, this can be considered revenge. But just observing from this perspective, the intention seemed vague. He was lost in thought. Are they planning to drag out the war? If not, suddenly, something caught Nebula's attention. Nebula was caught off guard by the message popping up before his eyes. A video call from Wei-san. Nebula regained his composure and picked up. "What is it?" Wei-san replied warily, "I propose a surrender. They will hand over Danium." Nebula said nothing, listening intently. Krampus has already agreed. Handing it over means they won't have any special countermeasures. They will even restore it, he continued. Furthermore, they'll surrender the entire territory of A, as well as the German lands. They will also return the territory captured from the enemy. Nebula didn't agree immediately. "Hold on, what else?" "Just listen to the conditions first," Wei-san said, laying out more terms. A ceasefire, no retaliation, and the sealing of A's soul. And they will also consider war reparations. After hearing this, Nebula quickly lost interest. "Forget it. I refuse." Wei-san was furious. "You haven't even finished hearing the conditions yet. We both know each other's situation. Why waste time?" Nebula didn't care to listen. When he heard that response, Wei-san looked like he wanted to jump out of the screen. What the hell? Wait a minute. Before he could say anything else, Nebula hung up. "You've got to be kidding me. Why did you refuse that offer? It was the best one yet." A small, timid voice came from behind him. "The talk is over anyway. Feel free to ask." Ganda cautiously stepped out from behind him, looking confused. "Accepting that surrender was good, right? They already agreed to give you everything." Nebula admitted. "Actually, that offer is a trap. If we accept those conditions, we'll definitely be at a disadvantage in any future war." Janda continued to ask, "Wait, if I accept, doesn't that mean I won?" She looked completely puzzled. "If I accept, it means I won. So why are you acting like this?" Nebula thought differently. "It's not that I want a perfect victory, or that I'm obsessed with unifying these 6 territories. If I gain an advantage and call a ceasefire, I'll do it." The more he spoke, the more frustrated Janda became. Wazan said he would surrender, and he demanded the sealing of A's soul. Nebula easily saw through the enemy's psychological ploy. "They want to resurrect A," he explained to her. "If the soul seal is broken, they can maintain overwhelming troop numbers, and if resurrected, A's level will be retained. Of course, the ritual to break the seal costs a lot of money and time." Wazan's voice grew deeper. "But one thing is certain, they intend to continue the war. There's no need to mention any more useless variables." The scene shifted to night at the German castle. Kaloa sat tensely in front of a magic orb, filled with anxiety. It had been a long time, and the gods still hadn't responded. Could the rumors be true? Was Ambon really dead? Kaloa thought of someone, and the one who killed the evil god Racrac. At this time, because of this news, many were saddened. The king hadn't left his bedroom for months. Kaloa felt helpless, not knowing what to do. It was no surprise. In a country without gods to watch over it, there was no future. The whole country seemed to be sinking into a dark world. Kaloa observed the soldiers outside. The Black Guy forces inside were arguing that they should side with Black Guy. Meanwhile, the ally Mongol demanded they become a part of them. She was worried about the current situation. "Which side should I choose? Ambon, what should we do?" Just then, there was a knock at the door, and someone entered. A foot that looked like a piece of wood slowly stepped inside. The moment she saw the other person, Kaloa was stunned. "Who are you, Entale?" "At your service. Chancellor of Juman, I am a mage," he introduced himself, taking the initiative. "I think I can solve your problem." Elsewhere, inside the castle, noisy chatter rang out incessantly. The fate of the nation at this moment did not allow for such luxury and pride. "Is the Chancellor losing his mind like that emperor?" "Exactly," another sighed. "Whether it's Mongol, Helkin, or Sok Mayon, German has no choice but to rely on outsiders." Someone else curled their lip and asked Dinin, "The ending for you doesn't look too good, does it? Coming all the way from distant Helkin, only to leave empty-handed." Dinin replied coldly, "That's just the law of the world, so I'm not too disappointed." With that, he waved goodbye to the crowd and walked alone toward the inner castle. Just as he passed a dark corner, a gloomy voice suddenly spoke up. "So, you are Dinin from the Helkin region?" The person speaking was Talay. He spoke coldly. "Everything is done, just as agreed. Have you confirmed it?" Dinin heard this and smirked. Then he nodded. He said that everything was going well and according to plan. Dinin believed that invasion wasn't necessarily the optimal solution. German was located too far from Helkin. As long as this land didn't fall into enemy hands, the goal was achieved. Thinking of this, he slowly opened his mouth. From this moment on, Helkin will end its hostile attitude toward German, and factions supporting Helkin will also remain silent. Hearing this, Talay nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. I will temporarily place my trust in your promise. How about it? Do you feel satisfied?" Everything was going exactly according to his calculations. "Is that so?" Dinin frowned slightly and muttered, "Satisfied? Perhaps." He had once spent time hating himself for being born different from the crowd, always feeling dissatisfied with reality. But now, as long as he was considered a part of Helkin, he felt a sense of peace. Elsewhere, Wizan had organized a meeting. He scanned everyone and spoke coldly. "So, let's review the current background. First, Danium, a powerhouse, the core where the main faction has seized the power of mages and officially declared independence. The remaining area has been torn apart by uprisings from ethnic minorities wanting self-governance. Everything has shattered into many small pieces, but Krampus quickly took advantage of the opportunity. He gathered the fanatics and established a separate nation. Speaking to this point, Wizan continued seriously. Meanwhile, German followed in Danium's footsteps by joining hands with the mage Talay. The result is that we have lost control of their military forces. He was certain that Nebula was the one behind it all, directing the operation. He used every trick to blockade and prevent anyone from approaching the German army. However, there is one very strange point in this series of events. Wazan heard this and exclaimed excitedly, "Finally, we have organized a counterattack." Wazan shook his head slightly, pointed at the screen, and said, "Krampus still has the ability to release his monsters into Danium to show off his power. And geographically, German is much closer to us than Helkin." Jiangwan frowned slightly and muttered, "We pressured Danium and German to cut off trade with Helkin, which, left Helkin completely blockaded. Wisdom continued. Serious. They can't produce saltpeter on their own, the key ingredient for gunpowder. Their weapon production must have come to a standstill. But there's one thing that makes me suspicious. Why, until now, has Helkin not made a single plea or demand? The room fell into a heavy silence. No one knew how to answer. Seeing this, Wisdom continued. Could it be that Nebula has broken through modern technical limits and found a way to produce saltpeter themselves? Krampus frowned and spoke up. Wisdom, I don't think that's possible. If you're too suspicious, you'll fall into the psychological trap that Nebula set for you. But Wisdom replied, remember this. Right before the war broke out, Helkin purchased a massive amount of saltpeter from Mongolia. Based on those facts, I'm certain Helkin still has a large reserve of gunpowder in their storage. So, is Nebula's strategy to strike fast to decide the outcome early? Krampus thought for a moment before speaking. That is true. Perhaps that's why they haven't wavered despite being cut off from their supply source. Wisdom finished, clasping his hands tightly together. After a long moment, he spoke in a low voice. That sounds reasonable, but a blitzkrieg cannot happen based solely on Nebula's unilateral desire. We will not be swept up in his rhythm. However, Wisdom, what Krampus just analyzed, had given him a new direction. With that, he pointed to a spot on the map. Krampus looked in that direction, frowned, and muttered, That's the map of the Mongolian coastal area? Wisdom nodded. Right. That location is called An. It's a vital center for Mongolia's saltpeter mining. Wisdom spoke calmly. Nebula's next target will definitely be An. They will mobilize warships to attack and seize the saltpeter. We must reinforce the Coast Guard immediately. 2 months later, exactly matching the Alliance's data, 150 Helkin warships set sail toward the coast of An. It was indeed a large-scale, surprise attack. But there was someone lying in wait to intercept Helkin. 260 warships that the Alliance had urgently mobilized. In the end, victory leaned toward the Alliance. When Jiangwan heard the news, he sighed and muttered, We won, but the damage we inflicted on them was too small. Compared to the effort of reinforcing the fleet, it's a bitter victory. Krampus retorted, But a win is still a win. And after this naval battle, Helkin must have exhausted almost all of their high-quality gunpowder for the future. They will struggle to use firearms from now on. So, even though there are still tactical loopholes, strategically speaking, this is an overwhelming achievement. Jiangwan frowned slightly and asked, Will Helkin recklessly attack An again to get more gunpowder? Wisdom shook his head. I'm afraid that's unlikely. He believed that Nebula would prioritize defensive consolidation now. In their hands, they only had low-quality gunpowder left. Jiangwan, still skeptical, asked, But if this war drags on, the advantage will belong to us, right? Wisdom nodded slightly and said, Because of that, I also predict they will find a way to attack somewhere else. Perhaps they'll hit Danium, the nation currently maintaining neutrality, to expand their borders. Or maybe. He paused here, glancing at Krampus, making the man startle and mutter, Attack me? Wisdom stood up calmly and said, Yes. Based on the geographic map, it is very likely they will strike the independent nation you just built in Danium. He believed that if they could block this attack, the final victory would surely be in their grasp. Wisdom's intuition once again proved to be spot on. Krampus's autonomous state, Danium, was located on a piece of land in Somyeon that Wisdom had conceded, and it lay right next to the territory of Racrac, a close ally of Helkin. Just as predicted, Helkin mobilized 20,000 troops to cross Racac's territory to carry out a raid on the city of Cyan, the center of this new nation. However, this time, the developments did not follow the Alliance's script. On the 5th day of the siege of Cyan, the Helkin army attacked incessantly. Cannons fired constantly, emitting earth-shattering explosions. Smoke and fire rose everywhere. The gates of the city of Cyan were being heavily assaulted by firepower. Nebula stood not far away, observing. Just then, a message was sent to him. He slowly opened it to look. Immediately, he heard Krampus screaming, Where did you get this stuff from, huh? Nebula frowned and asked, What are you rambling about? Krampus angrily shouted, The gunpowder! Upon hearing this, Nebula nodded in understanding. I see. You all assumed my gunpowder reserves were depleted, but I think you started this game with a false assumption, didn't you? This statement shocked Krampus. Nebula spoke calmly. Take a close look at this map. The answer lies right there. Krampus followed his lead, looked over the map, and then spoke with dissatisfaction. Hey, this is just a map of the 3rd sector. Stop talking nonsense. But very quickly, his eyes involuntarily constricted. He trembled and muttered, Wait, hold on a second. On the map, Krampus saw a new sector. He cried out in disbelief. You have established trade with the fourth sector? Nebula didn't hesitate to admit it. In this game, it was never just us, was it? Of course, everyone is far apart, so we haven't been in contact until now, but the fourth sector is different. It's closer than the other sectors, and there are scattered islands in between, so trade is possible. Krampus's expression turned ugly. He trembled and muttered, but the player in the fourth sector we know of is Sacha, a player of the Abyss Poison race. Nebula retorted coldly. Meaning, you're trying to say Sacha is a wicked god, right? Just like Joan Gobi before? Krampus roared aggressively. Yes, how could you possibly trade with him? Nebula pouted and said, I'm actually curious why you thought it was impossible. They can talk, and they have intelligence. The Eoboon pirates only turned to piracy because they were exiled from their homeland. It's not like they are in the sixth realm. They're building a proper civilization, you know. In Joan Gobi's case, since his race is vampire, he just chooses the most optimal strategy for himself. Even if we don't know the Dark God's true identity, if the gameplay is logical, Nebula thinks there's a high chance they won't refuse to trade. Nebula's calculation was right. The merchant ship Black Scale encountered the Abyssal Poison trade fleet and successfully completed the deal that day. Nebula received a notification he had been expecting. He smiled with satisfaction. It was indeed a request for a private chat. Nebula agreed, without a moment's hesitation. Very quickly, a face appeared on the screen. Seeing that, Nebula frowned and thought to himself, a kid? However, the person on the other end didn't say anything. He didn't understand why the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. After a long pause, the person on the other end finally opened their mouth. What? A cryptic question that left Nebula confused. He skeptically asked, Do you mean why we're trading? The person on the other end kept silent. Sensing that this was indeed what the person meant, Nebula slowly replied, Obviously, because the deal is mutually beneficial for both sides. But no sooner had he finished speaking, the person on the other end suddenly moved their lips and said, I will kill you all. Even though it was through a screen, Nebula could still feel the killing intent and brutality of this person. He sighed helplessly. This guy isn't much different from Joan Gobi, is he? Thinking that, Nebula spoke coldly. But not right now, right? The distance between the 6 realms is huge, and our technical levels aren't clear yet. This remark made the other person fall into silence. Seeing that, Nebula continued, I don't know who will be ready to fight first, but before that, let's just exchange necessary things. Surely you have things you want, too. But the person on the other end remained silent, not saying a word. Immediately after, the screen slowly faded, and the figure of that person disappeared. The Abyssal Poison ships didn't make any moves either. Seeing this, Nebula let out a sigh of relief. No attack meant they had agreed. Sure enough, it was just that the hatred for this side was too great, but the way he plays the game itself isn't illogical. After the first trade was successfully completed, Nebula started actively purchasing saltpeter. Even though the journey was a bit far, the Fourth Realm didn't have gunpowder technology yet, so it was very cheap. Returning to reality, Nebula raised an eyebrow and said, And when I tried to build warships, I saw you guys reinforcing defenses in the Onkung area. I know exactly what you guys are plotting just by looking. This remark made Krampus so angry he gritted his teeth. But Nebula didn't care. He spoke up. Any other questions? Krampus clenched his fists tightly, thought for a long time, and then opened his mouth. Was there a problem with my playstyle this time? Nebula coldly replied. Actually, it was a 0-point move, but that's just because you don't fully understand the rules of the game. In other words, he meant that he lacked imagination. Just then, Wisdom suddenly appeared in front of Nebula, taking him by surprise. He shouted aggressively, Do you think you've won already, Nebula? He warned him that the battle wasn't over yet. I know, Nebula said, not panicking, nodding calmly. At that very moment, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted. Racrac arrived, riding a beast. He shouted loudly, Who dares to oppose the power of the night heaven? Wisdom, looking down from above, thought to himself. This time it won't be like before. Nebula. He had prepared for every situation. Meanwhile, beside him, a giant creature appeared. It was an auto-creation. It used both hands to beat its chest, then tilted its head and roared. Looking through the screen, Nebula frowned and muttered, Size is about 45 meters. Is it a destroyer type with a super strength skill like Stratus? The level probably isn't much different from Stratus either. That definitely isn't the trump card. At the same time, inside the battlefield, a strange animal appeared in the bushes. It quietly observed a group of people on horseback. They were approaching the Quick Advance Holy Knight Order. Although they were a very strong army, they themselves were not dangerous. Nebula observed everything through this image. He frowned and thought to himself, "The dangerous thing is that guy." The commander of the Holy Knight Legion suddenly shouted, "Are you afraid? Are you afraid of the Night Heaven Army?" The Night Order didn't hesitate, and replied in unison, "No." The commander heard that and smiled contentedly. He smirked and said, "I am the apostle of the quick advance. If there is anything I must fear." He hadn't even finished speaking when a loud scream cut him off. Immediately, smoke and fire erupted violently. In just a moment, the sky was covered in dust, but the commander of the Holy Knight Order still stood proudly and shouted, "There is only the quick advance." No sooner had he finished than the Holy Knight Order charged forward, with the commander leading the way, his momentum extremely aggressive. Seeing this, Nebula couldn't help but widen his eyes in horror. An apostle? Why on earth does wisdom possess an apostle?